Casino in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. Just an overwhelming show of support thus far in this event. Our Ali Najad alongside professional poker player and Chip Race podcast co-host David Lappin, who's got... Okay.
I'm probably at the same levels that I was from the other day, but do you want to check them as well? Testing, 1, 2. Does that work? Can you hear me now? Check Poker News. I think Poker News might be our best shot on that. They might, you know, the way they do their live reporting kind of tab at the top right, and then that might bring you to what you need. If they are. They may not be. They might be all about PCA right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino in beautiful Kyrenia, Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin, co-host of the Chip Race podcast, professional poker player with over $700,000 in career tournament earnings and countless millions quietly cobbled together in the online streets. It is time for day 2 coverage of the Merit Poker Western Series main event, where registration is actually still open for the next 4 hours, 4 levels in total, hour-long levels. We have 607 players thus far, and of those players, David, there are a few who here at our feature table today you are quite familiar with.
Yes, I've been doing my homework. Thank you very much for that introduction, by the way. Michel Guarini, which anyone who tuned into the final table coverage the other day will remember, he was our short stack on that final table. But he did manage to get a ladder. He sort of short stack ninja'd his way up a couple of places. He finished 8th. Also has won the main event on the Italian Poker Tour in Campione. So very, very proper, experienced player. We identified, obviously came in short on that final table. So didn't have a great opportunity, but played superbly well and was probably one of the real danger people. So watch out for him. Also, we have Martin Stoyanov, a WSOP bracelet winner, won his bracelet online just a few short months ago. And Fukan Berg, winner of a Venetian deep stack and also winner of a super high roller in Sochi. So super high rollers on the table as well, Ali.
Very much so. And not to be overlooked, Nina Krasilnikova, who actually back in November finished 5th right here during the Merit Vintage Series. So certainly some players not only familiar with the Merit Poker Room here, but geographically the proximity makes it so nice for those who are seeking to come in and soak in this picturesque venue, and truly top-notch staff who help to administer these events. Give them a shot at some beautiful guarantees. $1.5 million, again, here in this particular main event, already guaranteed. The $3,300 buy-in, 607 players. We've got it well covered at this point. And there is your first look at the venue playing host to today's event. David, have you had a chance to get out and kind of explore the campus or get off campus a bit?
I did. I got off campus yesterday and I had a lovely walk up to the nearest big town. It was very pleasant to, just spread the legs and get a bit of exercise after a few days in the booth. But very much looking forward to being back in the booth now for the next couple of days with you, Ali, and of course with Dara O'Carney, who will be joining us again. I know Dara, a big favourite with the audience.
Absolutely. Dara was out there getting a nice jog earlier today as you get a look at the chip counts here at our feature table on day 2. Blinds are at 1,000 and 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante. Shortest of stacks is Lavrenti. A lot of Russian support for these series here at Merit Poker. Obviously, the proximity to Sochi, where I think a lot of the Russian delegation does most of their bidding. Have you had a chance to go up to Sochi at all, David?
I've never been to Sochi, no.
I've heard great things about that property.
Yeah, I think it's one of those hotbeds of poker. We see them dotted around now. Very much feel as though this is becoming one to pick up on a point you made a moment ago, Ali. I think maybe the cat's out of the bag now, finally. I think people are cottoning on to how brilliant it is here in North Cyprus, and I can imagine these events getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, the EPT coming in October is going to be a big marker for these guys. In my conversations with many of the staff here regarding sort of the progression of the room and a lot of the developments of late, that EPT collaboration coming up later this year, I think, was a bit of an arrival moment, a bit of an announcement to the world that this room is not to be overlooked. And certainly those who bother to make the trip out here, and I know it's a bit of a haul coming from the United States, never disappointed. Obviously, the Triton Poker Series has very high standards. They came here for a reason. So people have taken note, and our friend Vladislav Ivanov has taken note of an ace-queen suited here. Action folded around to him in the small blind, and he will shoot it up to 8,500. Rather sizable when you consider that most people like to go with that 2.5x pre-flop sizing, as Kodanov looks down at 2 6s. But blind versus blind, you do tend to do that, don't you? Yeah, I like the sizing, to be honest. I think you want to go 3.5 to almost 4x here, out of position, blind v blind. You want to charge someone really to play their hand against your ace-queen. you will be out of position for the rest of the hand. Interesting enough flop here. Obviously, Ivanov has flopped some backdoors. He's got backdoor Broadway, he's got overcards, he's got backdoor spades working for him as well. He can even make a wheel. Kodanov unlikely to go away to one bet here with just one overcard to his sixes.
Yeah, perhaps most importantly, he's got the kind of board texture that he doesn't mind following through on for 6,500. But with a lone overcard to the sixes on the board, Kodanov, as you mentioned, unlikely to be parting ways with this pot just yet.
Certainly not now. We can see there, I'm not sure our graphic on screen of 52, 55 pet is right. I think there might be slightly less in this pot.
There might be considerably less in this pot as I stop to audit it, but we know that the pre-flop raise of 8,500 was called. That'll put us at 17,000 plus the 2,500 ante. And then the bet and the call of another 13,000 should see the pot at about 32.5, I think. But
that sounds right. That sounds right. So there we see one of the many, many backdoors. It was going to be hard not to hit a backdoor for Ivanov. He chooses not to bet, and obviously Kodanov definitely happy to get his showdown with sixes when the 10 comes. Definitely looking to get value now, having rivered a set.
And Ivanov again pumps the brakes on the river. Of course, he's going to hear from Kodanov.
Yeah, interesting to see what sizing Kodanov decides to go for here. Ivanov obviously beat some missed club draws, but 3-4 did get there. The jack is obviously looming. Could have been a weak jack all along. All the jack suited would have defended their big blind.
No, Ivanov didn't make a meal of it whatsoever, just put it right into the muck despite the missed club draw. So clearly giving his opponent some credit, and perhaps doing so in part due to the shallowness of that stack relative to some of the others here in the field. By the way, there are some massive chip counts that have been amassed thus far in this main event. Shakib Mihiri, 627,000 in chips. Just an astounding stack to have compiled here. So unbelievably deep he'll be.
Yeah, there's definitely a propensity among some of the players, at least, to gamble a little bit extra. This is re-entry. You can actually re-enter this tournament for another 3.5, 4 levels. So the guys are probably keen to, get busy early and maybe fire again if things don't go so well.
Magic woman.
Allegations of sorcery, perhaps being made there by Nino, suggests that she was looking down at the exact same 2 cards that she was dealt last time around.
Are you streaming the whole card? Are you streaming the whole card? So I have to do it, huh? Okay.
Still no participation thus far. Now, you talked about people having a bit more incentive to get gambly in the quest to spin up a big stack. And if they're on the shorter stack, are they also maybe incentivized to take risks that they wouldn't otherwise so that they can bust during the re-entry period and get right back in there, obviously, as opposed to have to nurse a short stack past registration closing and then have some issues beyond that moment?
That's absolutely right. Not that you would necessarily recommend people playing too splashy, but at the same time, if you do feel like you're plus EV in the tournament, it probably benefits you to be a little bit more ramping up of the variance in moments like this. We certainly saw it on day 2 of the warm-up as well. I remember that feature table, and I remember a number of stacks, around about the stacks we're seeing here, 150 stacks, all the way down to maybe 60, 70K, all feeling as though they wanted to either make something happen or, as you say, go back to the cage.
Monotone jack-high flop in a 4-way affair that was kicked off by a raise from Yosef Mizrahi, and he has the best of it here with top pair. Note the equity for Guarini with Queen 10, though, with 2 to come.
Yeah, Guarini wrapped around that jack and obviously has the backdoor spades, the only person with significant backdoors, so does actually get to have a little bit extra in percentage terms. Doesn't feel like that's, or sorry, not backdoor spades. We actually have a monotone board, so yeah, very much in the mix. Mizrahi is clearly going to stick around here. Ivanov, no reason to continue. But it's tricky to know. Guarini may feel as though he's drawing to the worst hand, And this is one of those situations where actually I think he's going to let it go. And I think that's right on balance. Obviously, we see there that he had ample reason to continue with the cards up, but he's not to know that his flush was good there.
Yeah, the waters are kind of murky from that point forward in the event that a spade does roll off and you face added pressure on one, if not two streets for a 10-high flush, which would be the fourth nuts.
Yeah, I think in a heads-up pot there, he may have decided to peel once. I think that would make sense. You know, you would find other ways to win, but multi-way, I think very prudent to let that one go.
Let's see if Nina's special request for ace-ace will be honored here. And as great as the staff here at Merit Poker are, I'm pretty sure that falls outside the scope of what they're willing to do for players.
Yeah, 5-star treatment from the staff. Not necessarily 5-star treatment from the poker gods. Guaranteed here.
I like this hand, but discipline.
Fair enough.
You already requested ace-ace.
It was not ace-ace, unfortunately.
Folded around to an ace on the button, and we know how these hands tend to behave in these situations. And as perhaps we might have expected, Antanas Kodinov will raise it up to 5,500. And it looks like we have defense forthcoming from Yosef Mizrahi.
Yeah, this is pretty borderline as a defendable hand. Obviously, it does have a bit of connectivity, and the raise wasn't minimum, but you know, I think you can justify a 4-3 call here just about. These are two very wide ranges interacting now on a low board. Would normally see a larger bet sizing on a flop of this texture.
Middle pair against bottom pair. And you see kind of the argument against getting involved with these sorts of hands. And our apologies with respect to the pot size graphic here. We are working to correct that as we see the turn come off with the king of spades. Ace-6 still in front. Second time Mizrahi is checked over.
Yeah, tough for Mizrahi to take the heat, 2 bullets here, but it does go check-check. Obviously, Kodinov.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And totally understandable the check back from Kodinov there, looking to play pot control, perhaps induce one of many straight draws to bet the river unimproved, but instead the 6 is down by trip 3s here.
Yeah, and this is a little different from the last hand. He's facing a much smaller bet from Mizrahi, and there are a lot of draws on that original flop. We didn't have that many draws on the previous one, so I actually think Mizrahi might get a caller here, and that looks like it's exactly what's going to happen. And I don't blame Kodinov there. I think actually that is a spot where maybe you have to get sticky with your A6 there. You actually might beat value. Like there is maybe some worlds where a blocker bet with a weaker 6 might do that. A queen 6 might do that. Maybe not. Maybe that would go for a bluff catch. But we've seen a lot of blocker bets being deployed over the last few days. They're very in vogue right now. They do sort of work very well at paralyzing play. And yeah, I don't blame him whatsoever making that call.
Yeah, I think when you do check back the turn, it is somewhat incumbent upon you to not open up the door to a pattern of abuse from your opponent out of position whereby they just barrel away knowing that you're going to put your hand into the muck a disproportionate amount of the time. You do need to follow through on that pot control line, and especially when the texture kind of really is innocuous enough like it was on this occasion with the board pairing with a 3. It just would seem that the A6 is quite sound to be calling. Meanwhile, we see our first involvement from Martin Stoyanov, the World Series of Poker Online bracelet winner, as you mentioned, at the top of the broadcast, under the gun with the ace-jack, going to work.
Yeah, Stoyanov knows what he's doing. Very accomplished player already in a not particularly long career.
Do you find, David, as I know I do, that those who cut their teeth in the online streets tend to have a very sound technical command of the game, because it really is something that you have to have if you're going to be successful in that arena?
Yeah, I think online just tests your fundamentals in a much more rigorous way. You probably play a far greater number of hands in your career if you're a multi-tabler. I know certainly from my early days as a 50-60 tabling, sit and go multi-tabler. Now I can't do that anymore. My wrists have given in. But yeah, you just play millions and millions of hands, and that sort of becomes a training ground, if you like, for a lot of these guys. You see people tell this narrative over and over again at the moment, where they treat a 3 to 5 year online career, particularly if they've done well and moved up the stakes, as a training ground for going out into the live arena, where obviously there is softer money at bigger amounts.
Yeah, yes you can.
Decent bit of chatter appears to be happening here at the feature table. Obviously, at this stage of the tournament, the pressure and the tension isn't quite as high as it will be eventually. Nina defended her big blind, check folded there to the Stoyanov Open. Truly a tremendous amount of poker talent does come from the Russian Federation, David. The likes of True Teller, legend of the online arena, Timofey Kuznetsov, absolute nosebleed high roller player.
Yeah, and you even go further back in time. I remember players like Demidov doing so well. Yeah, it's a very proud nation with a good poker tradition.
Ace-6 and Ace-7 squaring off here, but it is 6-4 for Stoyanov, who came along for the ride and flops Gin that is well in front of both of these hands. Mizrahi does not elect to barrel through, despite having that ace of diamonds back door, which does come in on the turn. So the gut shot and the nut flush draw available.
Looks as though Stoyanov is going to do his own dirty work here, obviously feeling like the action went check, check, check on a wet board. That king likely to have hit someone. I think he's going to try and extract some value himself. Obviously a little bit wary of the diamonds coming. Doesn't want a diamond to get a free one here. Mizrahi could go either way, but he elects to just flat call. I don't think Kraselnikova has enough of this. Yeah, she's out.
So heads up, somewhat predictably, to the river. And that river looks red, and indeed it is a diamond. So wildly improbable run out here for Mizrahi to end up making the best hand. Very disappointing for Stoyanov, clearly recognizing the peril with the 4 of diamonds alone.
Stoyanov will be weighing it up here once this bet comes in, as how often does his opponent have a King X that doesn't have a diamond? That will probably just decide to check back. Yeah, it would. He'll count that out. He'll think to himself, okay, this must be a diamond now, so it must be either the ace of diamonds with some random card, or indeed some pairs could have diamonds. Maybe a hand like jacks or tens might have let one peel on that flop. Sometimes it is very wet and does hit the blinds ranges. He lets it go. Great discipline, must be said, from Stoyanov. Did not get married to the hand. It feels so bad when you flop Gin, as you described there, Ali, and then do see the filthiest of runouts, frankly.
Yeah, he ended up with a tall glass of tonic. The Gin just evaporated. Clearly unaware just how fortunate he was. Mizrahi collecting that pot. I don't believe in reincarnation, I don't think, but if I did, I certainly wouldn't want to come back as that gentleman's chewing gum. That's for sure. Giving it a real workout.
Yeah, we had quite a lengthy discussion, I think it was on the final table, about jaw tells.
Interesting.
And sort of how there's a lot of tension in the jaw. and how maybe some players use the gum in that fashion. In the chat, we're certainly trying to engage us in a very deep Mike Caro-esque conversation of that nature.
The mad genius.
Krasilnikova back in the saddle here.
Ace queen shooting it up to 6,500. And Furkan Beg with 8-5 suited will defend his big blind. Players go into the sunglasses when they're involved in a pot. Obviously the eyes do give quite a bit away. And this flop gives Krasilnikova second pair and way the best of it. Should be an easy exit in response to the follow through.
So the one thing we can deduce from that is Krasilnikova going with the slightly larger open size and going with the slightly larger c-bet size, it must be said, on a board of that texture. So something to watch for there. She's clearly happy to play a slightly bigger ball version of poker. We had a very interesting dynamic on the final table where the chip leader was really bloating pot tally the other day. And it does throw an interesting dynamical thing in the mix, because obviously everybody's just sort of hoping that they get him. They're hoping that, you know, he's willing to commit 4 or 5 bigs pre, fires out pot-sized bets. They do make any kind of piece, they can win a huge pot. But actually what happened in a lot of occasions there is the person playing big ball poker just didn't, you know, meet much resistance. The guys didn't wake up with hands they were willing to commit more chips, and he sort of ran over the table for periods.
Such a good feeling when you're able to do that. Every now and again, though, and not just on account of this being the Western Series, somebody else decides to be sheriff and you meet resistance. Kodanov, King Jack suited. 5,500.
Picking up on what you said there about the Western theme, I have to say, strong teams in the room. The room is so well dressed. It's really,
they really
lovely
are.
to see.
Our dealer here, just incredible. The amount of detail and commitment that everybody has to the themes, and it makes for a fun atmosphere. Let's face it, at the end of the day, we don't play poker to be miserable. We really do want to enjoy ourselves, and I don't think there's any measure of mutual exclusivity between being able to have a good time and also playing top-level competitive poker. And I think the staff here certainly do their part to help set the right stage for that. 2 8s and a tray here as Krasilnikova in the cutoff. Elected to come along, and what a fortuitous development this was.
My hunch is that Kodanov will put very, very few 8x hands into Krasilnikova's range here.
Oh, and this could be a trouble card for him, depending on whether or not he elects to leverage his range and try to represent the ace of clubs, or perhaps give Krasilnikova credit for a ace middling sort of card, ace Broadway combo that she didn't necessarily want to inflate the pot with, but was happy to come along with.
Yeah, I was about to say my hunch is he will go again, and that is what he's going to do. The reason being is that he will identify that, yes, maybe, just maybe, Krasilnikova might have an ace-queen that she would have got sticky with for 1 street on the flop, but much more of her range when she calls pre and calls again on that flop are going to be hands between 4s and 7s, maybe even pocket 9s, and obviously that ace being another scare card he can represent. Well, she's bowed up, and he is left probably in a spot where I feel he should shut down now. We'll see now if he goes for the triple. Oh, and it does look as though he's eyeing his chips now. He decides against it. And you can be sure there is a bet. I would
36.
guess on the larger side coming from
36.5.
Krasilnikova. She will be targeting some ace-x that maybe took this line. Quick fold, obviously, from
I have 2
Kodanov.
house.
We live.
Next you can see.
Well, even if they believe her, they won't believe it was 8-4.
Just a dynamite bit of timing out of Nina, who's showing us that she's not a one-trick pony, willing to play all parts of the deck. It's like a chef who works with offals, like not always needing to have filet on the menu, but.
Oh, and the sign of a great chef if they can use the bad cuts of meat to make something tasty.
That's what Nina did there.
This is my card.
Yeah.
Nothing interesting as we fold it around to Mizrahi, who's got plenty of interest in this ace-king.
Too much. 11.
Ah, mistake.
Maybe you want to put 6.
I make a mistake.
Ah.
And Mizrahi suggesting he made a mistake in making it 11,000, an inadvertent raise sizing, which you begin to wonder if he's being facetious or genuine. You and I have both borne witness to moments where a player presumes that someone is inadvertently raised to an amount that they wouldn't have otherwise wanted to with a holding, and then 3-bet accordingly in order to try to capitalize and sort of prey upon the opportunity. And Hatefi with pocket 7s puts it straight into the muck, David.
I do wonder if exactly what you said there spooked him a little. He thought maybe it was a little angle shoot.
Yeah.
Not saying for a moment that it was, but sometimes if you you see something like that happen, you fear that maybe, just maybe, your opponent is being a little tricksy, and then pocket 7s, into the muck. I don't know, in a weird kind of way, if you do think your opponent might be really, really strong in that spot, you could flat the 7s there, because there's a very much better chance you'll get paid if you do manage to hit your set.
No bet call.
And I think the 7s do
I understand.
kind of find the waters post-flop
Why 11?
relatively straightforward
You want to
and navigable.
you want to re-raise and put all in?
No, I want to put 6.
You wanted to put
How
6,
you
he
make
says.
6 with 3 chips? It's impossible.
Maybe
Not
he wants to
11,
put
not
6.5. 6.5 maybe.
Or one
But he's supposed to say 6.5. Nobody believe you, don't worry. We all know you did it on purpose.
But it's not hand. We will know that he raised it like this.
Yeah,
It's good.
yeah.
It's information.
Good
You need to be glad.
Well, half the registered field already out of this one. The magic number, sort of, is definitely around the 680, 690 mark. That's the point at which we hit 2 million in the prize pool. I imagine we will certainly get to that number over the course of the next 3.5 hours of late registration. Great field again, huge warm-up field, more than doubled its guarantee, and this one looking like it's going to get to 2 million.
Maybe.
I think the room has done a nice job of sort of recognizing the sweet spot in terms of buy-in that's approachable enough and allows, in fact, many of those who cashed in the warm-up event to take a shot that they might not have otherwise. Parlay, perhaps.
Absolutely, and lots of satellites firing off once, twice a day for the last few days as well, so people can find those cut price routes in as well.
Pocket 7s rearing their head once more. This time they will find their way to a flop as Guarini's Queen 9 suited open is flatted by Furkan Beg. Ace 8 in the big for Ivanov.
Yeah, the more people involved, the more these raggedy, middly aces lose value and become harder to realize, but I think three-handed just about fine.
Nice board texture here for Beg's 7s. 5-5-4 with a couple of hearts. Really nothing to speak of for Guarini. We'll see whether or not being in a three-way pot will make him a bit more bashful.
Yeah, he may go for a cheap stab or he may just knuckle it. He goes for the latter. Beg with an interesting decision now, probably wanting to protect these 7s against likely overcards in the hands of his opponents, but at the same time will be wary that maybe Guarini would play a check strategy with some of his strong hands on this board texture too. And of course, Ivanov, the most likely person to have connected with a board like this. So does fire in a little 1/3 bet. Ivanov, I think, has to release here. He's got some backdoors, obviously, there with the hearts, the 6-7, the 2-3. He's got a player behind him who he's not sure is capped. He's going to maybe
Do I need to switch it off when I go to toilet?
peel one off here. He does. Obviously getting a very good price and not closing the action, which was sort of the crucial point for me. I do wonder if he feels as though his ace high could be good some small proportion of the time as well.
I think that's going to center around just how often he thinks this pre-flop flat from Beg is associated with cards that yield a straight draw here or hearts. The latter would seem more plausible. Beg going to check back. Neither player improves on the river. Of course, Ivanov, the one that needed improvement.
So if Ivanov does find a bluff here, having been checked on the turn, it will be a tricky little spot for Beg because the king and the jack of hearts will be in the mix there if it was a flush draw.
Did seem like he thought about it, didn't it?
Yeah.
In the end.
It's a dark tunnely sort of bluff because you don't really know what you're repping. I guess you are sort of repping maybe the king high flush draw that got there. Obviously you could be repping a 5 as well if you go for some sizings too,
Yes.
but it is a little tricky to do that. I wonder maybe, just maybe, if the ace-8 with all those backdoors would have worked better as a raise on the flop if he was going to proceed. My colleague and co-commentator for some of these segments, Dara O'Carney, wrote a book this year, which I very highly recommend. Actually, he wrote it last year, but it's out this year, on game theory, optimal, sort of simplified. And I guess the easiest way to sort of apply a game theory idea to this one is that the double backdoors, or even triple backdoors as that was, hands, provide opportunities for players to bluff because there's a lot of barreling cards for them to continue a story on a paired board such as that one, if they do want to try and barrel their opponents off their holdings. And then of course they can, on occasion when getting to a river, if they do end up on a river, make very strong hands, and therefore they are the right hand category to take a line such as that.
Michel Guerini, heard from under the gun with Jack 10 offsuit. Somewhat liberal, would you say, David?
Yeah, I think this is a maybe show of intent, much like the one you described very early on in this broadcast, that maybe some players were going to be a little bit looser in pursuit of doubling up, tripling up over the course of the first couple of hours, but also maybe considering it a booby prize to be able to get a fresh stack if things were to go wrong. Interesting board.
Both players with straight draws. Of course, the 7 would be disastrous for Kodanov, and now a very welcome sight in the form of the king of spades for Kodanov, who picks up the nut flush draw after a check back from Guerini with the 2 overs and open ender, which I'm a bit surprised by, but maybe deciding that that board texture was more favorable to Kodanov's defense range.
And I think probably very much eyeing up the idea of a delayed c-bet as well. I think this makes a very good turn bet because you actually have less equity. And the relative equities between you and your villain's hand are a bit more defined.
And there's some King X there that would be happy to check back the flop and suddenly is made top pair on the turn that you can represent as we see him go to work for 8,500. Surely Kodanov won't be finding the muck, but to be determined whether or not he finds a semi-bluff check raise here.
Yeah, he has the opportunity to go for a very clicky raise and then shove rivers if he wants to take the bluff line, but he is getting the right direct price, and when you are getting the right direct price, it's often wise to just take it. You can realize you're not putting pressure on.
Well, he does
Having to
just
make more
take
chips.
it, but the board pairs and does not give it, and it being the spade, which he needed. Mercifully didn't yield a 7, of course, as we touched on earlier. And that turn call, by the way, David, was a pretty healthy chunk of Kodanov's remaining stack, so this will be a very disappointing development for him.
Yeah, Guarini will be fearing hands like King Jack, King Queen, which will be mandatory check calls here in Kodanov's range, maybe even King 10. But he will also be eyeing up the possibility of a missed spade draw, a missed straight draw, and maybe think, well, I'm at the bottom of my own range here, I should put pressure on my opponent, and that's what he does. So a really well executed turn river bluff there. You said the more obvious opportunity was with those overcards, backdoor flush draw, to just continuation bet out on the flop, but actually he's gone for a much more deft turn river bluff line, which I really like, I gotta say.
Think
It's
about
very convincing.
how credible it was. Obviously, holding the ace of spades, when you have your opponent moving all in on the end, you know that he doesn't have the nuts, and you start to wonder, really? But just nowhere for Kodanov to go.
Yeah, quite like how both players play their hand there. Again, a real feature of all of these feature tables has been the overall standard. It's not unusual, particularly in the early days, to see a mixture of abilities. Some recreational players getting in the mix, not necessarily always taking sophisticated lines, but actually what has been a real trend here is on these TV feature tables, it's very, very good poker. I think the overall standard of poker has gone up so high now. We talked a little about how during the pandemic, obviously it was a strange time for everybody, but it forced us all to play a bit of online poker, and it brought a lot of new people into the game. And now since those lockdowns have been ended in virtually all the countries, it's like there's new blood in the game.
Yeah.
And we're seeing this boom.
And I think that those people who were already playing really dedicated themselves to improving their games with ample time to do so and little distraction, as we see Furkan's open with the ace-3 suited being 3-bet by Amir Hossein Hatefi with 2 red 8s. Guarini reluctantly folding the queen 10 suited.
Yeah, I feel like he gave genuine consideration to a cold 4-bet there. It's the right sort of candidate, but stacks are a little tricky for it.
And for Beg,
it's a small 3-bet, so
It is,
yeah, Beg
yeah.
feeling like he must come along for the ride here.
does make the additional investment, and will be going to the flop heads up and out of position. Hatefi, by the way, part of a very large representation from Iran. I know many Persians like to make their way to Cyprus to play poker. Obviously not an option in their home country. Jack 6 deuce. The club working for Beg, who is straddled around that deuce. He does check with the flow of play. Over to Hatefi. Just one overcard out there. You like the follow through on this texture with 2 red 8s?
Yeah, and I really like the sizing as well. I don't think you can go too small here. I think you have to go something in the region of half pot, and I like the choice here. 2 red 8s. Definitely need some protection in a decent number of worlds. And yeah, just continuing that good story with a appropriately sized c-bet on that texture. It's good bit of poker. Interesting that he did choose the very small sizing pre-flop. That's the one funky aspect to the hand.
Curtain drawn, courtesy of the check fold. Note that Tasmanian Devil card cover over there. There's some personality on this man here, Furkan Beg, who, if I am to believe, and I'm tempted to see whether or not you want to verify based on the photo, David, but Hendon Mob has him with 320,000 in career tournament earnings and making his home in Boca Raton, Florida. So perhaps he has made the trip across the pond.
Maybe he's retired. That's the kind of place you go when you retire, right?
It is, yeah. Or you just go when you want to avoid state income taxes in the U.S. As we see Stoyanov with ace-king. Martin makes it 5,500 to go. And Lavrentini just continues to get whittled away here, unable to find a hand that he wants to go with. Ivanov.
Speak only English. Players
Flats.
using other languages will receive a warning, and if continued, a penalty will
We
be
could have a
applied.
very big multi-way pot here. Unlikely cutting off 3 bets over Stoyanov here, given how early the open came from. It's possible he might decide to go with his hand. Actually, he does only have 20 bigs.
Yeah, that 53K stack, I think, has everything to do with this choice from Kodanov, as he will rip it in there.
We're going to have our first showdown, Ali.
Stoyanov certainly has the right kit, but this represents a healthy quotient of his remaining stack. So he is going to go ahead and put it all in himself, ensure that Ivanov does not come along. And they're going to see 5 with 2 overs against the pair. A 10% edge for Kodanov's 2 9s.
Spekmort.
Maybe the video.
And Kodanov's 9s are no longer the best hand on a king-high flop.
Oh, yeah.
Like more nines.
Spade off.
Then
Like a lot.
And the turn doesn't
Nine
change
of
anything
spades.
despite improving Stoyanov to top 2.
it's about the hand.
And the river
Yeah.
will seal Antanas Kodanov's
Last time on the
fate.
TV table, we were 2 Bulgarians as well, and I eliminated the other. This time the same.
Taking
from
out his
Bulgaria?
compatriot, I think he's saying.
That's why I understand Maniashka.
words.
Yeah.
Dare we call that national cannibalism?
Thanks.
Thank you. Good game.
Nice boost there for Stoyanov, by the way. Puts him up and over 200,000, I believe.
Yeah, a little bit of dead money in that pot as well, so very nice one to take down. Get the engine started here early on day 2. We won't make the money today. The structure's so good in this one that it's going to be a day 3 bubble. Obviously, we don't even stop letting people walk in the door until halfway through the day. So it's, yeah, almost feels more like that phase toward the end of day 1 because the structure is so good.
I think players appreciate that, David. Obviously, you know, in any sort of main event, you'd hate to feel as though you're playing a turbo.
Always.
Be careful.
Yeah, although it has been a trend in tournaments over the last 6-7 years to see structures get worse and worse, even in main events, get a little bit faster. It's partly down to the numbers. We are dealing with huge numbers of people wanting to play, and they still want to get the tournament done in 4 days. But it's lovely when, yeah, on a sort of summer camp, or I guess it's a winter camp vibe such as this, and everyone's locked away together on this beautiful resort. They just feel like, no, we can just offer great structures and let people jump in.
From great structures to great boards for Yusuf Mizrahi, who's got this ace-10 converted into top pair, top kicker. Gut shot straight draw for Ivanov.
Yeah, I think Ivanov will bet this.
Well, he did start the party and follows through for just 5,500. Fairly downsized into 18.
Ace of spades in the hand of Mizrahi as well. Potentially an interesting card on later streets. 8 of spades being the real action card should it come.
Instead, it's a jack. So Ivanov getting there the hard way, so to speak. Jumping out in front of Mizrahi.
He will be a little wary of 8-9, the only obvious straight draw on board, but I think he might go for another bet here targeting 10x, 7x, particularly 10x and 7x that have a gutter will be forced to continue 10-9, 7-8, that sort of thing. They will have to call another small bet of around 10k.
$12K, let's call it officially.
And Mizrahi just far too high up his range to let this one go yet. Obviously he knows now that the backdoor won't materialize, but the raw strength of his hand will keep him involved.
Investment made as another 24,000 goes into the middle. And very dry river, the 5 of hearts, which will leave Mizrahi playing the guessing game, provided that Ivanov seeks value.
And I do think he will. It's even plausible that Jack 8 could be in the hand as Mizrahi, something as strong as that. The only hands that beat him are going to be Jack X of spades. So I think we're going to see another bet targeting exactly the hand that Mizrahi has. Always important to have a target hand in mind when sizing your bet here. And I think he will be exactly looking at a hand like King 10, Ace 10, that sort of thing, and thinking, what will they pay?
Yeah, the sort of stuff that he would imagine would have flatted from the small blind pre-flop and found themselves to this river. Lovely bit of execution here from Ivanov. As he cobbles 3 streets.
Jack 9 offsuit, you open.
Top pair.
Top pair, middle kicker.
Top pair, good.
You open nice hands.
And that is the face of a man
It's
who knew
okay.
exactly where he
I
was
can do
on
it, believe me.
every street of that hand. Very well played indeed.
One time.
Despite
2 or 3
the
times, it's
heckling from his table mates. I think it was very, very well executed.
Yeah, none of it was lost on Nina, was it? Taking note of the Jack 9 offsuit open. Bag up under the gun with the Ace 8 offsuit.
Just about 10 minutes left on this level. Pace of play, not rapid, but pretty decent. Always a feature of feature table coverage is that they probably play on average maybe 2.5 hands
Race.
per hour less than the outer tables. That's a function of a combination of things, probably the RFID box having to be fed its information, players having to help out with that, and then just maybe people taking a moment or two extra as they feel a little
Sure.
under the spotlight.
In particular, those who aren't accustomed to being in these sorts of environments, David, it's worthy of note. As we see Krasilnikova's 9-6 turning into a gut shot straight draw here. One of the 5 she hunts is busy in Stoyanov's hand, as he has flopped a gut shot as well. Jack high in front, and his 7K barrel is called.
Sorry.
No improvement on the turn for either player as Nina checks again. Now Stoyanov quickly checks back. More paint produced on the end.
There's an interesting amount of value here. If he does get checked, Joe, I wonder if he would just check back and take his showdown, or would he feel he needed to bluff? It doesn't look like that's going to be an option afforded to him by Krasilnikova.
No, not at all. And well executed there from Nina, who pounces with the 9 high.
Know.
It's not your cards.
Oh yeah.
Fair play.
Absolutely. No, she's showing a lot of game here. We saw the rather optimistic, maybe 8-4 suited flat in mid position earlier on, and you know, obviously the board was very favourable on that instance, but she did get paid to the tune of a healthy pot there, and then recognising as the board ran out a little scarily for someone who may have flatted the 7-5-4 board, that she could maybe get them to fold, or 7-3-4 I should say. Yeah, the lady has game.
Really appears at home in her natural environment, so to speak, David. Just a comfort level being exuded, and not in that way that kind of vibes in a compensatory manner, but really just authentically right where she wants to be, on a feature table, under the lights. A lot of chatter, a lot of table talk.
Like
Yeah, definitely.
well, this time it's
taken up the mantle of table captain, I believe.
higher, yeah.
No doubt. And note that Ivanov, everybody just witnessed him get to showdown with Jack-9 offsuit after opening. Here he is at the top of his range with Ace-King. Could end up getting some patronage that he might not have otherwise.
We're going to see a big multi-way pot here, one would suspect. Stoyanov has a squeeze contender, actually. Again, picking up on what you said there, Ali, maybe recognizing that Ivanov's opens can be a little on the loose side. And there's
there
maybe
it is.
some dead money lying around out there now.
Yeah.
Well,
Nice move.
as you said, Ivanov at the top of his range this time, and aware of that loose image, will probably feel very happy with this ace-king, feel like it's not necessarily premium stuff. It mightn't be a pocket pair even, it could be a hand such as ace-jack and ace-5 suited come to mind on the light side. I guess he's going to go for a 4-bet, a small 4-bet makes the most sense given the relative stacks of him and Stoyanov, who are the two main people to consider in this hand. I would predict a bet something in the region of 65 on the way now, maybe 70.
And the cream appears to have risen in terms of pre-flop hand class as the 4-bet to 54,000 just shed the ducks and that ambitious 6-3 suited that wanted to get in there on the button. Sheds the ace-jack as well, and you see sort of the advantages of being willing to get in the mix with a hand like Jack-9. A 3-bet that
remember me.
perhaps wouldn't have otherwise come in from the ace-jack. I'm not suggesting with zero frequency, but ushered maybe toward that side of the decision tree.
For sure, I think a lot of players would have considered flatting the ace-jack in the small blind in another world. I actually think Stoyanov correctly recognized that the best use of a hand like that was to take it as a 3-bet candidate. Obviously, he can get called by a couple of worse hands. He can get called by a couple of hands that are flipping, and he can use the power of having the betting lead to win some of those pots post-flop as well. Also, it could have just got the job done and worked as a squeeze in and of itself. But he did run into it on that occasion. I have enough. Picks up another one.
Yeah, northbound in a real way is his stack. And I think it's worthy of mention as well, David, that if you are going to 3-bet that ace-jack, you also have to have the discipline to step away from it when you meet the sort of resistance that was issued there from the ace-king.
Absolutely, and even to an incredibly small sizing in the end. I was there advocating for maybe 60k, 65k.
Yeah.
He actually came with 54. A
27
pure click,
more.
really, yeah.
One time.
Krasilnikova adding to her riches there, almost up to the 300k mark. Remember, average stack right now, something around 200k. These guys buy in for 100.
One time to each of us, or totally one time?
One time I
Ali mentioned there was a few very, very big stacks. I think there was 4 or 5 stacks in the room around the 600k mark when the day began. Those people have made real progress on day one. We will try and bring you some information from the outer tables as the days go on.
To have a new player, having taken the empty seat here at the feature. Efforting information for you. Saderi.
It's some trap.
Speaking of outer tables, I just got a message here from the esteemed Jack Sinclair, obviously former WSOP main event winner in Europe, main event final tableist in Vegas. And these days he just comes second, third or fourth in most of the big 1K fields he plays.
Trying to stay under the radar, huh?
Yeah. But he just sent me a message saying there's actually a technical error that that he's recognised, Ali. We might have to address this. He said, I'm on some table without any cameras on me. What's going
that
on?
does appear to be an oversight by our production crew. Jack Sinclair without a camera.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Multiple cameras.
Multiple seems a bit rich. We'll give him one. Meanwhile, look at Nina really stepping up her activity level here, David. Queen 3 suited. And remember, she did kind of plant a seed of sorts with Ivanov, who limped in and saying, is it a trap? When you ask the question and then you are still willing to raise, might you be able to leverage the speech play into looking stronger than you are?
Let's play poker.
Let's play poker, she says. Yeah, I think we've got 2 players here most likely to tangle given the previous. This could be fun.
And look at their stacks, by the way. 265K ahead. And the queen high board. Krasilnikova with top and bottom pair. First it was the 8-4. She made a full house. Her timing has been impeccable.
Didn't you say she was a sorceress at the beginning?
Well, she alleged that the dealer was a sorcerer, but perhaps she's tapped into this sorcery to benefit.
Yeah, I think Ivanov did read it as strong and was hoping to pure set
You
mine
will
there
see.
and maybe get paid had he connected his 5.
Good fold. Good fold.
Good fold.
No, she's not being cheeky.
After 1 hour and 10 minutes, you will see.
Great stuff.
Seems like she knows how a stream works. Do have a bit more for you on our newcomer. It is Hassan Saderi. Turning to the Hendon mob. Find some information on Hassan. Not showing any results for him, David, so perhaps newer to the scene and perhaps not, perhaps just flying under the radar.
1 minute.
Well, if Queen
It'll
3
take 3
suited
minutes,
is
4
good
minutes.
enough, one feels King 5 suited qualifies.
Well, you can't check just yet. Wrapping her fingers
Wait.
as she deliberates. And then raises it up to 5,500. She's got a real table presence about her, and I'm not certain it's the easiest to get a beat on. But Hatefi on the button. He's got a beat on Ace Jack. And Amir Hossein, 3 bets to 13,000.
We see the small 3-bet being deployed once again by Hatefi, who is laying an incredibly
so
good price
much?
here to Krasilnikova with a suited king. I could imagine
I have
a world where
so-so.
she continues here.
7 dues never lose.
In fairness, to
Let's
this
try.
price, I think you have to continue.
We're here for have, we are here for have some fun. 7 dues never lose.
Oddly, she just
How much is that?
said why so much as though it was just a natural reaction to being 3-bet, but truly the sizing was not of any real consequence. And so Nina does make the call. Will be out of position and without any help on a Queen 8-4 board, but that same fact remains for this Ace Jack, and without a spade, things are a touch awkward.
Well, he's opened the door for some bluffing from
Why are you
Krasilnikova now,
checking?
potentially on a turn card.
Why did you check?
Because I have 7 dues?
She asked him why he checked it. He asked her the same question. Fair enough.
Back at you as that second queen
Oh,
yields
and-
another check and gives Krasilnikova queens and 5s and no hesitation. She just comes out barreling, 3rd spade. She obviously removes the flush draw from Hatefi's range and decides he doesn't have any pair. Really targeting a hand exactly such as this one with this bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace Jack, Ace King. He has played it just to get to showdown, and I do wonder if this bet might have come had the 5 not arrived. One feels, given Krasilnikova's keen awareness of table dynamics, it may well have. She sows seeds verbally with her opponents too. There's definitely some fun gamesmanship at play. And yeah, tough spot for Hatefi. He's pretty high up his range that would check back 2 streets here. Dare I say, there is always the tendency to profile female players as less likely to bluff. My experience is that actually they bluff just as much as everyone else, but some players do profile women in that way and occasionally open the door for themselves to get taken advantage of. Obviously not so in that case. She did make the 5, but
really just keen awareness of that specific situation there on display from Nina, who has been very impressive, and not really a mystery how it is she came upon her big stack, is it?
no, not at all. She is living somewhat dangerously with her opening ranges, but once we get down the street, she does seem to have a very good handle on where she is.
And I think those players who have that sort of keen sense of awareness are able to open up their pre-flop ranges, experiment with other parts of the deck, because they just navigate so well post-flop.
Absolutely. Does take a handoff this time. So we see action get round to the button.
In the high roller circuits, you're accustomed to players having somebody in their camp who's serving as a spotter on the streams, kind of apprising them as to what's been going on in hands of note or interest. Here, I suspect not so much. You're going to have to do your own bidding.
Yeah, we certainly saw it on previous streams. Players stepping away from the table, obviously, to check their phones, maybe talk to their friends on the rail who are in the room, maybe watching the stream from their phones to get that kind of information. These guys not allowed to take out their phones at the table, but of course we can't commandeer, sequester their electronics. So if they do take the phone out of the pocket and want to step away, they can. And that is important information to get. You know, at this point now, the early part of the stream will have taken place. If there were a couple of early bluffs, a couple of lighter opens, shall we say, things indicative of giving away player tendencies, player styles. All very important information to pick up. Also remember, even when these guys leave our feature table, they are still going to be playing together for the next 6 or 8 hours perhaps. So it does benefit them to pay attention to what's happening here while the cards are up.
Yeah.
I always think that's a very interesting phase of play in a tournament where you've been put on the feature table for a 2-hour block, and then you go back to your regular row table with no cards, but you've had a glimpse into what they're doing.
A peek under the hood, so to speak. And that peek would definitely shed light on just how frisky Nina has been in terms of her hand selection. 7-5 suited on this occasion, getting after Guarini's big blind. A suited king will defend. And she promptly flops a flush draw here. Nothing on the stovetop for Guarini.
Interesting, she decides to check back there. Going to be very deceptive here with her flush as she makes it on the turn.
No waiting. And no biting either from Guarini.
She's a little bit unlucky that he has no piece of this.
You will see. You don't believe me? How come?
She tells no lies.
Okay.
very cool that she elected to check back
In
there.
1, 2, 5
That would have
hand,
got her paid handsomely on a
raise,
number of
they
runouts
fold, I believe.
after she makes
No,
her
it's true,
flush,
you
and would
will
have
see
been,
after
as you can see from players around her
If
who
you
don't
see
believe
a
that she has a
block,
flush
then
there,
what can we do?
would
Lie here because after
discount the possibility of her checking back a flush draw on the flop. I think it's really good poker.
Oh,
Well, certainly those sorts of hands and lines stand in contrast to what the expected procedures would be. And Krasilnikova really starting to emerge as top class here at this featured table. She and Ivanov have done well for themselves with one level under their belts. Lavrentini, in contrast, just continuing to be whittled away, have not had an opportunity to participate really in any hands that I can remember.
Yeah, card distribution can be a little unkind at times, but it is a measure of a player to weather periods like that. That is poker in a very real way, and having the patience to just not get involved when the cards don't allow it. A very important skill. As the blinds are up, 1500, 3K now with the 3K big blind ante. 3 more levels of late registration in this one, so you can see there top right of your screen that number ticking up ever so slowly. 657 now. You're getting very close to the 2 million mark in the prize pool, implying a first prize something in the region of 300K. Obviously we won't have those numbers for you until late registration closes, but yeah, 300K plus looking very much on the cards.
So ace-3 for Mizrahi will defend the big, as Atefi and Sadeghi join him. 10 in the window is a lovely development for Amir Hossein with the king 10 suited. Backdoor hearts available as well. Bottom pair for Mizrahi. Peeks back at his hand, checking it over. Now the opener, who let go of that ace-jack against Nina, understandably. Much different proposition here as he is connected with the flop and goes to work for 12,000.
Yeah, I wonder when it gets back to Mizrahi, will the fact that it's 3 ways, Atefi betting into a couple of opponents, mean he can ditch the bottom pair even with the good kicker? Yeah. You don't like calling and then folding when you do make a pair, but it does feel a little tricky there. Always tricky to play those bad aces out of position. Obviously you're compelled to do so heads up, out of the blinds. Sort of mandatory defends really against most sizings, but multi-way they are hard to realize with. And realization is so crucial. It's not just those numbers we see on screen with cards up coverage. You got to be able to actually get to showdown and win the pot that percentage of the time to justify it.
Nine, 7 suited. Furkan surveying the landscape, ultimately laying his hand down. Knee has just been so card dead
tight fold.
here at the feature.
Yes, nice ball.
Fold it around to the button where we find an ace deuce for Guarini.
Decent spot to 3-bet here for Mizrahi.
Oh my gosh.
King 3 easily into the muck as it comes back over to Guarini. And it's been a little bit of a trend of late, not suggesting that it's what we'll see on this occasion, to take those ace and wheel combos, deuce through 5, and 4-bet them.
Yeah, should this be an ace deuce of diamonds, I think Guarini would almost certainly do that. The ace deuce off, I wonder if he will just decide to pitch it.
And the thought process, in part, I assume, has to do with blocking your opponent's ace-x combos.
Yeah, and then the suitedness just gives you those maybe 3 or 4 extra percent that, you know, help out, and you do get called by a hand that's dominating you. Yeah, I guess solvers have taught us a lot. That's probably something we picked up in the pre-solver era. Give humans credit for that one, recognizing the value of those blockers and the value of those sorts of hands. The ace-5 suited being used in that way became very, very in vogue in the maybe like 2012, 2013 period, even before that, to be honest.
Indeed.
People recognizing the ways in which those particular holdings were special. Can't give the computers credit for everything. Although they have influenced so much of poker today. Right back on the horse, Guarini will be getting in the mix here.
Yusuf behind on the button rather. Goes right back to work on him once more. As 6 becomes 17, and we see it's ace-6 suited, as both players really with the same sort of hand class that they had a pot ago. Guarini obviously considerably up the ladder with ace-9 suited as opposed to ace-deuce off.
No bluff.
And yet
he's pushing you to open.
Once more.
Yeah, almost like we foreshadowed what might happen if they were of the suited variety, but actually he turned it down in the end. Cut off against button. Obviously not exactly the same as button versus small blind. Maybe dynamically feeling as though sometimes when the guy does it twice in a row, the second time is stronger. We see it wasn't, in fact.
But sometimes you need to believe.
Top stack currently in the field, 635,000. Kubanichbek, Abakirov. Finally, at long last, David, Lavrentini with a hand he can play.
Yeah, and we'll be keen to get some value from this one. Obviously, 19 bigs. Won't want to do anything clunky like shove it. We'll actually be looking for action, and, well, he might get action from even off here. Ace, queen suited. Probably happy to commit to his stack. Can 3-bet here, even though the positions are early. One caveat to that, I would say, is Ni has shown a great deal of inaction, as Ali pointed out there, so maybe he gets a little more credit now. Evenoff just goes about his business in this aggressive manner and unlikely to give a player too much credit.
That's just business, not personal when you got ace-queen suited.
Very much player dependent whether Evenoff has decided to make this a 3-bet call or a 3-bet fold. I feel like it has to be a 3-bet call. But again,
is it a given though that Ni is going to come back over the top of it? I don't know.
Because of this table, we can leave the table for a smoke or something.
I'd be surprised if he didn't. But stranger things have happened.
Off of 51,000 behind. Certainly would seem the more prudent path to take, create some fold equity.
Also, if there's anyone at this table who might create a 3-bet folding range,
You think that's the man, Ivanov?
I think that might be the man. Doesn't feel great, you know, you're going to get snapped off by better sometimes, but here they go, he's lining them up.
Yeah, and you see the
And he does call
swallow
quickly.
there from Ivanov, who does make the call, was always prepared to potentially be in this sort of situation.
He'll be relieved there. Ace-King was going
Yeah.
to be a large portion of the 4-betting range from me there. To see an underpair is a good result, but he had committed so much.
And you see he's behind, but not by much. 54 to 46% in favor of knee. Whose stack hangs in the balance, and the queen high flop is a very bad one for the 2 10s.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Now the 9 on the turn does give him an open ender.
Never easy, thinks Ivanov.
Ocho.
King, 10, or an 8 needed. And instead, it's the 7. So Knee wraps the table and passes the remainder of his tokens to his left. Fortunately for him, re-registration is still open
Yeah,
should he
Spanish,
elect
Spanish.
to buy back in.
Ocho,
But the
yeah.
Kazakh, who has 282,000 in live tournament earnings,
No, 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 no. The
I
word
know,
is
I
all
speak
done
you speak.
here at the feature.
Speak everything, huh?
Not everything. English or in Spanish?
And another update from the outer tables. I know there is a UK contingent in the chat. Keen to know how
Thank you so much.
their boys are doing. Obviously, Mr. Brown and the Rothschild crew, he's in the mix as well today. But very, very high up in the chip counts now is Ryan Mandara, former Irish Open winner, former WPT UK second place finisher, and of course he made the final table here just a few days ago. Ryan has 335k. He did peak at 400k today, and the handsome Jamie Nixon, 150k. He's rocking 50 bigs right now.
I don't know how to. In English.
Ivanov rocking ace-6 suited on the heels of that pickup with ace-queen. Now Guarini with that king-queen offsuit. And sometimes when you put these sort of spots into context, we are not immune to feeling as though, well, you know, we had to open and fold to a couple of these 3-bets from Mizrahi behind us. We're eager to maybe get in there, reassert ourselves, recenter ourselves.
Yeah, I think against a lot of under-the-gun openers, you could actually pitch this king-queen pretty happily +2, but it feels as though Ivanov's range under the gun is much more like a middle position range, and therefore Guarini reacting almost like it's middle position against button, hoping to 3-bet a hand like king-queen from this seat.
And your assessment of his range coming based on the hands that we've seen at Showdown thus far, or more so a function of the depth of his stack, or maybe the reputation that he already has earned himself?
Well, the depth of his stack is relative because obviously there are a lot of players out there with less, so he has to sort of navigate all the stacks in a way. That's one of the tricky things as chip leader. You have to basically play different stacks against different opponents. I think it's more of a function of his overall style here. He does seem to be just willing to play maybe 10% more hands from all seats.
Does make the call, does not improve, however.
Always queen on the board.
For what it's worth, ace-6 a great hand to include in your under-the-gun opening range here. Very hard to have 6x hands from that seat. You need board coverage, so if you are going to have some 6x for board coverage, ace-6 suited, obviously a great one to include.
No better 6x to hold, I would imagine. King, queen, top pair, almost 40 in the middle.
Yeah, really interesting that Ivanov decided to call here pre-flop, given the seats. I feel like these guys very much feel as though they are two of the better players at the table, two of the more experienced guys, a lot of online experience with both of them, and maybe, just maybe, realize that they've got a tussle here.
Well,
Prompt check fold from Ivanov, as with 1.5 SPR, Guarini goes to work for 12,000 and takes it.
you just a C flop. 16.
Yeah, I always do that.
Okay.
I just look, then fold.
Nice decision. 16 just a C flop.
No, queen, I
When
go.
Guarini was very short on our final table the other day, it was very noteworthy a couple of the folds he made a fantastic fold with pocket sixes in one spot
You
where he
think he had
recognised there
queen?
wasn't enough fold equity
Queens.
on a
I don't
3-bet
think.
shove. He also was really willing to use ace-x hands off very, very shallow stacks as blocker open, so like
Queen, you have
ace-6 suited
Queen,
type of
queen?
Sure.
things,
I mean, what else?
ace-7 off, hands of that
You're welcome.
nature were opened with a view to folding
Well,
to
no.
further action off stacks where maybe people would feel like you're all in or fold. So certainly a player who can play all the stacks, likes to find all the pressure points, all the ways he can get people maybe out of their comfort zone. Shallow, well, we see now after that pot, he's not going to have to play shallow. He's now back in the 30 big blind zone.
Ace-7 suited. The raise to 6,000, picking up Nina from the hijack with this 10-8 off, and unfortunately for her, Stoyanov has 2 8s wired. Now Ivanov with the big stack. Remember, he opened with a Jack-9 earlier, but decides he doesn't want to make the call from the big. Able to close the action. You at all surprised by the laydown? Not a great hand, obviously, but... Oh, he's going to be regretting it instantly on the 9-9 deuce board where Guarini picks up a nut flush draw, so we would have seen some real action.
Yeah. To borrow a phrase from your broadcast, it was cuspy.
Yeah.
It was a cuspy one. Guarini, not flush here. Stoyanov, unlikely to go anywhere on this texture. Cove, it's fair to say, sort of a little optimistic here, a little splashy here on the hijack. No need to play a hand like this, to be honest. And she's wrapped around the 9, obviously, but I strongly suggest it would be following good money after bad to continue, and she does let it go.
Stoyanov does not improve on the turn. Doesn't need to, though. He's ahead of this ace high, and we'll see how Guarini chooses to approach the turn with 45.5 in the middle off of 88K. Is he going to look to set up 2 more streets of betting in the event he's unimproved, David?
Yes.
Everybody knows.
This is a theoretically
because if he
interesting
wasn't
spot
such a
because you want to have almost a 50-50 split in your frequency here between times you bet and times you check, because you want flushes to be in both ranges. He does go for the aggressive line.
And the thing for Martin, if he makes this call, it is not lost on him that a pot of almost 90,000 and 66 back for Guarini, he could very well be facing the rest of it on the river.
Yeah,
This
Guarini probably has more 9x in his opening range than the flatting range would contain. It won't be very much more likely this is a battle of pocket pairs, and Stoyanov obviously feeling like he has to get sticky on this street, probably deciding he would fold.
And that street does bring the nut flush for Guarini. And I think that's going to make the path to the exit far easier for Stoyanov here, because if we assign a hand class of bigger pocket pairs and flush draws to Guarini's range here, now the flush draws also have a speed. And the 9x, of course, already had a speed, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think the shoving range from Guarini here will contain hands like queens and jacks, because he won't want to set up a negative free roll. A situation where he would be willing to call it off with those hands but not get value from some hands he beats. So that does make it, exactly as you said there, Ali, a much easier decision. Flushes got there and the big pairs would still do the same thing. So he's very low down on his range now.
You know, selfishly, I always wonder if the brick rolls off, how does it play out? Because it's a bit more of an interesting spot for both players.
Definitely, I think it could be still a fold to the third barrel. It feels like 8s is a call twice, fold river sort of value hand. That's not to say that there won't be an occasion where you're bluffed. I think you will be, but that's probably the relative strength. Again, played very well by both players across the streets, just a very high standard.
Bulgarini's Hendon Mob results date all the way back to March of 2012, believe it or not. He looks a bit too young to have results dating far back as that, but he has cobbled together many results over the course of that decade, including some at the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask him about his moisturizing regimen.
Yeah, he does have a glow about him, doesn't he?
And
It could just be winning pots that's doing it.
Or maybe he started at 18. That might just about make sense too.
Mizrahi's pocket fives, picking up Sadegi's Jack 10, which is unimproved on an Ace 9-4 board. We'll see how Yusuf elects to approach this texture.
Like a c-bet here from Mizrahi. It's his board. Obviously, he only has the underpair to the ace and 9. He does have the 2-3 working for him, and much more importantly, he's much more likely to have an ace and can represent here. Oh, interesting. So, to what is admittedly a small sizing, just around the 1/3 mark, Sadeghi is going to peel one off. Does connect in the way that he would have wanted to connect, a way to make a strong hand here. 8 will make him straight now. It was a sticky and somewhat optimistic flat from Sadeghi, but will Mizrahi pawn the brakes, or will he target hands like weak 9s, some 4x for a mergy bet?
Bit of a stop and go as it goes check, check on the turn, and now the bet of 10,000.
So Sadeghi's bet very much designed to fold out a hand like pocket fives, maybe a king queen or a king jack. Obviously he has no showdown.
Would he take that line with a 9?
He might block her a 9 as well, yeah. Having been checked on the turn. Interesting. The flop call was the really interesting part of that hand. I guess that signaled his intention for larceny on a future straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Mizrahi a little bit annoyed with that whole development there.
Yeah, small pot, but clearly lingering in the mind.
You know, oftentimes we presume that the check call on the flop there is a float designed to take a pot away on later streets, but we don't see the follow through from a player. Not so on that occasion. Sadeghi, recognizing Jack high was never going to have any showdown value, fires, takes it down. Well done. Fair play. 2 black 6s now for Mizrahi. Back in the saddle, and perhaps an excess of activity for Krasilnikova's tastes as she targets him with 7-5 suited. And bit of a spot here for Amir Hossein Hatefi, who I think recognizes that Krasilnikova is a bit wily. Could that embolden him?
Yeah, again, stepping out here, Krasilnikova. Interesting to see in the chat, actually, a little bit of a discussion breaking out about the idea of how the players might be profiling her. A lot of people agreeing with the idea that she is probably getting a lot more credit than she now deserves. People profiling her maybe as someone who would play more passively, and therefore there's more strength to these loose opens and 3-bets. We see that she's been getting away with some daylight robbery.
There is the 4-bet as suspected from Hatefi, and these 2 6s are really going to go from grapes to raisins rather quickly.
I like that.
Just look at Nina's face. She really is self-aware and a bit suspicious of what Hatefi's up to, but 7 high is 7 high at the end of the day.
Yeah, I feel like he's laid her a very good price here for the 4-bet, but a lot of chips will be in this pot. And it will set up a sort of an uncomfortable stack-to-pot ratio for Krasilnikova, who won't be sure whether she wants to make a pair or not, and maybe hoping more so to draw to the straight and flush potential of her hand.
Well, she does end up making the call and does not improve. Ace 10-4, but to be fair, Hatefi with just a Broadway gut shot and an inconvenient ace of hearts out there, which he will certainly seek to represent, but how often is ace X in his 4-betting range might be the thought.
Yeah, he's definitely got to continue here, represent the ace king, ace queens. He can go really small though. That's the good news for him, is that while he has a mandatory continue, he can literally go 20% on this texture. He goes for a little bit bigger than that. He goes for more like a 35%er, it looks like. But
I was better.
gets the job done in this instance.
Nina claiming that she had a better holding than Hatefi as the jousting continues post her check fold. Like what I'm seeing out there, David, in terms of quality of play from this field.
Yeah, and another characterization consistent with what we saw during the warm-up coverage the other day is everyone playing well, but also a propensity to play a little looser. Everyone playing well, but a little looser than is maybe optimal, which from a TV point of view makes for extremely enjoyable viewing.
Sure.
Straight back in the saddle, Krasilnikova under the gun now with 4s. Not one to be put off, having lost the last pot.
It is a very basic sort of response, though, that players do have when someone's involved in a pot where they've been 3-bet or perhaps even 4-bet and forced to check fold, and then they get right back in the saddle in the next pot, as to whether or not the open is tethered to frustration or if it's tethered to hand class. As we see a 3-bet this time from Furkan Beg, posing the question, Sadeghi, a stopper on the button with King 10 suited.
Oh, we are playing street poker now.
Yeah, we are.
And I think in a sense, the Krasilnikova induced dynamic at this table is the one that is sort of taken the ranges maybe off their hinges now, and players willing to fire in chips with a lot of wide ranges now. She's
certainly among the catalysts for what we've been seeing in that respect, as the queen high flop is all Furkan Beg, the pre-flop 3-better.
Looks like she's considering a lead. No, it does.
Knuckles over. Should be a fairly simple continue here for Beg, though he might have some questions about what Sadeghi flatted him from the button with. Not entirely sure it's a whole lot of ace-queen or queens plus that we would need to be worried about.
Yeah, that range is a head-scratcher if you're Beg right now. You will be wondering, what am I up against? Probably thinking it's more clustered around medium pocket pairs, 8s, 9s, maybe even 10s. We saw when Sadeghi did something a little unusual a few moments ago, it signaled he was not going to give up easily, but on this occasion, yeah, just not enough of it. I wonder if Krasilnikova, for this price, will peel one. She does have the 4 diamonds in her hand, and she isn't necessarily behind, but it's very dark tunnely out of position, and Beg doesn't have much behind. This is a real test now for Krasilnikova to show a bit of discipline.
You have 2 or 3 green.
We know that this is unlikely to end well for her. She does make the call. Well, Beg, stack to pot ratio here of like 0.6 to 1. He's obviously getting his chips in on any turn. That's what we're about to see now. And the question is, will Krasilnikova now, another undercard to her 4s on the turn, make a very loose call?
She would be ill-advised to do so, but of course, if she thinks these 2 4s are good on the flop, they very much rate to continue to be upon the arrival of the 3 of clubs. Begg with just 56K back. And he's going to put it all in there.
She needs to piece it together now. She's opened under the gun. He's 3 better from early. There was a suspicious flatter on the button, which certainly would have been a player they'd have been worried about. Regardless, she called the continuation bet on Queen 7 deuce. Did get to see the 3 of clubs, which was an undercard to her 4s, like you said, Ali, but didn't get to see a diamond, which maybe provided a backdoor escape hatch. This is a very strong line from Begg, and I think she really needs to piece it together. I would have liked to see a flop fold. I really hope we see a turn fold.
This bet is in the neighborhood of a quarter of Nina's remaining 234.
And she's almost a victim to the dynamic she's created now at the table.
Yeah.
She's made it so that people are not giving her credit. So now she actually has some showdown. She's wondering, could she be being bluffed by someone trying to make a move on her? They are almost certainly the thoughts in her head right now as she ponders some
Would you please bring me a letter?
underpants on the outside
Chocolate
heroics.
and letter, chocolate and water.
She lets it go.
Really happy to see that, I gotta say.
Yeah, would have felt a bit of an implosion if Nina hit click call there. But she's been impressive thus far. Hate to see the wheels come off.
Might be fine.
Were you okay with the flop call?
I think it's close. I think probably on balance, I let it go.
Yeah.
Heads up, maybe she would have to be sticky once with the pair. But it was 3-handed, and it was that weird button overcall of the 3-bet, which signaled a decent amount of strength. So for Begg to have continued into that player as well,
Right.
I think was a bit more legit.
Yeah, agreed. Those sorts of curiosities, I think, fare better heads up out of position than they do in that particular scenario. But nevertheless, we roll forward with Sadeghi limping the suited connector from the cutoff. Now a middling ace for Guarini on the button. He'd like to dine alone as he 4X's to 12,000.
Yeah, interesting to see Sadeghi deploy the limp here.
Jack 10 offsuit for Nina is going to defend the big, and more suspect behaviors are beginning to be displayed.
I was going to say that will almost certainly bring in Sadeghi for a great price on a suited connector, but he actually lets it go. Lets these two battle it out.
He would have flopped the best hand with middle pair on this Queen 7-5 board, where as it stands, Ace 8 is in the lead. $8K bet does get called, and Krasilnikova binks a jack on the turn. Was that a check? Looked a bit like one, but not certain if she was just adjusting her hand. Doesn't appear that it registered as such. She may think that she checked. I don't think anyone else does.
I think you're spot on here, Ali. I think it may be Has to clarify now. Guarini. Oh no, he has bet.
Okay. Apparently I'm spot off, as the case were. Pardon me, 32,000. Does get called as another 64 slides into the middle.
It's going to be very hard for Guarini to empty the clip here. 96 into 111.
You surprised at his willingness to barrel again with the ace-8? Arid river card. I certainly didn't anticipate him firing again. Maybe not assigning much Queen X to Nina's range when calling the 3-bet out of the big, not sure, but in any event, here he is completely adrift with ace high and 111,000 in the middle, and he's going to jam. Nina instantly asks for it to be counted down.
So Guarini obviously reckoning that there are a decent number of weak holdings, so that, you know, Krasilnikova will be in there with some maybe 7/8s, maybe
98?
Queen 10s that she might fold even here. It's very, very aggressive from Guarini, clearing feeling like the gap between her turn calls and river calls is large. Obviously his story gets to stay consistent over all those streets. She flopped virtually nothing, but did turn second pair.
Did she make the call?
Oh,
wow!
Wow!
Good game.
What a boss! What a boss! She made the right decision folding the 4s a moment ago. She made the right decision with second pair there.
Good call.
Wow, what a play from Guarini.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be some real acid reflux in Guarini's gullet on the tail end of seeing exactly what transpired there. The cold call of the 3-bet with Jack 10, the float, the binking of the Jack, and then the call it off.
20 minutes, we will leave, don't worry.
I have a change of that.
Again, the dynamic she has created has meant that she's aware players are playing back at her now with wide ranges. Puts herself in a very big guessing game in these sort of turn and river type scenarios. But to be fair, she got it right on the turn in the last hand, and she got it right on the river this time. Do not try this at home, guys. This is playing with fire poker, but right now she's making it work for her, and she is our chip leader at this feature table. It is really entertaining to watch.
I am still in a bit of disbelief as to what we just bore witness to, but best to move on as we've got more fireworks on tap here with Furkan Beg's red 10s under the gun, making it 6,000 to go, and Amir Hossein Hatefi with 2 9s. Might he be lighting a fuse?
Yeah, Hatefi's preferred manner of proceeding is the small 3-bet. 13 again, we see very small, just over double. And wow, look at this, Ali.
Trouble on the horizon for both of these pocket pairs as Sadeghi wakes up with kings off of a stack of 90,000. How will he proceed? With a 4-bet is the answer to 35,000.
I need to put it here, yes? 35?
You talked a moment ago, Ali, about grapes
I see.
shriveling up to raisins.
Yeah.
These pocket 10s were big grapes.
Yeah, they were plump.
But they definitely do feel as though they have shriveled in value somewhat now.
Withering on the vine.
Yeah, Beg can't really call here and navigate.
Sometimes
It's
we are right,
too
sometimes
shallow
we
and
don't.
too guessing gamey. I think he has to 5-bet shove or fold, and I think it's a great decision to get out there. Clearly, both Hatefi and Sadeghi can be legit. Most likely Sadeghi is legit with the cold 4, let's be honest. And Hatefi can get away as well.
Well, the 10s obviously have the added pressure of Hatefi behind them, which Hatefi himself does not.
Another small factor in this is Sadeghi has 4-bet off a very shallow stack. The more natural bet for him would have been to shove, but he does go for 35 off his 90. So, if anything, that's even stronger again.
Feels trappy.
Yeah, and it feels as though maybe off that stack Sadeghi could have thrown out just a little bit more rope to his opponents, could have gone for something in the region of 26k, 27k.
So the 10s do find their way into the muck as the 9s now deliberate. $22,000 more for Hatefi to call.
And he does find the call. A little bit of news for you guys. We have just hit 2 million in the prize pool.
Finds the fold. Was the line? Did you say finds the call?
Did I
You
say
freaked
finds
me
the
out
call?
for a second. I was like, did I miss something?
I apologize. I meant to say finds the fold. I was too excited about those 7 figures.
Oh, yeah.
These guys are playing for.
Really remarkable when you consider it's just a $3,300 event. And I say just not in a way that is designed to slight it at all, but rather how impressive the feat is to build a prize pool of that size. Just a testament to the level of interest and enthusiasm that not just the surrounding regions geographically, but also, as we've seen, worldwide, the Merit Poker Room has managed to garner, and rightfully so. So Sadeghi off of a newly minted 117,000 with ace-3 offsuit, limps once more. Nina undaunted off of an even healthier newly minted stack of 381. Makes it 6,500 to go.
Well, Nina's making herself a star in this chat at least. There's a lot of love for what they're describing as a gangster call. It was a gangster call.
She showered Guarini in it. Oof. That was an ice-cold bucket of water. Promptly dumped
Wim Hof
onto
methods.
his hopes. Yeah,
Experience.
very Wim Hof-y. Involuntary Wim Hof there for Guarini. Meanwhile, 2 deuces and a jack here as Sadeghi books a date with Krasilnikova to the flop, checks it over to her. A quick check back. He does pick up the wheel draw, as does Krasilnikova on the turn. Players are currently slated to chop this one up at Showdown.
Well, there will be a fear factor from what we've seen before. Sadeghi will not be confident he can bluff Krasilnikova. He's fired out a blocker 5k hoping to buy himself a cheap showdown, and he gets the fold. Wow.
Well, Nina.
After I will see.
Do you want to see all the table?
No, just
Ask me, I will tell you. Don't spend your time.
tell me.
Yeah, I told you, ace. Ace enough.
I have ace 2.
So if you had a good kicker, you will call me. You didn't have, so you did. High card. S high with good high. 3.
I'll take the under on good high.
No, 3.
I have 4.
Oh, really? Bad luck.
They were chopping it, obviously.
Ace 3.
Oh, yeah.
I have ace 4.
I had ace 3 suited. And I didn't, I think you have king down something.
Oh, that's okay.
Ah,
Next time.
Did he say? I
Yeah.
thought you had king
I will tell
dome
you.
something.
Next time.
King
Next time I
Dumb
tell
is
you.
a fantastic way to describe someone's hand. I thought you had King Dumb. May Nina have met her match? Mizrahi opens the King 10 suited.
Raise.
Tremendously entertaining feature table. Glad to have you with us from whatever platform you might be streaming this Merit Western Poker Series from
Exactly.
here in Karania, North Cyprus at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad and David Lappin. Pleased to be bringing you this coverage of day 2 of the $3,300 main event where the guarantee of 1.5 was just
Yes.
broken beyond the $2 million barrier. Nina
play
with ace-jack
poker.
suited. 3-betting and saying, let's play poker as
Enjoy.
Youssef makes the call. And that queen of clubs looked so tasty in the window, but didn't have a second course behind it. As a second queen and 2 spades materialized. Nina snap check back and picks up the Broadway draw on the turn, but Mizrahi has made kings and queens for the best hand.
I like that check from Mizrahi.
Oh, wait a minute.
I changed my mind.
A bet feels like it would have been preferred in retrospect just because this ace of hearts now gives Nina the best hand.
To be honest, from what we've seen of Nina, I don't think we were getting rid of an ace-x hand to 1-bet.
Note the snap fold from Mizrahi, though, on the river.
Yeah, wow.
A lot of times you kind of lament your decision on the turn and then decide as played you got to keep someone honest in case they're value betting light or maybe just bluffing.
Yeah, to not just have a little bit of curiosity there, even to think about it for a little bit longer was impressive in its own way. What a session we've had. What a start to this day 2 coverage.
Indeed.
I know we changed the lineups every 2 hours, but I kind of want more of these guys.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't agree more. They've certainly given us plenty to be entertained by. Not least among the entertaining characters. A late comer to the feature. Sadeghi with 10-9 offsuit. Tefi with the ace-jack out of the small. Mulling it over. Choosing to flat on this occasion from the small blind, David, so obviously more than one gear in his ace-jack transmission. And he comes up quite nicely on the jack high. 2-heart flop, where his check draws a barrel of 5K from Sadeghi, who's got the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, small blind range is very different from big blind ranges in these types of situations. So Tefi will be in there with something somewhat more legit.
Check raising to 20,000.
Annoying for Sadeghi here, who was hoping to buy, at the very least, a cheap turn and look at this good shot. Backdoor flush draw. It's a little funky when you get raised as the uncapped pre-flop aggressor here, but I don't think this would be a good continue.
Yeah, 15,000 a bit too rich for the gutty. From a man who we saw float earlier with the Jack-10 against Mizrahi.
Yeah,
Take the pot away on the river.
Interesting the raise there in that spot. I think a lot of players would expect to see a flat. I think mostly a function of the really small sizing chose by his opponent. He basically felt as though he wanted to charge him to crack his jack. Here we see the next feature table here.
The chosen ones. And is that Nee once again going to be joining us? Hang tight. It looks like indeed Lavrenti Nee bought back into the event after going bust with 2 10s against Ivanov at our featured table. He's going to book another date with us.
To bust twice on the feature table on the same day, actually
Now,
one level apart.
would you
would
ride
be
the broom on the man like that? Come on.
I'm just saying it's a lot more pressure now on that poor
Russian
man
accent, don't bluff.
than anyone would wish for.
A dash more on the heels of you having mentioned it.
Don't bluff. It's yours
Let
or
me just
mine?
put my scythes down.
I think you. I don't think.
Mr. Reaper in the building.
About 5 more minutes on the clock, guys. Expect this hand and one more, maybe two, if our usually exquisitely fast dealers.
Not just our exquisitely fast dealers, though, David. The pace of play has also been remarkably impressive. I, for one, am not at all accustomed to seeing this sort of brisk clip at which all decisions appear to be being made by various levels of skill and familiarity with the game. Stoyanov perhaps feeling a bit bored with King 6 suited. Goes to work, picks up Furkan's pocket fours and the 7-3 offsuit of Sadeghi, which turns into the best hand on this Jack-High Rainbow flop.
Yeah, definitely one of those spots where everybody has maybe just enough of it to not bet. Everyone with a middle strength holding. Beg. Under pair. Probably wary of that texture. That's hard to miss, really, if you think about it.
Sure. Nice turn card for him, though, as he picks up the open ender. Note, Sadeghi does pick up a spade draw and a gut shot, so clearly more than enough for him to go to work into 24,000. Sizings from him have been much more on the small side, and we do see again 11,000 here.
Yeah, I like this bet here. I think he's choosing his own size. Nobody bet the flop, so there's not likely to be a jack about. He obviously wants to get to the river because he can improve. He has a hand that is happy to go one street unimproved and would definitely bet again if improved. So I quite like this decision. And as you said, Ali, the small sizing, well, it's going to bring in the pocket fours here.
And he does make spades on the river, but
Ooh.
decides to check it to Beg, and might Beg feel as though there's a chance here to pick up what appears to be a free 46,000 if you read this for sort of the weakness that it exudes.
Yeah, Beg obviously more drawing to his open ender than he was hanging on with the value of his pocket fours.
Yeah, and this is turning his hand into a bluff, a bet of 31,000, and Sadeghi snap calls and shows the spades, and this is going to come as a bit of a surprise to...
Flash draw?
Savage execution there from Sadeghi.
Yeah, really impressed by that. Note, though, that he did flat call, so...
Four, because he got four, I was straight.
Yeah, obviously felt that
And
there
Puyol
was
was
the outside possibility that he was up against a better flush. Decided
Dominate.
to savagely
No chance.
induce a
From
bluff
flop, they have
from
no
I
chance.
have this hand.
his opponent.
Last time.
Beautifully done.
Thank you. First.
Maybe had
What
Beg
for?
come with a
Hit seven.
smaller size, the raise
didn't
would have been
count
present, but
seven.
31
Was
deemed
loose.
I had
With
fours.
my hit up 7.
an adequate
time
amount
you-
to play for
I
on the
didn't want any
end,
cards.
with 7 high
I don't
spades
know.
by Sadeghi.
You know.
Those ones sting, by the way, if you're Beg.
They sure do.
What happened? My turn?
Yeah, I will pay. Yes.
Black fives now for Beg, a click forward from the fours of a pot of go, which did not yield any profit.
Call.
So again, we go three-handed.
Queen. Queen.
Sadeghi
Always
and
queen, you
Mizrahi,
see?
the customers.
Every hand, queen. Means something, I think. How do you think?
Nina appears to have picked up on a pattern. She strikes me as the kind of gal that would tell you about a baccarat system that she has. You know what I mean? A roulette. No, I have a system. 10K, the follow through from Furkan.
You have 3 grand?
Yes.
Yeah, I really like this decision to c-bet. Obviously, queen 6, a harder board to hit than a weather texture or an unpaired board. I think he needs to protect his hand. He can represent stronger than it at the same time. Always the dream situation, really. And yeah, very well done. Denies equity.
Sadeghi's got a bit of a menacing table
Ace, 9, something.
presence about him. Just keeping an eye on the field there, dressing him down a bit. You know, obviously a physically domineering stature as well. All these things in live poker, elements that when you got a mouse in your hand and a monitor between you, you don't have to contend with, but they do factor in for some. I kind of like the way he's been carrying himself here.
Yeah, I think we've got quite a few characters on this table. I hope we will see quite a few more feature tables featuring these people over the course of the next couple of days. I hope they make some deep runs, continue to entertain us.
Stoyanov now with King Queen suited. In raise
Left
open.
hand to be TV star. After
Oh,
that,
my
Sadeghi.
big blind. Oh.
Flats from the button. Nice little ace deuce suited. Awaits Mizrahi in the small.
I don't see my cards yet. No, right?
Okay.
How much?
6.
6? Okay, I pay. I have enough chips to pay 6. And I have good hands. How many levels today? Maybe 9.
Party joined by both
Again,
Youssef
queen.
and Nina
You
as it
see?
comes Queen 9-3.
Again, every board, queen, 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 queen.
And Nina's theory appears to be galvanized courtesy of this board.
What, you have queen? I don't believe you.
Well, she and Mizrahi both check over to Stoyanov, who promptly fires with top pair. Sadeghi mulling it over.
Блефанул неудачно.
Really, with 2 players behind them, these 4s need to find the muck, and they do.
Look,
Never mind the 2 overcards.
good hand for 6,000. Yeah, okay, okay.
And that's it, Ali. I believe we have ticked over.
King.
We have indeed. Racks being distributed here
А мы на разные столы?
at what will now have to be referred to as our former featured table, as our new crew will be ushered in to our stage. Nina Krasilnikova, who came into this featured table with 237,000, did well for herself, moving all the way up to 389. Ivanov was second in chips to start, also managed to cobble together some profit. Hatefi making a nice move as well, as we welcome you back inside our commentary booth here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Once again, Ali Nishad and David Lappin. And for you, David, I'm curious, what was the theme that emerged, or the story of the first 2 stanzas?
Well, it was the Krasilnikova show, to be honest, but that isn't to say that there weren't some cameo roles filled in along the way. Stoyanov, Ivanov, and Sadeghi there towards the end as well, certainly playing their part. What a dynamic that table has. Like I said to you there a moment ago, I would really love to follow those guys around for a while and watch the rest of their day. But we are going to have a new group of players.
We will indeed, and a new blind level, which will be the 3rd. Only 2 more levels of registration left here on day 2 of this $3,300 main event. David and I are going to step aside, and let's hope that it's not too tough an act to follow for our next crew. Keep it close, though. Our stream continues after this. Cutoff, elected to come along, and what a fortuitous development this was.
My hunch is that Kodinov will put very, very few 8x hands into Krysilnikova's range here.
Oh, and this could be a trouble card for him, depending on whether or not he elects to leverage his range and try to represent the ace of clubs, or perhaps give Krysilnikova credit for a ace middling sort of card, ace Broadway combo that she didn't necessarily want to inflate the pot with, but was happy to come along with.
Yeah, I was about to say my hunch is he will go again, and that is what he's going to do. The reason being is that he will identify that, yes, maybe, just maybe, Krysilnikova might have an ace-queen that she would have got sticky with for 1 street on the flop, but much more of her range when she calls pre and calls again on that flop are going to be hands between 4s and 7s, maybe even pocket 9s, and obviously that ace being another scare card he can represent. Well, she's bowed up, and he is left probably in a spot where I feel he should shut down now. We'll see now if he goes for the triple. Oh, and it does look as though he's eyeing his chips now. He decides against it. And you can be sure there is a bet. I would
36.
guess on the larger side coming from Krysilnikova. She will be targeting some ace-x that maybe took this line. Quick fold, obviously, from Kodinov.
House.
Believe.
Next you can see.
Well, even if they believe her, they won't believe it was 8-4.
Just a dynamite bit of timing out of Nina.
Well, half the registered field already out of this one. The magic number, sort of, is definitely around the 680, 690 mark. That's the point at which we hit 2 million in the prize pool. I imagine we will certainly get to that number over the course of the next 3.5 hours of late registration. Great field again, huge warm-up field, more than doubled its guarantee, and this one looking like it's going to get to 2 million.
Maybe.
I think the room has done a nice job of sort of recognizing the sweet spot in terms of buy-in that's approachable enough and allows, in fact, many of those who cashed in the warm-up event to take a shot that they might not have otherwise. Parlay, perhaps.
Absolutely, and lots of satellites firing off once, twice a day for the last few days as well, so people can find those cut price routes in as well.
Pocket sevens rearing their head once more this time. They will find their way to a flop as Guarini's Queen 9 suited open is flatted by Furkan Beg. Ace 8 in the big for Ivanov.
Yeah, the more people involved, the more these raggedy, middly aces lose value and become harder to realize, but I think three-handed just about fine.
Nice board texture here for Beg's sevens. 5-5-4 with a couple of hearts. Really nothing to speak of for Guarini. We'll see whether or not being in a three-way pot will make him a bit more bashful.
Yeah, he may go for a cheap stab or he may just knuckle it. He goes for the latter. Beg with an interesting decision now, probably wanting to protect these sevens against likely overcards in the hands of his opponents, but at the same time will be wary that maybe Guarini would play a check strategy with some of his strong hands on this board texture too. And of course, Ivanov, the most likely person to have connected with a board like this. So, does fire in a little 1/3 bet. Ivanov, I think, has to release here. He's got some backdoors, obviously, there with the hearts, the 6-7, the 2-3. He's got a player behind him who he's not sure is capped. He's
Excuse me.
going to maybe
Do I need to switch it off when I go to toilet?
peel one off here. He does. Obviously getting a very good price and not closing the action, which was sort of the crucial point for me. I do wonder if he feels as though his ace high could be good some small proportion of the time as well.
I think that's going to center around just how often he thinks this pre-flop flat from Beg is associated with cards that yield a straight draw here or hearts. The latter would seem more plausible. Beg going to check back. Neither player improves on the river. Of course, Ivanov, the one that needed improvement.
So if Ivanov does find a bluff here, having been checked on the turn, it will be a tricky little spot for Beg because the king and the jack of hearts will be in the mix there if it was a flush draw.
Did seem like he thought about it, didn't it?
Yeah.
In the end.
It's a dark tunnely sort of bluff because you don't really know what you're repping. I guess you are sort of repping maybe the king high flush draw that got there here on game theory optimal sort of simplified. And I guess the easiest way to sort of apply a game theory idea to this one is that the double backdoors or even triple backdoors as that was hands provide opportunities for players to bluff because there's a lot of barreling cards for them to continue a story on a paired board such as that one if they do want to try and barrel their opponents off their holdings. And then of course they can on occasion when getting to a river, if they do end up on a river, make very strong hands, and therefore they are the right hand category to take a line such as that.
Michel Guerini heard from under the gun with Jack 10 offsuit. Somewhat liberal, would you say, David?
Yeah, I think this is a maybe show of intent, much like the one you described very early on in this broadcast, that maybe some players were going to be a little bit looser in pursuit of doubling up, tripling up over the course of the first couple of hours, but also maybe considering it a booby prize to be able to get a fresh stack if things were to go wrong. Interesting board.
Both players with straight draws. Of course, the 7 would be disastrous for Kodanov, and now a very welcome sight in the form of the king of spades for Kodanov, who picks up the nut flush draw after a check back from Guerini with the 2 overs and open ender, which I'm a bit surprised by, but maybe deciding that that board texture was more favorable to Kodanov's defense range.
And I think probably very much eyeing up the idea of a delayed c-bet as well. I think this makes a very good turn bet because you actually have less equity. And the relative equities between you and your villain's hand are a bit more defined.
And there's some king X there that would be happy to check back the flop and suddenly has made top pair on the turn that you can represent as we see him go to work for 8,500. Surely Kodanov won't be finding the muck, but to be determined whether or not he finds a semi-bluff check raise here.
Yeah, he has the opportunity to go for a very clicky raise and then shove rivers if he wants to take the bluff line. But he is getting the right direct price, and when you are getting the right direct price, it's often wise to just take it. You can realize you're not putting pressure on.
Well, he does just take it, but the board pairs and does not give it, and it being the spade, which he needed. Mercifully didn't yield a 7, of course, as we touched on earlier. And that turn call, by the way, David, was a pretty healthy chunk of Kodanov's remaining stack, so this will be a very disappointing development for him.
Yeah, Guerini will be fearing hands like King Jack, King Queen, which will be mandatory check calls here in Kodanov's range, maybe even King 10. But he will also be eyeing up the possibility of a missed spade draw, a missed straight draw, and maybe think, well, I'm at the bottom of my own range here, I should put pressure on my opponent, and that's what he does. So a really well executed turn river bluff there. You said the more obvious opportunity was with those overcards, backdoor flush draw.
David, but Hendon Mob has him with 320,000 in career tournament earnings and making his home in Boca Raton, Florida. So perhaps he has made the trip across the pond.
Maybe he's retired. That's the kind of place you go when you retire, right?
It is, yeah. Or you just go when you want to avoid state income taxes in the U.S. As we see Stoyanov with ace-king. Martin makes it 5,500 to go. And Lavrentini just continues to get whittled away here, unable to find a hand that he wants to go with. Ivanov.
Speak only English. Players
Flats.
using other languages will receive a warning, and if continued, a penalty will
We
be
could have a
applied.
very big multi-way pot
Player
here.
who makes a move
Unlikely
out of
cutting
turn
off
will receive a
3 bets
penalty
over
without
Stoyanov
warning.
here, given how early the open came from. It's possible he might decide to go with his hand. Actually, he does only have 20 bigs.
Yeah, that 53K stack, I think, has everything to do with this choice from Kodanov, as he will rip it in there.
We're going to have our first showdown, Ali.
Stoyanov certainly has the right kit, but this represents a healthy quotient of his remaining stack. So he is going to go ahead and put it all in himself, ensure that Ivanov does not come along. And they're going to see 5 with 2 overs against the pair. A 10% edge for Kodanov's 2 9s.
Spekmart.
And Kodanov's 9s are no longer the best hand on a king-high flop.
Oh yeah.
More nines.
Fade off.
Then
Like a lot.
And the turn doesn't
Nine
change
over
anything
face.
despite improving Stoyanov to top 2.
about the hand.
And the river
Yeah.
will seal Antanas Kodanov's
Last time on the
fate.
TV table, we were 2 Bulgarians as well, and
We won't make the money today. The structure's so good in this one that it's going to be a day 3 bubble. Obviously, we don't even stop letting people walk in the door until halfway through the day. So it's, yeah, almost feels more like that phase toward the end of day 1 because the structure is so good.
And I think players appreciate that, David. Obviously, you know, in any sort of main event, you'd hate to feel as though you're playing a turbo.
Always.
Be careful.
Yeah, although it has been a trend in tournaments over the last 6-7 years to see structures get worse and worse, even in main events, get a little bit faster. It's partly down to the numbers. We are dealing with huge numbers of people wanting to play, and they still want to get the tournament done in 4 days. But it's lovely when, yeah, on a sort of summer camp, or I guess it's a winter camp vibe such as this, and everyone's locked away together on this beautiful resort. They just feel like, no, we can just offer great structures and let people jump in.
From great structures to great boards for Yusuf Mizrahi, who's got this ace-10 converted into top pair, top kicker. Got shot straight draw for Ivanov.
Yeah, I think Ivanov will bet this.
Well, he did start the party and follows through for just 5,500. Fairly downsized into 18.
Ace of spades in the hand of Mizrahi as well. Potentially an interesting card on later streets. 8 of spades being the real action card, should it come.
Instead, it's a jack. So Ivanov getting there the hard way, so to speak. Jumping out in front of Mizrahi.
He will be a little wary of 8-9, the only obvious straight draw on board, but I think he might go for another bet here targeting 10x, 7x, particularly 10x and 7x that have a gooder will be forced to continue 10-9, 7-8, that sort of thing. They will have to call another small bet of around 10k.
$12K, let's call it officially.
And Mizrahi just far too high up his range to let this one go yet. Obviously he knows now that the backdoor won't materialize, but the raw strength of his hand will keep him involved.
Investment made as another 24,000 goes into the middle. And very dry river, the 5 of hearts, which will leave Mizrahi playing the guessing game, provided that Ivanov seeks value.
And I do think he will. It's even plausible that Jack 8 could be in the hand as Mizrahi, something as strong as that. The only hands that beat him are going to be Jack X of spades. So I think we're going to see another bet targeting exactly the hand that Mizrahi has. Always important to have a target hand in mind when sizing your bet here. And I think he will be exactly looking at a hand like King 10, Ace 10, that sort of thing, and thinking, what will they pay?
Yeah, the sort of stuff that he would imagine would have flatted from the small blind pre-flop and found themselves to this river. Lovely bit of execution here from Ivanov. He cobbles 3 streets.
Jack 9 offsuit, you open.
Top pair.
Top pair, middle kicker.
Top pair, good.
Banyuchbek, Abakirov. Finally, at long last, David, Lavrentini with a hand he can play.
Yeah, and we'll be keen to get some value from this one. Obviously 19 bigs, won't want to do anything clunky like shove it. We'll actually be looking for action, and well, he might get action from Ivanov here. Ace, queen suited, probably happy to commit to his stack. Can 3-bet here, even though the positions are early. One caveat to that, I would say, is Knee has shown a great deal of inaction, as Ali pointed out there, so maybe he gets a little more credit now. Ivanov just goes about his business in this aggressive manner and unlikely to give a player too much credit.
That's just business, not personal when you got ace-queen suited.
Very much player dependent whether Ivanov has decided to make this a 3-bet call or a 3-bet fold. I feel like it has to be a 3-bet call. But again,
is it a given though that Knee is going to come back over the top of it? I don't know.
Because of this table, we can leave the table for a smoke or something.
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
But stranger things have happened.
Off of 51,000 behind. Certainly would seem the more prudent path to take, create some fold equity.
Also, if there's anyone at this table who might create a 3-bet folding range.
You think that's the man, Ivanov?
I think that might be the man. Doesn't feel great, you know, you're going to get snapped off by better sometimes, but here they go, he's lining them up.
Yeah, and you see the
And he does call
swallow
quickly.
there from Ivanov, who does make the call, was always prepared to potentially be in this sort of situation.
He'll be relieved there. Ace-King was going
Yeah.
to be a large portion of the 4-betting range from Knee there. To see an underpair is a good result, but he had committed so much.
And you see he's behind, but not by much. 54 to 46% in favor of Knee, whose stack hangs in the balance, and the queen high flop is a very bad one for the 2 10s.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Now the 9 on the turn does give him an open ender.
Never easy, thinks Ivanov.
Ocho.
King 10 or an 8 needed. And instead it's the 7. So Knee wraps the table and passes the remainder of his tokens to his left. Fortunately for him,
Not Spanish.
re-registration is still open
Yeah,
should
ocho is
he
Spanish,
elect
It's Spanish.
to buy back in.
Ocho,
But the
yeah.
Kazakh, who has hand, obviously, but oh, he's going to be regretting it instantly on the 9-9 deuce board, where Guarini picks up a nut flush draw. So we would have seen some real action.
Yeah. To borrow a phrase from your broadcast, it was cuspy.
Yeah.
It was a cuspy one. Guarini, not flush here. Stoyanov, unlikely to go anywhere on this texture. Krasilnikov, it's fair to say, sort of a little optimistic here, a little splashy here on the hijack. No need to play a hand like this, to be honest. And she's wrapped around the 9, obviously, but I strongly suggest it would be following.
And a warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino on the shores of the Mediterranean here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus, where day 2 of our Merit Western Poker Series main event, a $3,300 buy-in that has broken a $2 million guarantee, rolls forward with a new collection of players at the featured table. Ali Najad alongside Irish professional poker player and author Dara O'Kearney. And Dara, as we glance at the chip counts here, amongst the almost entirely new 9 players, Lavrenti Ni was actually at the feature table for the first couple of frames. Who do you notice that you're familiar with from already having covered some of the events, including the warm-up?
Absolutely nobody.
Honesty is the best policy, is it not? Well, listen, there is someone to take notice of, and that is Ali Al-Kubasi with 564,000 in chips, representing a quarter of all the chips in play. And I wish you guys could see Dara shaking his head and pushing his eyebrows up toward the sky as he recognizes just how big a chip lead that is there. Other large stacks are there for him to contend with as well, though, so certainly isn't going to be his and his alone to dictate in terms of the pace here at this feature table and forcing the action. There is Lavrenti Ni. He took 2 10s into battle against an ace-queen for Ivanov and came up short. But here he finds himself back at our feature table.
I'm not sure I've seen anybody ever bust twice on a feature table.
You know, it's funny, David mentioned the same thing, Dara, and
Yeah.
I immediately pounced on him and said, well, don't go riding the broom on our poor friend from Kazakhstan, as we see Fida Hussein, who lists himself as being from Ireland. I thought perhaps might be a familiar commodity to you. Under the gun with these 2 7s, makes it 12,000 to go. New blind level is 1,500 and 3,500 with a 3,500 chip big blind ante.
Yeah, I suspect what's happened there, when we go over to the WSOP a lot, Irish players often get mislabeled as Iranian, because obviously it's alphabetical, and when they see the password and they start typing IR, Iran, I guess is the first thing that comes up. So I suspect that the reverse has happened here.
Possibly. Although I tend to tread lightly when it comes to the profiling part of the
Yeah.
of the job.
Yeah.
He could be from Ireland. You
Oh
never
yeah,
know.
for sure, for sure.
It's a multinational country.
But yeah, but we would be familiar with most of the Irish players, particularly the ones that travel.
Figured as much, as we see some deference from the pre-flop raiser on this queen-high rainbow flop. Chip leader behind him. Flops the gut shot, checks back, does not improve on the turn. 32-5 in the middle, and a second check now from Hussein. And these are the sorts of spots, Dara, where that chip lead begins to show some of its benefits.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Be interesting to see what he does here against a bet.
Mr. Charbel versus Holden 515 sit open. Mr. Charbel.
26 bet.
And Al-Kubasi able to take it down with a barrel. Keeping an eye on the overall chip leaders in the event at this point. We had some over 600K stacks out there for much of the first couple of levels.
Yeah, starting stack in this is 100K, so 600K might sound like a lot, but I mean, and don't get me wrong, it is a lot at this point in the tournament, but it is 6 starting stacks.
Efforting an update with respect to current largest stacks, and it appears that Kubanyachbek Abakirov has reached the 700,000 chip threshold. Yes, he is your overall tournament chip leader for the time being. Now, a raise to 7,000, the minimum, from King 9 suited for Israel's Abraham Passet. Al-Kubaisi with King Queen, hailing from Iraq.
Yeah, tricky enough spot for the King Queen, although we can see that he's in great shape. It's the type of hand which generally wouldn't necessarily be in amazing shape against an under-the-gun raiser. We can see the under-the-gun in this case is pretty much at the rock bottom of his range. King 9 suited is a fine open as well, but yeah, Al-Kubaisi won't feel amazing about his hand.
Turkey's Yusuf Tekin with pocket sixes in the cutoff joins the party. Knee in the small with Queen 9 and gonna get away.
Yeah, not really the kind of hand. Multi-way is much more likely to be dominated as it is on this occasion. In fact, it's doubly dominated.
And in spite of the price, Hussein will decline to participate with that Jack-7 offsuit out of the big, so it'll be a three-way affair with just shy of 30,000 in the middle. 7-5 deuce with a couple of spades, 2 overs, and the flush draw obtained by Passet, who checks it, Dara.
Yeah, it's not really supposed to be his board as the under-the-gun raiser. He obviously has all the overpairs, but this is the kind of board which really should hit the ranges behind more. They have more sets, etc.
As a result, he's keeping with what the expected flow of play might be. And Tekin with the 2 sixes. Probes for 11,000.
Passet could have gone for a check raise there, but he decided to take the more low variance check call line.
Unimproved on the turn. The 5 pairing is not at all unwelcome for the sixes here.
Yeah, sixes feels much better about his hand. 5 really can't have improved Passet.
16,000 now, the sizing. 1/3 pottish.
Yeah, he's getting the price pretty much to call, but when the board pairs, you could be slightly worried that you could be dead already against a hand like 7s.
If 6s are in the range, 7s are as well.
Yeah. Looks like he's gone for the raise here.
Sure has, as he's going to try to represent better than these 2 6s from the jump.
Yeah, he does have all the overpairs, and he has pocket 7s as well, so...
And the awkwardness for Tekin here off of a stack of 276,000 is the call at this point may very well encounter an even larger barrel on the river. So he is going to make this call. Clearly would love to have it checked to him on the river if Passet remained unimproved and waved the white flag. But as we can see here, courtesy of the 4 of spades, that is not at all the case. King high flush for Passet. Incredibly fortunate. We'll see how Tekin 6s respond to the weight of what we have to anticipate is going to be a follow-through.
Yeah, I think he has to bet here because if he checks, it's going to go check-check too often. I'd personally like a small bet here representing an overpair that's maybe a little bit scared now of the flush or the possible straights.
But as we've seen before, when you come with these bigger sizes, there's some real polarity behind it, and Tekin appears to have snap-called him on the river.
Yeah, I wonder what he put his opponent on there that he thought 6s was beating by that stage.
Obviously a bluff, because really the 6 is performing only as a bluff catcher, but when you think about the logical bluffs for your opponent to have had, the spade draw really rates to be amongst the worst of them.
Yeah.
The 2 6s didn't rate to do too well at the end, but curiosity killed at least 115,000 on the river. Never mind the chips before them. Pretty disappointing start to feature table participation there for Tekin, who has lovely taste in timepieces, might I say. If there's any silver lining, we got a chance to feast our eyes on that Audemars Piguet. Onwards we march. That pickup there from Passet, by the way, narrows the gap considerably between himself and Al-Kubesi. Not sure whether or not he actually overtakes the chip lead here at the feature table. And this is going to help cauterize the wound for Tekin, potentially. The king-queen suited. What do you think, Tekin or Tekin? Shame on us. We're here in the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus.
Yeah.
And we can't even piece together.
I'm going to go with Tekin. But
a proper, just pronunciation, as we see.
Yeah,
the ace-10 flatting.
The ace-10 flatting. I quite like that. If you 3-bet that hand, you're pretty much just going to narrow the range to hands you're in bad shape against.
Evgeny Korchagin. And now Hussein.
A real hand here in the small blind. And he's effectively committed himself.
83,000 to start the hand.
So he's put in 40% of his stack.
Sure has. And the 3-bet does get called by the king-queen, which came up empty. And actually, he had more than 83 to start the hand. That was what he had back.
Okay,
so
yeah, that makes sense.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Oversight there.
This should be the end of the hand now.
Then I'm coming.
10 of hearts interacting so nicely with that king-queen.
Yeah. This is the problem when you call this much of your stack. You're just not going to realize your equity even when you get a really good card like that. You're going to have to flop immediate equity rather than backdoors. And another setback.
Really brutal 1-2 punch being dealt to Tekin's stack.
Yeah, this can happen to you in tournaments. You can feel really beaten up, but I mean, it's just two hands. The fact that they came back to back is just variance.
It does, however, begin to formulate some perceptions in terms of the remainder of the field as you navigate the waters moving forward. Players can often think that you're a bit tilted, frustrated, and maybe that blood in the water effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't
and
serve
some
your
players
interests.
will even think that because you're losing all the pots, you're either playing badly or running badly, and that's likely to continue for some reason. Players sometimes overreact to that. We're pattern-seeking monkeys, so when you see somebody winning a lot of hands, they tend to get far too much respect, and when somebody loses a couple of hands in quick succession, the other players often go after them.
Now pardon me, Hussein with 9-7 suited on the button, going to limp in, Dara, and this is fairly ill-advised, although we have seen some top-level pros from time to time employ this particular strategy off of various stack depths. The Jack-10-7 board yields bottom pair and a gut shot. Unfortunately, however, the big blind with 8-9 has flopped the joint. However, after 2 checks on the flop, suddenly Hussein with tremendous equity, courtesy of a second heart on the turn.
Yeah, 2 really big hands now. We have the second nut straight against bottom pair, gut shot, and flush draw. The limp here was interesting because normally that's a play you see at shallower stack depths.
Yeah.
This deep, it's not really seen very often.
So a bet of 4,000 and a call behind it as we go to the river, which is a king, and now suddenly both players are playing a king high straight. Really disappointing outcome for Bravko. But to be fair, Bravko could potentially remove the ace X's from Hussein's range, having limped the button. Nevertheless, he proceeds with caution.
Yeah, both players should have some ace X in their edge, assuming he's not just limping hands like 9-7. But again, then maybe he is. But the small blind in particular, sorry, the big blind would tend to 3-bet pre-flop with an ace, or isolation raise in this case. So it's kind of unlikely either of them has the ace.
Just north of a third pot, the sizing from Hussein over here is Bravko really sick to his stomach about this one. Dynamite flop.
Yeah.
A little bit of an inconvenient turn, perhaps, though we're not so worried about ace-king and probably not king-9 either. But he does make the call and will be relieved that an ace is not brandished by Hussein, so they'll visit the chopping block. Awfully feathery affair here for our dealer.
Yeah.
This is downright avian.
Yeah.
Is she molting?
I wonder. They're going with the whole Western theme.
Yes. Cowboys and Indians,
Cowboys
I suppose,
and
is the
Indians.
angle.
That is the angle. But it's certainly different from the usual dealer attire.
I'll tell you what, it isn't just about the costumes here. Truly, the staff who we continue to praise, and it may feel as though we're simply playing for the home team. By experience, I can tell you that the dealing here at Merit Poker is also top class, really professional.
Yeah, yeah. David and I were impressed during the warm-up. We saw almost no misdeals. Dealers very clear in procedure.
Perhaps a few misplays, but not misdeals.
Correct, correct. It's fair to say this standard of dealing was perhaps higher than the standard of play, at least in the early days.
I am so desperate to get Sechimesh involved in a pot so that I can touch on his deep run in the World Series of Poker main event, which Nick Schulman and I had the opportunity to commentate on. Really impressed with his play and his navigations, and nice to see that he's out here supporting the main event in his neck of the woods, the Turk.
Yeah. So it looks like we were having a limping epidemic now. Takina brought it in for a limp with Queen 7 suited.
It's a felt-born virus.
Yeah, as soon as somebody does it, the other players often think, oh, yeah, I can do that. Particularly happens in seniors events. Often the first pot of the day sets the tone. If somebody 6x's, everybody starts 6xing, and if somebody limps, the whole table starts limping. But the 5s bring down the hammer and take the pot.
Yes, they do. And this again, benefit of having the big boss stack.
Yeah.
You hold the scythe. All fates are controlled by you and you alone. Worthy of note, though, Dara, the registration period is still open for 2 more levels. This one and the one that follows it.
Correct.
Not too often we have registration open on day 2.
Halfway through day 2, no.
Of
It's
an
very
event.
unusual. Often it's start of day 2, but well into day 2 is unusual. I met my friend Jack Sinclair at breakfast this morning, and he had already done 7 bullets, and he was going for the record. And I can confirm that he has now broken his own personal record. He's on bullet number 8.
Well, has he obviously approached it with the intention of taking advantage of the broad rebuy period and
of course,
looking to spin up a big stack by creating a lot of action?
Yeah, it's fair to say that he would take the approach of he's not going to nurse a small stack through in the first bullet. Let's put it like that.
So many Sinclair bucks have been lost in the
many Sinclair bucks
fray thus far.
Yeah,
perhaps a part of the bigger stacks that we see around the room. And the size of those stacks obviously a function of just how many rebuys we're seeing.
Yeah, for sure.
Across the first day and change.
That tends to push the average up.
3-way limp pot, ace 9, 5, 2 hearts. And it is the Jack 9 of Mr. Batbold that is out in front. 3rd heart on the turn, however, and a very nice one for Al Kubasi, who has the gut shot, as well as the lone heart draw in the field.
Yeah, that doesn't dissuade him from betting here. This is quite interesting because the queen is obviously the 2nd overcard to the 9, and as you said, it's the 3rd heart. But he has decided to bet, figuring his hand will be best enough at the time, and he wants to fold out all the random equity multi-way. Another scary card on the river. This probably just goes check check now. Yeah, it does go check check, and he'll be quite relieved to see that his 9 is good here.
And that is Zolbayar Batbold collecting the pot, hailing from Mongolia. Dara.
Yep. We don't see too many Mongolian players. I have a Mongolian friend who used to deal on the EPT circuit, but I haven't run into too many Mongolian players down the years.
I confessed I've gone down the Google rabbit hole, fascinated by the country of Mongolia, looking for fun facts.
Yeah, it's quite the country.
About them. Perhaps we play a little true-false, O'Kearney, shall we?
Okay.
True or false? More than 1/4 of the population of Mongolia live as nomads.
My friend actually came from a nomadic family, so I'm going to say true.
It is indeed true. All right. Mongolia is home to endangered snow leopards. True or false?
This would be quite the thing to make up if it was false, so I'm going to say true.
So that was a read. Yes, indeed, it is true. All right. I'm going to put a pin in that as we have poker upon us once again.
Indeed.
You're 2 for 2, though.
We've gone
a
back
tough
to
customer.
We're going back to raising, which is good to see.
More familiar territory here.
Yeah.
Korchagin with the King Jack.
Ranges are much clearer. Queen 3. I mean, you don't tend to fold too much of the big blind this deep, but Queen 3 is definitely a hand you can let go.
Picks up the pot there. Wearing a San Jose Sharks cap, by the way, from the National Hockey League, a U.S.-based team.
And also it looks like a Pokar badge. Pokar are one of the bigger stables.
Go on.
Online stable primarily. I did some coaching for them a few years ago, specifically on satellites. They have quite an array. They have hundreds of players that they stake online, or at least they had at that time.
Fida Hussein with the ace-jack, making it 12,000 to go.
That's a chunky raise.
Yeah, a little north of the adopted min raise.
Yeah.
So suddenly we've gone from limping to min raising to making it 3x plus.
They're trying everything, yeah. This is almost like watching artificial intelligence play poker. Try everything, see what works best.
Right.
Ace 6 off, not really the kind of hand you want to play, particularly against the 3.5x.
Yeah, Sajamesh keeps it clean with a fold. And Hussein will haul that one in. Understand you had an opportunity to get out and run along the coast this morning.
Did
Dara.
indeed, yeah. I've gone for a run most of the days since I got here. Incredibly beautiful landscape around it, has to be said. The sea is really beautiful as well. I'd only ever been to Cyprus once before, and that was about 10 years ago, and that was South Cyprus. And I did remember that it was very green and very beautiful. But I was contrasting it to Malta, where David lives, very favorably. It's just... it's a lot greener and also a lot less built up.
Also, I mean, just a real cloud of darkness cast over the entire island of Malta by virtue of David's residence on the island.
Yeah, there's been an
must be
exodus
said.
from there. Maybe it won't be overcrowded in a few years to come.
2 black kings here.
We've got the 2. We're back to the 2x now.
Maxim Bravko from Russia. Alkubesi flatting. With Queen 9 suited. Speculative.
Yeah, he is obviously he's got all the chips, so he can play anything he feels like might flop pretty well.
Raising my eyebrows a little bit more is this choice to flat from the small blind with 7-4 offsuit by Tekin.
And crucially only 56k.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Korchagin closed the action by calling from the big. Neither of the blinds connecting with this heavily coordinated 9-10 jack board where Bravko and Alkubasi rate to be the only further participants.
Yeah, Alkubasi obviously will like this flop. He's open-ended, and he's got a pair as well. So he's pulled ahead of stuff like Ace-King. Let's see how he proceeds now. Bravko is going to bet because even though this is a better flop for kings than for aces, because if he has run into a set or two pair, at least he has the gut shot.
And there is the 8-0 waiting for the queen 9, which has downed the 2 kings, but the deteriorating texture is not at all lost on Bravko.
Yeah. Yeah, his hand has just withered up in value now. The 4-liner out there. Any queen or any 7 makes it straight.
From plums to prunes
Indeed.
go these 2 black kings as he checks over to Alcubasi. Earlier I dropped the grapes to raisins line on David, left him a bit smitten. Figured I'd find some other dried fruit analogy to go with in this frame.
Nice. Bravko does look like a man whose kings have just been outdrawn. He doesn't look too happy at all, but at least he should hopefully recognize that king. He does still have the redraw, obviously, with the queen, and that might encourage him.
He's getting 4.5 to 1
Yeah.
plus on the call.
Yeah, the sizing here makes it look... it could even potentially be something like ace-jack that's just betting that size to check back the river. So he's drawing to improvement, or he's drawing to a check on the river.
Well, he's drawing to the 3 of clubs, as it were, which is an unwelcome sight, as the kings are really adrift without a paddle in a 90K pot.
Now the queen 9 has to decide what size to go for. The small size made sense on the turn for a lot of reasons, make it look like an advanced blocker. Now he has to decide what exactly he thinks he's targeting here.
Now the sizing becoming more meaningful out of Alcubasi.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to put ace-jack or this type of hand in a tricky spot. It's very hard to find bluffs here, though.
Agreed.
That's
the flat
issue.
pre-flop, and then the flat on the flop, followed by barrels on the turn and the river, leave those 2 kings feeling pretty displeased as they properly find the muck.
Yeah,
And the rich get richer here at our feature table.
Yeah, good quick discipline fold there. Some players take a long time to mourn the defeat of their premium
The hand funeral. Yeah. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to honor the 2 black kings of Bavko. They lived a short and unprosperous life.
I have
And want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank those of you who are streaming us live on YouTube across various platforms. Pleased to have you with us. Absolutely feel free to engage in the chat. Dara and I are both keeping our eye on multiple things, including the chat.
Indeed, yeah, some familiar... I was going to say faces, but it's not really faces on YouTube.
Handles.
Handles, yeah.
There it is. 2 8s, what Bravko's got a handle on right here. Min raising to 7,000, and the Mongolian finds ace queen suited. Zobayar Batbold.
He brings it in for 3-bet, which I like. If he was in a later position, he could think more about flatting, but
yeah, you want to ensure that you maintain position with the likes of ace queen and not invite opposition to join the party behind you.
Yeah.
Bit of a snowball effect too, isn't it, Dara? Forgive me for interrupting, but once one person flats behind you, it further and further incentivizes thinner and thinner hands to further complicate the procedures for ace-queen moving forward. But as you were saying.
Absolutely, yeah. And we have seen a tendency at this table to flat some really speculative type holdings, like 7-4 off last hand, for example. So at a table like this in particular, when you have a premium like ace-queen suited, you do want to 3-bet and flush those hands out.
Queen high 2 club board. Bravko pumps the brakes. The dummy end of a gut shot facing the 3 overs, and Batbold with the top pair, top kicker combo. Fires 11,000 into 42.5.
I like this fold.
Yeah.
His hand looked better than it actually was. Drawing to a really bad straight, really bad gut shot, in fact, and under pair to the board.
Yeah, so much King X in Botbold's range after having flatted pre. Where do you really go, even if you hit your best card, which you would imagine is the Jack?
Yeah.
The 8 is even troublesome. Given
Even the 8, yeah.
Jack X is looming. Just now noticing we're replete with eyewear. Our cup runneth over, in fact, in the sunglasses department, let alone prescription lenses.
Yeah, this is interesting because in the warm-up we saw almost no sunglasses, but I guess the main event is a slightly more serious affair. There was also a lot more table talk.
You know, you wouldn't know it from our previous feature table. This crew here is a little bit more on the serious side of the spectrum, but we had plenty of banter and speech play, and they were quite fun to cover for David and I. As we see Passett, the Jack 10 suited, raising it up. Al-Kubasi's performed well with Queen 9 already on one occasion, looking to do so again against his man, bookending the suited connector with clubs of his own. Tekin again, off of a very short stack, continuing to speculate. Could be that he's just looking to do so because he wants to either vanquish the remainder of his chips now or spin it up with just a little while left in the rebuy period.
Yeah. Yeah, there was an interesting inconsistency there between the two plays, flatting the 7-4 off. Admittedly, in the small blinds are getting a discount, but 6-5 suited in position seemed like a better prospect. And this is a very hard board to hit, but Passett has hit it.
2 7s and a 10. The pre-flop raiser choosing to check it to the remainder of the field. Nobody bites. Now a king on the turn, and he will barrel. Al-Kubasi not interested in a gut shot with a pair on board and 2 hearts working, and Tekin once again coming up empty. So Passett hauls one in. Poker in Israel is quite popular. Dara, there's
extremely popular, yeah.
Tremendous amount of enthusiasm back in my neck of the woods in Las Vegas from the Israeli expat community, and a lot of them do go home with some regularity, and when they do, they tell me all about home games that kind of pop up here and there, but casinos and card rooms of a sanctioned nature, still not a feature of Israel.
Yeah.
Which seems like it could only be a matter of time, although clearly it's a deeply religious part of the world, and maybe it doesn't fit with the tenets of religion, which would explain things. I would love to open up a card room right there at the in the heart of it, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, we do see a lot of Israelis traveling as well, EPTs and other European events. They're a very, very big contingent.
In fact, a lot of the multinational enthusiasm and participation here at any given Merit Poker Series is by individuals who don't have the luxury of being able to play, you know, a poker tournament from whatever country they hail from due to, you know, legal obstacles, and so they're never far from the island nation. Pop on a plane and get your fix, as we see the Jack 8-3 giving both Passett and Korchagin the second pair. Pre-flop raiser was stepping out a touch with the suited 1 gapper. Not completely out of line, but here he is following through.
Yeah, the 10 is a useful card to have as well, because if he is behind, it gives him other prospects. That gives him more confidence to bet. Passett, you feel, was going to have to call at least one street.
Yeah, the 6 of hearts working as well as a potential escape hatch in the event the 8s are no good. So he does slide 14,000 of his own out there, and there's the heart draw acquired as the plot thickens, Dara.
Yeah, and this is a card which really shouldn't have improved his opponent unless he was drawing to a flush. Korchagin is in a tricky enough spot now. He does decide to check.
Little pot control, understandable.
Yeah.
Fired his one barrel, and now with the king having arrived, we'll see whether or not Passett gets the sense that he wants to turn his hand into a bluff. We see that he does not.
They both felt they had enough showdown there on a board with that many draws.
10 kicker will play, though, after the check back, and nice pickup there for Korchagin. Part of a tremendous amount of both talent and participation coming from the Russian Federation, where poker is so popular. Evgeny joined at this feature table by fellow Russian Maxim Bravko. Earlier, David and I were kind of going down the rabbit hole trying to come up with the most well-known Russian players throughout the years. I came up with True Teller.
True Teller for sure, yeah.
Timofey Kuznetsov.
Yeah.
He went a little bit further back into the ranks. For you, who are some of the most talented Russian players in the game today?
Today? That's an interesting
Anybody come to
question.
mind? We've got time to chew on it.
Yeah.
And the internet as well, it bears mentioning.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace Queen for Tekin.
He is very short now. 14 big blinds.
Like to see him actually be the opener when choosing to play some of the hands that he has, as opposed to sort of calling and taking very passive lines that, you know, represent very expensive investments relative to his stack depth.
I'll say flicking at the nonchalant call there with all the chips. Oh, an interesting spot for the big blind now.
Yeah, Bravko could have maybe thought about a little mild squeeze, but off of his 117,000, he plunks in the necessary cost of admission and takes the Queen 9-4 flop with the field, which yields an open ender for the Jack 10. Top pair, top kicker is about all you could ask for here. Best case scenario.
Yeah, he's stack to pot ratio is much more than 1.5 for him now, so he just has to think about the best way to get the money in. Probably start off with a fairly small bet and then maybe shove the turn if called.
Yeah, showing some aptitude here in terms of sizing and trying to chart a course for a double. Of course, one does not defend the small blind with Jack 10 to simply check fold open enders, as we see Passett's call. Sending the ace jack into the muck, and he will hunt a king or an 8. Now, was it perhaps I'm overlooking something? Was it a check raise?
Yeah, I thought it was a check
okay.
call initially, but it must have
did
been a check
look that
raise.
way to me too, but yes, the check raise draws the all in from Tekin, so apologies, we stand corrected. The chips have made their way into the middle. 2 pulls at the open ender for the Jack 10. So far, safe for Ace Queen. And the river. Safe as well, as Trips will take it down.
Yeah, it made sense to check raise there because Tekin had so little behind. He was probably going to stick it in on the turn. And then we just put ourselves in a tricky spot if we miss the turn. By raising, we're going to see all 5 cards, and we get to realize equity with our very strong draw. And no matter what, even if you show it turns over a sat, we're not going to be in terrible shape. Some talk in the chat, I guess, about your question about good Russian players. Vautour, friend of mine, Connell, says that guy that Tony G sent on his bike was decent.
Believe it. Was it not Ralph Perry that they're talking
That's
about?
right. That's what
Yeah.
it was. I was trying to think who that was.
Well, it's a bit early for that, my Mongolian friend.
Perhaps struggling with jet lag.
Last call.
How's your jet lag? You just arrived yesterday, so.
Yeah, I did. You know, seldom do I come this far across the globe and not give myself a day to adjust, but I actually started the process back home in the States by changing my sleep pattern as much as I could, because I was in a post-production session for the entire week for the Triton Poker Series, which happened recently right here at the Marriott Diamond Hotel, and was tremendously well received and successful event. And so I actually managed to get tired right at the right time, as you know,
that's
midnight, 1 o'clock rolled around, and then woke up at 9 a.m. on my own. So things are right where they should be.
True professionalism.
Oh, I backed into it. It was just.
Yeah, back in my running days, we used to do that when we traveled to the World Championships, and it was a long time. We would try to take the 2 weeks before to make sure that we got on the right sleep pattern.
3,500 was the open from Fida Hussein's pocket fives. It has been 3-bet by an ace-8 suited. Not clear what that second card for Al-Kubasi is that has him so intrigued out of the big blind.
25.
But whatever it is, he's going to bring in a 3-bet. What's your guess at it?
Another 7.
Gotta be right.
That'll be really dull, but
the
yeah.
ace of clubs is
Ace of clubs is possible,
maybe
but then
possible.
He would probably just want to call with that. So
last call for Mr. Down to 5.
Fives find the muck, and now it's back over
Hassan.
to Abraham Passet.
yeah, it does flick in the call. These suited aces do play very well in position. If the ace comes, your opponent will often represent it. You can just call one.
And the ace does indeed come, along with a couple of clubs, though. So
okay, so we can definitely rule out ace-7 of clubs now because the ace of clubs is on board.
might it be a little suited connector that's getting frisky and trying to leverage the big stack? I know it rates to not be the case.
Yeah,
But
you would be much better flatting that hand, but yeah, we certainly can't rule it out. My money is still on 7s.
Agreed. But now that he's reaching for chips, we begin to suspect that maybe
I think you should see bet this board even with 7s.
Rep the ace and the king.
Yeah, it's just very much his board. But I think once he gets called, that should be the end of his interest in winning this pot. So as I said, the classic way to play this is to just call now. Your opponent, the fact that the ace is on board and you have one makes a lot less likely than pre-flop that you are up against a bigger ace.
Look at the sizing, though. 51,000.
That is a huge sizing. You're right, yeah. Wow, that's... Yeah, he bet almost pot.
This is big boy poker, and note what he's able to accomplish.
That, yeah. Oh, exhalation there. I mean, that pretty much confirms to me that he had 7s there. Yeah, I don't hate it because it's very, very much his board. And I think there is a lot of weak suited ace-X in the flatting range there. And if you put out a small bet, you put that part of the range under absolutely no pressure, it'll just call.
Well, a lot of people might be scratching their temples wondering exactly why you call that raise if you flop an ace with backdoor hearts and are unwilling to continue. But we do reserve the right to change our mind, as Abraham Passet, second in chips here, did. Still has 560,000. But a good chunk of runway between himself and the chip leader, Ali Al-Kubasi, who got away with one there. Lavrentini continues to be the short stack as he was at the first featured table that he participated in, looking for some upward movement. Sejamesh down there toward the bottom as well. Snowman for Sejamesh. 7 to skate. The king 10 suited finds the muck, and well served to do so, as Lavrentiny's 23 bigs are looking down at 2 red queens.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of ways he can go with this. He's really just thinking about how do I get the money in. Against another gun opener, maybe a small 3-bet. Try and induce the 4-bet shove. It's tricky because anything he does is going to look ridiculously strong. He has gone for the small 3-bet.
You're right, it does look strong regardless of whether or not he jams or makes the small 3-bet. And Sejimesh, very seasoned. That fact not going to be lost on him. The statement is obviously a little more meaningful when it comes outside of the re-entry period.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, he doesn't appear to be the type of customer who is stepping out of line in this spot.
Okay, he's going to call. He's going to mostly figure he's set mining here, and he's going to feel that he's going to get the rest of the stack if he does hit his set, given how shallow knee is.
Yeah, the implied odds not quite as handsome as they would be against a player.
This is
was a little bit deeper.
Yeah, this is one board he might get into a little bit more trouble on. This is a very safe board for pocket 8s, and if we put stuff like ace king, ace queen into knees range, and we could imagine him firing, I'm not sure the 8s are going to be able to give up here.
How will knee seek to deploy this remaining 63,000 with 46.5 in the middle? It's going to be at least in 2 parts.
Yeah.
As 13.5 is the sizing, and what a perfect amount with which to target the specific hand that Sejimesh has.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Sejimesh range is are hands like this, and they really can't give up to this size because then they get exploited by ace king, ace queen.
Sejimesh makes the call. And when you find yourself with the 2 8s, which are unimproved on this 4 of diamonds, facing these sorts of sizings, it almost annoys you because you recognize the compulsory nature of having to proceed, but also in context, the increasing unlikelihood that the 8s are good.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're exactly right. It's annoying. There are spots in poker where it's extremely annoying to have a hand that's not quite, that's a little bit too strong to fold.
Yeah.
But you kind of know deep down, it's it's like when you've grudgingly defended your big blind and you flop bottom pair.
Right.
And you're like, okay, now I'm gonna have to put more chips into the pot, but it still has to be done because, as I said, otherwise we do get exploited by the ace king and the ace queen. Now, he has a couple of choices here. He could even check here and make his hand look like ace king. That's just trying to get to showdown now.
But don't you want to charge an ace that might be in Sejimesh's
Yeah,
range?
the four is problematic now because any ace has picked up a gut shot. Yeah, he has just moved all in, and that does get the quick fold.
But he did pick up the 3-bet and then the follow-through in terms of value out of Sejimesh, who really appears kind of disgusted with what he was forced to reckon with there. And credit, by the way, to the Kazakh, who showed some true aptitude in terms of his approach.
Yeah.
A lot of times people bemoan the idea that, like, you get pocket queens, oh, that was really skillful, but there's more to it than just getting the hand. It's also maximizing the profit or minimizing the loss.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. And you have to play the same hand differently at different stack depths as well. We saw there the shallowness of his stack dictated how he should play the hand. The small 3-bet, the small c-bet.
Cool.
An early limp here from Youssef Tekin. Pocket 4s.
Yeah,
would you like to see him raise it up if he's going to bother to participate?
Yeah, he's quite shallow. I mean, if you are going to have a limping range, these are the kinds of hands, but then it just becomes like I think I would actually prefer to fold this than to limp it. But it's always very table dependent. If there are not too many people raising, then it becomes fine. You're going to see a flop a lot.
Bravko joined with King 10. Sejimesh looks down at 10-6 and says run it, so we'll have a three-way affair with 15-5 in the middle, and it comes Queen 10-5. So both Sejimesh and Bravko have outflopped the pocket fours, but it is Tekin who is reaching for chips, Dara, and incomprehensibly he is barreling at this board with just 2 fours for 5,500.
This does surprise me, yeah. It's not particularly his board, particularly when he's limped.
Does Sejimesh a bit of a favor, by the way, because Bravko flats and he is able to release the outkicked 10. Now a coordinated turn card in the form of the Jack of Clubs, which does yield an open ender to Bravko, but really puts the fours in no man's land.
Yeah. Yeah, I think players often overplay pairs in these spots. They feel they have a good hand, nobody's raised, they feel the obligation to keep betting. You know, we sometimes refer to players who call too much as calling stations, but there are betting stations as well. Guys who will just keep betting as long as they have the perceived betting need. Now, Bravko's hand has improved obviously to open ender as well, which will give him some other reason to continue, but the problem for him is he can't be 100% sure he's necessarily going to win improved.
By the way, he is not but 1K deeper than Tekin in this spot. And the 4 of diamonds comes from outer space.
Oh my goodness.
A lunar landing on the river. And I don't know if we're going to get to a showdown, but if we do, Bravko's going to be sick. Well, now, this third barrel of 40,000 certainly does begin to cause the King 10 to question its merits.
Yeah, this feels serious now for the first time. As a very general population tendency, when you see small bet, big bet on river, they've improved in some unexpected way.
Whether we assess from the macro or the micro perspective, this King 10 doesn't yield much attraction, and
another good disciplined fold. Just a pure bluff catcher there on the end.
Oh yeah. And again, 40 off of his remaining stack at that stage was fairly meaningful in terms of statement made.
Ashley Partridge in the chat says, jab it in, Dara jams here. I probably would jam, to be honest, if I somehow found myself in that spot and just make it look like a polarized spot. I think a jam is more likely to get called in that spot than the big bet he made.
Ace 7 suited here for Lavrentini.
8,000.
Early position, but we do get to open pretty much all the suited aces from almost any seat, so I like this open. Bravko has certainly impressed me so far. Playing very good, solid, disciplined poker. Seems to know where he's at most of the time.
Last call for Mr. Ivan Kerem Çağlar, Zeki Misri.
It can be a little bit challenging, Dara, in these sorts of big field, you know, not altogether nosebleed buy-in events where you have a broad spectrum of experience to kind of understand as you move through table to table. Maybe you don't get the benefit of sitting and playing an entire day with a crew. Getting a baseline and a read on exactly how competent your opponent are, because in order for you to be able to properly approach their approach, you need to know what their perception of their hand strength is, you know, and for me in particular, I found myself just baffled
Yeah.
in spots, because I assigned, a more pro understanding of the game to somebody and then made laydowns where I was dead wrong, or conversely, you think that they're a wreck and really they're sharky, and you end up paying off in spots where you're just completely outclassed but shocked by that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's really challenging in these fields, and you have to form reads pretty quickly on very little information. Often you'll rely on, for want of a better word, cliche reads. You'll go by age, appearance, how they stack their chips. You'll have a certain amount of population tendencies. The general pool here plays slightly differently from the general pool say in the States or even in other parts of Europe.
There's certainly a culture to poker as well,
Yeah.
in terms of trends that emerge.
Yeah.
Pocket jacks picking up king deuce for the ride, and what a dynamite flop this is for a defender. King deuce of diamonds is a pair and a flush draw. The jacks check back, and somehow a jack of clubs parks itself on the turn to give Hussein a set.
Yeah.
And look at this, just dreamy development for Fida Hussein.
Yeah, this bet makes perfect sense because the flop went check, check. He has every reason to think his 2 might be good here, and he does have the backup of the flush draw, even if it isn't. But Hussein can hardly believe his eyes. He's turned a set, and his opponent has started betting into him.
Check back on the flop from the jacks felt a little bit mergy, like protecting against the check raise on that pesky queen high board, and also maybe inducing on the turn. And here he is, having improved to a set very comfortably, raising it up to 32,000, and so much equity for Korchagin.
Yeah.
In his mind, certainly, he doesn't think he's up against a set as played.
No, I think it's a deeply confusing spot for him now because he's trying to think, why would he check the flop and yet feel good enough to raise the turn?
Does it maybe feel like 2 queens?
2 queen. It's either something which was trapping the flop or has improved on the turn. So it could potentially be queen jack as well, queen jack suited maybe, or specifically pocket jacks or specifically pocket queens. And then you have to ask yourself, like, would he ever take this line as a bluff? Yeah, that's a really good fold.
Yeah.
Because he's basically worked out this is just never ever a bluff. If he wanted a bluff, he would have just done the normal thing, c-bet the flop. And this, anytime an opponent takes a really elaborate line, like check back on the flop as the pre-flop aggressor, and then raise the turn, that's almost never a bluff unless it's a very, very sophisticated opponent.
Ace jack of diamonds might have been coming to mind as one of the more creative, awkward sorts of hands that might choose to do something funky like that we aren't totally thrashed by. Although even then, your diamonds are smothered and you're up against a bigger pair. I mean, it's just, what world does that king deuce of diamonds perform well in? Just not many as played.
Yeah, that was an impressive fold because I think a lot of players would get too tied to the idea that they have lots of equity with their flush draw and their pair. But the reality is, if you rule out all of the bluffs and feel that it has to be pretty much a monster, then you're not getting the price. Ashley Partridge in the chat says, Dara Jackson Clare had how many bullets? 8 as of counting. He may have done more since, Ashley. He's broken his own personal record. I was joking with him at breakfast this morning that he was turning this into a 25k. There are no live streams of the other table, no, just this feature table. So,
2 kings for Korchagin are going to be a welcome sight after having had to fold that king deuce suited. And here he comes over the top of Botbold from the small to 30,000.
and fairly quick release. A bad unsuited ace is not really the type of hand you want to defend in this spot. Danny Thompson in the chat says, can we get Paul up to Dale Brown on, please? Yeah, didn't know if Paul was in the field today. Paul enlivened our feature table and indeed final table of the warm-up. ultimately bowing out in third, but he had a huge rail from Rochdale on YouTube.
It's always nice to have some support when you're far from home, doing your thing. Back at it is Botbold, again with an offsuit ace.
Yeah, he does seem to have a weakness for this type of hand.
I kind of appreciate the consistency and the tenacity on display.
I do actually, yeah. Often when a player has to fold, they tighten up next hand, but he clearly he's sticking to his range. Whether that range is right or wrong, we could argue, but he hasn't allowed the fact that he got 3-bet last hand to dissuade him from opening this one. And it can look stronger as well. Players will think, well, maybe he has tightened up because he got 3-bet last time. So they both have a gut shot here. This is very much the big blinds board. He should have all the 8-9s.
Nevertheless, it is Botbold who is following through for 7,000.
Tiny size as well. That's a strange size on this board.
Can I get some change?
Wow, and it gets through, Dara. I mean, I think truly a teachable moment there, whereby if one is willing to take a flop with King 8,
yeah,
I think with the price being laid there, it is absolutely incumbent upon us to proceed
100%.
for at least one street. Otherwise, why bother to make the call
completely,
pre-flop?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's such a good board for us. I think we could even think about turning our hand into a check raise. I think folding is probably the worst of the three options. Both calling and raising would be better there.
And a look at the chip counts as we find Alcubesi up at the top of the leaderboard, where he began things with over 650,000 for him. Sejimesh now the short stack. You know, spending a majority of my time in a booth where you're commentating on literally the world beaters cannibalizing one another, and you kind of grow accustomed to the ease with which they're speaking the same language at the table and they're subsequently able to navigate against one another. And I say ease is a relative function. It is refreshing to come and bear witness to the contrast and the dynamics that unfold in an event such as this one, which attracts, as we alluded to earlier, such a broad array of talent levels and experience levels, and makes for situations that you wouldn't otherwise necessarily see. And on some front, creates for teachable moments, you know, by someone like yourself, and corrective, you know, sort of moments. And then on the other side, really demonstrates some of the perils of not being adaptive and kind of having a singular approach to the game, independent of surveying, you know, your current climate and your current set of circumstances. As we see a 3-bet here from the ace-queen of Portuguese to 19,000 after Botbold went to work with the king-jack. He will come along. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
You echo that sentiment, Don?
Yeah, I echo it completely. As you kind of alluded to earlier, there's a lot of more different styles in this. You know, it's you could say that there maybe some players are weaker than others, but there's different types of bad, for want of a better word, and you kind of have to try and figure out what everybody's style is.
Right. Even within like the pro sector or the rec sector,
100%,
there are you know different approaches: passive, aggressive.
Yeah.
You know,
this is something
reckless.
which really came home to me when I started playing seniors events, and initially I found them quite frustrating experiences because I didn't really know what anybody was doing. They were playing so differently from the way I normally the fields that I played. But I actually enjoy seniors tournaments more now because I have to work out almost everybody. What's his playbook? What's his playbook?
Yeah.
How does he play top pair? How does he view a strong draw?
Right.
All these things, and then there's far more room for creativity.
And on the topic of creativity, it would appear that Botbol decided to lead into the 3-bet of Corsican on this flop of ace-jack-deuce with second pair.
Yeah.
Fairly unorthodox approach. Normally one would check with the flow of play and see what develops, but here he is barreling a second time, and I think Corsican with this ace-queen will be very content, given the dry nature of this turn, to just call once more, not seek to inflate the pot needlessly.
Yeah, this is an extremely unconventional line. I mean, even the peel is a little bit speculative. King Jack also isn't a hand that plays great out of position against a 3-bet. King Jack's, it's a big difference between that and King Jack suited. Then the decision to lead is just bizarre, because if he had a really strong hand on this board, you would expect him to check and allow Corsican to do the betting. So often when you see this line, it is exactly what we see that it is, middle pair. But Corsican is definitely, this is such an unorthodox line, he's going to have to think about this for a while. It's more or less making the point you were making, because you're up against players who are doing unconventional things, you have to try and decode what this means.
All in.
Oh my. Well, if you thought the leading on the flop and on the turn was a bit unorthodox, the jam from Corsican strikes me as really hazardous.
Yeah, I'm trying to put myself into his shoes. I think he probably thought one of two things. He either thought that it was some hand like King Queen that didn't feel great about check calling, but thought that if he bet and added the fold equity, he didn't want that to realize equity by just calling, or else he thought it was a weaker ace, and he was trying to get the money in there and then.
But when you're wrong, it's such a disaster. Obviously, maybe we rule some of the ace-king out because of the flat pre-flop, but ace-jack could have certainly been in there,
Ace-jack and
no?
ace-deuce were certainly there, yeah. But then I think he thought probably that those hands wouldn't lead. They would take the more orthodox check to the razor line.
Well, if that's the case, then again, not to be too critical, why not flat and try to induce the third barrel?
I agree completely, yeah. No, I would have 100% flatted there. But I'm just trying to think what his reasons could be. It has to either be equity denial, or else he thinks it's a weak hand that he might be able to get in now that won't necessarily get in on the river. But it's very hard to find either of those hands. I mean, it's pretty much just King Queen, maybe Queen 10, King 10. And then, you know, if he does have a weak ace, encourage him to think it's still best and barrel off the river.
Jack-7 suited appeared to enjoy a brief love affair before being swiped left on.
Interesting question in the chat from Peter Birmingham asking us our opinion on being able to reg somewhat late into day 2. We talked about this earlier. It is unusual for sure. Now, at the end of the day, it still is only 12 levels because it's a short day 1. And you do see other tournaments that play 12 levels on day 1 and still allow you to reg into day 2.
So in that sense, it's sort of equivalent.
Yeah, it's more equivalent than it looks. But it does also create this dynamic where players can come into day 2 with a sort of a gamble it up or buy a fresh stack. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it, to be honest. I mean, late reg is becoming more and more controversial in poker anyway. But certainly 12 levels of late reg isn't egregious.
Just to spread them across day 1 and day 2 feels a little bit
Yeah, that's the unusual part.
novel. Ace-10 suited for Sejamesh. Looks like he has put in a raise, still efforting the exact sizing here. It is a min raise. Takin flatting with the ace-3 offsuit early. Corsican in there as well with an ace-8 Dara, and you've got a bit of a wince on your face.
Yeah, I don't mind the ace-8 suited, but the ace-3 under the gun +2, that's just burning money long term. Al-Kabasi with the 9-4 suited. This is actually a hand which plays fine in this spot, given that he's closing the action. The suitedness, the vague connectedness.
And the big stack,
And the
mind
big
you.
stack,
They can
yeah.
well afford to make these sort of investments. Comes up with bottom pair on the 10-8-4 board, which is all Sejamesh. Backdoor hearts, top pair, top kicker.
Korchagin is probably going to lose at least one bet here as well at the ace-8.
Facing the follow-through of 10K.
It's nicely sized 10K into 33.5, 30%er.
By the way, once Korchagin calls here, it is better than 5-1, the price that's being laid to this 9-4, which nestles the side card in between the 10 and the 8 for backdoor straight prospects.
Yeah.
And has bottom pair working.
Yeah. Yeah, he could definitely make the call here, because now that there are 3 players in the pot, there's a strong likelihood a stronger likelihood that the turn will check through and he gets to realize equity. Maybe not on that card. Although, well, specifically with these hands, yeah, maybe on that card. But I think the ace-8 also was in that spot you referred to earlier as kind of unhappy that it has to call, but it did have to call. Doesn't figure to be the best hand given that he's betting into 3 players. But at the same time, if you've played ace-8 and there's only one overcard, you can't fold to one small bet. And the bet on the turn gets the job done.
Nice pickup there for Ugur Ozgur Sejamesh.
Mum gibi eridim ya, değil mi? 3 saat boyunca. Abi senin gibi işte top setin düşeceğine el gelmesin daha iyi. Bol şans.
Quite a bit of enthusiasm for poker out of the Turkish delegation, including in the high roller circuits where we find one Orpin Kisachikoglu, a regular fixture. There was quite a number of Turks who participated in the $200,000 buy-in coin rivet invitational, which was held here during the Triton series. So pretty astounding, the sort of amount of appetite, I suppose, for high-stakes gaming that there is here in the tiny island nation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think as you said earlier, it does benefit from the fact that there are a lot of countries around where there is no live poker, and it acts as a sort of a destination point for all of those. They can all come together here and play. It also helps that it's a really beautiful place to come.
Truly is, during the summer, the warmer months in particular. As we see Botbold ripping the 2 4s. That'll allow him to take the pot down. You ready for a little bit more true false
Just my
Mongolia?
my Mongolian.
Facts, you're doing too well. I'm,
Okay.
I'm feeling some type of way about it. All right. The favorite winter treat of Mongolian children is ice cream. It's a bit of a subjective fact.
That's a genuinely tough one. Ice cream. I mean, it would be an unusual winter treat, but again, it's such an unusual thing. It feels like it would be difficult to invent. Okay, I'm gonna go with false, but I wouldn't at all be surprised if I got this one wrong.
Well, it's good that you wouldn't be surprised because you have indeed gotten that one wrong,
Wow.
much to my amusement. You can find street vendors selling ice cream on the street from paper boxes in Mongolia. No need for a freezer at -30 degrees Celsius.
Definitely not, no.
Which is about how cold it can get up
Yeah,
there.
that's That's interesting. Ice cream sales usually plummet in most countries in winter.
Guess the refrigeration costs are quite low. You don't
Yeah.
you don't need to worry about storing your product.
Yeah, Mongolians are different gravy as well. They're tough, rugged people.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Botbold not involved in this particular affair as three players plunk in 7,000 ahead to look up at ace 7-7. Al-Kubasi. Best hand. Basset does not follow through. Closing the action with the check is Al-Kubasi on that board. You at all surprised, Dar?
Not entirely, no, because it's difficult to get action from a worse hand there. And most of those hands would probably put in one bet on a later street anyway. We don't really have to protect our hand. And our hand isn't super strong. We're losing to any better ace and obviously any 7. So a bit of pot control, I think, there is quite prudent.
Sejumesh, having hit the 6 here,
yeah,
asks the question in a very soft-spoken manner at 5,000 decibels. To be fair, I think 5,000 decibels is quite loud.
I think it would be, yeah. If he raises here, this is very unusual. I think having taken this line, you want to just go into bluff catching mode.
Agreed.
He might actually feel uncomfortable about his hand, and this might be an old-fashioned raise to find out where he is. But he does get more money to the pot, so...
Yeah, Sejumesh not convinced that this line is consistent with a 7 or an ace or anything that has him beaten. The deuce doesn't rate to be of any concern whatsoever for Sejumesh, who checks, and we'll see whether or not Al-Kubasi feels comfortable enough after having had his raise called on the turn to seek value.
Yeah, one of the few justifications I can think for the turn raise is it might be designed to buy a river check rather than have to face a big bet on the river.
Yeah.
But the fact he's thinking about this now leads me to suspect that wasn't his reasoning. There's really no point in betting now, I don't think. The call on the turn was because just the price was amazing. Getting 6-1. But he is going for value. Not sure what he's targeting. It's quite a big bet as well, so I mean a 6 just shouldn't call this.
This is a very funky line that Al-Kubasi has chosen to take here, flatting the button with the ace-3 after Passet's open, checking back the action to close it in a 3-way pot on the ace-a7 board, and then that small raise on the turn, and now a much meatier sizing on the river. I don't fault Sejumesh for being befuddled.
It's extremely confusing, yeah. Yeah, I can find justifications for most of the actions, but I don't think they're the reasons why Al-Kubasi actually took this line. It really felt like the flop check was just... I'm not even sure. Yeah,
Sejumesh is going to pay it off.
That's... yeah, I mean, I guess you could put your opponent to something like 8-9, which turned open-ended, and then followed through in the river. He really shouldn't have got paid off there, though.
Something smelled off about the whole affair, and I think Sejumesh just ultimately proved curious about exactly what he just bore witness to.
Yeah. Yeah, curiosity killed the cat, and it also cost people a lot of chips at the poker table. I think another point about that hand is something that you alluded to earlier, which is it can be difficult to play against these types of players who maybe overrate certain types of hands. And I genuinely think Al-Kubasi just overrated his hand at every point.
Yeah.
Pre-flop, he thought his hand was good enough to call. On the flop, I guess he was chap checking. And then on the turn, he thought his hand was strong enough to raise, and on the river, he thought it was strong enough to go for value.
Mr. Valentin, what will the Maha 5 times 5 cards sit open? Mr. Valentin, what will the Maha 5 cards 5 times sit open?
See in the chat, Dark Angel talking about, tell that to our ice cream man. So do they eat ice cream in winter in Sheffield as well, Donna?
I suspect not. That ace-3 certainly had a frosty finish to it for Sejimesh there, didn't it?
I like it.
The wintry dessert.
Yeah.
Didn't go down quite so smooth.
Yeah. He must be he must be thinking back and going, what happened there? How did I put so much money in with a 6?
He's really in the blender right now.
Yeah.
Dynamite flop here for Tekin in the big blind after coming along with Korchagin. Top pair and the club draw.
Not much for the 6s here, really.
$4,500, the sizing. So small.
This is tiny. This is really just designed to fold out the complete nothings that have equity because they have overcards.
Tekin recognizing the absolute dynamite strength of his holding. Content to just call. Now he picks up a straight draw as well on the turn.
And a really bad gut shot for the 6s now, but that doesn't improve his hand materially at all, so unsurprising. He's happy to check back.
Board pairs on the river. And a very nonchalant fling from Tekin. What's the sizing here? Just 25?
He
Yeah.
threw out 1 chip, yeah. 25.
As it stands, that's actually close to full pot.
Almost pot, yeah. It's an interesting size. He's representing. There are quite a few bluffs here, I guess. Clubs miss, and of course he does have actually missed clubs, but he also has the queen. Jack X. But Korchagin, on this occasion, curiosity didn't cost him any chips.
Not clear there was a size that would have been called,
No.
if we're fair.
Maybe 1 big blind.
Yeah, maybe something hyper downsized,
Yeah.
3,500. We just give the man his money if he wants it that badly.
Yeah, the ape styles bet, as we call it.
Ape styles?
Ape styles, he was the first person to start using this type of bet online, the 1 big blind out of position on the river.
I've watched Kerry Katz bet 1 big blind on occasion as well, and
Yeah.
it's super big stakes poker tournaments. So
oh yeah, no, it's an extremely effective bet because it often just paralyzes the action. So it can be used as a blocker. It can be used to eke a minuscule amount of additional value, like it could have been there.
Al-Kubasi, ace-7. How much sleep do you think Sejimesh is going to lose over that ace-3 situation? I mean, I'm still just... Look at him. He just appears to continue to be thinking about that hand.
he's pondering his life choices right now.
Right.
He has that look.
Ace-Jack, a participant for 11,000.
Al-Kubasi again. We see appeal with the ace-7 offsuit. Don't try this at home, kids. If you raise a rag ace and get 3-bet by somebody in position, just let it go.
Kubasi with
and now
nothing to speak of.
Yeah.
Follows through. Does have control of the betting though. Bot bolt flatted pre.
Oh, Batbolt. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought Batbolt had 3-bet.
No worries. Still a teachable moment, even though it's not the moment that we just saw.
Yeah.
If you have the rag ace, you get 3-bet. 3-bet. It is good to put it into the muck.
Yeah.
Al-Kubasi, by the way, just quietly, calmly, stealthily conducting himself here on this big stack, which continues to get bigger.
Yeah, he's accumulating chips without any major risk. Very softly, steadily approach. Question in the chat, any info about upcoming cash game festival in February? I have to confess I have no information about that.
7.
Check the website maybe. This is a very loose open here from Passett. Queen 10 offsuit under the gun +1. Nia's a hand he's definitely going to defend.
The 8-7 suited. Very nice kit to be able to take a flop with for just an extra big blind.
Thank you.
A6 deuce. Not exactly what me was hoping for, but one could say the same for Passett. Of course, he has the benefit of being the aggressor, and having position, which he exercises.
Having far more ace-x in his range. 6 and the deuce are almost baseball cards. A lot of holdings that would have those hands would fold pre. So when you have one very good card and 2 completely nothing cards, it's a good spot to just fire out a bet. Opponent will very rarely have a hand that can call.
Well, if you were tasked with sort of breaking down what we've seen so far out of this grouping at our featured table, what are the themes that emerge for you? There was limping for a time.
The limping didn't last too long.
That fell out of favor.
There was an outbreak of limping, and then they decided they didn't like limping.
They tried it on, to be fair.
They did try it, yeah.
They went to the fitting room, but just didn't like the feel of it.
It very much felt like somebody was programming an artificial intelligence bot and telling it, try everything, try limping, try raising, all the different sizes. But it very quickly decided that limping wasn't good.
Min raising appears to be the
min raising seems to be the major play
approach
now.
du jour.
Yeah, we saw this a bit of this in the warm up too. The one player in particular, actually the player who ended up winning, was employing a wide array of open sizes, everything from 2x up to 6x, and
wow, it
did seem
incredible.
There were different hand classes in each one, and they weren't particularly balanced. But if opponents are not going to pick up on that, then it can be effective. I think the major thing for me just has been that we have some very different styles here. We have Alcabasi, who's playing in a sort of a very bullying bish-bash style. We have Corrigan, who is playing probably the best technical poker at the table. And then we have other players who are doing unorthodox stuff, like opening a lot of hands that they shouldn't really open, and then even when they get 3-bet, they're calling with them.
Well, if you have sound technical background, it's obviously easier to get involved with a wider array of hands. King 7 offsuit on the button, opens to 8,500, and Knee is going to 3-bet off of just north of 100,000 to 25.5, fairly meaningful quotient of his remaining chips being deployed as it promptly gets folded back to Corrigan.
Yeah, this is an interesting 3-bet given his size, the size of his stack rather. I wonder what he was doing if he got 4-bet shoved on there. I wonder if he had decided.
He's not going to go with the King Jack, is he? Would it be a mistake to say goodbye to a quarter of your stack?
It would be a mistake Yeah, I think 3-bet folding that hand. If you were going to 3-bet fold, you'd be better off just flatting, because by flatting, then you keep in the hands like King 7, for example, that you're actually in good shape against. So when you 3-bet it, you're only his continues. You're going to be in bad shape against.
And obviously, this is the last level in which players will be able to rebuy in the event. Just about 30 minutes remaining in late reg. So a little wheel spin isn't as punitive as it would be on the other side of this level. Tekin with the ace-5 offsuit goes to work from the hijack. Knee with queen 10 suited on the button.
So Knee was the player we were suggesting earlier might have been taking the more gambling approach, given that it was still possible to re-enter, and he was actually he does have one big result, 5th in EPT Sochi back in 2017.
20.
And some news from the outer table: Ryan Mandara, who final tabled the warm-up, very accomplished UK player, has busted on an outer table.
Note that this 3-bet performs so well insofar as it sheds an ace-queen behind it. And that's good news for both Tekin and Knee. Take the 7-7-5 flop, advantage Tekin here. Kind of a good board for him.
Yeah.
Almost favorable, I would submit, Dara, to one that contains an ace.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. This is the classic hard to hit board. So whoever had range advantage pre-flop tends to retain range advantage now.
Seventeen.
Ooh. I think that was a really quick action, whenever that was. A snap all in.
Wow. Tekin wasting no time to smack Knee on the wrist. Yeah. After he got out of line with the 17K follow through. So pretty surprising to see Knee suddenly activating in these last two hands.
Yeah.
Off of his stack depth and against potentially the wrong customer as well.
Yeah, yeah, I very strongly agree with that last point. Tekin is the one player who continues more, let's say, than other players.
A little more adhesive than the remainder of the field.
Very much. Yeah, yeah. But I believe the next break is the last possible opportunity to rebuy or re-enter, rather. So maybe that's also informing Knee's play. He's just going to push it a bit more in this final session.
Again, yeah, I did speculate that maybe this is a function of let's spin it up or let's dust it off and then start anew. (7-5) not deemed adequate for Tekin. So there is a threshold, apparently. Though we did see him call with, what was it, the 7-4 offsuit?
7-4 offsuit. There's been a little bit of inconsistency there. I think it's fair to say his ranges aren't nailed in. It's how he feels in the moment.
And it's important to point that out because it is precisely inconsistency which makes these types of players so difficult to play against.
Yeah.
It's because they don't even necessarily have, you know, a religion of sorts or a Bible with which they're charting a course.
Yeah, if you see the 7-4 in the range once, you might think it's there always, but it might not be. It might be just he felt like playing that hand.
King 10 suited as Knee goes to work again. From the cutoff, he picks up the big blind defense from Bravko, understandably, and he's got quite the better of it with King Jack on the Queen 9-3 board. Both players with Broadway gut shots. Knee does have position, control of the betting, and backdoor diamonds coming together to potentially influence further betting.
Tricky board. I think I would personally check here. You really don't want to get check raised here, and with the queen and the 9 being there, there's a lot of hands that have hit this board, including the one Brovko has. So he's going to continue.
Yeah, he's getting better than 4-1 on the call. Drawing to the nuts, spadeless, which is a bit inconvenient, but nevertheless, he does make the investment, and what a disastrous turn this is for Lavrentini.
This is
Thinks
terrible.
he's hit gin of sorts.
Yeah, he absolutely thinks he has the best hand now. Stack to pot ratio is roughly 2. So he should just be thinking about how to get the money in. Geometric sizing here would make sense, so something like 2/3 pot and then leave a 2/3 pot river shove behind if called.
Knee really chewing on it and comes up with 21,000.
Yeah, he's going for that geometric sizing, and Brovko is going to stick it in now. He also figures his hand is close to the nuts. Wants to get the money in now in case Knee has spades or the type of hand that he has a gut shot. Can't imagine Knee's folding here. This would be... Yeah, no, he's called.
Brovko with the jam. Knee gets the bad news after calling off, so we play a 162,500 chip pot. Knee in desperate need of help on the river, which he doesn't get, as the queen pairs and the jack kicker still plays. And
Knee is down to 4K
oh,
now.
4K. Forgive me, Brovko.
He
was ever so slightly covered.
Yeah. That will be probably almost an annoyance to Knee now.
Yeah, he would have preferred to probably be felted and just get to the rebuy.
Just run off to the rebuy. Now he's going to, even if he doubles up 3 times, he doesn't get to start and stack.
Something tells me that 4,000 is going to be just smoldering.
Yeah, can't imagine there are too many hands he will fold.
Ace queen for Sechamesh.
Yeah, he hasn't been involved since that misstep with the 6. He's decided to just open jam here. He might also be in that sort of, I'm either going to double up or I'm going to buy the same amount of chips. I mean, he should just stick. Wow, he's folded. I mean, he was getting 4-1 almost. Even if you could see that he was dominated, he was still getting the price.
Pretty surprising.
Yeah, that was a dream spot, because once the guy shoves, the players behind are going to fold most of the time, almost all of the time, and you just have an amazing spot to win, to pick up. What was he getting? 7, 8. He was actually getting 4-1, yeah.
Somewhat incongruent almost to be exercising so much discretion with the 4K.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit more cavalier off of what was a much larger stack.
Yeah, sometimes you get that from recreational players. I almost call it back to front poker. When they have lots of chips, they feel that they can splash around and gamble, but then when they're down to their last few, they start taking it seriously. But 4,000 is such a small number, given that it's still the rebuy period as well. Maybe he doesn't intend to rebuy. Who knows? Again, this should be going in, getting such a good price. And yeah, he puts it in this time. He's obviously going to get action. There's no way this is getting through. It's Alcabasi's picked up a legit hand. He probably wants to raise this now. He doesn't want to let the big blind in. I think he's asking for a count from the big blind.
Getting his bearings.
Yeah, he makes it 15,000, which should be enough to isolate unless Batbold wakes up with a hand. Batbold has a tempter, and he's going to come in. So the side pot is far more significant here than the main pot.
And that side pot is going to require additional investment from Batbold, who plays back at Alcubasi. We both presumed it was a flat.
Wow.
And did Alcubasi stick him in? He sure did, and Batbold ready to go with it. Somehow, we have a massive side pot that developed between the chip leader.
What just happened?
And Batbold. We're both bewildered here.
Batbold got almost 30 bigs in with Queen 9 in this spot. He's in terrible shape. He's dominated, obviously, but and he remains behind.
Yeah, the 8-high board is still king queens to lose. Alcubasi is out in front. You see Batbold a bit demoralized. That 8 of diamonds isn't going to help morale, as he is down to just one of 3 9s to avoid being showered. Unavailable on the river, and the 7-5 also unable. Bit of a reluctant but sporting handshake there. Alcubasi kind of compelling the man here on the feature table to give him.
Yeah, that was Alcubasi scoops there with the king queen and pushes up past 800k now.
Pretty astounding. Didn't anticipate that out of Batbold. Dar, I don't think you did either. He had been sort of snug and
he had done
sound.
He had done some unorthodox stuff, peeling with certain hands that he probably shouldn't have peeled it without a position. But there had been no big pre-flop move like that before. Maybe he was the guy who was like, I'm going to have 100k at the end of this hand either way, because even if this doesn't work out, I'm going to the cage to rebuy. Peter Birmingham in the chat says this is playing like a crazy high-stakes cash game at the moment. Yeah, that was a very unorthodox move.
Sure was.
So Tekken open. Oh no, he's flat. He's limp ace king suited.
Just more peculiarities.
And that's going to bring in the king jack.
I think we've entered the twilight zone or the Bermuda Triangle at this point here at the featured table. Bravko understandably willing to limp along, dominated. Little would he expect that the likes of king queen and ace king, which are the hands he's keeping an eye on, would be involved as a limp under the gun. But as it stands, they are, and the jack 8-5 board is all Bravko. But now Tekken electing to put chips into the pot.
Yeah, this is he was trapping pre-flop, and now he doesn't appear to want to accept that he might have been outdrawn. Bravko is going to just call. Tekken does seem to be what I called earlier a betting station, and it does make sense to just allow him to keep betting. Now he picks up a flush draw on the turn.
And that certainly could embolden Tekken to continue to tell a tale.
Yeah.
But truly, Bravko is not going to be a believer. It would take some real astounding heat, and even then.
Yeah. Yeah, if you play this hand pre-flop and you flop top pair and it remains top pair on the turn, you shouldn't be going anywhere.
Particularly when it's limped.
Yeah. Against a player who just does tend to keep betting because he's betting.
So the second barrel comes in, 15-5. Bravko content to simply call, and on the river, the ace-king remains just ace-high.
Does Tekin have the third barrel in him?
And if he does,
with
the arrival of the queen, we're 9-10,
9-10
and some of those queen X gutties in a limp pot appear to be potentially present. Will Bravko find the fold? 55,000 now.
He's gone big. This is really putting the pressure on now. If you are going to play this style, at least I do like the river play now. He's put maximum pressure on.
Sure has.
This is a really difficult spot for Bravko. He's losing to 10-9, but that's one specific holding. The queen shouldn't be as big a scare card as, say, an ace. So it's uncomfortable, but I think you have to make the call here. But it's definitely a tough spot. I mean, you do have a pure bluff catcher, I mean,
what a remarkable development this pot. I mean, I cannot overstate how unorthodox this one was, Dara, but take it down. I mean,
pure pressure poker there. I love the river bet. The rest of that I'm really not a fan of. But once you've taken that line, he gets to the river completely uncapped. He can have the sets. But then the set he's most likely to have is jacks. So,
really, you think a set of jacks limped?
I mean, if we assume that the limping range is strong, that it's always a trapping range.
I tend to think it's more 5-5 than it is.
Could
Jack,
be 5-5
right?
too.
I mean, we've seen him mine from early
true.
position with fours.
Yeah, we can't rule out the other sets either, I guess. I don't think the line made a lot of coherent sense, but it's very difficult to find the call there with just the jack on the end.
So
that leaves Bravko relatively short now.
Yeah, Youssef Tekin stealing one there.
Yeah.
With the limp with ace-king. What felt like a misplaced barrel on a jack-high board, which was all Bravko. Then he picks up the diamond draw, fires again, which I think we both were much more in support of.
Yeah.
And on the river, manages to leverage that queen of clubs. Curious, though, if a very dry river comes off, whether or not that 55K puts the king-jack into the muck, and I don't think either of us anticipate it would. So, you know, not immediately clear whether or not Tekin understands that it was the queen on the end that really allowed him to get away with that one. But nevertheless, here he is, and he is a click in front of Passet's pocket sevens in this one. After he defends from the big, Passet facing 3 overs, checks back, blank turn.
If I was at this table now, my major takeaway from that last hand would be that Tekin is the type of player who will pull the trigger on the big triple barrel, and therefore I would start bluff catching much more. I'd certainly be happy to call off its second pair in that spot, but this was the first time we'd actually seen it, so Bravko didn't have that information.
It has been a very fruitful stretch here for Youssef Tekin, who has ridden the roller coaster and certainly given us some thrills here in the booth.
It's a very exciting style of play, for sure. He's playing a lot of hands, and he's playing them aggressively. That always gives you a chance.
I mean, selfishly, almost indulgently, I love to see it, even though it's
entertaining,
replete with, you know, some missteps, and clearly he's doing the tango in a, you know, mine-filled bit of land, but on the mine-filled dance floor, rather, I should say. But he's done so to great effect.
Yeah.
better put, maybe we call it hopscotch in the DMZ. Does that, does that maybe drive home the point a little better?
Yeah. And Tekin, emboldened by recent success, is going to want to play the queen 4. But he does just limp it. And, ooh, interesting check here.
Korchagin perhaps taking note of just the
Yeah.
unpredictable nature of Tekin, but he hasn't gone to showdown with all of it. So
He hasn't gone to showdown, yeah. He's just seen a very eye-catching pot where Tekin limped, but he doesn't know what he had yet.
both players checked this flop, by the way, sharing a 4 pre-flop inconveniently for Tekin, and on the strength of the open-ender, he comes out swinging. Korchagin will be all too happy to continue.
Yeah, he's got good showdown with the ace, and he's got a strong draw with the 4. Yeah, will Tekin fire on a brick?
I think the 10 of hearts certainly qualifies as a break, and
Relative
queen high
break,
doesn't
yeah.
have
Yeah.
much showdown value.
Yeah, this is consistent with his style. He'll give him any reason to bet, and he will bet. And tricky spot for Korchagin now. Only beating a bluff, actually blocking the bluffs with the 4. But he's gonna make the call. Good call. Korchagin recognizing there, this guy just seems to bet always given any chance, and you just have to put on the seatbelt and call more in those spots. And if you look stupid because he has a 10, so be it.
And I think the remainder of the table would be well served to have paid attention to that particular pot, as they've certainly taken an interest in some of these unshown spots that Tekin has been involved in, and now maybe his skirt's been lifted a touch.
Yeah, I think having seen that pot too, Bravko might like the last hand back, and he would be happier to call with the jack. But he had no real information on what the big bet on the river meant.
And in retrospect, perhaps Bavko asking himself whether or not holding that king-jack was wise after having seen that showdown.
If I'm Bravko, I'm sitting there thinking I definitely should have called.
But again, just an example of what makes these sorts of events and these featured tables, by extension, so interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, because we've mentioned this a few times, but there are, when you have a lot of unorthodox players, you can't just say, well, they're unorthodox. There are different types of unorthodox, and you have to try and put patterns on them. And one pattern that I mentioned early in the session was that when a player suddenly bets big on the river, it's usually it can often be the case that it's because they've improved in some unexpected way. But that goes against what we saw here. What we saw here was just he bet big on the river because he wanted to win the pot, and betting big put maximum pressure. So you kind of have to decide which of those two almost polar opposite types is this player most likely to be.
Blind versus blind battle here, and the ace-high rainbow board connects with neither holding. Fida Hussein's king high performing better.
Interesting that we've got 2 blind versus blind battles. It has been the kind of table where it's very rarely gotten around to the blinds. But maybe with the break coming up relatively soon, in about 8 minutes, players are taking a foot off the gas.
Uneventful exchange there, which has really been the exception, I would say, here at this feature table in the,
it feels like
recent going.
They're all just chilling for the break now.
Not long now before the players will enjoy a break, and here is a look at your next featured table.
And that includes that lady there who was also on the feature table in the warm-up on day 3, I'm going to say.
Healthy stack in front of her.
Yeah.
Would that be
Katerina Aristotelis? Yeah, that is her.
valiant effort there. By the way, Cypriot. So a hometown hero of sorts. This Katerina. Singapore, Greece, Bulgaria, Turkey, Germany, India, and Poland all represented at that next featured
That's
table.
incredible.
Love to see that.
That's amazing.
Truly
yeah.
do.
Yeah, truly international.
Just kind of a testament to how far-reaching the interest in poker is worldwide. And hopefully more nations will figure out how to legislate and regulate and open their borders to online poker that connects so many of these people. And allows us to enjoy this great game with one another, whether or not we're able to make the journey to some of these stops, which, with or without online poker, is always worth the effort. Truly a pleasant experience. Incredibly enjoyable to get out there and play the cash games on the side when you're not in the tournaments.
Yeah.
Just kind of get to know folks who share this passion. So we see Tekin taking another one down.
Yeah, I made a very speculative call pre-flop against the under the gun open with 8-5 suited, but it worked out for him.
It worked out for him has really been the theme for the most part,
Yeah.
save for the one time he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar with that queen 4.
It's often
By
a feature of this.
Korshagin.
Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
It's often a feature of this style that people can think that he's doing something brilliant because he's. But if you pair back and look at the unorthodox stuff he's doing, he's largely winning pots because good variance. You know, he's flopping a pair. He's getting maybe the only river in the deck that the king jack is going to fold to.
Right, right. I think a lot of times, as we see our newcomer Daoud with the queen 10 suited looking to get involved off of a stack of 100K, oftentimes we'll see less experienced players who have sort of observed more experienced players at work seek to emulate some of the lines or the behaviors that they've seen, but they don't recognize the nuance and sort of the other variables that are at play when they see those sorts of executions. And so they get emulated and sort of in a misplaced manner, but to positive effect from time to time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, once you're aggressive and playing a lot of pots, you always give yourself a chance. And as you said, like sometimes TV poker has a part to play in this too. Sometimes you'll see a low frequency play that a pro might have taken, which works out, and that's edited down into a highlight thing. So people think, oh well, he's always playing 8-5 suited, or he's always 4-betting ace-4 suited here, whereas it might be a very occasional play that just happened to work out on this occasion, and that's why it made the highlights real.
Well, a nice start to this feature table for Daoud, who follows through on the ace-ace flop.
Always
Stylish
nice
kit too, by the way. A little Dolce & Gabbana. Something out of your closet?
No.
Dara? No Dolce
No.
& Gabbana in O'Kearney's closet?
No, I
we'll get you outfitted.
Yeah, I am dressed by my wife.
Dara, it was slightly sad the way that you conveyed that bit of information. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe she's got great fashion sense.
She does have great fashion sense, but it is an admission of complete lack of fashion sense on my part. Ooh, Dude might be going for 2 in a row here. I was about to say always nice to win your first hand at your new table, but is he going to actually win the first 2?
2 red jacks are a good start to the effort. No takers, other than Al-Kubasi's big blind, and the Jack-Deuce-Deuce board is overkill
Oh, this is way
for
overkill.
Daoud here. And he knows it.
Yeah.
Quick check back. Looking to let Kubasi pick up a little equity, which he has in the form of a flush draw.
He's fallen for it here. He's definitely taken the bait. I mean, he should have been extremely suspicious when no c-bet came in on that board.
Yeah, that board in particular feels like it beckons for a quick sprinkle and a takedown, but instead the check back. And
now you've got to check your cards, pretend that you're looking for a club.
This is really a Hollywood audition tape at this point in terms of posturing for Dawood, who flats. And now the third deuce on the river. Maybe a touch awkward, though. Quads are hard to make.
Quads are hard to make. It's certainly not beyond the bounds. Yeah, he probably, I guess he just calls now, because if he raises only a deuce, calls. And certainly Al-Kubasi can have the case deuce. Yeah, he's not thinking about folding here. He's just trying to decide if he can get value from worse. If he raises.
Boy, can you imagine if he did raise and Al-Kubasi decides to blast off?
He's moved all in. Wow. I guess he's targeting a queen here.
With only 90,500 back in total,
yeah,
I suppose he just decided if you've got quads, go on and take it.
Yeah, and if you have a queen, you're not going to be able to fold.
Yeah, right. So it's not as though a smaller size does me any good in terms of incentivizing somebody to make that call. As the players are going to head to a break, Al-Kubasi, save for that little misstep at the end there. It's just been steady northbound. The chip leader here at the feature table, which will be replaced on the back end of the break. Obviously, Sejamesh is going to have some work to do. His registration draws to a close, and the blinds will go back up relentlessly. It happens once an hour, and we welcome you back inside our commentary booth, Ali Najak. Alongside Dara O'Kearney, tremendously entertaining group there that really played with the curveballs more than they did with the fastballs. Nothing down the middle.
Yeah, large variety of styles there, made for very entertaining poker. We saw styles clashing essentially, and we were helped as well by some of the runouts, which the more interesting runouts. The Queen on the River, for example, springs to mind. That was probably the most interesting card that could come at that point. And Takin did pull the trigger on the third barrel and got it through. That was probably the most memorable hand for me.
Yeah, agreed as well. Takin definitely showed us some looks that we didn't anticipate from time to time, and I would venture to guess that we'll see even more of those on the back end of this break as we welcome in a new, very multinational table to the feature. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Western Series from right here in Northern Cyprus, coming up in just about 15 minutes. Don't go away.
Also, if there's anyone at this table who might create a 3-bet folding range.
You think that's the man, Ivanov?
I think that might be the man. Doesn't feel great, you know, you're going to get snapped off by better sometimes, but here they go, he's lining them up.
Yeah, and you see the
and he just
swallow there from Ivanov, who does make the call, was always prepared to potentially be in this sort of situation.
He'll be relieved there. Ace-King was going to be a large portion of the 4-betting range from me there. To see an underpair is a good result, but he had committed so much.
And you see he's behind, but not by much. 54 to 46% in favor of Knee. Whose stack hangs in the balance, and the queen high flop is a very bad one for the 2 10s.
Oh, yeah.
Now the 9 on the turn does give him an open ender.
Never easy, thinks Ivanov.
Ocho.
King, 10 and 8 needed. And instead it's the 7. So Knee wraps the table and passes the remainder of his tokens to his left. Fortunately for him, re-registration is still open should he elect to buy back in.
Signaled a decent amount of strength, so for Beg to have continued into that player as well,
right,
I think was a bit more legit.
Yeah, agreed. Those sorts of curiosities, I think, fare better heads up out of position than they do in that particular scenario. But nevertheless, we roll forward with Sadeghi limping the suited connector from the cutoff. Now a middling ace for Guarini on the button.
Well.
He'd like to dine alone. C4 X's to 12,000.
Yeah, interesting to see Sadeghi deploy the limp here.
Jack 10 offsuit for Nina is going to defend the big, and more suspect behaviors are beginning to be displayed.
I was going to say that will almost certainly bring in Sadeghi for a great price on a suited connector, but he actually lets it go, lets these two battle it out.
He would have flopped the best hand with middle pair on this Queen 7-5 board, where as it stands, Ace 8 is in the lead. $8K bet does get called, and Krasilnikova binks a jack on the turn. Was that a check? Looked a bit like one, but not certain if she was just adjusting her hand. Doesn't appear that it registered as such. She may think that she checked. I don't think anyone else does.
I think you're spot on here, Ali. I think it may be asked to clarify now. Guarini. Oh no, he has bet.
Okay. So apparently I'm spot off, as the case were. Pardon me, 32,000. Does get called as another 64 slides into the middle.
It's going to be very hard for Guarini to empty the clip here. 96 into 111.
You surprised at his willingness to barrel again with the ace 8? Arid river card. I certainly didn't anticipate him firing again. Maybe not assigning much Queen X to Nina's range when calling the 3-bet out of the big, not sure, but in any event, here he is completely adrift with ace high and 111,000 in the middle, and he's going to jam. Nina instantly asks for it to be counted down.
So Guarini obviously reckoning that there are a decent number of weak holdings, so that, you know, Krasilnikova will be in there with some maybe 7/8s, maybe
98?
Queen 10s that she might fold even here. It's very, very aggressive from Guarini, clearing feeling like the gap between her turn calls and river calls is large. Obviously his story gets to stay consistent over all those streets. She flopped virtually nothing, but did turn second pair.
Did she make the call?
Oh,
wow!
Wow!
Good game.
What a boss! What a boss! She made the right decision folding the 4s a moment ago. She made the right decision with second pair there.
Good call.
Wow, what a play from Guarini.
Current largest stacks, and it appears that Kubanichbek Abakirov has reached the 700,000 chip threshold, as he is your overall tournament chip leader for the time being. Now, a raise to 7,000, the minimum, from King 9 suited for Israel's Abraham Passet. Al-Kubaisi with King Queen, hailing from Iraq.
Yeah, tricky enough spot for the King Queen, although we can see that he's in great shape. it's the type of hand which generally wouldn't necessarily be in amazing shape against an under-the-gun raiser. We can see the under-the-gun in this case is pretty much at the rock bottom of his range. King 9 suited is a fine open as well, but yeah, Al-Kabasi won't feel amazing about his hand.
Turkey's Yusuf Tekin with pocket sixes in the cutoff joins the party. Knee in the small with Queen 9 and gonna get away.
Yeah, not really the kind of hand. Multi-way is much more likely to be dominated as it is on this occasion. In fact, it's doubly dominated.
And in spite of the price, Hussein will decline to participate with that Jack-7 offsuit out of the big, so it'll be a three-way affair with just shy of 30,000 in the middle. 7-5 deuce with a couple of spades, 2 overs, and the flush draw obtained by Passett, who checks it, Dara.
Yeah, it's not really supposed to be his board as the under-the-gun raiser. He obviously has all the overpairs, but this is the kind of board which really should hit the ranges behind more. They have more sets, etc.
As a result, he's keeping with what the expected flow of play might be. And Tekin with the 2 sixes. Probes for 11,000.
Passett could have gone for a check raise there, but he decided to take the more low variance check call line.
Unimproved on the turn. The 5 pairing is not at all unwelcome for the sixes here.
Yeah, sixes feels much better about his hand. 5 really can't have improved Passett.
16,000 now, the sizing. 1/3 pottish.
Yeah, he's getting the price pretty much to call, but when the board pairs, you could be slightly worried that you could be dead already against a hand like 7s.
If 6s are in the range, 7s are as well.
Yeah. Looks like he's gone for the raise here.
Sure has, as he's going to try to represent better than these 2 6s from the jump.
Yeah, he does have all the overpairs, and he has pocket 7s as well, so...
And the awkwardness for Tekin here off of a stack of 276,000 is the call at this point may very well encounter an even larger barrel on the river. So
yeah,
he is going to make this call. Clearly would love to have it checked to him on the river if Passett remained unimproved and waved the white flag. But as we can see here, courtesy of the 4 of spades, that is not at all the case. King high flush for Passett. Incredibly fortunate. We'll see how Tekin 6s respond to the weight of what we have to anticipate is going to be a follow-through.
Yeah, I think he has to bet here because if he checks, it's going to go check, check too often. I'd personally like a small bet here representing an overpair that's maybe a little bit scared now of the flush or the possible straights.
But as we've seen before, when you come with these bigger sizes, there's some real polarity behind it, and Tekin appears to have snap-called him on the river.
Yeah, I wonder what he put his opponent on there that he thought 6s was beating by that stage.
Obviously a bluff, because really the 6 is performing only as a bluff catcher.
We'll even think that because you're losing all the pots, you're either playing badly or running badly, and that's likely to continue for some reason. Players sometimes overreact to that. We're pattern-seeking monkeys, so when you see somebody winning a lot of hands, they tend to get far too much respect, and when somebody loses a couple of hands in quick succession, the other players often go after them.
Now pardon me, Hussein with 9-7 suited on the button, going to limp in, Dara, and this is fairly ill-advised, although we have seen some top-level pros from time to time employ this particular strategy off of various stack depths. The Jack 10-7 board yields bottom pair and a gut shot. Unfortunately, however, the big blind with 8-9 has flopped the joint. However, after 2 checks on the flop, suddenly Hussein with tremendous equity, courtesy of a second heart on the turn.
Yeah, 2 really big hands now. We have the second nut straight against bottom pair, gut shot, and flush draw. The limp here was interesting because normally that's a play you see at shallower stack depths.
Yeah.
This deep, it's not really seen very often.
So a bet of 4,000 and a call behind it as we go to the river, which is a king, and now suddenly both players are playing a king high straight. Really disappointing outcome for Bravko. But to be fair, Bravko could potentially remove the ace X's from Hussein's range, having limped the button. Nevertheless, he proceeds with caution.
Yeah, both players should have some ace X in their range, assuming he's not just limping hands like 9-7. But again, then maybe he is. But the small blind in particular, sorry, the big blind would tend to 3-bet pre-flop with an ace, or isolation raise in this case. So it's kind of unlikely either of them has the ace.
Just north of a third pot, the sizing from Hussein over here is Bravko really sick to his stomach about this one. Dynamite flop.
Yeah.
A little bit of an inconvenient turn, perhaps, though we're not so worried about ace-king and probably not king-9 either. But he does make the call and will be relieved that an ace is not brandished by Hussein, so he'll visit the chopping block. Awfully feathery affair here for our dealer.
Yeah.
This is downright avian.
Yeah.
Is she molting?
I wonder. They're going with the whole Western theme.
Yes. Cowboys and Indians,
Cowboys
I suppose,
and
is the
Indians.
angle.
That is the angle. But it's certainly different from the usual dealer attire.
To the ranks, for you, who are some of the most talented Russian players in the game today?
Today? That's an interesting
Anybody come to
question.
mind? We've got time to chew on it.
Yeah.
And the internet as well, it bears mentioning.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace-queen for Tekin.
He is very short now. 14 big blinds.
Like to see him actually be the opener when choosing to play some of the hands that he has, as opposed to sort of calling and taking very passive lines that represent very expensive investments relative to his stack depth.
I'll say flicking at the nonchalant call there with all the chips. Oh, an interesting spot for the big blind now.
Yeah, Bravko could have maybe thought about a little mild squeeze, but off of his 117,000, he plunks in the necessary cost of admission and takes the queen 9-4 flop with the field, which yields an open ender for the jack 10. Top pair, top kicker is about all you could ask for here. Best case scenario.
Yeah, he's stack to pot ratio is much more than 1.5 for him now, so he just has to think about the best way to get the money in. Probably start off with a fairly small bet and then maybe shove the turn if called.
Yeah, showing some aptitude here in terms of sizing and trying to chart a course for a double. Of course, one does not.
A warm welcome back. I'm David Lappin, subbing in for Ali Najad, who did a 4-hour stint there. Fair play to Ali. I'm joined, of course, by Darrow Carney, who has continued his stint from the last one. We're going to be popping in and out in pairs for the next little while from Crystal Cove here at the Merit Poker Western Series. This is the main event.
It is indeed the main event. We have seen some of the people that we saw in the warm-up, and we are going to see one of them on this table, Katerina Aristotelis.
Love a bit of Katerina Aristotelis.
She has built another big stack. Local Cypriot hero. Clearly a very good performer in these tournaments, and she's there in second in chips on this table. And Jack Sinclair update. He has broken his personal record. He has fired the 8th bullet.
I spoke to him, Darragh. I spoke to him just before I came in here.
Yeah, and I'm just checking.
He was bragging.
Yeah, he's up to 120k.
Yeah, he was bragging. I think he was at 104k when I spoke to him. He was very happy about that.
So he bought 8 stacks and he's managed to bring 1.2 of them through the through the rebuy period. Well done, Jack. That's why you're the best.
Jack. at the top of the leaderboard there, you see the name Fabian Wolf. Fabulous name, by the way. What a great name, Fabian Wolf. He is a bit of a side event king. He's won 3 side events at EPTs there.
I do know a wolf, but I presume it's not him. An older gentleman who...
Is he a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Wait.
No, he's a wolf in wolf's clothing, I think. And Stankov, obviously, we've seen before as well.
Love a bit of Stankov. But delighted to see Aristotelos especially back on the table. She brought a lot of colour, a lot of really good poker, actually. I'm flashing back now. Anyone here tuning in who was watching warm-up day 2, she was on the feature table warm-up day 2 and day 3, but on warm-up day 2 she made a couple of very above-the-rim folds, which were very impressive. They were right.
Yeah, she played really, really well, and you can kind of get this. There's a kind of a confidence thing sometimes when you have one deep run, you bring it into the main event, and you feel confident, more willing to go for spots, more willing to make maybe marginal plays, and more comfortable in the difficult decisions.
Dara, look at this one. So Stankov opened things up from +1, folded all the way around to Bogdanov in the big blind, who defended as he should with the 10-4 of diamonds. Well, he's flopped a pair and a flush draw. Stankov with the 2 over cards has now improved to 2 overs and the wheel draw. This could get a little spicy.
Yeah, great check back by Stankov, recognizing that this was the big blind's board. The big blind having all the 5-6s, and didn't go ahead far to see, but his ace high obviously had good showdown. But now he has picked up. Now it's a pretty bad gut shot. It's a gut shot to the ignorant end, but he pulls ahead on the river.
Yeah, terrible card for Bogdanov. Obviously, ace king, definitely one of the hands that may have checked back and been sticky once. He's not going to love that one. He may fire a very small blocker. He may decide to turn his hand into a bluff catcher. It's kind of hard to know which there. I'm not sure which I'd go for here. I definitely have a little ponder as he is. Yeah. Is your hand good enough to bluff catch? You do block diamonds, but then that's probably not a huge amount.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close. You can definitely get called by worse if you throw out the small blocker, which is what he's done. You can get called by ace highs, given how little aggression there's been throughout the hand. So yeah, I quite like this actually.
Yeah, ultra small here. He's betting 2 bigs into a pot of about 8 bigs, so quarter pot-ish. And yeah, it will have a paralyzing effect on a lot of the range, but not this particular holding. Stankov basically recognizing what it is.
Yeah. And Bogdanov giving him the eye. He's like, are you just picking up on the fact that I made a weak lead and now you're raising it? You do find yourself in difficult spots with these weak leads, because if you can't always fold when you have this type of hand. So you've got to call sometimes and fold sometimes. I think this is a particularly bad call because you're blocking the missed flushes.
I completely agree that it would actually make a bad call, but could it make an interesting rebluff?
No, I don't think so. I can't. I think we'd want a 5 or a 6 in our hand.
Oh, he has gone for the call. And gets the bad news.
Yeah, I think if we had something like 5-4 or 6-4, then it would be more interesting. But the 10 really doesn't help us.
Yeah, I guess just blocking one set. I was more thinking about texture, I suppose, there, and going, oh, it's interesting that the guy's played so passively. Now he's raising river. Feels like it might be a 1-pair hand, and maybe.
Oh no, I mean, don't get me wrong. We should have bluff 3 bets, but I think we've a lot to choose from. We've 5-4, we've 6-4.
Yeah, definitely nice to block the straight possibilities as well.
And it would be nice not to have the diamonds as well.
Stankov won't get back in the saddle here. Law pitches the ace-9 offsuit. They're in fairly early position, pretty reasonable. It's kind of a cuspy one.
Yeah, on the previous feature table, that was definitely getting opened. People were opening any ace from any seat. But this table looks like it's playing more conventionally so far.
Well,
Queen 3 is obviously suited fine open.
yeah, he's gone for the 2.5x here on the button.
Fine call by the big blind as well, closing the action.
A flush draw against a presumably sticky enough ace-3 here, who might feel his hand is good on a king 5-5 Dara.
Yeah, I don't think you can fold to one bet here. You just don't have enough calls if you do. Your ace high is going to be good, actually probably well over half the time. And he has turned a gut shot. Really bad for him though, because Kokaliaris has turned the flush. Sizing will be interesting here.
So he does choose to donk lead it. Interesting. 14k into 35, so 40%. And Kokaliaris going to go for the call here, I guess. Feeling good about his hand, but aware that Gulselvin will have some 5x that might be a 5-4 sometimes, and maybe just let him do his own dirty work here. Depending on the sizing here, he will raise. I think if it's a small sizing, he'll probably come over the top. I think if it's a big sizing, he'll just call. And it looks to be right in the middle.
Interesting.
24 into 64, so around 40% again. Yeah, I think it's pretty close between raise and call. We obviously know folding is out of the equation here, so what would you do there, actually? I think I'd probably just call myself, but maybe.
I think I would maybe go for a small raise.
Oh, he actually only has 66 behind.
Oh, he only has 66k, yeah, then I stick it in.
In that
because
case, it's just like,
yeah, that's just, I mean, they're wide ranges. He can just have the 5. He can have a lot of worse flushes as well.
Yeah, when you get to lay such a good price there, you could definitely get called by a 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies there, guys. I
didn't
wasn't stack aware for a moment there.
Yeah.
No, nicely played. So for those of you joining us late, as I'm sure quite a few people are, it is sort of coming into the late afternoon, early evening, maybe some people coming home from work, some of the poker grinders waking up finally after their Sunday grind. That's definitely part of the equation.
For sure.
We welcome you to this stream, Merit Poker Western Series main event, $3,300 US. They guaranteed 1.5 million on this one. We're well over 2 million already.
Yeah, amazing turnout. I mean, a million of that is Jacqueline Carroll.
But fortunately, it's one of only multiple tens of millions that man has.
Yeah. Well, Jack was quite upset when he arrived here because people asked him, people immediately assumed he was Busto Jack again because he was here rather than the Bahamas. So he responded by actually doing more buy-ins in this than the 25k in the Bahamas would cost.
Also, maybe explaining to those people how time works and that he can still get over there in time.
Yeah, he will absolutely. Yeah, Jack will go from firing multiple bullets here to balling it up in the Bahamas, no doubt.
They have to open their cards in the box. They have to open their cards in the box.
The Bahamas event Dara referring to there, obviously a Poker Stars event. There will be a Poker Stars event at this very location in October.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Wasn't planning to play too many EPTs this year, but I think I'll definitely target that one. Stankov picks up another small one. A little bit of the Colin Farrells to Stankov, I think. He's from the side.
It's very generous commentary. Colin Farrell has let himself go, maybe.
Come on.
Okay, I'm going to need an escort leaving the booth now.
You will need an escort now. Yeah, you picked on the.
Can we find out Stankov's background? Is he a fighter? Is he a martial artist?
He looks like he might be.
Do any? No, he's a good-looking lad, but you compared him to one of the heartthrobs of the world, there, Dara.
Here we have an all-in. Ooh, that's a big all-in. 23 big blinds. It's not to say it's bad. I mean, this is a hand you don't like raise calling or raise folding necessarily, but when you play it like this, you're not going to get worse to fold and not too. Sorry, worse to call and better to fold.
Yeah, the main exploitation here is the
pairs.
Pocket sevens and eights that you discourage.
The flips you avoid.
Yeah.
We didn't actually see what the tank there was, but Colin Farrell folding his small tank.
Now I feel compelled to think up as many Colin Farrell movie references over the course of the next 2 hours.
What have I started?
This is what you've done, but you can't blame me. The audience can't blame me either. This is what happens.
Close decision. Huh? It was a close decision, yeah?
With all these movie references, I feel like you're phoning it in the booth.
Phone booth. Do you know what? Phone booth was a Joel Schumacher movie. I used to have lunch with Joel Schumacher.
One of the worst directors of all time, in my opinion.
Perhaps he did direct Tigerland, his first ever film.
Okay.
So he gave Colin his break.
Yeah. He made some awful movies in the 80s, Joel.
He did make. I think he might have ruined the Batman franchise at one point as well. Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Phone Booth. Phone Booth was okay. Tigerland was good.
Those two movies, yeah, certainly.
Tigerland made him a star. He used to have lunch in the. Shout out to my friends who actually own this restaurant. He used to have lunch at Soup Dragon on Capel Street in Dublin, and I used to sit on the bench next to him, have chats about movies.
Yeah.
When he lived in Dublin.
That's fascinating to our entire Turkish audience.
Well, you brought up Colin Farrell, and then you brought up Joel Schumacher, who I used to literally sit and have lunch with, so I felt compelled.
Yeah. Well, no, you brought up Joel Schumacher.
You brought up a Joel Schumacher movie.
Correct. Okay, guilty. Meanwhile, Donna is doing our work for us in the chat, getting people to mash the like button. Thanks very much, Donna.
And we're going to have to see now. I think Stankov, if he's going to win this one, Dara, is going to have to be an ordinary decent criminal.
Okay.
7.
It's a very small part. That's before he became big time. He actually had a very, very tiny part in that movie. Christoph Waltz was also in that film before his fame.
Please stop now. This really has turned into poker in the ears. So Aristoteles takes it down there with the bet on the flop. Piles some more chips into her already impressive stack.
Do you reckon Stankov has ever played in Bruges?
Probably not, because I don't think they have poker in Bruges, but so the Queen Jack off under the gun gets folded, as it should do. This is a very, very multinational table, as Ali pointed out before the break. Stankov will fold the Jack 4. Wolf has a decision here with the Ace 9. He has a very big stack, almost 100 big blinds. If he's very deep, against, no, the big line is actually short. Looks like the big line is very short. This might be just an all-in. I think all-in might be the play here. But it looks like he's going to just limp. Or raise. Wasn't exactly clear what was happening there. He limped, and the big blind checks. Big blind only has 20 big blinds behind, so they both miss, but the ace high is still good. It goes check, check. Yeah, the ace had not much reason to bet. The king on this on the turn, and it's a third spade. That's not a good card for either of them either. So I think Wolf would have fired on a brick, recognizing that his ace high was probably good, but king of spades is a scary card. Now he's going to have to try and value bet. Law has had 2 opportunities to bluff at this and has taken neither, so you're going to have to do your own betting. He's not going to get looked up by Jack 4. He's thinking about it though. I mean, I guess he figures he doesn't expect Wolf to limp an ace. Jack high does have a decent amount of showdown. Yeah. I mean, the nut no pair, it's very hard to make a pair blind on blind, particularly when the ranges are so wide. And the best hand that isn't a pair is queen high, and Jack high is just below that. So. Seems to be a very friendly atmosphere between those two gentlemen.
Was going on,
So I don't know if this was announced maybe in the last segment, but we did get confirmation that we were playing 10 levels today.
Yes, Sally did confirm that. So this is level 5 of the day, and we'll have 5 more after this. Next break will be dinner break, and then we'll come back and play 4 more levels after dinner. Going for a slightly longer day too than the warm-up, presumably because bigger field.
So Stankov again with the decision there, but he is no Dumbo, so he lets go the ace-9.
Okay.
I'm going to cross these off my list every time I do one.
I really regret bringing up Colin Farrell now.
I feel like Dara's going to swat me away.
Yeah.
When I make any more of these references. Okay, that's 2. God, I've got 6 more. I'm trying to get them in over the course of the next hour and a half.
За что? Wants to do something silly here, I guess. That's how it feels. Would be okay for me.
Having a chat with organisers there during my 2-hour sabbatical, Dara, I garnered some information that quite a lot of people satellite into this. They're obviously firing off satellites, maybe sometimes 2 a day, into this main event over the course of the last 3 or 4 days. You are obviously the satellite king. You wrote the book on satellites. Poker Satellite Strategy, a bestseller. What advice would you give to people who are sort of targeting bigger events, you know, whether they be merit poker events where they play the live stuff? Obviously some people like to satellite online as well.
Yeah.
What are the major reasons to do so?
Well, first of all, satellites tend to be great value just in and of themselves as tournaments because they attract a fairly weak field. A lot of people will fire at a satellite who would never dream of playing a normal tournament. You definitely see that in Ireland at the bigger tournaments. Pretty much the softest tournaments of the year are the live event satellites for a lot of the things like the Irish Open. Do you know if they're target stack satellites or normal satellites?
Normal ones, yeah.
Normal ones. That's good to see that the traditional ones still exist. There's huge exploitations in those. Like if you understand basic satellite format, you could be a significantly worse poker player than most of the field, and you'd still be a winning player, just by virtue of understanding the satellite stuff. So very profitable because of that, and you know, then it gets you the chance to play on a big stage like this, maybe get on a feature table and have an experience either way.
Yeah, live the poker dream, so to speak.
Yeah, it's great to see organisers going to the trouble of putting on lots of satellites for an event like this. There was a time when satellites seemed to go a little bit out of favour, but if you want to have a big successful tournament like this, you want to try and get lots of people in that certainly wouldn't pay the full buy-in, and satellites are the best way to do that.
They certainly are. Well, we see here in this pot, to catch you guys up, Stankov has opened this one up. Wolf has flatted in position. That brought in the big blind, who got out of there after Wolf fired a bet on the Queen 9-5 texture. Once it got round to Stankov, he felt compelled with the 2 overcards, and maybe the best hand sometimes still to hang on in there.
Yeah, there's draws there, obviously Jack 10, lots of gut shots, even stuff like King Jack, King 10 might fire.
Yeah, pretty reasonable for Stankov to stick around. Sticking around now to the 20k bet, he would be a bit of a daredevil.
Yeah, David marks another one off his bingo card.
Audience are loving this, by the way. I'm getting so many.
Yeah, we haven't had a comment in 10 minutes, so they've all
much feedback.
They've all fallen asleep. If you are alive in the YouTube chat, can you at least tell us that David hasn't driven everybody away?
So late registration is now closed. That number of 757 will generate our prize pool. We will announce that prize pool and the payouts to you as soon as we have them. But expect first place to be something in the region of 350k.
Wow, that's pretty sick.
Aristotelos in the mix here with the ace-8, flatting the under the gun open from Bogdanov's ace-queen. The ultra deep stack Mr. Wolf, almost 800k now. He must be one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, and he just lets the King Jack go. That's interesting in itself. He's obviously just going to intends to play that stack fairly snug. You could certainly make a case with his stack for squeezing there with the King Jack.
Yeah, I was thinking the very same. So Komorowski on the button here. He's got a offsuit Broadway. King 10, good enough to flick in the call for 8. He's playing relatively short there. He's only got 23 big, so could get tricky for him calling with a hand like this if he makes a pair.
Yeah, he's just going to have to probably just assume he's good, and he is good.
He is good, but he's not going to lose Aristotelos.
Yeah, look how much equity she has with the ace-8 suited. Pretty much flipping.
8,000.
In fact, she had more equity than he has. Now that's multi-way, but
yeah, it'll be pretty much a flip once it gets down to just the two of them. I don't expect Bogdanov or Kalyaris to get in the mix here.
Super interesting bet here. She's gone for a tiny bet, which is very interesting. Essentially juicing up the pot, but her hand is so strong she doesn't mind that.
Yeah, maybe sort of setting her own price, so to speak, if she was to get to the turn.
Yeah.
But also with a hand that if she met with any resistance, she could play it fast.
Now she has a very interesting spot because she's hit her ace, which is not absolutely not what she was going for. But it doesn't mean she's pulled ahead now.
Do you go for another, let's call it a holding bet here, Darrow, or do you decide to check?
I think I check because yeah, we have showdown now. We can definitely bluff catch against part of the range, and
yeah, it would be very awkward for her if she faced a raise in this spot.
It's hard to get called by worse now when we bet ourselves, but it is going to happen. Komorowski's going to hang on at least for one more streak because the size she went for was so small there. That's what sealed it. Now she hits her flush on the river.
And very happy and very quickly goes all in here. Obviously, Komorowski is the effective stack, 57k.
Yeah, he's folding out. Literally everything got there.
So hard to believe he can stick around now. Obviously, she has some ace-x in her range. She has some flushes. She might even have some sixes. He doesn't beat anything other than a bluff. I don't think she would play the same hand or queen 10 this way. So yeah, he has to basically figure out what are the bluffs, and I guess the bluffs are 4-5. It's just hard to figure it out.
She's very honest. She shows just how good her hand was. Ray Wheatley is in the chat. Says, afternoon lads, enjoying the coverage. Great when you're sick off work. Sorry to hear you're sick, Ray. And we have Patricia Komorowski in the chat saying, wishing best of luck to Komorowski, proud of my dad. So
oh, great stuff.
That's nice to see her railing her dad.
If he has ace or something. I was ahead all the time. I was ahead.
No, not on the floor.
He made a good fold there on the end.
Eight, straight as well.
Ah, you have an 8.
Yes, 8. Ace 8. Ace 8.
Stankov taking something of an intermission now between playable hands.
Yeah.
Battle of the Blinds.
Jack 2 suited, definitely a hand you want to limp. You can call you can call a small raise, but Bogdanov bumps it up quite considerably. I probably still would have called it with the suitedness, but the call isn't going to make you too much. No harm folding either, and just staying out of trouble.
Stankov going to get in the mix here with the 7-8 suit, little suited connector. Dangerous ones these, Dara. We talked about this on a previous stream as well. If you include too much of this low to mid league suited connectors, while they're good for giving you some board coverage, you'd have just too many of them, really.
Just way too many of them, yeah. Because your undergun range will be tight, and it can just get overwhelmed by all this stuff if you open it all the time. But opening it some of the time is fine, and you can use things like table conditions as the deciding factor. If you're not getting 3-bet very much, then it becomes more feasible to open them all.
Well, when the action does get round to him, if indeed it does, and I don't think it will now, because Subramanian is going to go with his ace-10 offsuit. Interesting to pick up on maybe Aristoteles' propensity to do these small raises, not necessarily premium, and that the ace-10 could be good for a cold 4-bet.
Yeah.
She's going to get a reasonable price here, but actually he probably has a perceived range that dominates her.
Yeah. If she saw his hand, she could call, but she's going to be worried about aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen. They're a big chunk of his cold 4-bet range.
She does have a pretty hand and a reasonable price, but she is up against a cold 4-bet that is lighter than we would anticipate.
Yeah.
And I guess she's just trying to figure out how often is it pocket 9s or 10s. They're the sort of hands you're hoping to see if you call for this price. You're certainly not expecting to be in as good shape as ace-10 with almost 50%. Looks like she might just flick in this call there between her fingers.
Yeah. Not afraid to gamble. Just a question of whether she's getting the price or not. She does call.
She does, and she will get the relative good news. She's not in front, but she's not far behind.
Yeah, it'd be very hard to be in front there. I think that's as good as it gets for her. Maybe the small the pairs that she's genuinely flipping against too, but this is pretty much a flip and no longer.
Well, that all but shuts the door here. She has
She
some
can still make a royal. She can still make a royal flush.
Heart. I have ace-2 heart.
Oh, it's never easy from 3% to 16%.
16%, yeah. He's giving it the old uncomfortable shoulder rub.
Oh,
Never is,
he lives to fight another day. Subramanian.
It's too hard.
Nice little pot there, 174k. How his fortunes have just changed. He was playing sub 20 bigs. He's now over 40 bigs.
It's very
A lot of dead money in that pot to go with the money at risk at showdown. So yeah, wow, right back in the mix now. Aristotelos takes a little body blow. She's still having a pretty good day though.
She is, yeah, for sure.
If she
just call?
No 3-bet, yes. Yeah, she just call, I think so. But
he will move in anyway, so.
No, maybe.
Yeah, he'll move all in again.
You move is call?
Yeah.
You show?
You mean if she just called?
She just called. Would you move all in? I think you might be even more, given more reason to.
Yeah, I mean there was only 8,000 extra in the pot because of her small raise, so
just call, maybe flop.
don't think it really changes things. It's always quite funny these post-mortems after the hand.
What would you do if I did this and then he did that and you would have done this?
Then you can find some way that you might have won the hand. There's a famous book, I can't remember which one it was, which started with 8 apparently random hands. And it gave 8 different ways the hand could play out. And they were all somewhat credible. And ended up with 8 different winners.
Wow.
And the point of the book was that there's a lot of variance that people don't recognize, that sometimes the way somebody else plays their hand ends up in you winning or losing more.
Revenge, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, second time. Huh?
And Stankov, defending his big blind, declares he's after revenge.
We have somebody called Kevin O'Donnell in the chat. No idea who that is. Do they have a tournament series in March?
They do.
Kevin's a close friend of mine. He's moving from the US to Ireland permanently in 2 days. He's literally sending me a daily countdown to when we can get a pint. Yes, they have one in March, Kevin. Or April.
Stankov with the donk lead here on King 9. He does have the goods.
Interesting. That's a very unorthodox lead.
And gets it done. Not
Maybe
the
next
outcome
time.
he would have wanted, and it wasn't an orthodox lead. You'd let your opponent maybe put some more chips in before you sprung the trap, perhaps. But Stankov, you might say he's a fantastic beast.
I might not say that, but you just did.
3 to go.
Yeah. You know who Aristoteles looks like?
Like movie star, or
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with. So you're setting me up for another sort of annoying story. Lappin's going to talk about famous people he knows.
No, you don't. You don't know.
Okay, what do I? Can I have my guess, please?
No, you can't have your guess.
It's been taken from me.
You tanked too long. The clock was called.
I was going to go with Angelica Houston for what it's worth. My old friend.
Yeah. No, I can't give you Angelica Houston. No, I'm not going to tell you because then you would just start another stupid game with this naming.
Well, I'm nearly out of Colin Farrell, so yeah.
Yeah.
I'm open for another.
You're open. You're moving on to another one. And there's definitely another one coming up, Kevin, for sure. I don't know whether it's March or April.
It's definitely March, Kevin. Late March.
March. Okay.
22nd is ringing a bell.
Yeah, apparently it hasn't been officially announced yet. So.
Leaky Lappin.
Leaky Lappin just announced.
Has it not been announced? Have I actually just Leaky Lappin?
Yeah, they might.
I had a good run. I made it to day 2 of the main before I finally.
They might announce it after this event. We've been told in chat.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, The Merit Poker people have just got their first taste of leaky lapping. These are the risks you take, I'm afraid.
Anyway, you can see my cards after because nobody tricks here. Good cards.
It's very, very friendly.
Because
you
you see the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic presence.
I'm going to say Law looks a bit like Faraz.
Yeah.
Maybe this
See
is
that?
a look-alike table. Yeah, Donna says leaky lapping strikes again. He does indeed. Well gotten used to leaky lapping down the years. Queen Jack off, under the gun +3, which is the low jack. Yeah, this is just about solver approved.
I don't mind the phrase leaky lapping right now at the age of 41. But I feel like if this is still a name I have at 51, people are going to assume it's from something else.
It's a different, yeah.
It's like a colostomy bag issue.
I mean, to be honest, I think people already think that, but they think it's kind of dual purpose. He started doing one type of leak, and then he branched out into others. Mr. Frankello says, I'm sure they have EPT in October. Yeah, that one has been announced.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Because I leaked that one about 5 days ago. I saw a poster on the wall for that one. I thought I was safe.
Yeah.
The pink are gone, no?
No more pink.
Yeah, no more pinks.
Donna says, are you sure you're 41?
I'll check. Let me just do some maths. I'll be back to you.
So
I can't believe you haven't taken the opportunity, Dara, to tell the story about how somebody once thought that we were the same age. Actually, sorry, thought you were younger. Something that upset me greatly for many years.
People wouldn't make that mistake anymore, unfortunately.
I don't know, Dara. I feel like I've let myself go and you're still in shape.
Race. 9.
They'd have to think I was very weathered looking, whereas you were out of shape but relatively young looking for your age. David's just taking calls here.
No, I was trying to pull up the chat as well so I could fight my corner and you could stop tag teaming me here, but I forgot my volume was on because I was actually listening to you and Ali while I was on my break.
Yeah. Yeah, I also listened to you guys at the start as well.
All you can eat here from Law. He has the right sort of hand for a squeeze.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta like this.
Over the top. So Bramian just limped, I assume, did he?
It looks like he just limped, and Aristoteles did one of our trademark tiny raises, which the players may have picked up as kind of weakish hands.
Well, ordinarily I'd be saying Sobramian is looking for a bit of TV time here, but actually we saw him play very aggressively with the ace-10 a moment ago, so maybe, just maybe, the construction of his ranges are a little looser than...
Yeah.
Again, the same?
Aristoteles is not going to call with this ace-6, I feel, Dara. King-Queen sort of has a bit more sexiness to it, the ace-6 to a re-raise.
I think she has to be worried about ace-10. When she had the king-queen, you're fine with seeing ace-10, but when you have the ace-6, not so much.
Limpin' is pimpin', says Vautour.
This is torture. This is torture. Action is so slow.
It
Every
can
decision
be, I
is so
suppose,
slow.
in certain situations with the right stack sizes.
And no phone, no smoking.
Yep, for sure.
And
I think she's gonna fold. Yeah.
Someone on the feature table a little disappointed with the pace of play right now as Aristoteles contemplates a call for quite a large portion of her stack.
Yeah.
It's a little unfair there. I'm not sure she spent more than 45 seconds on that one.
More.
Every time.
Every time.
I know you. Don't 3-bet 10-6 because
Mr. Korai, take your seat, please.
Dark Angel talking about Jen Newell in the chat, who, of course,
Huh?
while we were in Vegas, was asked to guess your age, and let's say she came up with a much higher number than your actual age.
Jen Newell is dead to me, Dara.
Yeah, I know. Right, for Jen.
He didn't play one hand yet.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you.
You see one hand he played.
Thank you.
Kevin, I think a bit of misunderstanding. Kevin's daughter is called Jen, so.
Mr. Frankello says Joel Schumacher is not that bad, Dara. Come on.
I don't know. I've seen some terrible movies, and then when I've gone to check who directed them, it's been Joel Schumacher a lot of the time.
It's a mixed bag.
I know how
it's
you
definitely a mixed bag.
Maybe I'm mixing him up with somebody else, but I am going to check. If he directed one movie in particular, I am not retracting the statement, because it's the absolute worst of all of the terrible 80s movies.
Okay, while Dara hits the IMDb pages, I'm gonna have a go at analysing a hand all by myself. Wolf bumps it up here on the button with the ace jack, and he gets it through. So fantastic play by everyone there. Ace jack opens from the button. A2 folded in the big blind.
Yes, he did direct the absolute worst 80s movie of all time.
Yeah, don't try with you.
Do you care to guess which movie I'm thinking about?
Not this time. Who knows?
Without looking at your phone.
Well, no, but I was going to at least be able to see some of the movies he's made and which one I think you might disapprove of, because.
You got a bet?
Okay, Mr. Frank, I will give you the client was a good movie. Yeah.
Pocket Fours.
I didn't actually realise it was him. Time to Kill was him as well. Not too bad. Okay, here we go. Terrible 80s film.
Limp Push.
Do you know what? Dying Young was a good movie.
Said nobody ever.
Trying to pick out which one you might have been referring to. Were you referring to St. Elmo's Fire?
You got it, sir. The absolute nut worst. It's got all the ingredients of an 80s movie, but they've been left out to rot. And then a passing animal has taken a dump on them, and then they've smushed it into a movie.
So it's like Ebert and Roper in the box right now.
And also a horrendous title track, it has to be said.
Law is all in. He likes this ace 10 on the button.
Yeah,
for all
that's his
chips.
hand. That's his hand. It's like
some trademarking going on here.
I am all in. I have my hand. It's working for him. He is the law.
I am the law. Yeah, I like that. Nicely done.
Private territory.
This is not the last event that will be covered by the live stream. Just to give you guys a heads up, there is a high roller starting on Wednesday, and we will be bringing you Cards Up final table coverage of that one on Friday. So you've got day 3 and day 4 of this one to look forward to, but you've also got final day high roller 5K tournament to look forward to as well on Friday. Please do tune in for that one.
Yep. See how many bullets Jack can fire in that one.
16.
And another small 3-bet here, okay. This time Gull 7s.
Seems to be how they play if they have a hand.
That they want to continue with,
Well,
yeah.
Continue. They just throw in the tiny little.
Well, look at this. Okay, so Bogdanovich is 2x'd with the King Queen offsuit. Gull 7 is 4x'd, so just doubled. And Aristotelos has decided her 8s are interesting in this spot. Well, I guess if Bogdanov is going to just call here, well, here's pocket 6s who might be actually tempted because it's only 3 more bigs. Actually might have been tempted by that one given the strange action that had come
Maybe
before.
He's worried that the betting isn't closed.
Yeah, that is true. Obviously, Bogdanov could be thinking about coming over the top here. Juiced up pot here. Bogdanov can't really fold for this price, can he, Darren?
No, I don't think so, but it's a horrible hand to have to play out of position to 2 players. Getting such an amazing price, though.
Could he be considering a sort of a 4-bet fold? Use his hand that way? It's a bit funky.
Well, that would be a little bit funky, yeah.
He does just call in the end.
This is one of those spots where you call and you're not even sure if you want to hit.
I know, right? Well, hit he has, and he has taken a commanding lead in this one. Gull 7, who has the pre-flop lead, may well c-bet here, try and rep that king, ace-king. Very plausible. Aces, kings. He has all the absolute best possibles. Aristotelos, she's just looking at 1 overcard to her 8s, but it is a lot of action, and she's sort of squeezed. She's in a bit of a sandwich.
She is, yeah. Bogdanov still has to act. He's probably just checking range there, so. Yeah, it's an awkward spot. Like, your hand's best a lot of the time, but if it is best, you're not going to win much more with it, if any more. And if you're behind, you have very few ways to improve.
So Bogdanov now facing a continuation bet and a call from the over-caller to the 3-bet pre.
Oh my God, one of them can absolutely have aces or ace-king here, but I do have the king. So, yeah, he's literally getting dragged along in his hand. He would have liked to have folded pre-flop. Now he might actually fold if somebody else can find the bet.
Yeah, I wonder if Gull 7 will size this one up as Aristotelos, with her overcall to the 3-bet, probably has a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s a lot, and was being stationary for 1. And Bogdanov's call very much represented a king X hand. I've got to be honest, it really did feel strongly like he might have a king jack or a king queen.
Or a similar type hand as well, 10 jacks, queens maybe, the stronger pairs.
So we sort of found the 3-bet pre to such a small sizing with these 5s from that seat a little on the unusual side. But I have to say, credit to Gull 7, now that he's found himself in quite a weird spot, he is using that ace as a opportunity to win this.
It's a small bet again, though. It's only about third. It's less than third pot.
Horrible spot for Bogdanov.
Bogdanov just really feels like he's getting dragged along now. You only have to be good 22, 23% of the time here. He's asking himself, could he be?
Yeah.
He's probably not expecting 5s, but he might be thinking maybe queens or jacks.
Yeah, he's asking himself, would Bogdanov turn jacks into a bet here? He obviously blocks queens a tiny bit, but still very possible. It's, yeah, it's a real head scratcher. I think this might work, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't blame fold here at all. Because we can see the hands.
No, he is getting sticky. Okay, well, this is very interesting because right now, Gull 7.
He's got less than pot behind.
Will he take the bull by the horns here?
Has to know.
No, straight away gives up.
Yeah.
And credit to Bogdanov, obviously had decided, I'm calling this street, I won't call another bet.
Yeah.
But you know what, I just got to be sticky.
It was the sizing, I think, yeah.
As you said, Dara, he got absolutely dragged by the hair through that hand, but he got handed all the chips at the end.
But he won a big pot, and you know, sometimes that happens. Faced a bunch of difficult decisions there in the hand, and they were all marginal decisions. And he wasn't happy about having to continue in the hand, but he did, and got rewarded at the end.
Stankoff with the pocket 5s. Komorowski. Only got 12 bigs here. He might just stick it in. He does, and Stankoff may feel compelled to call here if it gets back round to him.
Yeah, good spot to get all in here. couldn't hang around really too much longer with the 12 bigs.
52?
2 million, right?
47.
Oh, 47.
Stankov asking for the count, so we can work out the price.
He needs to be roughly 40% here.
Kind of feel that's what Fives roughly has, but he decides to let it go. That might be just a bit more respect for the player who appears to be playing tighter.
Yeah, one consideration I make in that spot there, Dara, is when it's very, very close and you feel like you might have maybe one of the worst calls, maybe 5s, 4s. They feel like the ones that you might be just about compelled to go with. I often think, well, what weapons do I sacrifice? Do I continue with this stack and actually have quite a lot of weapons in terms of, you know, what kind of plays I can make, how deep I can play pots against other people? If I have a little bit more chips, will that really change much? But if I lose these chips, will it suddenly, you know, remove some of those?
Yeah, no, that's certainly a consideration. But I mean, there are bad stack sizes as well. So, like, if you, for example, if you have exactly 30 big blinds, then it's much better to have 40 than 30, and it's not much worse to have 20 than 30. So, it can go either way.
Low raise up here. Absolutely no consideration of folding small pairs in early position. Anyone at this table, really.
No.
It's not to be advised of
Like
these
their
stacks.
pairs.
I want to point out just a small strategy nugget there. These small pairs really don't play that great as opens from early, or from any seat really off these sort of stacks. They're not great. You'd almost rather have a king 4 suited and ace 4 suited than a pocket 4s, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, there are spots where even pocket 2s, where 2s isn't even an open on the button. So these players are taking a much more liberal attitude towards all these small pairs, many seat. And he has run into it here. And that's one of the problems. You're going to run into it quite a lot when you're coming through the entire table. And as David said, like, king 4 is better, not because it's a better hand, but with the king, you're less likely to run into the hand that he's run into. You can spew a lot of chips in those, because even if it goes like call, that's not still a brilliant result. You're going to be playing pocket 4s, looking at 3 overcards most of the time, out of position.
Yeah, I have to say from personal experience there, definitely when I did a sort of overhaul of my game about 6 or 7 years ago, trying to just sharpen up, feeling like I needed a bit of extra analysis. I suppose as soon as the computers could help with this stuff, one of the first big realizations I made was I was playing my small pairs from too shallow a stack from all over the place.
Yeah, it's very common. I mean, back in the day we opened in a pair from any seat.
And this may actually get walked. Gull 7 looking down in the small blind at one of the hands you don't necessarily want to play. And indeed it is. So 1/3 of the field remaining. That puts the average stack around about 300k. So very, very deep there. 75 bigs deep is the average.
Yeah.
And we are well into day 2 now.
Yeah, but Lay Red just closed on the last break, so. There was a bit of talk about that, people saying it was unusual, and it is unusual to see it go so late into day 2, but it was still only 12 levels, and there's a lot of tournaments. That's exactly the amount of levels they allow Late Red for.
Yeah, there's a lot of play in the day 1 here.
Yeah.
I know we're not covering it, and you're not seeing that on your screens to follow, but they are giving a tremendous amount of play with these 100k stacks.
Yeah. Well, you can see that even now, like 100k is still 25 bigs, so if you jumped in at the last break, you were buying 25 bigs. Or was it even more, actually? Was it? The blinds haven't gone up since we came back.
Nope, they're about to though.
They're about to, yeah.
Stankoff here, blind v blind. He's going to 4x it here with the ace-10. I like the sizing. These guys are playing effective stacks of around about 70 bigs.
Yeah, generally you don't do too much raising from the small blind this deep. Do a lot more raising when you're shallower because you have a lot more hands that can get it in, but 70 big blinds deep, you can be just juicing the pot up out of position.
Well, he flops second pair. He's got backdoors to go with the diamonds and the straight draws. Aristotelos, not much to look at. She's obviously got ace high. Could be good sometimes, but very dark tunnely for her to continue now. Got a call once at this 9k sizing, problematically for her.
Yeah.
Just from a minimum defense point of view, we see though that she is in terrible, terrible shape. She does let it go, so a good escape in a situation where maybe the book says be sticky once. She does actually not surrender those extra 2 bigs.
She's quite an interesting way when she's thinking. She always looks at her chips, so you always get the feeling she's about to make the call, but then she'll look back and just flick the cards away sometimes.
What number level is that? 19.
Gentlemen who are ready to start on table number 8, please take your seats.
What are the blinds? The blinds. Average 600 maybe.
Probably 10k.
Subramanian considering a loose open here. He's got 40 bigs exactly now. He just let it go.
With a perfectly standard open from the hijack. Bring it in from min raise. Aristoteles she does like to play a lot of hands. She calls with the king 9 and the small blind.
So these 3 players all very deep, Dara. Bogdanov, the original opener, with the best hand pre is effective. He's got 75 bigs. Wolf and Aristotelos playing 110 bigs deep. And Wolf has flopped best here with middle pair, ace kicker, wheel draw. Bogdanov's got a jack of diamonds, working a little bit with his ace. Aristotelos unlikely to continue with king 9 here, very much not her board.
Yeah.
You're in Bogdanov's shoes here, Dara, you just check back? Looks like he's fired out a small one.
Yeah, I think it's super close. Like, they both should really have much on this board with the 3 low cards, and you have the backup of the gutter and the backdoor diamonds. Yeah, I think I'd probably like a small bet, and then you're getting checked on the turn a lot, so you can decide what to do then.
Well, that's exactly what's happened. Wolf got sticky, and Bogdanov presented with exactly the decision Dara just alluded to. Does he fire a second shell here? 10 of spades. Probably prefer maybe if a king or a queen had come to represent them.
Yeah.
10 maybe not as good, and wow, okay, so trips on the river for Wolf. Probably going to do his own dirty work here, given that turn check from Bogdanov. He's going to target hands like 6s through 9s. There will be some 4x in the bluffing range here.
Yeah. Yeah, the big blind has a lot of 4x. Like normally, outside the blinds, you'd be worried that that's only stuff that has other stuff in this board, like 4-3 suited, 5-4, ace-4. But he could have, 9-4.
I think what's interesting about this one is the 2/3 sizing from Wolf does polarize somewhat. He's not looking for a cheap showdown with a 5 or a 2. He's actually gone bigger, and that
It's
implies
gone bigger, but it could still be like a 10 or...
I guess that a 10x of diamonds would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, you can bet a 10 on this size. You could even bet a 3, I guess, at this size. You don't necessarily have to go too big.
And that's exactly what he's done. He's bet the 3. And I guess Bogdanov now trying to figure out, is his opponent doing this with the 10x or a 3x, discounting the likelihood of any of the other stuff, and maybe piecing them together in a perceived range with some of the missed diamonds and 4x hands.
Yeah, I can't blame the call here if he does make it. As you said, it's not polarizing, but he can certainly have a decent amount of bluffs. No, again, he tricked us. It looked like he was going to make the call, but in the end he decided no, keep these chips. Shout out to Aidan Quinlan in the chat who says, welcome back, the best Irish duo since Sig and Zag. What about Podge and Rog?
Podge and Rog were since Sig and Zag, yeah, that's true. As we take a look at our leaderboard, well, there you see it. We love the name Fabian Wolf. He's got a 1/3 of the chips on this table, 161 bigs, and one of the biggest stacks in the room, 800k. Katerina Aristotelos, well, she's having a very good day, 438k. Ivan Stankov, 295k. Interesting spread of chips here. We have 4 players under 30 bigs. Gulseven, Kokoliaris, Law and Komorowski, all hoping for a profitable level coming up now as we make the blinds 2k, 5k with the 5k big by Andy. They love catching me out here because I look at the 2 and I'm immediately about to say 4 and then I have to check myself. 2k, 5k with the 5k ante.
Meanwhile, the debate in the chat continues over who are the greatest Irish duo of all time. Mark Van Keller reckons it's Guinness and Jamieson.
Oh, chasers.
Hard to argue with that. So we have a limp here.
I want to allude to something here in the context of famous duos. This is not an Irish duo, but Dara, in the very early days of our partnership on the chip race, thought we should model ourselves on Anton Deck. I'm not going to say the expletives that he used instead of the word Anton, instead of the word Deck, but you can probably use your own imaginations on that one. So much so that he thought we should always be seen standing in a certain order.
Yeah, one on the left, one on the right.
Yeah.
Which Anton Deck do, so you know which to switch.
Well, so Romanian, what a turn card for him here. Is Gooder drills home.
Yeah, the limp here is quite unorthodox, and that's brought in both blinds.
Wolf happy to bet his middle 2 pair. And he's going to face a raise, Dara, and it's going to be very awkward.
It's going to be very awkward. Yeah. Not what he is hoping for.
Give me a sizing here for Subramanian.
He's got 155k behind.
I like 48. That's my favourite. Oh, he's just clicked it, Dara.
Yeah.
Oh, that's filthy.
This is filthy. Yeah, I would have gone smaller than 48, but bigger than this.
So I'm just greedy. I was setting up a nice river bet. That would be very hard to fold. Wolf. Yeah. Well, he can fold 13k
no,
here.
He can't fold. This actually looks like a kind of an advanced blocker almost as well. So it's actually going to make it tricky on the river as well.
I think one of our players maybe has their mic very near their phone.
And
no, there's no phoning a friend in this game. We don't like that. We don't allow that.
No.
Spade now, interesting card. Wolf maybe gets away in more scenarios than he might have. He's going to actually go for a blocker.
He's going for a blocker here, yeah.
So gets quickly called, obviously, by Subramanian, who was fearing the flush on some occasions. The blocker does its job, actually.
Yeah.
I think Subramanian would have charged him an awful lot more than 21. And he still, I guess.
Nice turn. You said 2 pair?
I want to bet even a bit smaller on the river, but I was afraid he still raised.
Yeah.
Nice when the players do the commentary for us.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
We're only guessing the
But if I
insights,
check,
but
you bet.
if they're going to reveal them, it's good.
No, honestly, if you check, I wanted to check back.
Oh, wow.
That's the way to annoy him.
That's the way to annoy
Go,
the
"Oh,
guy.
I hated that river, I was
just,
checking."
He's just made a great blocker bet and goes, actually, I was going to check back.
Great smile there from Subramanian.
He's got another hand. He limped the King Jack last time, which was unorthodox, but paid off for him.
Yeah, we saw a limp earlier on as well. Was there a
Yeah.
small pair limp maybe, or maybe it was a connector limp? But anyway, it's clearly part of the Subramanian arsenal. Do we have any Subramaniacs in the chat? You'd have to call them that, wouldn't you? If you have your fan rail.
Yeah, they haven't revealed themselves yet, but...
Subramaniac,
okay, we're back to dodgy 80s soundtracks.
Well,
Olinsky,
Komorowski.
the suited ace, which happens to be the best hand.
Tricky one now for Subramanian, who has to defend his limping range with some stuff.
Yeah.
And actually has a tempter here.
Yeah, might actually have one of the best hands that he limps. So.
Yeah. I feel like this might be a call there.
Yeah, I think he's thinking if I fold this, what am I calling? But
Yeah, right.
he has thrown it away. Obviously, the King 8 suited.
Great result for Komorowski
Amazing,
there.
amazing, huge pickup. Added a quarter to his stack with no risk.
One of our players humming a little tune for your pleasure,
Yeah.
ladies and gents. Aristotelos with the ducks. Wolf quickly bins the raggy ace. And now Law with a tempter, perhaps. 19 bigs. Looks like he's going to flat. that hum from whatever player is...
That's no spot.
I'm not saying they don't have a note in their head. They may have one note in their head, but it wobbles.
Yeah. It needs auto-tuning. So three-way action here. Low flops. Best.
Aristotelos does check. And probably no sense in betting here, Dara. What do you think, maybe? Maybe a little one?
Just a little bit of equity denial, maybe.
A little 8K-er, maybe, something like that?
Yeah.
Something of that flavour?
Just flush out these hands of bits of equity against you. 12,000, yeah, he's gone small.
From your mouth to his ear, Aristotelos. Hard to get sticky now. Facing 3 overs, wow.
She's not deterred.
Players who are ready to open initiation table on table number 4 will be no limit on that 25.
Another scare card for Aristotelos. Even some of the draws have made a pair now, so very hard to continue. Law won't like that card either, though, and I think he will check back this. And the river, the 4 of hearts. Does she turn her hand into a bluff, Dara?
I would be surprised, but can't rule it out.
Could certainly make life very difficult for Law, who's only got a pot-sized bet left here. He would absolutely hate to face any bet, frankly.
Yeah, you would, yeah. She might... I think part of the problem is the draws that would bet the flop as a bluff are hearts, which got there on the river, and maybe stuff like Queen 10, which turned a pair, so...
Yeah, the power of position here, should she have be the other way around and check too, I feel like she would bluff, but it's very hard to do when your opponent could have a wide range of hands behind, happily check back that coordinated turn card with a view to calling most rivers. Could also, as you say, Dara, have the hearts as well and have got there. But she's giving a lot of thought, in fairness. Maybe trying to muster the courage for a 35, 40k stab at this.
Right, so once again, players, one more call for the players waiting to start.
Yes, Tara, she is.
We are ready to start on table number 4.
She's gone 55, so basically all of his remaining chips. He'll be left with 2 bigs.
That's very enterprising, yeah.
And it's a head scratcher for Law.
Yeah, this is gross now. It's just a bluff catcher, and he has the same issue. Queen 10 got there on the turn, and the hearts got there on the river. He does throw it away, so well-timed bluff by Aristoteles.
Well, Aristoteles fought the Law, but she
I
won.
make everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like you're expecting more
I was happy with that one.
of a reaction or of approval there.
I was happy with that one.
But the yeah is all you're getting.
Oh, he's a hard audience. I even wrote that one down about 15 minutes ago on the off chance that he got into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Incredible. This is where we are now. So we're down to less than the last third of the field. And
the magnificent Gull 7 opens up with the Queen Jack.
okay, that might be your best one yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'd like the Lord.
No, I prefer the magnificent Gull 7. That's just so ridiculous that it's kind of...
Rolling. Komorowski with big slick. He
picks
does have a tight image, Dara.
Oh my god, yeah. Well, this is just about the third hand we've seen him play. So Remain's asking for a count here with the ace-8 suited. Can't imagine he's going to call off. Well, I guess it's only 14.6 big blinds now, but still against the tighter older gentleman. And there's another player behind who absolutely can have a hand.
Kokaliaris with a wired pocket pair goes in the bin. Komorowski very happy to pick that one up. Uncontested, one feels.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's always a good result.
Always a good result when you're getting 4 or 5 bigs added to your stack like that.
Yeah.
He's sexy. So sexy. Yes.
A very warm welcome to anyone joining us late in the day. Obviously, it is around dinner hour here in Cyprus.
Yeah.
5:30 in the centre of Europe, and 4:30 if you're knocking off work early in the UK or Ireland. Dara O'Kearney and I bringing you the Merit Poker Western Series, not the warm-up, the main event.
This is the main event, ladies and gentlemen.
I think we can get sued by saying that. Depends on the tone of voice you use. You can't write something like that. You found that out, didn't you, while you were doing your satellite book?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we originally wanted to call the book something satellite qualify for the WSOP. How to qualify for the WSOP something, and Barry was told in no uncertain terms we couldn't use the term WSOP.
Well, no, main event was
our
the
main
one.
event actually. Yeah,
Say
yeah,
main event. I kind of figured they shouldn't. They should have some copyright over WSOP, but the main event
But
was
you
an
think
interesting
it would be just advertising for them? It's not like we're competing with them in any way. But apparently Barry pissed them off at some point in the past and was told by whoever was in charge of the WSOP that they were going to make it he was going to make it his business to to destroy Barry's career at some point. Because you know Barry's such a rambunctious punk that you can just imagine him annoying people with his jokes about tea or something.
Well, Subramaniam with the pocket sixes on this Queen 10-5 is going to dances with Wolf.
I think I'm just getting tired now, so these are actually starting to seem funny, but I'm going to play it back afterwards and see if these are actually funny. Okay, the sixes really shouldn't be too excited about his hand at all here. Ace Queen has picked up a gut shot now to go with his Queen. And the sixes get flung away. Absolutely.
No, the sixes win and Wolf flings away the Ace Queen.
Bet. I'm sorry, I completely misread the action there. Wow.
Wolf makes a soul read that was very incorrect.
That is amazing.
Yeah, you would be forgiven, Dara, for presuming such an audacious play wasn't coming.
Yeah.
Do not adjust your screens. That is what happened. Very strange line there from Subramaniam. Maybe he is a Subramaniac after all.
Yeah, he's certainly showing a lot of aggression there. Stankov throws his cards away.
Made very, very tight laid on.
Very, very tight laid on. Indeed it was.
It was, sir.
You had 95% equity.
Ace Jack suited is moving all of his chips in the middle. 13.5 big blinds. Ace Jack suited figures to be good enough. We have a bunch of different nationalities, Aidan. In fact, everybody is a different nationality from everybody else, as far as I remember. See if I can find the list.
Cove Kaliaris with the Djangos. He is going nowhere. Will this be a hold for the Djangos, or will Law double up back to 146k and cripple Kokaliaris?
You know.
Often the bogey hand for many's the player. Django's.
Someone folded an ace.
Wolf lets us know that he pitched an ace just to throw a bit of juju into the mix.
You never can go water? Water, yeah, thank you.
And just one card to fade. We know it's actually 2 outs. Oh, he's hit it!
Oh.
That is absolute filth. Wow. And just when I was going to send Law on the 310 to Yuma, Dara, he has somehow survived. Ace on the river. Kokaliaris, a brutal, brutal beat. I said it was the bogey hand for some players, that's a
You
particularly cruel way
increase your
for it to go
equity
down.
with this move.
Yeah.
He's been left with just 10
It
big
goes
blinds
from
and all
7%
smiles.
Oh,
to
that's
20
horrible.
something.
King on the
Yeah,
just on the
oh,
river.
The back is it's a flip.
Coach Cagliaris fought the law, but the law won.
Yeah.
Almost embarrassed face there from Law. He'll get over it.
Yeah.
Lots of quick folds round to Gul 7 here. Tosses the 4-3 off and a walk for Stankov.
Team Dubai still alive.
Yeah. Still alive, still on the table. Oops.
Celebratory green tea for the man who
Like the green
has
herbs.
chipped himself back up to 20 bigs here. He was very short just a little while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is a great feeling when you're more or less out the door and then you hit the river like that.
Never been a tea drinker, Darren, I've noticed.
Me?
Very rare to see you with a cup of tea in your hand.
Yeah, I was a big... obviously, like every other Irish person my age, I drank nothing but tea in my youth. But then I got kind of all teed out. If I do drink tea now, it's going to be more likely to be green tea than the traditional tea that we all drink.
Feels like everyone is eating every break here already.
Well, neither player with the made hand here. Stankov with a draw.
Actually,
Aristotelos can't really continue here, even to a small bet. She does pitch it. Now, interesting to see if Komorowski will put his newfound wealth to work with his very openable, blockery hand. He is great to see.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good adjustment from him. Brings it in from in raise, exactly the right size as well. What does Subramanian do now with his nines?
Tricky one for him facing Komorowski.
Yeah, it's the one player you don't feel great about. Looks like he's gone for a small raise, has he?
Yeah, he has. It really is the raise du jour.
Yeah. I guess he's committing against his stack, maybe, and driving everybody out behind.
Yeah, now if you're Komorowski, Dara, you were obviously opening this one, sort of the blocker value, the suitedness was nice if you did end up on a flop, but facing this size of a raise, you sort of know your hand has more than 20%. Now, it's hard to realise.
I'd be very tempted to shove here. If I knew it was that the hand's like nines, king, queen, all those hands are in there. I'd be very tempted to shove and just represent the aces.
So with that huge price, Komorowski compelled to make the call pre. He hasn't flopped any of it in Supermanium, only looking at one overcard to his nines. Clearly emboldened to fire. Again, he fires half pot, and that's the end of this hand.
Yeah. Yeah, with just the one overcard there. It's kind of one of those, if he has it, he has it.
Mr. Michale.
A lot of reggae cards being folded here. Now. Wolf raises it up to 3.5 big blinds almost. Yeah, 9-7 to that size. I guess you can let it go.
You have around 140, 145.
So Cagliaris looking for a spot now.
So Bogdanov opening the king queen. And a lot of very bad hands being dealt. Oh, Law has sevens here. 27 big blinds. Ooh.
Very awkward stack for this
awkward,
hand.
very awkward, yeah.
Facing a raise from this seat with that range.
Yeah, the seat is a big thing. If this came from the cutoff or maybe even the hijack, it would be a fairly standard shove. But coming from under the gun +2, he actually pitches it. Wow. Decides not to even set mine.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see at least a call there. Obviously, from the small, he's getting a discount. And there
Yeah.
are some boards where you can be sticky at least once.
Sure, there's boards where you'll have straight draws or running straight draws, low card boards, which won't favour the opener's range.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there. Obviously, Low getting that fortunate double up just a moment ago. Not interested in reinvesting there. We look there at the man who was the victim of that rivering. Desperate to wake up with something playable now as the blinds approach. 8 bigs will very quickly become 6 bigs in a couple of hands' time. And with that, his chances of a spin-up diminishing. Stankov does muck the twos there, a little bit like we talked about earlier, how those hands don't really operate as good opens. Good to see that from Stankov, good awareness. Just to release the twos off 40 bigs.
Yeah.
Well, Wolf, he's been active. And he looks down at Big Slick. And it's probably just going to work. Sobranium. Nothing to fight back with there. Arstentilos there left a picture. Somewhat the star of the first hour. She's been quiet for the last half hour or so. Card distribution being a little more unkind. Still very dangerous, very capable player, who obviously went deep in our warm-up as well. We had her on the stream day 2 and day 3. Local hero. Oh, and Stankov now, very playable.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been card dead lately, but he's finally picked up a hand he can play. He has been patient, he hasn't been forcing the... We have seen him open the 8-7 suited, so it's not like he's playing tight, but he's just been... hasn't really got anything to play with. Now Law has another tempter. He's getting these tricky ones with his stack size. He's let this one go as well. He's playing quite differently now that he has a bit of a stack. Before he was happy to lash in the ace-10 and...
Subramanian going to call with the 3-deuce offsuit here
in the small blind.
Wow.
Wow, this is
borderline in the big blind. It's
this is not a call in the big blind.
Yeah.
And will that bring in Kokiliaris? Oh, look how short Kokiliaris is.
Yeah, he's just hoping to see a piece and go with, but it will be very dangerous if he does make a piece.
Well, if he hits the 3, Subramanian will probably be doubling him up. So Subramanian has actually flopped bottom pair now.
And now we're going to see how difficult, or maybe how successfully, he's able to actualize, to realize. The problem from the small blind is with a hand like 3-deuce, not only is it a terrible hand that will flop you bottom pair when it flops you anything a lot of the time, but it's very hard to actually get to river with it.
Yeah.
Stankov probably can fire out a bet here. He's got overs and the diamonds. A lot of turn cards will give him barreling cards. Subramanian, well, he has to call really. If he's going to call pre, you can't get rid of the 3-deuce when you make a pair.
No.
So
no. You can't be calling just to make 2 pair or better there.
8 of hearts makes this board a little more coordinated.
Yeah, that might cause Stankov to close down now. Yeah, he does shut down, see what happens on the river. He hits his queen on the river, that's what happens.
And Subramanian still left with bottom pair, bottom kicker now. Considering turning his hand into a bluff here, going with a large size by the looks of things. Half pot. And can Stankov find some raises, Dara? We know he's not folding.
Yeah, it's a head scratcher. Obviously, we're never folding, but what do we get called by if we raise?
Feels like Subramanian is repping a 9.
Yeah.
He obviously could have 2 pair. He might have the 8-9 suited, something like that from the small blind makes more sense than the hand he actually has.
Votur in the chat points out that Subramanian's hand is called the dirty diaper.
Oh, that is true.
Yep. So he has just made the call. In the end, he's decided there's not enough there he can get value from. He's going to be quite surprised, I think, to see the hand.
Very odd line from Subramanian, I got to say there.
Yeah.
Well, it's a new world for Stankov.
How much more approval do you
another
need,
pot.
David,
Two
before
more,
you
just two
drop
more.
this? Two more.
Yeah.
Two more. Okay.
But check, turn.
Saving them for the last 20 minutes. Actually, one of them requires a very specific flop, so I might be able to get that one in.
But it has to. It's like one of the 1400 flops, or or it just has to be paired in some way or something.
Something more like that. That
Okay.
nature.
Yeah. I was thinking.
So I might have to save it. Hopefully, he'll have a deep run, and I can save it for the next
Right.
stream. And Wolf with the suited gapper here.
And he's Okay, no, he has opened this time. I thought he folded.
Comes for the 2.4x sizing.
Subramanian is not a man who'll be folding the ace-10 on the button.
Considerably better than the deuce 3 out of position, the ace 10 in position.
Yeah.
Maybe a 3-betting hand actually in the eyes of Subramanian.
Yeah.
But now it looks like another flat.
And Bogdanov folds the queen 6, which I actually like because it's just going to get you into trouble a lot. I think you might have called it, David. I wouldn't have picked him as a maniac just based on profiling when he arrived at the table, but he has been the most maniacal player. So Wolf has an interesting spot now because it's a hard board to hit, and it's one of the better boards for his hand that doesn't have a pair on it. Wow, Superman just throws it away.
Yeah, I'm baffled by those two hands in sequence almost.
Yeah.
Was he almost bitten by the last one that he's
Yeah,
been...
he thought, okay, well, I need better than a pair next time. Better than bottom pair.
So we have got word of the next feature table, which will be coming up after a short dinner break.
45-minute dinner break.
Let me give you a rundown on these people. Alexei Istomin, Aziz John Rakimov, Johan Kontush, Bogdan Andrei Muntianu,
Montiano, probably, yeah.
Boris Shmuskevicius from Lithuania, Seraf Dursun Anar from Turkey, Denis Kapustin from Russia, Amjad Nadir from Syria, and Georges Hanna from the Lebanon. Georges Hanna rings a bell. I'm not sure. Perhaps he has been on our feature table before. As we look at Wolf opening up another one here with the ace 10, but Law with the ladies. And just too many chips for Wolf to consider a call here. It's a 27 big blind shove. I would have constructed a 3-bet inducing range myself off that stack, I gotta say, Dara.
Yeah, I would have
Would
too,
have
for
looked
sure.
to maximize these queens. Bit of a gift from the poker gods.
Yeah, Wolf's not calling off here. He wags his finger to say you're getting away with it this time because I don't have it. But
I'm ahead. What was this?
What the show, please?
Ace 10.
Show.
and yeah, David there mentioned the feature table that's coming up. Remarkably, it's another very multinational table. We have 2 Russians, 1 Uzbek, 1 Belarusian, 1 Romanian, 1 Turk, 1 Lithuanian, 1 Syrian, and 1 Lebanese. So
astonishing stuff.
it really shows how that merit just draw from all the countries around in the area.
Thinking so often about all-in.
There is this phenomena in poker. Not everyone's aware of it, Dara, called chip race run good.
Next time, bluff with
Yes,
this
tell me more about this chip race run good.
Chip race run good is when you're invited to the award-winning chip race podcast, and you instantaneously start winning all your hands and all the tournaments you play for the next little while. We saw it with Andy Wilson recently, very good example of that.
Yeah.
And we've, in an extraordinary way, just seen it with Angela Jordison. She immediately won the high roller.
Yeah.
3K high roller in the American casino that she is in. I can't remember the name, but she is the overwhelming chip lead in their main event now.
I saw
with
that,
8 left.
yeah. Yeah, I know, it's remarkable.
One of the up-and-coming stars of poker, Angela Jordison, really is an astonishing year she had last year.
Getting
And
weaker, or we're used
well,
to
what
it.
a January she's having now as
Yeah.
well.
And speaking of the ladies, they're out again this hand. Bogdanov holding a pair of queens. Stankov has the kind of hand you would defend and has defended it, and he's outflopped his opponent. that's the look of a man who has queens, and not only has an ace flopped, but a king has also flopped.
Yeah.
But he's going to fire the continuation bet, which I like. I mean, he should pretty much range bet this board, I think.
It's an interesting hand candidate with these stacks to go for a triple, actually, Dara, because you block the ace-queen, which is the one that might call all the way down.
He's also turned the nut flush draw now.
So Stankov, well, it's hearts war for Stankov on this board. I got it, Dara. Bingo.
Lovely. He's happy with himself now. Yeah, this is a super interesting spot because he probably recognizes that a lot of the time now his opponent has an ace or a king. So his queens doesn't have as much showdown as you would think. He's basically only beating a 9. So having picked up the additional equity, he might have been tempted. And now he's made the nut flush, so boring.
Well, a crazy heart. That's a bonus ball.
Oh, Lord.
On the river. And Stankov now gone from way in front to way behind.
Yeah.
I'm finished. I'm actually walking it. That's it. Me
Yeah,
done.
that's it. He's dropped the mic.
That's it. I've really enjoyed this.
Actually, he's been hauled out.
Security.
Mr. Quinlan says, W sounds like V in Polish. I actually knew that, but I'd forgotten. So therefore, poor Komorowski's family at home are cursing you out big time.
Apologies. Bogdanov, what sizing do you think here, Dara? I guess he has to target hearts that may be connected with that board, 9, 10 with the 10 of hearts.
Yeah,
like
there's, well, I mean, Stankov can literally have anything, so he can have an ace or a king, but his other card can be a heart. So that's mainly what we're targeting.
Bogdanov's gone super polar here with the 54k.
Yeah, that's
1.4x pot.
Yeah, wow, if he calls this, no, he can't call this surely. I mean, this is a good size to target, you know, king 8 with the 8 hearts, but
Yeah, you can have the 10 of hearts, you can have the 9 of hearts in your hand very easily in this spot, given your lines, so you're not actually high up your range, you're actually very far down your range. When you're in a polarized situation, Dara, the blockers become very important, and you ain't got none.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So,
yeah.
One pair is good?
One pair is good.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it's good, yeah. I'm sure about that.
You win sometimes.
Sometimes I lose.
a stoical post-mortem.
Yeah, it was quite restrained.
What's going on? We are flying.
Ah, you're playing, yeah.
Oh, hello. Surveillance.
Well, flush draw versus Aristoteles' 9s. She's looking at just one overcard here.
And she does have double backdoors as well.
Yeah, certainly not going anywhere to one bet here, and Bogdanov has a good candidate to fire at a c-bet. His queen high could be behind some king highs, and he can exploit those with this bet.
19.
Yeah. He doesn't mind growing the pot for a situation where he might have a very strong hand on a later street.
Arostatilos.
She's never folding here, so...
Never folding, probably wanted to face a slightly smaller bet, but it's okay. You can call this one.
Yeah.
The glance down at the chips you mentioned before, Tara, and she just lets it go.
She did it
Wow.
again. Wow, that's incredible. She fools me every time with that that serious look at the chips.
I'm really surprised by that one.
Yeah.
That one I didn't expect. Obviously, putting her opponent on an overpair or having connected with that jack.
I mean, you really have to give him a lot of respect there. I think that that's what he's betting. And as I said, she did have the backup of various backdoors as well.
And I just received an email this very moment announcing the 4th annual Global Poker Awards, which of course were hosted one time by our fellow co-commentator here at Merit, Ali Najad.
Yeah, it was.
In fact, he was the man who read out the chip race as the first ever GPI winner for Best Podcast.
Correct.
Ew. 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 It's a little in-joke for anyone at home.
Queens again. Look at this. David, what's going on here? Why
These ladies are getting about.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to say that on a stream? I
Well,
mean that in the
well,
most
you just did.
I mean that in the most respectful
you
sense.
just did, so if we're not, I'm afraid that particular boat has sailed. So where were you going with this GPI?
Well, there will be a Best Podcast this year. They haven't got rid of. They haven't retired the category.
Oh, good. Is there a best book about GTO?
There is a best media content written. Oh, that's media content specifically. You're in there, I'd say.
Oh, I'm not sure we are.
Why you folding? You saw my cards?
No best book category, which we're very disappointed to see.
Intuition.
Intuition.
Yeah, it's a good one.
There's a couple of new ones.
Play against a
Comeback Player of the Year. I guess that's the sort
Mike
of
Postle.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, I think I might need to turn the mics off. I have to laugh for another 3 minutes. That one, I'm sure no one wants to hear me. Oh my goodness, brilliant, Daria.
And you trusted her intuition?
Kind of a rub down. It's sort of like saying to someone, you were good, then you were shite, and then you're all right again.
Yeah, it's a bit like when they used to have breakout player of the year at the Irish Awards every year, and Tom Kidd got it every single year.
People kept forgetting that he's already broken out.
Yeah.
Rising star in content creation. I think that's a nice one actually, because that's a way to recognize someone coming up in the maybe Twitch world or streaming world or some other kind of, but like when I suppose those huge big names in those mediums sort of have a stranglehold because a lot of their fans will vote.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a look in, so just to recognize someone new who's
Agreed,
made an inroad is nice. Kokaliaris, he finally has a hand he can shove for what's just 5 big blinds now.
Not even 4.8.
Yeah, Bogdanov. Well, he's got a lot of people behind him, but he can call here.
Yeah,
and
see what happens.
Exactly.
It's going to be a flip for Kokiliaris. That's a name you've got to say carefully. And while they... Meanwhile, we have royalty in the chat. Alex O'Brien has arrived. Alex says, I've had this discussion with Barry about needing a separate book category at the GPI. Yeah, it is a bit of a sore point that like somebody can toss off a 500 VSO article about any joke and they'll be up for an award.
Oh, speaking of which, just in case you... Dara, I think it's very unlikely to happen, but if I was to win the award for Best Media Content for my tribute to Annie Duke and her wonderful book, it's not like that guy's reading it. It's a very salty article. I would dedicate it to you and Barry.
Thank you. We would greatly appreciate that.
I would use that platform to advertise your book. Bit of a tricky spot now. Goal 7 wakes
Oh
up
my
with the
God,
10s,
this
and
is-
he doesn't have so much. And Aristotelos, well, she's going to ditch these 7s in my view. But Bogdanov is in a bit of a tricky spot just because it's not that much more.
Yeah, he's getting a amazing price now.
Yeah, so
if he starts putting a lot of ace kings and ace queens into the range,
he's put in 5 bigs. He only has to put in 14 more into a 3-wayer.
yeah, this is an awfully tricky spot for him.
Kings. I get 7.
It's a great spot for Cocktail Yaris now. He can more than triple up.
7 I have. Like 7.
I think Bogdanov might have already released.
Yeah, looks like he has.
Then 7
Fair
will
play.
come.
7 will come. I feel it.
No, it won't come. I have one.
You have one. I will come. I feel it.
Still it will come.
Yeah.
They're still showing it as 3
They're
left.
still showing it, but oh yeah, side pot has been announced. So yeah, Bogdanov did snap it off, basically feeling like, as you said, Darren, too many ace kings and ace queens. So Kokaliar is actually delighted to see if he's going to get called once, he may as well get called twice, and his ace
I think
will be good against
And there's his
both
ace.
players. So
There's
now he
his
gets a
ace.
triple up.
Alex O'Brien asking 4-way 7s are a call. No, probably not in this spot, Alex, just given how tight at least 2 of these players are.
Maybe on the river the right way.
So Kokaliaris about to get a more than triple up. He's up to 84k now from 24. Gull 7 does a hold for the very significant side pot, bigger than the main pot in fact. Bogdanov takes a body blow here, drops from 350k or so down to 250. Good result for Gull 7, I guess. If he doesn't win the main pot, at least he picks up the side pot. Sort of a little bit of profit there.
He goes all in on the flop, you call, probably.
GPI chat is still in the chat. Voter says, hopefully there's a category for scathing interview at a long-standing European festival.
You have?
Yeah.
That might be one you might be up for, David.
Oh, that was my comments about
How
Mr.
much do they
Kassouf.
have?
Yeah.
And follow-up articles, which is also eligible. We can do the double on that one.
Yeah.
7, 2 plus points.
No, I gotta say, no, joking aside,
should be H4.
you cannot compare even those chunkier articles that people do, those sort of like bigger interview pieces or whatnot. They just cannot compare to the work that goes into a book like yourself.
To the left and to the right.
And,
close. Actually,
splitting those two things off
like that
would be the right thing to do. They just don't belong together.
Yeah, no, it is a weird mismatch.
Maybe not.
They're not two things that can be compared properly. Although there was a time where it was just best media content and people had to judge between a 3-minute funny video and a book and an article and I don't know,
right.
and someone's expressive dance
And a TikTok.
yeah. Aristotelos with the offsuit King 10, giving it some thought here. Now she's going to let it go. Bogdanov is coming with the light open here, off about 45 bigs. Not the first time at this table we've seen the 7-8 suited get opened in early. Action round to Komarovsky, I'm sorry.
Apologize to all our Polish
Our table.
listeners.
It's a tricky
and
one for
viewers.
him now because obviously he is just trying to find a spot where he can call and maybe go with any equity. He also has 10 big blinds going forward now for a shove.
Oh, we've got Alex fired up now.
Oh.
Exactly my point, David. I agree. Also, it would be helpful to have proper criteria listed against each category so one knows how the winning pieces got there.
They got there because
People voted for them.
people in the industry mashed a button.
Yeah.
When they
People
were
looked at a
called
list of
eligible.
names and thought about it for a couple of microseconds and went, oh, I know who Doug Polk is. I'll vote for him.
Yeah. He's a really good vlogger.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they realise he's not a vlogger. And they go, oh, now what have we done?
So
we're obviously picking hairs here, and there are very, very well-minded arguments that can be had about different awards and the lack of some awards and whatever. But what I will say is Eric Denis puts a huge amount of work into getting that all together. Usually all he gets is abuse.
Yeah, poor old Eric, yeah.
Very little appreciation and thanks.
Yeah, he has that beaten down look this time of year.
And the bottom line about awards of this nature, industry awards of this nature, is that it's just about promotion, really. They give you an opportunity
Even
to
from the small
freely
ones.
promote
Yeah,
something. And if you do get nominated, you get a few weeks of being able to talk about it.
Two flushes.
Yeah. Again, King Queen, do 3 better.
That's sort of the value of it. I don't think people should take them too seriously. That being said,
you don't know
if everybody
Dubai style.
here in the chat could vote for the chip race, we very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your king too.
If there is an
also
award
going to be
category
good
for
against him.
best
Maybe,
place
so.
to stay for a night when you've missed your flight,
I don't like you.
Alex is a shoe-in.
Well, that would be
Why?
I mean,
that should
not
be
even
an award.
close.
I'm a cool guy.
Yeah, the Alex O'Brien Award.
Alex O'Brien Award for hospitality.
Oh,
Well, I think we are going to have one hand, maybe one after this. We'll have to see how fast these guys play
Yeah,
it out.
they just told us to switch on the lights, which is a little bit worrying. But I think that means you'll be seeing our ugly faces at some point. So we must be near the end of play here.
I'm a little sad that you felt the need to do like a viewer, like a trigger warning. If those of you,
Just, yeah.
if any of you out
Those
there
of you
are
who are
upset by the sight
who are
of
sensitive.
two middle-aged Irishmen, you should look away now.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to see a very big
Oh
multi-way
my
pot here for our
goodness!
last
How
one.
many people are in this hand?
They were told this is the last
I
hand on the stream, and
think-
this is their last chance to get involved.
I think there are people at other tables who've called.
5 ways.
5-way action.
action.
Queen 10, King Queen 5s, deuces, and the Ace 9. They've all got a little bit of equity. Jack 7 6 rainbow.
They've all missed.
Nobody has
All
any of
5
this.
hands have missed. This is amazing.
5s are in the lead somehow.
That's
But
what-
everyone's got a bit of equity because
You're sitting there with pocket 5s. It's 5-way.
Gull
How
7's
often?
actually had the audacity, the temerity to continuation bet with it wrapped around this Jack into 4 others. Got to give him credit for moxie here. It's going to
Yeah.
work there. It's going to just work.
I actually quite like this because people are going to have to ditch all sorts of hands here.
Sorry, we have a call?
We
Wolf has decided to call with the 5s. Wow. That's a sick call.
He has backdoors. I mean, the 8-9 isn't great, but the 4-3.
The 8-9 would be a disaster. 7 of clubs. Well, I don't see how Gull 7 can continue his story here, given that he fired that C-bet into 4 others. But maybe, just maybe, he does. And surely it will work if he does.
Yeah, normally the thinking behind a bet there is it's great if it works, and if it doesn't, if you can pick up a card between a king and a 9, you improve. So you can fire again on those.
And Wolf's firing out 15k
So
into 70.
That's a
into 80.
tiny little advanced blocker, basically.
And it's got to work here because Gull 7
Yeah,
is
well.
in an awful spot.
Well, he's got queen high.
We
He's-
go the
he's
same,
got a
another table.
Raise? I think he's click raised us. Oh my god, we are playing some gangster poker
This
here.
is amazing. He's basically recognized what this is, that this is a try and paralyze the river.
So he's sort of repping aces, kings, queens, I guess, with this one. He could have pocket jacks, I suppose, as well. Wolf's very small bet, I think, looks like a jack that wants to get to showdown, a jack queen. That's the kind of thing it looks like.
Or
pocket 5s.
8s, 9s.
Yeah.
You sure? Last hand?
Will you show?
Yeah. Bluff?
Bluff?
Yeah, bluff. Nice hand. My read was
Yeah,
good,
bluff.
but
There we are.
There we go.
Have that in your eyebrow. Okay, Gull 7. Wow,
That was
one of the most
I called it
audacious
under
plays
flop
of the
because I was
entire
just
feature
holding it.
table.
Yeah.
Right there as they are walking away. Those guys will rejoin an outer table in the same formulation a bit later on. But we see there Fabian Wolf, despite losing that last pot, 718k. Well, he did bring a lot of chips to the table. I don't think he made much progress No, he did come with something very similar. Katerina Aristotelos. She was the star of the first half, but she went kind of quiet then for a while.
Very card dead she was, to be fair.
Yeah, quite
the nines fold was interesting.
It was. That was an interesting one, we'll say. Guys, we are going on a dinner break. It's not going to be very long, 45 minutes. Recommend you guys have a bit of dinner as well. It's that kind of time of the day. Have a meal. Come back and join us when we will be playing a new feature table here at the Merit Poker Western Series main event. Take care.
Otherwise, parlay perhaps.
Absolutely, and lots of satellites firing off once, twice a day for the last few days as well, so people can find those cut price routes in as well.
Pocket sevens rearing their head once more. This time they will find their way to a flop as Guarini's Queen 9 suited open is flatted by Furkan Beg. Ace 8 in the big for Ivanov.
Yeah, the more people involved, the more these raggedy, middly aces lose value and become harder to realize. But I think three-handed just about fine.
Nice board texture here for Beg's sevens. 5-5-4 with a couple of hearts. Really nothing to speak of for Guarini. We'll see whether or not being in a three-way pot will make him a bit more bashful.
Yeah, he may go for a cheap stab or he may just knuckle it. He goes for the latter. Beg with an interesting decision now, probably wanting to protect these sevens against likely overcards in the hands of his opponents, but at the same time will be wary that maybe Guarini would play a check strategy with some of his strong hands on this board texture too. And of course, Ivanov, the most likely person to have connected with a board like this. So does fire in a little 1/3 bet. Ivanov, I think, has to release here. He's got some backdoors, obviously, there with the hearts, the 6-7, the 2-3. He's got a player behind him who he's not sure is capped. He's going to maybe
Do I need to switch it off when I go to toilet?
peel one off here. He does. Obviously getting a very good price and not closing the action, which was sort of the crucial point for me. I do wonder if he feels as though his ace high could be good some small proportion of the time as well.
I think that's going to center around just how often he thinks this pre-flop flat from Beg is associated with cards that yield a straight draw here or hearts. The latter would seem more plausible. Beg going to check back. Neither player improves on the river. Of course, Ivanov, the one that needed improvement.
So if Ivanov does find a bluff here, having been checked on the turn, it will be a tricky little spot for Beg because the king and the jack of hearts will be in the mix there if it was a flush draw.
Did seem like he thought about it, didn't it?
Yeah.
In the end.
It's a dark tunnely sort of bluff because you don't really know what you're repping. I guess you are sort of repping maybe the king high flush draw that got there. Obviously this year, which I very highly recommend. Actually, he wrote it last year, but it's out this year on Game Theory Optimal, sort of simplified. And I guess the easiest way to sort of apply a game theory idea to this one is that the double backdoors or even triple backdoors, as that was, hands provide opportunities for players to bluff because there's a lot of barreling cards for them to continue a story on a paired board such as that one if they do want to try and barrel their opponents off their holdings, and then of course they can, on occasion, when getting to a river, if they do end up on a river, make very strong hands, and therefore they are the right hand category to take a line such as that.
Michel Guerini, heard from under the gun with Jack-10 offsuit. Somewhat liberal, would you say, David?
Yeah, I think this is a maybe show of intent, much like the one you described very early on in this broadcast, that maybe some players were going to be a little bit looser in pursuit of doubling up, tripling up over the course of the first couple of hours, but also maybe considering it a booby prize to be able to get a fresh stack if things were to go wrong. Interesting board.
Both players with straight draws. Of course, the 7 would be disastrous for Kodanov, and now a very welcome sight in the form of the King of Spades for Kodanov, who picks up the nut flush draw after a check back from Guerini with the 2 overs and open ender, which I'm a bit surprised by, but maybe deciding that that board texture was more favorable to Kodanov's defense range.
And I think probably very much eyeing up the idea of a delayed c-bet as well. I think this makes a very good turn bet because you actually have less equity. And the relative equities between you and your villain's hand are a bit more defined.
And there's some King X there that would be happy to check back the flop and suddenly is made top pair on the turn that you can represent as we see him go to work for 8,500. Surely Kodanov won't be finding the muck, but to be determined whether or not he finds a semi-bluff check raise here.
Yeah, he has the opportunity to go for a very clicky raise and then shove rivers if he wants to take the bluff line. But he is getting the right direct price, and when you are getting the right direct price, it's often wise to just take it. You can realize you're not putting pressure on.
Well, he does just take it, but the board pairs and does not give it, and it being the spade, which he needed. Mercifully didn't yield a 7, of course, as we touched on earlier. And that turn call, by the way, David, was a pretty healthy chunk of Kodanov's remaining stack, so this will be a very disappointing development for him.
Yeah, Guerini will be fearing hands like King Jack, King Queen, which will be mandatory check calls here in Kodanov's range, maybe even King 10. But he will also be eyeing up the possibility of a miss spade draw, a miss straight draw, and maybe think, well, I'm at the bottom of my own range here, I should put pressure on my opponent, and that's what he does. So a really well executed turn river bluff there. You said the more obvious opportunity was with those overcards, backdoor flush draw, to just...
David, but Hendon Mob has him with 320,000 in career tournament earnings and making his home in Boca Raton, Florida. So perhaps he has made the trip across the pond.
Maybe he's retired. That's the kind of place you go when you retire, right?
It is, yeah. Or you just go when you want to avoid state income taxes in the U.S. As we see Stoyanov with ace-king. Martin makes it 5,500 to go. And Lavrentini just continues to get whittled away here. Unable to find a hand that he wants to go with. Ivanov.
Speak only English. Players
Flats.
using other languages will receive a warning, and if continue, a penalty.
We could have a very big multi-way pot here. Unlikely cutting off 3 bets over Stoyanov here, given how early the open came from. It's possible he might decide to go with his hand. Actually, he does only have 20 bigs.
Yeah, that 53K stack, I think, has everything to do with this choice from Kodanov, as he will rip it in there.
We're going to have our first showdown, Ali.
Stoyanov certainly has the right kit, but this represents a healthy quotient of his remaining stack. So he is going to go ahead and put it all in himself, ensure that Ivanov does not come along. And they're going to see 5 with 2 overs against the pair. A 10% edge. for Kodanov's 2 9s.
Spekmart.
And Kodanov's 9s are no longer the best hand on a king high flop.
Oh yeah.
More nine.
Spade off.
Then
And the turn doesn't
Nine
change
of
anything
spades.
despite improving Stoyanov to top 2.
It's about the hand.
And the river will seal Antanas Kodanov's
Last time on the
fate.
TV table, we were 2 Bulgarians as well.
We won't make the money today. The structure's so good in this one that it's going to be a day 3 bubble. Obviously, we don't even stop letting people walk in the door until halfway through the day. So it's, yeah, almost feels more like that phase toward the end of day 1 because the structure is so good.
I think players appreciate that, David. Obviously, you know, in any sort of main event, you'd hate to feel as though you're playing a turbo.
Always. Be careful.
Yeah, although it has been a trend in tournaments over the last 6-7 years to see structures get worse and worse, even in main events, get a little bit faster. It's partly down to the numbers. We are dealing with huge numbers of people wanting to play, and they still want to get the tournament done in 4 days. But it's lovely when, on a sort of summer camp, or I guess it's a winter camp vibe such as this, and everyone's locked away together on this beautiful resort. They just feel like, no, we can just offer great structures and let people jump in.
From great structures to great boards for Yusuf Mizrahi, who's got this ace-10 converted into top pair, top kicker. Got shot straight draw for Ivanov.
Yeah, I think Ivanov will bet this.
Well, he did start the party and follows through for just 5,500. Fairly downsized into 18.
Ace of spades in the hand of Mizrahi as well. Potentially an interesting card on later streets. 8 of spades being the real action card should it come.
Instead, it's a jack. So Ivanov getting there the hard way, so to speak. Jumping out in front of Mizrahi.
He will be a little wary of 8-9, the only obvious straight draw on board, but I think he might go for another bet here targeting 10x, 7x, particularly 10x and 7x that have a gooder will be forced to continue 10-9, 7-8, that sort of thing. They will have to call another small bet of around 10k.
$12K, let's call it officially.
And Mizrahi just far too high up his range to let this one go yet. Obviously he knows now that the backdoor won't materialize, but the raw strength of his hand will keep him involved.
Investment made as another 24,000 goes into the middle. And very dry river, the 5 of hearts, which will leave Mizrahi playing the guessing game, provided that Ivanov seeks value.
And I do think he will. It's even plausible that Jack 8 could be in the hand of Mizrahi, something as strong as that. Only hands that beat him are going to be Jack X of spades. So I think we're going to see another bet targeting exactly the hand that Mizrahi has. Always important to have a target hand in mind when sizing your bet here. And I think he will be exactly looking at a hand like King 10, Ace 10, that sort of thing, and thinking, what will they pay?
Yeah, the sort of stuff that he would imagine would have flatted from the small blind pre-flop and found themselves to this river. Lovely bit of execution here from Ivanov. As he cobbles 3 streets.
Jack 9 offsuit, you open.
Top pair.
Top pair, middle kicker.
Top pair, good.
The Hendon mob. Find some information on Hassan. Not showing any results for him, David, so perhaps newer to the scene and perhaps not, perhaps just flying under the radar.
1 minute.
Well, if Queen
No,
3
take 3
suited
minutes,
is
4
good
minutes.
enough, one feels King 5 suited qualifies.
Well, you can't check just yet. Wrapping her fingers as she deliberates. And then raises it up to 5,500. She's got a real table presence about her, and I'm not certain it's the easiest to get a beat on. But Hatefi on the button. He's got a beat on Ace Jack. And Amir Hossein, 3 bets to 13,000.
We see the small 3-bet being deployed once again by Hatefi, who is laying an incredibly good price here to Kraselnikova with a suited king. I could imagine a world where she continues here.
7 deuce, never lose.
In fairness,
Let's
to this
try.
price, I think you have to continue.
We are here for have some fun. 7 deuce, never lose.
Oddly, she just
How much is that?
said why so much, as though it was just a natural reaction to being 3-bet, but truly the sizing was not of any real consequence. And so Nina does make the call. Will be out of position and without any help on a Queen 8-4 board, but that same fact remains for this Ace Jack, and without a spade, things are a touch awkward.
Well, he's opened the door for some bluffing from Krasilnikova now, potentially on a turn card.
Why did you check?
Because I have 7 deuce.
She asked him why he checked it. He asked her the same question. Fair enough.
Back at you as that second queen yields another check and gives Krasilnikova queens and 5s and no hesitation. She just comes out barreling, 3rd spade. She obviously removes the flush draw from Hatefi's range and decides he doesn't have any pair. Really targeting a hand exactly such as this one with this bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace Jack, Ace King. He has played it just to get to showdown, and I do wonder if this bet might have come had the 5 not arrived. One feels, given Krasilnikova's keen awareness of table dynamics, it may well have. She sows seeds verbally with her opponents too. There's definitely some fun gamesmanship at play. And yeah, tough spot for Hatefi. He's pretty high up his range. That would check back 2 streets here. Dare I say, there is always the tendency to profile female players as less likely to bluff. My experience is that actually they bluff just as much as everyone else, but some players do bluff.
Finally, at long last, David, Lavrentini with a hand he can play.
Yeah, and we'll be keen to get some value from this one. Obviously, 19 bigs. Won't want to do anything clunky like shove it. We'll actually be looking for action, and, well, he might get action from even off here. Ace, Queen suited. Probably happy to commit to his stack. Can 3-bet here, even though the positions are early. One caveat to that, I would say, is Ni has shown a great deal of inaction, as Ali pointed out there, so maybe gets a little more credit now. Even off just goes about his business in this aggressive manner and unlikely to give a player too much credit.
That's just business, not personal when you got ace-queen suited.
Very much player dependent whether Ivanov has decided to make this a 3-bet call or a 3-bet fold. I feel like it has to be a 3-bet call. But again,
is it a given, though, that Ni is going to come back over the top of it? I don't know.
Because of this table, we can leave the table for a smoke or something.
I'd be surprised if he didn't. But stranger things have happened.
off of 51,000 behind. Certainly would seem the more prudent path to take, create some fold equity.
Also, if there's anyone at this table who might create a 3-bet folding range.
You think that's the man, Ivanov?
I think that might be the man. Doesn't feel great, you know, you're going to get snapped off by better sometimes, but here they go, he's lining them up.
Yeah, and you see the
and he does call
swallow
quickly.
there from Ivanov, who does make the call, was always prepared to potentially be in this sort of situation.
He'll be relieved there. Ace-King was
Yeah.
going to be a large portion of the 4-betting range from knee there. To see an under pair is a good result, but he had committed so much.
And you see he's behind, but not by much. 54 to 46% in favor of knee. Whose stack hangs in the balance, and the queen high flop is a very bad one for the 2 10s.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Now the 9 on the turn does give him an open ender.
Never easy, thinks Ivanov.
Ocho.
King, 10 or an 8 needed. And instead, it's the 7. So knee wraps the table and passes the remainder of his tokens to his left. Fortunately for him, re-registration is still open should he elect to buy back in. But
Play all the stacks. Likes to find all the pressure points, all the ways he can get people maybe out of their comfort zone. Shallow, well, we see now after that pot, he's not going to have to play shallow. He's now back in the 30 big blind zone.
Ace-7 suited. The raise to 6,000, picking up Nina from the hijack with this 10-8 off, and unfortunately for her, Stoyanov has 2 8s wired. Now Ivanov with the big stack. Remember, he opened with a Jack-9 earlier, but decides he doesn't want to make the call from the big. Able to close the action. You at all surprised by the laydown? Not a great hand, obviously, but... oh, he's going to be regretting it instantly on the 9-9 deuce board where Guarini picks up a nut flush draw, so we would have seen some real action.
Yeah. To borrow a phrase from your broadcast, it was cuspy.
Yeah.
It was a cuspy one. Guarini, not flush here. Stoyanov, unlikely to go anywhere on this texture. Cove, it's fair to say, sort of a little optimistic here, a little splashy here on the hijack. No need to play a hand like this, to be honest. And she's wrapped around the 9, obviously, but I strongly suggest it would be following good money after bad to continue, and she does let it go.
Stoyanov does not improve on the turn. Doesn't need to, though. He's ahead of this ace high, and we'll see how Guarini chooses to approach the turn with 45.5 in the middle off of 88K. Is he going to look to set up 2 more streets of betting in the event he's unimproved, David?
Yes.
Everybody knows.
This is a theoretically interesting spot because you want to have almost a 50-50 split in your frequency here between times you bet and times you check, because you want flushes to be in both ranges. He does go for the aggressive line.
And the thing for Martin, if he makes this call, it is not lost on him that a pot of almost 90,000 and 66 back for Guarini, he could very well be facing the rest of it on the river.
Yeah, Guarini probably has more 9x in his opening range than the flatting range would contain. It won't be very much more likely this is a battle of pocket pairs, and Stoyanov obviously feeling like he has to get sticky on this street, probably deciding he would fold.
And that street does bring the nut flush for Guarini. And I think that's going to make the path to the exit far easier for Stoyanov here, because if we assign a hand class of bigger pocket pairs and flush draws to Guarini's range here, now the flush draws also have a speed. And the 9x, of course, already had a speed, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think the shoving range from Guarini here will contain hands like queens and jacks because he won't want to set up a negative free roll. A situation where he would be willing to call it off with those hands but not get value from some hands he beats. So that does make it, exactly as you said there, Ali, a much easier decision. Flushes got there and the big pairs would still do the same thing. So he's very low down on his range now.
You know, selfishly
signaled a decent amount of strength. So for Beg to have continued into that player as well,
right,
I think was a bit more legit.
Yeah, agreed. Those sorts of curiosities, I think, fare better heads up out of position than they do in that particular scenario. But nevertheless, we roll forward with Sadeghi limping the suited connector from the cutoff. Now a middling ace for Guarini on the button.
Well.
He'd like to dine alone. C4 X's to 12,000.
Yeah, interesting to see Sadeghi deploy the limp here.
Jack 10 offsuit for Nina is going to defend the big, and more suspect behaviors are beginning to be displayed.
I was going to say that will almost certainly bring in Sadeghi for a great price on a suited connector, but he actually lets it go. Lets these two battle it out.
He would have flopped the best hand with middle pair on this Queen 7-5 board, where as it stands, Ace 8 is in the lead. $8K bet does get called, and Krasilnikova binks a jack on the turn. Was that a check? Looked a bit like one, but not certain if she was just adjusting her hand. Doesn't appear that it registered as such. She may think that she checked. I don't think anyone else does.
I think you're spot on here, Ali. I think it may be asked to clarify now. Guarini. Oh, no, he has bet.
Okay. Apparently I'm spot off, as the case were. Pardon me, 32,000. Does get called as another 64 slides into the middle.
It's going to be very hard for Guarini to empty the clip here. 96 into 111.
You surprised at his willingness to barrel again with the ace 8? Arid river card. I certainly didn't anticipate him firing again. Maybe not assigning much Queen X to Nina's range when calling the 3-bet out of the big. Not sure, but in any event, here he is completely adrift with ace high and 111,000 in the middle. And he's going to jam. Nina instantly asks for it to be counted down.
So Guarini obviously reckoning that there are a decent number of weak holdings, so that, you know, Krasilnikova will be in there with some maybe 7/8s, maybe
98?
Queen 10s that she might fold even here. It's very, very aggressive from Guarini, clearing feeling like the gap between her turn calls and river calls is large. Obviously his story gets to stay consistent over all those streets. She flopped virtually nothing, but did turn second pair.
Did she make the call?
Oh,
wow!
Wow!
Good game.
What a boss! What a boss! She made the right decision folding the 4s a moment ago. She made the right decision with second pair there.
Good call.
Sit open.
Wow, what a play from Guarini.
Current largest stacks, and it appears that Kubanichbek Abakirov has reached the 700,000 chip threshold. Yes, he is your overall tournament chip leader for the time being. Now, a raise to 7,000, the minimum, from King 9 suited. for Israel's Abraham Passet. Al-Kubaisi with King Queen, hailing from Iraq.
Yeah, tricky enough spot for the King Queen, although we can see that he's in great shape. It's the type of hand which generally wouldn't necessarily be in amazing shape against an under-the-gun razor. We can see the under-the-gun in this case is pretty much at the rock bottom of his range. King 9 suited is a fine open as well, but yeah, Al-Kubaisi won't feel amazing about his hand.
Turkey's Yusuf Tekin with pocket sixes in the cutoff joins the party. Knee in the small with Queen 9 and gonna get away.
Yeah, not really the kind of hand. Multi-way is much more likely to be dominated as it is on this occasion. In fact, it's doubly dominated.
And in spite of the price, Hussein will decline to participate with that Jack-7 offsuit out of the big, so it'll be a three-way affair with just shy of 30,000 in the middle. 7-5 deuce with a couple of spades, 2 overs, and the flush draw obtained by Passet, who checks it, Dara.
Yeah, it's not really supposed to be his board as the under-the-gun razor. He obviously has all the overpairs, but this is the kind of board which really should hit the ranges behind more. They have more sets, etc.
As a result, he's keeping with what the expected flow of play might be. And Tekin with the 2 6s. Probes for 11,000.
Passet could have gone for a check raise there, but he decided to take the more low variance check call line.
Unimproved on the turn. The 5 pairing is not at all unwelcome for the 6s here.
Yeah, 6s feels much better about his hand. 5 really can't have improved Passet.
16,000 now, the sizing. 1/3 pottish.
Yeah, he's getting the price pretty much to call, but when the board pairs, you could be slightly worried that you could be dead already against a hand like 7s.
If 6s are in the range, 7s are as well.
Yeah. Looks like he's gone for the raise here.
Sure has, as he's going to try to represent better than these 2 6s from the jump.
Yeah, he does have all the overpairs, and he has pocket 7s as well, so...
And the awkwardness for Tekin here off of a stack of 276,000 is the call at this point may very well encounter an even larger barrel on the river. So he is going to make this call. Clearly would love to have it checked to him on the river if Passet remained unimproved and waved the white flag. But as we can see here, courtesy of the 4 of spades, that is not at all the case. King high flush for Passet. Incredibly fortunate. We'll see how Tekin 6s respond to the weight of what we have to anticipate is going to be a follow-through.
Yeah, I think he has to bet here because if he checks, it's going to go check-check too often. I'd personally like a small bet here representing an overpair that's maybe a little bit scared now of the flush or the possible straights.
But as we've seen before, when you come with these bigger sizes, there's some real polarity behind it, and Tekin appears to have snap-called him on the river.
Yeah, I wonder what he put his opponent on there that he thought 6s was beating by that stage.
Obviously a bluff, because really the 6 is performing only as a bluff catcher.
We'll even think that because you're losing all the pots, you're either playing badly or running badly, and that's likely to continue for some reason. Players sometimes overreact to that. We're pattern-seeking monkeys, so when you see somebody winning a lot of hands, they tend to get far too much respect, and when somebody loses a couple of hands in quick succession, the other players often go after them.
Now pardon me, Hussein with 9-7 suited on the button, going to limp in, Dara, and this is fairly ill-advised, although we have seen some top-level pros from time to time employ this particular strategy off of various stack depths. The Jack-10-7 board yields bottom pair and a gut shot. Unfortunately, however, the big blind with 8-9 has flopped the joint. However, after 2 checks on the flop, suddenly Hussein with tremendous equity, courtesy of a second heart on the turn.
Yeah, 2 really big hands now. We have the second nut straight against bottom pair, gut shot, and flush draw. The limp here was interesting because normally that's a play you see at shallower stack depths.
Yeah.
This deep, it's not really seen very often.
So a bet of 4,000 and a call behind it as we go to the river, which is a king. And now suddenly both players are playing a king high straight. Really disappointing outcome for Bravko. But to be fair, Bravko could potentially remove the ace X's from Hussein's range, having limped the button. Nevertheless, he proceeds with caution.
Yeah, both players should have some ace X in their edge, assuming he's not just limping hands like 9-7. But again, then maybe he is. But the small blind in particular, sorry, the big blind would tend to 3-bet pre-flop with an ace, or isolation raise in this case. So it's kind of unlikely either of them has the ace.
Just north of a third pot, the sizing from Hussein over here is Bravko really sick to his stomach about this one. Dynamite flop.
Yeah.
A little bit of an inconvenient turn, perhaps, though we're not so worried about ace-king and probably not king-9 either. But he does make the call and will be relieved that an ace is not brandished by Hussein, so he'll visit the chopping block. Awfully feathery affair here for our dealer.
Yeah.
This is downright avian.
Yeah.
Is she molting?
I wonder. They're going with the whole Western theme.
Yes. Cowboys and Indians,
Cowboys
I suppose,
and
is the angle.
That is the angle. But it's certainly different from the usual dealer attire.
To the ranks, for you, who are some of the most talented Russian players in the game today?
Today? That's an interesting
Anybody come to
question.
mind? We've got time to chew on it.
Yeah.
And the internet as well, it bears mentioning.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace-queen for Tekin.
He is very short now. 14 big blinds.
Like to see him actually be the opener when choosing to play some of the hands that he has, as opposed to sort of calling and taking very passive lines that represent very expensive investments relative to his stack depth.
I'll say flicking at the nonchalant call there with all the chips. Oh, an interesting spot for the big blind now.
Yeah, Bravko could have maybe thought about a little mild squeeze, but off of his 117,000, he plunks in the necessary cost of admission and takes the queen 9-4 flop with the field, which yields an open ender for the jack 10. Top pair, top kicker is about all you could ask for here. Best case scenario.
Yeah, he's stack to pot ratio is much more than 1.5 for him now, so he just has to think about the best way to get the money in. Probably start off with a fairly small bet and then maybe shove the turn if called.
Yeah, showing some aptitude here in terms of sizing and trying to chart a course for a double. Of course, one does not defend the small blind with jack 10 to simply check fold open enders, as we see Asset's call. Sending the ace jack into the muck, and he will hunt a king or an 8. Now, was it perhaps I'm overlooking something? Was it a check raise?
Yeah, I thought it was a check call initially, but it must have been a check raise.
It did look that way to me too, but yes, the check raise draws the all-in from Tekin, so apologies, we stand corrected. The chips have made their way into the middle. 2 pulls at the open ender for the jack 10. So far, safe for ace queen. And the river. Safe as well, as trips will take it down.
Yeah, it made sense to check raise there because Tekin had so little behind, he was probably going to stick it in on the turn.
Cool.
An early limp here from Yusef Tekin. Pocket 4s.
Yeah,
would you like to see him raise it up if he's going to bother to participate?
Yeah, he's quite shallow. I mean, if you are going to have a limping range, these are the kinds of hands, but then it just becomes like I think I would actually prefer to fold this than to limp it. But it's always very table dependent. If there are not too many people raising, then it becomes fine. You're going to see a flop a lot.
Bravko joined with King 10. Sejimesh looks down at 10-6 and says run it, so we'll have a three-way affair with 15-5 in the middle, and it comes Queen 10-5. So both Sejimesh and Bravko have outflopped the pocket fours, but it is Tekin who is reaching for chips, Dara, and incomprehensibly he is barreling at this board with just 2 fours for 5,500.
This does surprise me, yeah. It's not particularly his board, particularly when he's limped.
Does Sejimesh a bit of a favor, by the way, because Bravko flats and he is able to release the outkicked 10. Now a coordinated turn card in the form of the Jack of Clubs, which does yield an open ender to Bravko, but really puts the fours in no man's land.
Yeah. Yeah, I think players often overplay pairs in these spots. They feel they have a good hand, nobody's raised, they feel the obligation to keep betting. You know, we sometimes refer to players who call too much as calling stations, but there are betting stations as well. Guys who will just keep betting as long as they have the perceived betting need. Now, Bravko's hand has improved obviously to open ender as well, which will give him some other reason to continue, but the problem for him is he can't be 100% sure he's necessarily going to win improved.
By the way, he is not but 1K deeper than Tekin in this spot. And the 4 of diamonds comes from outer space.
Oh my goodness.
A lunar landing on the river. And I don't know if we're going to get to a showdown, but if we do, Bravko's going to be sick. Well, now, this third barrel of 40,000 certainly does begin to cause the King 10 to question its merits.
Yeah, this feels serious now for the first time. As a very general population tendency, when you see small bet, big bet on river, they've improved in some unexpected way.
Whether we assess from the macro or the micro perspective, this King 10 doesn't yield much attraction, and
another good disciplined fold. Just a pure bluff catcher there on the end.
Oh yeah. And again, 40 off of his remaining.
That's a genuinely tough one. Ice cream. I mean, it would be an unusual winter treat, but again, it's such an unusual thing. It feels like it would be difficult to invent. Okay, I'm going to go with false, but I wouldn't at all be surprised if I got this one wrong.
Well, it's good that you wouldn't be surprised because you have indeed gotten that one wrong.
Wow.
Much to my amusement. You can find street vendors selling ice cream on the street from paper boxes in Mongolia. No need for a freezer at -30 degrees Celsius.
Definitely not, no.
Which is about how cold it can get up there.
That's interesting. Ice cream sales usually plummet in most countries in winter.
I guess the refrigeration costs are quite low. You don't need to worry about storing your product.
Yeah, Mongolians are different gravy as well. They're tough, rugged people.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Botbold not involved in this particular affair as 3 players plunk in 7,000 ahead to look up at ace 7-7. Al-Kubasi. Best hand. Basset does not follow through. Closing the action with the check is Al-Kubasi on that board. You at all surprised, Dar?
Not entirely, no, because it's difficult to get action from a worse hand there. And most of those hands would probably put in one bet on a later street anyway. We don't really have to protect our hand. And our hand isn't super strong. We're losing to any better ace and obviously any 7. So a bit of pot control, I think, there is quite prudent.
Sejimesh, having hit the 6 here, asks the question. in a very soft-spoken manner.
Yeah.
5,000 decibels. To be fair, I think 5,000 decibels is quite loud.
I think it
as
would
is,
be,
but
yeah. If he raises here, this is very unusual. I think having taken this line, you want to just go into bluff catching mode.
Agreed.
He might actually feel uncomfortable about his hand, and this might be an old-fashioned raise to find out where he is. But he does get the more money to the pot, so...
Yeah, Sejamish not convinced that this line is consistent with a 7 or an ace or anything that has him beaten. The deuce doesn't rate to be of any concern whatsoever for Sejamish, who checks, and we'll see whether or not Al-Kubazi feels comfortable enough after having had his raise called on the turn to seek value.
Yeah, one of the few justifications I can...
And welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 2 of the Merit Western Poker Series main event, live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Slightly chillier than it might be otherwise, but certainly a lot warmer than it is elsewhere around the world during this winter season in Europe. And another multinational assembly of players joins our featured table here with the blinds at 3,000 and 6,000. We find Amjad Nader with the 685K, not all alone in terms of having the big boss stack here. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. And David, as you look at that chip distribution, what do you anticipate, if anything, in terms of the flow of play?
Well, the first thing you'll notice there, guys, is there are no short stacks. We have played a feature table just moments ago with some short stacks, so very different dynamic here. All these guys looking to accumulate, but they can all play different sorts of ranges now. You know, everybody in the top 7 there playing 55 bigs. In fact, the guy in 8th has 40 bigs. So people can open ranges with which to play one another deeper, and there is always that sort of landmine dynamic when you're a big stack, but there are 2 or 3 shorties around where they can actually take advantage of you by having reshove ranges over the ranges you want to open against the other big stacks at the table. They get a little edge there, but not so in this one. I actually expect that we'll see some really fun deep stack poker.
Just a reminder that the guarantee of $1.5 million was shattered, and shattered thoroughly in this event. A total prize pool of $2,089,320 across 757 entries, David. 89 places will be paid. The winner is going to take home $372,800. A min cash will be good for $4,530. So depending on how many bullets you're into this thing, you certainly may have to work your way up the line to break even at a minimum. We find Ace Queen, the opener here, for 13,000. Nader, the big stack. Flats with the 2 9s, and Kontosh with King Queen suited.
Yeah, interesting here. The only short-ish stack on the table is Anar, who's raised this one up. So his stack effective in this one, but obviously Nader and Kontush playing a much deeper variety of poker against one another potentially. Reason for, I think, Kontush to consider just flatting here. I think that makes an awful lot of sense, but he has gone for a 3-bet.
45K total, and the otherwise attractive 6-7 suited must be mucked promptly.
He has sort of priced himself in here to the under-the-gun player should he go with his hand. Be getting an incredible price here. So, awkward little one brewing.
Serif Dursun Anar is playing under the Turkish flag. And under the weight of this 3-bet at present.
Yeah, he's essentially been leveraged for his entire stack right now. He's playing 26, 27 bigs. I think he should go for it, to be honest. I'm going to guess that there's been a bit of a dynamic at that table. We do know Kontush is a very loose, aggressive opponent. While you don't love your ace-queen now, it does shrivel up slightly against the squeeze. It's compelling. Looks like he's going to pass it though, so a well-executed squeeze to get out the dominating hand and now get heads up really deep against the hand that you're flipping against. Good outcome for Kontouche so far.
Yeah, it could get bloody here if these two big stacks manage to square off. King high flop. Kontouche very fortunate to have outflopped Nader, considering one queen is already in the muck. And for Nader, he's going to be wondering, what kind of range am I up against here out of Kontouche? The fact that he's on the button, 3-betting in what could have been perceived as a squeeze play kind of spot, all these things weighing on Nader's mind.
Absolutely. I think one interesting fact in this one is Kontouche clearly willing to open a hand, or sorry, willing to 3-bet a hand that he was willing to commit against the opener, because he did sort of make his bed there. I'm not sure Nader's perception of the opener, but one would guess reasonably tight.
2 quick checks after the ace shows up on the turn. And you wonder whether or not Nader imagines he can represent that card and turn his hand into a bluff effectively, which he does. But King Queen is a lot of kit here in the event that Nader does not have an ace.
Yeah, it's a really interesting bet here, almost designed to get queens, jacks and tens to fold. King obviously not much better than that. But it comes down to Kontouche having to sort of look at his entire range here and wonder how high up it he is, and wow, he does let it go.
Incredible.
Wow.
From Amjad Nader from Syria.
What a scallywag Nader there. Getting to win that one.
Note, by the way, that Kontouche's 3-bet and subsequently the decision from Anar pre-flop to lay down the ace-queen works out quite nicely for him, because that showdown, or actually I take that back, the ace-queen hit the turn, so in retrospect, he was going to have the winner if they ran it out. But had he chose to just flat, which certainly we would not recommend given the level of commitment in terms of chips it would have represented, might not have found his way to the turn. So all hypotheticals, but a nice start to this frame of play for Nader, the chip leader at this feature table, coming in and going to work with the pocket threes.
Yeah, I think right away we're saying what we sort of foretold in the intro here, which is a deeper stack breed of poker here. These guys with much more room than we saw on the last table to express themselves, to make their moves, to make their plays, to be creative. You'll remember my point to Dara on the last feature table about hands like threes from early positions, 2 3s, 4s, 5s, that kind of thing, not really making for great early position opens. But of course, then we were talking about a table full of 50, 40, 30 big blind stacks. These guys much deeper, suddenly, while still difficult to navigate, those small pairs become a little bit more enticing.
Everyone deferring to the chip leader as he takes down yet another pot. And oftentimes you'll find that just because multiple players are presiding over a big stack doesn't mean that they are all approaching the game from that standpoint of increasing their level of activity and maybe leaning into the field a little bit. It's not a presumption that we can make that just because they've arrived upon that big stack, it's been the product of playing many, many hands. It could be just one big collision, aces into kings, something like that, that yields the bulk of it. And on the topic of aces, here's Muntanu with the needles, over $500,000 deep. Cut off open, and the later position you're in when you make these sorts of opens, the more suspicious they look. to the opposition, oftentimes emboldening light 3-bets.
Mandatory call here for Kapustin with the suited gapper.
King 4-3. Fortunately for Kapustin, does not connect meaningfully with his holding.
All the backdoors for Kapustin, however, maybe versus the right sizing, give him reason to either raise this type of holding as a bluff or call, looking to maybe represent certain kinds of runouts. He can improve his particular chances of making a strong hand on an ace deuce, 6-7, or club here on the turn. But he does just release with the backdoors. Big sizing there.
27K
from
and the
Montano.
33 had a lot to do with it, I'd say. Maybe Montano would have been better served to size down a little bit. Although, you know, you do see the trend of sizing up with the intention of looking as though you're trying to dispatch your opponent in position heads up, lending to sometimes inducing continues, floats, check raises. And obviously when you've got aces, you're not afraid of any of that.
Indeed, you're not. To come back to your point there about how people would have come to their stacks both differently, but also maybe expanding on it, how they may have come to their buy-in differently. We know a lot of people have satellited into this tournament, and for them, even the min cash is quite significant return on their investment. So I think it's always interesting to see when you've got a table as stacked as this one, arguably 6 players out of the 9 with already enough chips to make it to the money comfortably with an average or almost average stack. Do they look to attack this period and really build a big stack so they can manipulate their foes as we get closer to the bubble with that risk premium in play? Or do they sort of maybe psychologically get tighter, feeling like, well, I've got an okay stack now and I don't really want to spend the next 2 hours risking it, because in 2 hours time this 204 player field might be down to 130 and that bubble will be looming.
Speaking of looming, trouble on the horizon for Istomin and Rakimov, the opener and flatter in front of these 2 queens for Yauhen Kontush, the Belarusian, 3-betting to 40,000. Eastern Bloc heavy representation, by the way, here as we have 2 Russians, an Uzbek, a Belarusian, Romanian, Lithuanian, along with the Turk, Syrian, and Lebanese player. Such a multinational affair, as we've alluded to on multiple occasions. Now this king-queen, tempting for Anar, but obviously would be out of line. Looks fairly comfortable while putting it into the muck. Less comfort here to be found for Alexei Istomin. 5s into the muck. And Rakimov might be wondering if this is squeezy in nature or tethered to hand strength more so. Of course, we know it's the latter. But we get to see the whole cards, David, so we're always able to.
Yeah, Kontush obviously his second squeeze in quick succession here, but we see that he does have the goods here. I suppose coming over the top of a +1 open and a +2 call from +3 does look indeed a little bit stronger. Rakimov could get in trouble on this type of texture for at least one street. The ace or king high board would have seen Rakimov pretty content to head for the hills, but on the jack 8-3, facing a small bet, he would be very tempted. It's not a small bet though. Kontush really dropping the hammer to some degree here with half pot, sort of forcing Rakimov to make a big decision here and not be allowed to call for a smaller amount, deferring the big decision to the next street.
Sevens ultimately deciding that they don't want to take one off here, understandably.
Yeah, I think Kontush could have played that a little more subtly, gone for a smaller sizing, forced his opponent into more mistakes with more of his range there, perhaps. Never bad to take down on the flop a 3-bet pot, but did get pretty much the perfect board.
What Mamacitas second time.
If his opponent had connected with the jack, he was likely to get paid, but also some pocket pairs that might be in the flat first bet, flat 3-bet range. I think I would have been looking at those types of hands and thinking, how much will they pay?
The first time, not.
To be fair, I do think that sometimes we see the size ups being emblematic of a player who perhaps isn't as comfortable navigating the hand from that point forward, because the more of our opponent's range we retain, the murkier the water becomes on further streets. So you get a little bit more clarity moving forward when you do size up.
I can speak from personal experience to that. When I was new in the game back in the mid-2000s, that's exactly what I thought. I was like, I would rather put a big bet out here, maybe the Jack X will go with it here on this street and I won't have a difficult decision on a later street, and that was too important to me, really. I had to reframe my thinking as time went on, but yeah, deferring the possibility of having to make a more difficult decision was always in my mind.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, as you progress in the game, you become less fearful of getting into difficult positions because you've been in them before, and you back yourself to make the right decision more often than not in those situations.
Raise and take it for the ace-10 suited of Bogdan Andrei Montanu, the Romanian. There's a famous Romanian poker player out there that comes to mind, David. Has a similar sounding last name. Any hazard a guess, perhaps?
Might
it be D-Negs? Daniel Negreanu, of course, one of the winningest players of all time. Montano has over 400,000 in career tournament earnings. His best live cash, a 200K takedown, and that came courtesy of having won the $2,000 warm-up event back in November right here during the Merit Poker Vintage Series. So clearly he has announced himself on this stage.
Yeah, you mentioned there Negreanu's winning record. I believe he crossed the 50 million mark not too long ago.
He did.
Incredible.
Just
landmark.
astounding.
Do you have any experiences?
If you had to hazard a guess as to how much of that 50 million is profit, could you do it?
I think a healthy amount. I know he's always posted his yearly graphs when it came to tournaments. If I had to guess what his ROI would be, he's in tough games most of the time. Maybe I'm going to go with something around the 16 million mark.
Still a healthy figure, isn't it? But it does elucidate just how tough it is over a long arc of time.
Yeah.
In particular, when you're graduating into the most challenging echelons of the game, to stay profitable. And have we another squeeze here? We certainly do, as Kapustin started the party.
These guys really deep now. Interesting if Nader feels a little gambly here, looking to set mine. I love the sizing from Istamine out of the big blind.
Do you ever get annoyed when the guy that opened that you flatted just snap folds to the 3-bet and then leaves you out there having to decide? I've always been aggravated by that.
Istamine
wow.
Going really big out of the big blind, and I like it, I have to say. I think he, if he's going to raise from that seat, I think it has to be big, and he chose a big amount there. He's charging his opponent who would have position.
Well served, I think. You would hate to see that big stack of Nader have position on you and create some awkward situations post-flop in the event your ace-queen is unimproved. So
Can I get this soda water with ice and lemon, big glass?
And a 3-bet heavy affair so far here. Standing in contrast to some of the other feature tables that
Yeah, and I
we've
think that is a
covered earlier.
feature of the depth we talked about there. There is room for this sort of expressiveness. Players can make these plays without the fear that there's a short stack looming behind who might be a fly in the ointment.
And look who's inherited the ace-queen. None other than Nader, making it 15,000 to go.
Now it'd be interesting, given the dynamic at play as well, just one hand to go, if Istamine 3-bets to a large sizing again with the same holding, or if he decides to flat an ace-queen of the suited variety.
And it might feel personal this time around, given that Istamine 3-bet Nader just moments ago. Granted, the 3-bet was of the opener with the 10-9, but here he is again, going to work.
Looks like 65, yeah. So you wondered if Nader might take this personally. I wonder if he will.
And if he does, how he'll react. Will it be in the form of just coming along with a flat, or will it be something more nefarious?
This hand works quite well as a 4-bet fold. He does elect to just call in this instance.
And both players flop the ace, advantage Nader in a very meaningful way. As you can see the percentages, Istamine cannot win this pot outright, but he can absolutely lose it on this monotone texture where Nader has the lone flush draw.
Yeah, often on these monotone boards you will see passive lines come into play, but one other route is to go ultra small, and that is the one that Istamine has opted for. He's down bet all the way down to 22 into 140, so about 17, 18%. I really like this sizing. It sort of makes sense. Oh, but very happy to take control of this pot now in position.
It's always the risk, isn't it? When you downsize to a kind of an egregious degree, given the pre-flop action, you do level yourself on occasion into wondering whether or not this raise is just pouncing on what seems to be an opportunity to collect the pot with some weakness before you, or if, again, it's predicated upon your holding. And, of course, we know it's the latter on this occasion, but Istamine certainly does not.
Yeah, what's fascinating about this one is the... Oh.
What a bang-up turn this is. Ace is up for both players, but Istamine truly does have to respect the all-heart flop.
I was about to say what's interesting about this one is Nader's open calling range of these depths will contain some suited hands. Quite a mixture of Broadway suited stuff, and that is what he's sort of represented with the flop raise. We see obviously he's got the ace and the queen of hearts to go with, and now given that some proportion of Nader's range will be king of hearts X, with the X not being a heart, does Istamine have to come along for one more street at the very least? This pot is so huge already.
Again, we are outside the rebuy period, so any false step could be disastrous. And they're so close in chips too, David. It's really catastrophic if Istamine were to be wrong about any of his procedures from here forward.
What's really interesting about this spot, and I'm just sort of thinking into the future, is if Istamine calls here, and the river doesn't come a heart, then he beats all the bluffs, and his opponent will bet, because his opponent will be very happy with top 2. And I don't think that 5 is consequential.
No, I would agree with you. Not the type of card either of these guys are worried about. I think we remove deuces and 5s from Nader's range, pocket deuces and pocket 5s, rather.
So Istamine could be faced with an all-in decision here, thinking he's only beating a bluff.
We block aces, we block queens.
Back.
Oh, wow. I'm shocked at this. And that reaction from Nader on the end suggests that he recognizes meat was left on the bone.
Yeah, like it's possible that a call may have been incoming. The draws did miss, but at the same time, he would have been representing a flush while actually betting top 2 for value, and his opponent would have been in a horrible situation. Maybe he would have won it.
I mean, the check back, I gotta wonder whether or not the check back happens if the 5 doesn't pair. Maybe there's some world in which he just had that reflexive,
I guess maybe the ace 5 suited being the obvious bluff candidate if you are going to put one in out of the blinds, looming somewhat. I don't know.
Or maybe wary that Istamine had the hearts.
Also possible. Maybe there are some king X suited that would go light there pre-flop. Yeah, he was spooked, clearly.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, felt there was a lot of chips already in there. So if I win that pot, it's a nice pot to win. Maybe I don't need to risk any more and be greedy.
I'll tell you what, though, that's an interesting point to expand upon, David, because as we evolve in our poker careers, and clearly everybody in this field, it's a very broad spectrum of experience levels that we're dealing with, but tackling that discomfort, recognizing that just because the pot is big doesn't mean that we should always climb into our shell, reach for our comfort blanket, and then check back. But we need to summon the courage to recognize that there is an opportunity before us to earn even more. And it isn't a function of greed so much as it is a function of just situational awareness and optimal poker.
Absolutely right. I have nothing to add. Perfectly put. I think it is often the case. You do see it with players where it just feels as though, okay, this is a significant pot if I win it, and that's okay, and I just really, really don't want to make a big mistake and lose it. But yes, there was absolutely an opportunity there to put his opponent in a tough spot, and then a nitty check back in the end with top 2. He was blocking the obvious sets, the aces and the queens that might stick around.
A non-heart, non-board pairing card, I think, is what we would have loved to have seen.
Yeah, I think the 5 may be actually more interesting on second glance because the light part of the 3 betting range does contain the ace 5 suited, and I'm pretty sure there was one combo of that still there.
Well, I've conferred with our Latvian production team here in the interest of helping me walk through this absolute minefield of a last name that we have before us. Smushkevičius is the advisement I've received. What do you think, Lapin? Does that work for you?
I like that, yeah. I have a friend called David Rinkevicius, and I now think I may be pronouncing that wrong all these years.
Well, the ace-queen turns into a Broadway draw for Smushkevičius. Fires 22,000. Istamine, obviously, with top pair. Comes along, down to heads up. 3 of spades is a relative blank. Bit of a fork in the road here for the ace-queen in terms of whether or not it wants to turn itself into a bluff and go for 3 barrels, or if it wants to defer. And we can see it is the former. And for Istamine with top pair, it does seem as though calling would be the preferred course of action. Sizing, obviously, an important part of that calculus.
Yeah.
Call is made and trips are obtained on the river, and this 3-barrel is going to be really, really bad news. Should Smush elect to go with it.
Yeah, he will be eyeing up all of the missed draws, the jack queens, the diamonds. He may even think that some weak tens would maybe be under pressure here, but obviously not, and a very quick call.
Once you get snapped in that spot, you know the ace-queen is worthless, and sure enough, 81,000 troops lost on the battlefield there during the river alone. A veritable battalion's worth of chips passed along to Istamin. Well, for Smush, I think it's important to kind of recollect oneself. You know, when you lose a big pot like that, your table image is a little bit compromised. You can get a little bit frustrated, have a tendency to maybe look to right the listing ship prematurely or with the wrong sort of kit, and you end up making a bad situation worse. So part of the overall discipline required to become a successful poker player. Kapustin with the ace-queen. Popular holding here at this feature table. It's an ace-queen rich environment, isn't it?
Certainly is. And never the most clear-cut of hands.
Very steep.
And here we see Kontush with his third 3-bet of this feature table, and I think we're only maybe on about hand 13 or 14.
Yeah, you really can't expect your open to get through unraised, can you, at this table? I'm not sure it's happened even once.
Tough enough situation for Kapustin here. He doesn't really have the option to click it. Well, maybe he could. Maybe he could find a 120 size to fold. Doesn't really want to waste the value of ace-queen. Maybe feels like there are some suited ace-x's in Kontush's range, which he dominates. So why not keep those involved?
And he's done exactly that, David, as we head to the flop. King, king, 6. My apologies, you were saying.
No, this is an interesting board actually now, because Kontush could go both ways. Probably comes with the small sizing. We've seen him down bet on some boards already in these 3-bet pots. And Kapustin probably has to be sticky once, maybe more than once. It's a really small bet by the looks of things, 20k into 112, so round about 18%.
I mean, not much combos, but still.
And Kapustin does peel one off here. He's obviously got the nut-no pair and an opponent who he knows is capable.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on things. And now this board texture is very favorable for the ace-queen. Doesn't complicate the matter whatsoever.
Interestingly, King X, very unlikely. Obviously, Ace King, the obvious strong pre-flop. He has an ace in his hand, so not too many combos of that. And he's also blocking aces and queens. So in his mind, his opponent obviously could still have the jacks and tens more often. Not unfeasible that he has a king in his hand, although again combinatorically unlikely. So going to tell the story of I do have a big pair or ace king. Kontush with 60k does get the job done. Tremendous bit of work there from Kontush.
Really had to dig somewhat deep, it felt like, to barrel. But he came with 60,000. It felt like just kind of that sweet spot of I'm not overcommitting, but I do need to put something in there to continue to tell this story just in case our man's peeling behind.
And I feel like he was willing to empty the clip, to be honest. I feel like that bet won't get the job done against a lot of the flop calling range when the king
Good river
comes
for you,
again
huh?
and puts trips on board.
Good
I feel
river
like
for
some
you.
pairs would be sticky once more. And to really remove some of those pairs from the equation, you would need a big river bet. So I think Contouche maybe was ready to go.
Yeah, set himself up nicely for it, if required.
Nice.
And I think that pot was sort of a good example of the chess-like
Correct.
attributes of poker in terms of thinking moves ahead. That turn bet, how much am I going to have behind? If I get called, how much will be in the pot? If I get raised, can I get away from the hand, or have I priced myself in? Because it's not just about this moment in time, but future streets.
Well said. 850k now in the stack of histamine.
Yeah, that massive pot with trip kings against Smush, where Alexei Istomin of Russia earned most of his tokens. And another baby-suited ace from the man who we know likes to 3-bet them. There we go.
It's definitely okay, just from a strategy point of view, at these stack depths, guys, for you watching at home. To flat the ace-3 suited is actually pretty nice hijack to button, but 3-bet's certainly an option, nothing wrong with it at all. And as we've seen, Contouche's preferred routes are the aggressive ones.
Istomin resides in St. Petersburg, beautiful part of the Russian Federation. Has 340,000 in career tournament earnings. 3 cashes during the Merit Poker Vintage Series in November. A 12th place finish among them. 2 sevens and an ace as Istomin made the investment in taking this flop, and Contouche comes out ahead, having hit the ace.
I was going to say, can definitely go both ways again here. He loves the small bet, and yeah, deploys it again. Istomin, I think, to this sizing has to call. I know he's only got the pocket fours. He's looking at a very obvious 3-bet candidate in the ace on board and 2 sevens, but you just have to call when your opponent lays you that price. You could hit your 4 and you could be good, and you have to have a minimum defense frequency here. Amazingly deceptive check back from Contouche. He's plotting for later streets here, and he's actually got a really interesting river where Istomin may well feel as though he's chopping against some of the hands.
Yeah, that king actually does change things considerably. Istomin could really decide to get after it. He has 0 showdown value, just playing the board. Counterfeited courtesy of that black ace on the turn, and Contouche looking to induce. Yeah, I really can't blame Istomin for thinking reaching for chips is the right way to go. As played, it certainly feels like he could pick this pot off, but the 70K is snapped by Contouche.
Very quick call from Contouche, who doesn't raise, I guess, not beating ace-king and fearing that maybe, just maybe, Istomin wouldn't have 4-bet the ace-king. Also, I suppose there's not many hands that would ever call that you're not chopping with, so the value of raising, I suppose, diminishes slightly, but that was the question asked there on the end. Great check back on the turn there, really earned that pot.
The question asked by Istomin once he was flatted. So did you see the exchange? It seemed to be that Istomin had something to say about being flat called on the river.
Yes, no, his issue was that he expected to be raised by an ace, because the only hand he was behind was ace-king, obviously.
2 sevens.
Well, 2 sevens,
Quads.
well, indeed, I suppose, yeah, it is out there.
We have the third nuts, but
then when you raise, you only get called by a chop, so I think that was the logic of that situation was, well, yes, if he does have the ace-king that he's flatted pre somehow, and the pocket sevens, well, why not just call here and play it safe?
I know it It feels a bit grimy, perhaps, for Histamine, who maybe didn't want to have to show down the bluff with the 2-4s, but realistically speaking, it was just cautious procedures there from Kontush, and not egregiously so, I would say.
No, I think it was okay, absolutely okay. But you're right, that the one extra bit of detail there is he did have to turn over his 4s.
Yeah.
Something he might have preferred not to do. Kontush very active, it must be said. Obviously, he's had sort of the perfect candidates at the lighter part of his range for the most part. He's had a couple of premiums, and you know, he's in the mix here from the cutoff with the 9-8 off, a much wider holding than any of the others.
And believe it or not, this 9-8 is the best hand on a King-Queen-8 board, where he picked up both blinds for the ride. Smush and Anar. Checked all the way around, though. Kontush not looking to bloat it. Suspects that the paint connected with his opponent's range. And now the river connects with Anar with a pair of 6s, but still 9-8 the best hand. And it'll get to showdown here.
Yeah, just about enough of it, and maybe still fearing that some weak queens would play the hand the same way. Didn't fancy taking himself to value town.
Must be noted, though, having to roll that 9-8 offsuit over.
Yeah, the image is ruined.
Yeah. Important to take note of those moments, though, where you've now given a data point that is going to create some suspicion amongst your opponents in terms of your pre-flop holdings and range. The adjustments need to be made accordingly. Love that shot there overhead of the table. Still yet to see George Hanna get himself into the fray post-flop. Part of a really big group of Lebanese players who came out for this event. Not all together as a package deal, but just individually. Lebanon in such close proximity to Cyprus.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it almost the closest country? Syria is very close. Lebanon, they're both just there on the
I remember trying to cook up a really misplaced swimming prop bet during my last trip here about whether or not I could swim to Lebanon.
Oh, wow. What is it? Are we talking like 80 kilometers?
Yeah, nothing that I'm either going to be, I'm either going to drown or get eaten by something between here and Lebanon. Safe to bet that side of it, for sure. To be fair, I don't even know what I was thinking because I can barely get from one end of the pool to the other. Meanwhile, 3 players take the ace-king-9 board, and this is trouble for Istamine, who has top pair up against bottom 2. As Kapustin checks it over to him.
Yeah, I wonder if Kapustin will take a passive enough line here when faced with a continuation bet. I suspect he might. It's still very much the pre-flop aggressor's board, the ace-king.
And a wet one at that, too, with some straight draws. Those combos are involved. The flush draw as well. And, of course, bigger aces up can always be an issue.
He may just come with the call here. Let's see.
If you can.
Smush folding to the 22K.
Okay.
And a flat.
Yeah, the feeling being your opponent may do the betting for you here, even on a lot of dry turn cards where they are unimproved with ace-queen or ace. Oh, hello. Well, that's a terrible card for Kapustin. He'd be delighted that he has taken the passive line now. He's obviously suddenly gone behind an awful lot.
He thinks it's terrible, but in fact, it's...
Yeah, I mean, just,
if it's going to happen this way, as opposed to maybe a jack rolling off, it gives you an escape hatch. Obviously, he had the best hand, so it's a poor development in that regard.
Yeah, in some scenarios, these 3-pair hands make for very good bluff candidates, but this is not one of them. He cannot plausibly rep boats here. Sometimes on certain textures, that is an option, but we won't see any of that. What we will see is Kapustin contemplate whether he's actually good right now with the king, with very little opportunity to improve.
Realistically, what are the combos that would barrel not once but twice here without having King 9 beat? Is it the heart, Queen Jack, Queen 10s of the world specifically? Maybe some Jack 10 of hearts that opt to take the higher variance approach in lieu of checking back to realize equity, and specifically that?
Yeah, and I think a couple of unnatural bluffs come to mind as well. Maybe the smaller pairs may decide that they have to pluck from that category at some small frequency as well. It is very much the pre-flop aggressor's board here, the ace, king, ace. You know, that's basically all the strong hands with the pre-flop aggressor. Ace 9, basically the best hand that Kapustin can have in that spot. And he does let it go. Great fold, well played from both players. Kapustin saved himself an awful lot by taking a more cautious route there.
He sure did. And, you know, in particular, the bottom 2 pairs on those sorts of flops, ace high against an early opener, just treacherous.
Treacherous, you're not sure where you stand. You're not sure where you'll be on future cards. And actually, your opponent may bluff often enough because it's their board to more than compensate you taking a passive line. No, I think very well played overall. And there's that hand again.
Yeah, we talked about it being an ace-queen rich environment, and we weren't kidding. Up front is George Hanna. Making it 15 to go.
It's funny you mentioned there your abandoned prop bet swimming to the 11, and Dara O'Carney very famously on several occasions has tried to get money on some running bets for himself in the Vegas desert. There were some, shall we say, appropriate marks located by the late Devilfish on one occasion.
Now,
so
what's the bet?
that Dara could. The bet was going to be that Dara can run 2 consecutive marathons in, I think it was about 7 or 8 hours he had to do it in Vegas during the height of the heat, like at prime time, whatever that is, probably starting at 10 a.m. and running till
I mean, the
6 p.m. or something like that.
more efficient way to express that bet is murder.
But not so for Dara. Dara believed that it would not just be something he could do, but something he actually was giving himself like a 1 hour cushion to do. So felt like this won't be an issue.
In the dead of the Vegas heat?
Yeah, running in severely hot conditions was actually Dara's forte and one of his sort of unusual mutant strengths.
You better pack a lot of sunscreen.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. You definitely need
that fragile
that.
dermis would scorch right on up
Yeah,
under the Vegas heat. I mean, I call Vegas home. I can tell you right now, it's not the kind of place you want to be outdoors during the heat.
Well, Dara tried to get that
running marathons.
Dara tried to get that bet on, I want to say, around about 2012, something 2011, 2012, somewhere around there. And I think, unfortunately, I think the bet was going to be that I can find somebody, Devilfish was going to say, I can find somebody in the main, who's going to play the main event who can do this. And then they'd see Dara and they'd be like, oh, it can't be that guy.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it was definitely going to be that guy. But they did some Googling. They weren't complete marks. The lads from Texas, I think they were, Googled, you know, Irish poker player, ultra running.
Yeah.
And they found him pretty quickly.
Yeah. Cancel that bet. Kapustin doesn't like the smell of this cutoff open from Anar, and he's decided he's going to just flat this King 7 suited.
Yes, 2, no. Together. Yeah. Okay.
Which is now reminding me
Yeah,
of the
last 2
premise
hours,
of Vince Van Patten's movie.
Yeah, which was lovely, by the way.
Is it like, did he have a week or 8 days or something to walk LA to Vegas? Or maybe it was
No,
longer.
I thought it was
Maybe a month or something.
I thought it was like 48 hours or something.
Oh, wow.
What do you mean? 179.
I haven't seen it yet. It's good. You enjoyed it?
I can't remember. Maybe it was more. Yeah, I did. I did enjoy it. I went to the premiere out in Vegas, actually. And
Great.
179, but
it's a good time.
We had Vince on the show just before WPT win there about a month ago. Great interview with him. Really nice to chat to.
He's a lot of fun. Not quite as much fun flopping Jack 10 6 of clubs with Ace 5 off suit as we see Anar defer Kapustin, and this would presumably be the end of the road.
24 people in 1 hour, right? But it's getting okay. So it's going to be like less every hour.
He's got about 2 SPR.
150.
And
115.
What has he done here? Just tear one off. Ace 5 happens to be the best hand, but now with the 9 of clubs on the turn,
I would bet 120.
he checks again. Let's talk about this check call with the Ace 5 as opposed to following through as the pre-flop raiser.
I agree.
And now leading.
You want to bet?
Getting the job done. Yes, a bit back to front, that one.
Yeah.
You bet 1.
I'd say so, but
128.
job done, like you mentioned.
So if
So wildly unconventional line being taken there from Anar.
yeah, the difference is 13, right?
Okay, we will
like
see.
6.
Really fortunate not to have been up against a club.
If it's 122, I win.
Certainly was.
No.
Yeah.
Shout out in the chat to a few people here. I see Katie Swift, who's been joining us for a few of the evenings.
128.
Great to have you here, Katie.
115.
And I see Andy Payton as well, who's wondering what's happened to Dara's voice.
We see who is closer, right?
Okay, how much money would you like to bet?
Oh, let's just bet friendly. I don't know.
Of course, friendly, not 1 million.
Some people contemplating what different GPI awards should be included in categories here. We've got a few good. Scandal of the year. I like that one.
You want to go?
Slow roll of the year. Bad beat tantrum of the year.
115, I 128.
115?
Who is closer?
Yeah.
121.
Definitely like to see a few categories introduced in that one. Ali, you were the host, I want to say, in 2019 for those awards, maybe 2018.
I seem to remember Podcast of the Year being awarded during that specific ceremony. You remember who won that category?
I do remember. I wasn't awake for it, I'll be honest, but I do remember waking up to 187 notifications, and I don't have 187 friends. So I thought something's happened here. And
once you realized it wasn't a death in the family and you were relieved enough, it was indeed the Chip Race podcast with David and Dara.
What's that gig like?
The hosting the GPI Awards, you know, I think I only did it once. Maybe I did it twice. It was fun. I mean, you know, everybody who is there is coming out as, you know, people who have been recognized for being at the top of their field and their craft in various respects. Obviously, just receiving a nomination is emblematic of that, independent of whether or not you actually end up receiving a trophy. Just that sort of acknowledgement, I think, lends to everybody feeling validated and positive and upbeat. And it is a bit of a party. First time I went was in Los Angeles when Nick Schulman won the award for Commentator of the Year, and it was the first year in which he and I had been working together, and I had kind of told him the entire time, "You're going to win this, man." And he very deservedly did.
Yeah, it does seem like a fun ceremony. Credit to Eric Danny, who we mentioned in the last segment as well. Puts on a good show, puts in a tremendous amount of work.
He really does.
And basically just gets abuse from people.
Welcome
for the month before the the ceremony.
The thankless.
What did they do wrong this year? But let everyone do a podcast episode about it.
Right. Well, if we're going to talk about things being done wrong, David, might we point to the King 10 suited, choosing to limp from this position off of a stack of 183.
It's different. It's not impossible to balance this sort of behavior. It's difficult. I won't lie, I would prefer to see an open here. It's actually quite a nice hand to open from any seat off this stack depth. But maybe, just maybe, NR has a few tricks up his sleeve where he'll have some light limp raises. He might have the right amount of trap hands in there as well, aware that people may try and pounce on the weaker portion of his limp range. So yeah, I've seen very good players like Dominic Nietzsche deploy these types of limping strategies off sub 30 very, very effectively. But it is hard. You make the game very, very difficult.
Letting in both of the blinds.
Who have now not narrowed down to any range whatsoever.
You don't have any sense of where they're at. They're interfering with one another with 6-3 and 6-5 offsuit respectively, while you have flopped yourself a Broadway draw on the ace-ace jack board, which clearly favors you, and no hesitation on our barrels for 15,000.
Yeah, 15's big. I quite like a very small bet here. I think it's an equity denier. Your hand is likely the best hand. If it's not, why waste more chips? And even if you're called, you do have some ways to win there. Obviously, your gutter and your backdoor flush draw. I don't hate how he played it, but I do think he could have got away with a smaller size.
I don't know how to say in English. Заряженная колода.
Мы приехали из Америки, yes.
In any case, our stacks a pot.
All flops, ace, ace, ace. How can I play?
Right.
Every hand ace coming the flop. Ace, king, ace, king.
Yes, unbelievable. We need action, 2 for 7, like something.
In the main event. Once again,
oh.
We're gonna play another 3 levels for tonight. In
Smush
the
looking down at Jack 10 off.
Will be done at the end of level 19. 3 more levels.
Open.
The information that I can give about the last tournament for tonight will start at 10 o'clock. The name is Mix Max, 8-handed. So the format is the usual one. So today we're going to play
3-4 suited in the cutoff. Hana showing some pause.
For 7-handed, and the last day will be a 6 max. And the cost is 1,000 by 1,100.
Really haven't
$80,000 guarantee.
seen anything from him that would suggest that suddenly he would break bad with that particular holding.
Tournament, 10 p.m. We're gonna play in the opposite room, just close to us.
Ну, no, re-raise is shown good. Уже хорошо.
Kontouche defending.
Smush already pointing out that it's a good sign he hasn't been re-raised already.
The 3-bet frequency in these spots has been high. And Kontouche flops second pair for the lead, but Smush with the open ender and backdoor clubs working. Follows through for 8,000, promptly gets called as another 16 slides into the middle, pushing the pot to 49,000, and presto, the ace shows up on the turn. I think Smush might have preferred the 9 to the ace in terms of future action, but he'll take what he can get as he fires 27,000. Kontouche promptly mucks the queen.
Down to just 179 players already. It feels like 10 minutes ago that read 200.
Yeah.
So big attrition in the last half hour or so. I'm just wondering if there's any hope of us getting to the bubble tonight. My suspicion is it will be one of those spots where we send the remaining 100 people or so back, 5 of whom will not make the money overnight.
Yeah. Clearly, in terms of logistics, we prefer to play down to a bubble, not force players to come back who are at risk of being showered. As you get a look at the current chip counts, Kontouche up and over 100 big blinds, 850K plus. Really a a dominant force, but he's got company up there, and Istamine and Nader.
Yeah, I think we're going to see another hour of loose, three-betting sort of poker. I think that's what we've been watching, and the stacks have stretched out a little. Obviously, the blinds have gone up, so the relative stack sizes compared to the blinds have come down a little. But yeah, no reason why these guys won't continue battling in the manner they have. You say there it would be sort of cruel and terrible at some level to send 5 more than those who make the money home. I don't know. I feel as though, as a poker player, you have to be a masochist, and I think you should say, I think you should leave when it's the exact bubble. So there's one poor guy or girl who suffers that fate.
Wow, you really are evil.
They actually did that one year at the Irish Open. They had TV cameras. Different years Irish Open has either been televised or not. And this was one year where it was going to be televised, but only from the money bubble onwards. So they broke the night. So the camera crew didn't arrive till the next day so that they could do the bubble. And in the penultimate hand, famous Irish player Marty Smith was crippled and thought he was eliminated, and then they found that he had like 1 chip that he was going to have to come back with the next day. And for the cameras, for the local papers and the news.
That's pleasant. Meanwhile, we find Kontush and Istamine squaring off. Kontush flatting from the small blind preflop with the ace-8, but perhaps he had a hunch that Istamine was out of line, which we can see he somewhat was with this queen-deuce suited. Barreling 16,000 post-flop here. Interacting with the 10-jack and the jack of diamonds, and the ace will find the muck.
Yeah, great board actually for Istamine to continue on. He had a lot of barreling cards there. When you do get out of line in that sense, you do hope that the board brings you something to play with. Often making top pair in those spots is actually murkier than flopping backdoor equity that you can really reliably go with.
То, что в трансляции здесь. I can see what you have.
That's why. That is the way.
Okay.
Raise 16. Call.
Two 8s for Anar. Up front, open to 16,000. Now 2 5s. Making an appearance behind him.
Don't love this call from Nader. Obviously, the opener has come off a relatively short stack here, just 25 bigs. You're not closing the action, far from it here. +2. This can get you in trouble here. You can get squeezed out very easily, and you aren't getting the right implied odds to flop a set, so you have to navigate some other kinds of boards, and that's always dangerous with 5s, which is probably going to see a whole lot of overcards.
Ace-jack of spades really a candidate for exactly that sort of squeezy play too, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if you were on the button here, you might consider flatting a suited ace-jack, but with more players to come, you may feel like by flatting you might be bringing in even more players and end up going multi-way sandwich between many players. Rakimov could consider an overcall now as well. He doesn't. And, well, Montanu will be in there for sure with the ace-10. In fact, he might consider the squeeze worthiness of this holding.
I'll tell you what, those squeezes feel so much more comfortable when it's a razor and 1 caller, but out of position with a razor and 2 callers with non-zero frequencies of traps, those in-between calls. The flat begins to feel a little more comforting for Montano. The presence of an ace-jack, obviously, of great discomfort.
Don't love this call here from Smush. I know there's an obvious point, which is that it's 7-2, and you don't love playing 7-2. He's getting such a great price, but actually, it's very hard to realize with this hand, and I actually think tossing away the 7 deuce is good, even when you only need 7 or 8%.
Queen 10-9, the board in the 5-way affair. Montanu with second pair, backdoor diamonds. Checks. Pre-flop razor. Dummy end of the gut shot and an under pair. Not looking to follow through, understandably. Same story for the 5s. And now backdoor spades and the 2-way straight draw for Hannah. The king is obviously a dynamite card in the event that there's a jack somewhere out there in someone else's hand.
Yeah, I think that's a crucial point, actually, and a great reason to check here is that you almost want to make the best hand when it's very obvious someone could make the second best, and not turn your hand into a semi-bluff in this spot. He does that, actually, and that's well played from Hannah.
3 of hearts doesn't help anybody.
Hannah definitely could consider a shot now on the turn, I feel. His hand doesn't have that much showdown, nor does it. Yeah, lovely. Look at this. This is great, actually, because if he does get raised, he's not throwing away a huge amount of equity, and maybe to certain raise sizes he could consider calling. I quite like this. Nobody's shown any interest on this very wet middly board.
And see how the ace-10 has to respect the presence of 3 other players left behind him, and obviously that sort of non-zero frequency with which Hannah actually has hit this board more meaningfully than the ace-10 has, and just is delaying.
And are considering stickiness by virtue of the fact that he's drawing to the bad end of this straight draw as well. I really wouldn't like to see this call, even though we see here he is 74%. Against range, it's just going to be too dicey. Very plausible Hannah would check back a hand like King Queen on the flop and now feel very happy to bet it on the turn. Yeah, great execution from Hannah. Take a bow there. That was really well played. Very hard to play multi-way 5-handed. The solvers can't even figure those kind of spots out, so, you know, credit to him for doing so.
And also, it's, you know,
I think I lost 20 bucks.
It's always scary.
I think I lost 20 bucks.
Coordinated board like that, raised pot, 4 other players in there. You know, somewhere out there, there are pieces that have ace-jack beat.
Exactly, and just really well recognized that his hand made a very good flop check back, but turn bet.
Your turn.
So again, hands you wouldn't ordinarily expect to open things up here. Nader with the Queen Jack off coming +1 here. Certainly the suited variety, an auto open, but offsuit just a little murkier.
No takers thus far, but King Queen may very well stay interested as Smush has Nader dominated.
I like that we've just gone with Smush now.
You know, early on I recognized that that was just going to be
Smush
in service of all parties involved.
Smush means kiss in America. We would say smush maybe as a kiss.
Smooch.
Smooch. Smush,
yeah,
smush.
not smush.
A vicious smooch.
Smooshing, I think, would be something.
Oh, it could be a little next. It might be the next space.
Like if smooching is rated PG, let's call it, smushing is probably escalating to at least PG-13, possibly even an R rating. So Smush is flat. Gets him a seat at a table for 2 to the Jack 8-7 board, which is Nader's very fortuitous binking of the side card as opposed to the queen itself. $19K follow through. And King Queen promptly into the muck there. Well, on whatever platform you happen to be streaming our coverage here of day 2 of the Merit Western Poker Series main event, we are certainly glad to have you, Ali Nejad, alongside David Lappin, bringing you through a full 10 levels of play on the day. Still TBD whether or not we will burst the money bubble here this evening. Worthy of note, the clip at which players have been exiting, which will slow, of course, as time goes on, has been pretty breakneck in terms of pace. Is this another ace-queen, David?
Yeah, Aquaman has been involved.
Is the Matrix glitching on us? Is that?
It does feel as though every odd hand has ace-queen in the mix here. This one won't go to
Information for all the main event players,
flop.
as we announced before, we're going to play a total of 90 levels. Regarding
just a raise and take it.
The player that bought the package were the Mix Max next incoming event at 10 o'clock. So Mix Max is
Poker tournaments are equal parts playing the hands that you're dealt in the pots, and also that situational awareness. And I'm talking not just in terms of at your table, but also the tournament at large. And I think with several big stacks kind of landing at this specific feature table of ours, it would be a bit of a tragedy to get yourself involved in an egregiously big pot. We've all been there when you kind of you look up and you go, how did I end up here at this street with all these chips in there and this hand, and begin to lament like multiple choices that led to that spot. And I think we could see some of the players just kind of conscious of the ability to maybe take it easy, put the clutch in, coast a bit for a time, allow things to come into focus, both here at this table and in the tournament at large. There's so many phases to a tournament, David, as you well know, having played so many of them. Of course, you were a sit-and-go guy, so you were really at the end phase almost all the time back when you were playing online for such a long time. But clearly, you've been in the MTT streets as well.
Yeah, I sort of saw the sit-and-goes as my graduation into bigger field tournaments. I think what the sit-and-goes taught me were great short stack fundamentals and ICM right away. A lot of players not brilliantly ICM aware because really the significant points of ICM only come at the bubble, and then as you approach the final table, then peaking at that point, and then still being significant through many of the final table places, and certainly with different stack distributions being more complicated equations at different points in that.
Sure. Meanwhile, King Jack and Deuce 3 tussle. Two hearts.
But absolutely, as time wore on and I decided to move towards where the quote-unquote real money might be in multi-table tournaments, it became very apparent to me, one, how ICM unaware most tournament players are, and two, just how that manifests itself in a very simple way to express every chip gained is not as valuable as every chip lost. And if you just sort of carry that through the tournament at all times, even at the non-specifically ICM points, not when it's 5 from the money, but actually when it's 25% of the field left like it is now. I said the other day, if you were listening on stream, how ICM is a creeping factor from basically the moment the tournament starts. Well, it's actually crept up to being pretty significant already, much more significant than the vast majority of people would think.
don't
And
like
therefore,
that apple, no.
it incentivizes people on small, medium stacks to tread very carefully at times in a way that they won't. And mistakes will be spotted.
And I think in terms of really being able to expose someone's inexperience, it is when you get into the ICM stages of the tournament that it truly becomes kind of unequivocal and no need to wonder whether or not a particular pot was just an exploitive deviation and really just more of a function of lack of experience. So we see Rakhimov. Don't need a ton of experience to know Jack 10 suited's a good bit of kit to open a pot with, as he has done. Nothing notable emerging until we get to the big blind, wouldn't you know it, of George Hanna. Pocket threes awaiting their orders.
Actually the kind of hand category that you'd love to see in the big blind facing a min open. 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, that kind of stuff, because you're going to have a pretty liberal flatting range, but a lot of those hands will be suited hands, somewhat connected hands, and they can lead you into quite murky, hard to figure out turn and river decisions, whereas actually the pocket threes, pretty easy to play. Yes, of course, it is always possible that you get set over set, but in Hold'em that doesn't happen quite so often, and you can sort of proceed as if I hit my set here, I'm going to treat it like it's good in most situations, and I'll try and get as much as I can. We see here kind of board that might get Hanna into a tiny bit of trouble. He's obviously got some back doors there.
And every now and again, the threes are actually still good. It's more the jack is the real question. The 4 and 5 don't rate to be within the range of Rakhimov's open from that early position.
Yeah, to this sizing, and in this situation, Hanna needs to find calls, and when you don't find the obvious pleasant calls, you have to find some uncomfortable ones. Actually, threes is kind of nice because, you know, 2 and a 6 bring you something interesting. Eight of spades doesn't bring much interest.
Exactly. The lack of a spade, the 4th over card, not having picked up the backdoor straight. All dilemmas for Hanna, but we'll see whether or not he faces a second barrel from Rakhimov, provided that Rakhimov is allowed to be the better.
Yeah, a counterpoint here is that if you checked, your opponent may, fearing the flush draw, check back and actually be discouraged from firing out a bet with an ace, king, ace, queen type of hand. The other side of that coin is Hanna can actually use some of the no showdown worst parts of his range and turn them into bluffs representing that very flush. And that is actually what he's gone and done. And you know, there's some deep thinking gone into this one, I have to say. Again, Hanna, very impressed with his play so far. On this occasion, Rakhimov clearly has to be sticky. He did actually connect. This is going to be a great bet to work as a equity denier against big overcards. Maybe even some pairs 6s through 10s, but didn't work on this occasion. Does he have another barrel in him?
Well, the 4 straight on the board should not be of any concern, provided that Hanna has what he is saying he has, which is spades. And sure enough, he jams an affirmation. David Lappin in the booth, loving it, but
wow, he called.
Rakhimov.
Wow, Rakhimov.
A non-believer.
Soul read. An absolute soul read. Instantaneous call by Rakhimov. I have to say, I actually really loved the bet. I didn't expect the immediate call.
No, and note that the rest of the table has taken very serious note.
Never 6, 6, 7. 7 shows on the flop. Where is flush?
He didn't see the flush draw.
He reads on the flop. He has that flush draw.
He thinks he would have got. He played the flush draw faster on the flop. No, whoa. Wow. Okay. Well, look. Feels like Rakhimov maybe not considering a lot of possible
160.
holdings that were being represented there. Figured he had an easy decision, but this is interesting.
I was thinking like, wow. Nice reading.
Well,
Really?
when you start telling a story, you have to hope your opponent can read.
That's a very good point. And it's so funny because you and I have both been around players who perpetually are frustrated telling you these stories. I can't believe it. You know, I played this hand to perfection. But I liken it to, you know, you speak the most eloquent version of a language to somebody who doesn't speak said language, then it doesn't matter. Might that have been the case? Although we certainly don't want to take anything away from Rakhimov. It appears that he's very readily justifying why it is that he came with the call at the speed that he did. He didn't put him on 6-7. He didn't put him on spades. Not certain whether or not he saw the spades. When he says where is flush, it may be that he didn't notice the flush was out there, or it may just be his way of suggesting the line that was taken by Hannah does not contain a flush in his estimation.
Yeah, or that it didn't become a one-card flush by the river.
Oh, right.
But it does strike me that he discounted completely the possibility that a flush would have flattered the flop. He said, well, he would have raised if he had a flush draw on the flop. And that's absolutely not certain.
And
in
this
fact,
is
it's unlikely.
Such a beautiful moment for Hannah to pick up black aces, by the way, when it looks like the lug nuts are loose and the wheels rattling on the axle, ready to just go careening off this runaway train. He's 3-betting to 50,000, and for Kapustin, it's frustrating, but the Queen 10 belongs in the muck.
Well,
but that's because we can see the aces, maybe? You feel as though he's supposed to make the call as the 3-bet at that sizing? 34K?
yeah, no, like he could have lived a bit more dangerously and gone smaller. It would have felt a bit exploitative, but also given the pot he just lost, maybe it would look kind of funny and tilty. Certainly nothing wrong with the size he chose out of position. They're still reeling through all the possible hands. I think they're very much playing a different game right now. I feel for Hannah in this spot. There's an old expression in poker that's, you know, it was the right operation, but the patient died. I feel like it was the right move right there, but it wasn't the right opponent, it turned out, to try and get that one through.
Yeah, I remember. Now I remember this time. So you playing from that satellite? No. No? Okay.
Ace 10 in the cutoff for Nader.
18.
Shoots it up. 18,000.
18.
Really, you're saying fold like it's a call? Yeah, you're not saying D. That's why it's like fold. I always hear in call.
Which flash draw?
I want to give a shout out here while we have a little lull in play to the people over at Poker News who are providing coverage of this one as well. We're obviously covering feature table, but there are outer tables and there are updates coming on the stuff on those outer tables. So if you are enjoying this coverage but want to supplement it with another medium, maybe like to read a few hand updates or whatnot from outer tables, I would encourage you to go to Poker News, check that out.
That's what I'm telling you. It's what was Jack 3-4.
Such a global operation, Poker News. So many tournaments taking place at any given time
I was just
across the planet, and they've got teams ready to cover them all, don't they?
I was just going to say, I clicked on the tab there. They're being stretched this week with the PCA, the A8 Live at Madrid, us here in Merit, and the WSOP circuit events over in Morocco as well. I know Lon McCarran is over at that one.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I was talking to him just on the back of his win. Did you hear about this? He won a poker tournament. Well, oh, I got a face of Ali. They're like, of course, we all got personal messages about it.
It truly, I feel like I'm the one remaining guy that just has not won a poker tournament. But to be fair, I never try. Did you notice how I made it about me, that moment that was really about Lon? Shame on me. Congratulations to Lon McCarron, part of the Booth brethren on that victory. As we see Istomine with the ace-10 suited. Might have company out of the small blind, I would presume. But in what form? A flat? Or a more unwanted sort of guest? The 3-better.
Oh, he is going aggressive.
Yeah,
I'd have defaulted to the flat as well, I got to say, Ali, but yeah. And I think to this size in position with a suited Broadway ace, Istomine probably has to come with a call. It will be an awkward little pot. Stack to pot ratio 2.5 to 1 should it get to that point. But I do feel like he has to be sticky with the ace-10 here. These are pretty wide ranges interacting with one another. These guys have just had quite the long chat deconstructing the last hand, so maybe have a grip on each other's capabilities now. Some dynamics at play here. He does make the call. So, eyes down. This one could be fascinating.
And the dynamics, I wonder, of that conversation as we see an open-ender for Rakhimov. Absolutely dynamite texture, especially where Istomine is going to be compelled with backdoor hearts and that wheel gutty to make the call. The deuce would be downright disastrous for him. But just to kind of button up that thought, when you talked about the dynamics and the context, what did Istomine glean in terms of Rakhimov's thought processes and aptitude after that big call that he made with the Jack-10 on the 3-spade 4-straight board?
I imagine there are a lot of complicated things he gleaned, but the very simple one might be, don't know if I want to bluff this guy.
Fair. As we see the bet and call produce the King of Diamonds on the turn.
Ooh, door open now for Istomine to stab at this. It won't work, I feel. Rakhimov obviously open-ended to go with his pocket pair. 2 is the dynamite card, doesn't come. And Rakhimov, interesting whether Istomine feels like he had just about has showdown, or if he thinks I need to try to get ace-queen to fold. Something like that. Could I get pocket 9s to fold? They're hard stories to tell over one street. He has a smidge of showdown, but I don't think he will figure it to be likely good. He probably would have got bluffed on the king or on the jack. So he does just shut down, and yeah, a bit of fear factor maybe there, Rakhimov.
You call the river, huh?
Of course,
Rakhimov, of course I will. I'd never fold the river.
You remember me, right? I'm the guy that had the Jack-10
right? Yes.
that called for my tournament live.
But he doesn't push straight. When
I feel like if we...
Kontush has support, apparently, for Rakhimov's call.
Yeah. I feel like if we return to these guys with one of our roving cameras 4 hours from now, Ali,
They'll still be talking about that. You're right. You know what it reminds me of? Those sort of divisive memes where, what do you see here? The gold dress or the black dress? You know, and you fall into one of two camps. It's going to be, do you fall into the Rakhimov made a great call camp, or do you fall into the what was that guy thinking camp?
Button cut off. It was button small blind.
Button small blind. Never mind.
169 remain. We've lost another
good hand.
8 or 10 off the clock there in the last few minutes. So, yeah, pretty much losing maybe 30 people an hour right now. That will slow, obviously. It will become more a function of the percentage of the field remaining, but this is a particularly bust-intensive period as the pressure goes on the likely shorter stacks.
Was that
16 to go from Smush's Queen 10 offsuit, which is smothered by the King Queen of Histamine. And flats. Rakimov exits. Another Queen 10 into the muck. And very unintrusive 3-4 offsuit being laid a tidy price for Montanu, who makes the call. Oh, and a dynamite board for him. Bottom pair and an open ender. This is totally outside the zip codes of the remaining field, but nevertheless, Smush, 23K, just north of third pot. Actually closer to half pot.
Jack, you say it's high?
Yeah. I knew I'm
Montanu
not going
peeling
to
out
win,
calling
but
chips.
Seems like the logical continue. Now a 9 on the turn is Queen 10. Is truly flapping in the wind.
With 7-8 being an unlikely holding, raising up under the gun, I think Montanu maybe gave consideration to leading that card, feeling like he could get rid of the overcards that have some equity here. Ultimately checks it. I like that option more.
But it is a blunt straight.
Yes,
What straight he push if you have all
yes, I
flushes?
think it doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you have all
I'll
flushes.
think for 10 seconds more.
Yeah.
Also draws.
Montanu deciding he needs to blocker this. Fires exactly one big. I really like that decision to blocker one big in that spot. I think that is absolutely wicked deployment of the absolute minimum blocker bet in that spot. Really well done. He desperately didn't want to face a bet.
As it turns out, Smush had really nothing to consider, but in the event that he did, it's so disarming, isn't it?
It really is.
When you're confronted with that really bit of hyperbole, just so milky and confusing.
7 players now in the 1 million club at the top of our leaderboard. I'm going to bring you these stack updates courtesy of Poker News.
Yeah.
Abarakov is our chip leader with 1.34 million. Habib 1.28 million. Tanuri 1.1 million, as does Justus Held from Germany. Al-Kabasi with 1.09 million. Reza Sadat with 1.07 million, and Benjamin Hammam just hovering around the million mark. They are our top 7 right now.
Yeah, 2 of those top 3 playing under the Lebanese flag.
They certainly are. Also in the mix there, 10th in chips right now, 885. Maxime Chilot, you'll remember he was our chip leader on the last 2 tables of the warm-up event. He was 2nd in chips going into the final table. Obviously nothing really went well for him over the course of the early going in that one. I think he ended up busting in 6th, maybe, something like that. But Chilot, a very workman-like pro. Ari Kleiper, another familiar name from Israel. We saw him go deep in the warm-up too, 670k.
The race.
And Dominic Pankas in the mix. I didn't spot him in the room. Wow.
48.
Kontouche getting out of line here. King 2 of diamonds.
Really leaning on Rakimov.
How much?
48.
48.
Kind of a peculiar customer to be pursuing if you're Kontouche, again, having borne witness to the adhesive nature of Rakimov. I mean, if the guy can make a call on the 3-spade 4-straight board for his tournament life, you'd think a 3-bet like this isn't going to deter too much of his range.
Indeed.
And that range includes ace-10.
Oh, what a board for Kontouche.
This is downright clairvoyant by Kontouche. The pair and flush draw combo checked over by Rakimov's ace-10.
Definitely want to fire in this situation here. There are some occasions where you make a pair and a flush draw when you might decide on a more passive line, but this is the kind of hand that can get very aggressive if Rakimov was to play it fast. But also you're getting more chips into a pot when you can make a very, very strong hand by the river. Rakimov is going to peel one off here. He's got the ace of diamonds in his hand. He's got some wheel possibilities. Oh, and there is an ace.
Now Kontouche behind as Rakimov's peel.
I feel as though Kontouche will be looking to target hands like 5s, 6s, 7s, maybe even 9s with the bet here, try and rep that ace while having the backup equity of his flush draw. He might feel like there's quite a few flop calls he can get out now with this bet, particularly if he goes a little on the larger size. Looks like he's gone half pot.
Well, the beauty of his holding is even when he is wrong, he is really only crushed by ace-x of diamonds. And Rakimov's halfway to that equation, but not all the way. So action over to him. A little better than 3-1 on the call here.
It is possible, of course, that Rakimov is dominated in this spot, but he's also aware that he will have overtaken quite a few of Kontouche's other holdings, the lighter, bluffier part of his range. We see that he's actually got a hand that's something in between.
6 of spades is a disappointing river for Kontouche, who is unimproved and now faced with a bit of a decision. Does he want to step away from this 370K pot, largely his own doing, wave the white flag, or does he want to take one final swing? The answer is the former, as he checks back, gets shown the ace-10.
Yeah, no showdown really with the king deuce of diamonds unless his opponent had diamonds himself. That's going to be infrequent.
I thought
that was very much a white flag against an opponent who's already shown himself to be sticky.
Flop, ace-10, but
And
ace-10.
Rakimov, sort of a combination of well, that
If
optimistic call, I still think it was from earlier, but almost all the chips he's made since then feel as though they are in some ways a direct result of that hand, where his opponents never felt comfortable bluffing spots against him. And we'll never know whether he would be sticky on all those occasions since, but I guess the deterrent is out there.
Have too much ace high.
The fear
after
factor
flop.
is present.
To go all in, I don't know. And I blocked your left draws.
As we see it swirl back to Rakimov here in the hijack, who may be feeling very much like the wind is at his back. He is going to open the 69. Smush. Tricky stack here.
281K. Out of position.
King deuce?
What?
Yeah, clearly valuing keeping in the hands he dominates here at a 35 big blind depth. I like that, I gotta say. You really don't want to raise fold your hand in that spot.
Oh my goodness, look at this board. Rakimov with a heart redraw on the second nuts.
Well, you mentioned clairvoyance there. I feel like Rakimov is Nostradamus.
Yeah.
Was it deuce?
After this one.
It's pretty scary, isn't it?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. You're really out of line.
Smush does call. Rakimov clearly feeling as though he could go for a very kind of exploitable small sizing on a board. You'd normally go with a lot of checks and a large sizing if you did continue. Clearly with the second nuts he decided, let's go small. He's even got flush backup plans. As bad a turn card as Rakimov could have seen in terms of whether his hand could ever get overtaken, but maybe a very good card in terms of whether he can get value if he is up against some trips, combos, queen tens, jack tens. They've been emboldened.
Buttons, suited king, the lowest. It's okay. King 9, it's okay to call.
Right.
Fairly straightforward check fold from the ace queen. And not just the decision to flat there.
So you had
plays out quite well, not to be results oriented, but
you were already like
if you 3-bet and you feel suddenly compelled to continue to lay claim to the board.
Sure.
Indeed.
How much did you bet on the flop?
You torch off a good chunk.
I mean,
of that
40%.
sort of precarious 280K.
It was
35 blinds,
plus
plenty, but
something.
you're keeping big company here at this feature table.
You sure are.
It's too strong.
It's too strong on the flop.
Just caught a glimpse of the time. There's only 15 minutes left on this level. I feel like this session has absolutely flown by. Some fascinating hands.
King Jack
I'm out.
up front shoots it up, and now Rakimov is going to peek down at Ace King. Truly the medicine for Nader.
Good run.
65.
65. Fold.
Three bet to 65,000. One of the kings these two are hunting. Finds its way into the muck from Smush's hand.
Definitely like a fold from Nader in this spot. Not sure it's forthcoming though. And another very big pot brewing.
Yeah, he does make the call and is unimproved on the 2-diamond 2-8 board. Checks with the flow of play over to Rakimov. And these ace-kings are somewhat balanced in these spots and with these boards in particular. Sometimes they begin to weave a tail. Others content to take a more passive line. This 3 rates to be of 0 concern for Rakimov, and it looks like he's just going to try to get to showdown, maybe even induce a bet out of Nader. Instead, he'll be pleased to collect 150,000 after one last pair of checks on the river.
You are the best.
Yeah,
I don't think so. No, because I don't know, like, how did you manage to call King Jacob?
Because
he doesn't fold anything.
The table talk is absolutely brilliant. He says, you're the best. How did you manage to call there with the ace-10 and hit the ace? And his opponent said, because he doesn't fold with anything.
Yeah.
I had ace-king, he has ace-queen. You have ace-king, he has king jack.
But flop, nothing.
You won pretty good. 10 big blinds in this phase is important.
Desperately searching the web for intel on Azizjan Rakhimov and can't find any. So been flying under the radar thus far in his career, playing under the Uzbek flag. Ace 5 suited. Going to work and now smushing the cutoff with the Ace 10. And you get the sense Smush has been a little bit frustrated here at this feature table, been kind of looking for reasons to get into a pot and try to drag chips. Ace 10, as good a reason as any, he deems. The flat, though, does allow Nader in there from the big blind to contend with.
160 people active.
I'm probably gonna win this bet.
Queen 9-6, Nader with the cut
You
shot.
said that lower than...
No, I said it's gonna be 128. If it's gonna be lower than 122, I lose.
So betting his
If it's higher
backdoors.
than 122,
Looks like
I
it'll
lose.
work.
It should be pretty close. But I think
No, Nader's going to be sticky with the gutter here.
Less.
Yeah.
Oh, now a dynamite turn card for Rakhimov to continue to barrel.
We're going to see a fairly big sizing from Rakhimov here, probably something in the region of 60.
We'll go with 50. Same idea. Oh, wow.
What is this?
This is surprising from Nader. Wonder if he has designs on bluffing this river.
Well, he got a good river 2 bluff. What? Are
No,
we
he
seeing
really
the
was
right
just hunting a
hands?
7, it would appear.
Wow. I was going to say there's no way Nader is calling on the turn unless he's planning to lead river. But you're right, he was just looking for that magnificent 7.
All right, thank you.
You bet river?
No.
No?
What was it?
Looks like the guys are getting their marching orders as they will make way for this new group of players.
And among that group of new players, we find Tunisian, Polish, Romanian, Saudi Arabian, Russian, Italian, Turkish, Lebanese, and American participation in Reza Sadat, the American representative.
Sometimes more on Sundays.
Yeah, we featured Reza on the feature table. I think it was day 3 of the warm-up as well. Good to see him back.
Istamine up front with King Jack suited here. As we close in on the end of the level. Ace 3 suited into the mug.
It would be better if you call and then this happens. It's always a bad sign.
Surprised to see it, David?
At this table, yes.
I mean, this is the same man who 3-bet a cutoff open from the button with King Deuce suited. Now, granted, he's probably got a different sense of Rakhimov than he does of Istamine, does Yahuin Kontouche, but nevertheless, somewhat
First time
unexpected.
Okay, I'll take it.
And a
No
simple
problem.
raise and take it.
Beautiful hand, but what can I do?
Well, you can take down the blinds and antes. Alexei? How about that?
Are you going to bet the river in this hand against the guy who marked?
Which hand?
Last
hand?
When king on the river.
I check.
You check back?
Check back, yes. I put 10-8 or 7-8. Only
But
nines.
what he marks? Flush draw,
I don't
no
block.
flush
I
draw on the
haven't.
floor.
Jack 10, maybe Jack 10. Queen, he never folded. Because on tilt. Oh. Only 9? Which 9? On turn, but that call. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to mark there, right?
Just having a look at the outer table chip counts. I spy with my little eye La Sengfet, you might recall her being the star of the show with 2 audacious bluffs there during the warm-up. She is still in the mix, 325k.
Yes,
Yeah.
Valentine Soy, who made our final table, 282k. Yuri Reichenstein is in the mix here, 275k. Accomplished pro Luke Bindel, he's in the mix as well with 227. So quite a few notables out there in the field.
Yeah, and as the cream may begin to rise in the later stages of the event, I would imagine we'll have some opportunities to watch them operate, as Istomin booked a date with this ace-3 of Anar, which turns from bottom pair to aces up on the turn, and that is sufficient for him to get to work following through on the pre-flop open.
Ace-3, yes. How many years you play?
As I complete the whistle-stop tour of the outer tables, Jack Sinclair, we mentioned him earlier on. I think he's on his 8th bullet.
Okay.
He
So he's got to win it, is what you're saying.
It sometimes works out that way with Jack. He's got 200k, and I see there Recep Aydemir, who of course everyone will remember from his deep run in the main event, or sorry, in the warm-up event a few days ago. He's got 195k.
Because
I earned with poker.
Okay, but I never saw you.
We have time for just one more hand, after which I will bid you a good night. Dara O'Carney will be taking my place in the booth alongside Ali for the next segment, the final session of play.
Yeah, a couple of levels left.
All time.
You want to smoke?
All time.
You mean weed?
No. But
2 red kings for Anar, the opener. And now an ace-jack on the button for Georgiana. Anar just showed that he opened with ace-3 a hand to go. Fresh in Hana's mind, you wonder how he'll react.
Looks to be digging deep. Something of the region of 50, 55k coming.
There it is. 75k.
Well, problematically for Hana now, there will be almost no fold equity. He's not going to be able to get away from this when the Django's finally put the remaining 157 in the middle here. He sort of made his bet here.
And you wonder whether or not he gave any thought to the potential of a 4-bet prior to making it 75k. Would have been well served to do so given Anar's stack depth.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of a 3-bet in this spot, but I think it could have been a 3-bet to 48 to 52k. By going 75k, he's priced himself in here. Like we see here, he's actually getting the right price against the hand. Nar is obviously at the very top of his range. So, bed made. Time to sleep in it.
Indeed.
Will the Djangos do a hold?
Hana does have the benefit of having Anar covered. 47k behind in the hunt for an ace and coming up empty on the 10 high flop. As Anar's kings sit pretty in a 374,000 chip pot. The turn also clean. Just needs to fade an ace now. Can he do it? Yes. And a really poor development there for George's Hana.
65, 70, 77.
And here is one last look at the chip counts at this feature table. Rakimov, 85 bigs, really holding court and was kind of the story of that particular frame. Hana, you see, with just 47K, will be returning from the back end of this break to new elevated blinds. And pretty disappointing development for him. Ali Najad and David Lappin back with you from inside our commentary booth. And I turn back to Rakimov. That really interesting pot with the 10-jack was probably the one to circle in terms of the last couple of levels of play. Really announced himself as kind of being a guy that wasn't going to get pushed around. And you know, several of the players kind of took note, and yet in spite of that, some targeted him, perhaps questioning whether or not it was fundamentally sound for him to have made that call.
Yeah, I think that hand really set the tone for the session. Rakimov ended up being something of a wrecking ball for the next hour, hour and a half. You're right, there was an inconsistency of thought there maybe from the other players where they targeted him because they thought maybe he was loose, but they also didn't have the courage to fire that last bet into him, fearing another hero call. So that was unusual play. It was a tough old session for our friend Smush, as we've nicknamed him now. Yeah. Didn't really get anything going in that. Good luck to him, obviously, now when they move to the outer tables. And then, obviously, right there at the end, Anar, what a miraculous moment to wake up with the Kings just as everyone's walking away from the table. That double up will put him in good stead now as they go forward through the day.
I would imagine that as this tournament draws further along, we may see some of those stacks from that feature table that we just watched begin to escalate, begin to grow. I saw some really interesting stuff, in particular out of Alexei Istomin as well, who had some real aptitude on him. Meanwhile, we will take this break. We will say goodbye to David and bring back Dara O'Kearney. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of Day 2 of the Merit Western Poker Series main event comes back your way in just a few minutes. And there's some King X there that would be happy to check back the flop and suddenly has made top pair on the turn that you can represent as we see him go to work for 8,500. Surely Kodanov won't be finding the muck, but to be determined whether or not he finds a semi-bluff check raise here.
Yeah, he has the opportunity to go for a very clicky raise and then shove rivers if he wants to take the bluff line. But he is getting the right direct price, and when you are getting the right direct price, it's often wise to just take it. You can realize you're not putting pressure on.
Well, he does just take it, but the board pairs and does not give it, and it being the spade, which he needed. Mercifully didn't yield a 7, of course, as we touched on earlier. And that turn call, by the way, David, was a pretty healthy chunk of Kodanov's remaining stack, so this will be a very disappointing development for him.
Yeah, Guarini will be fearing hands like King Jack, King Queen, which will be mandatory check calls here in Kodanov's range, maybe even King 10. But he will also be eyeing up the possibility of a missed spade draw, a missed straight draw, and maybe think, well, I'm at the bottom of my own range here, I should put pressure on my opponent, and that's what he does. So a really well executed turn river bluff there. You said the more obvious opportunity was with those overcards, backdoor flush draw to just bet, which signaled a decent amount of strength. So for Beg to have continued into that player as well,
right,
I think was a bit more legit.
Yeah, agreed. Those sorts of curiosities, I think, fare better heads up out of position than they do in in that particular scenario, but nevertheless, we roll forward with Sadeghi limping the suited connector from the cutoff. Now a middling ace for Guarini on the button.
Well.
He'd like to dine alone as he 4Xs to 12,000.
Yeah, interesting to see Sadeghi deploy the limp here.
Jack 10 offsuit for Nina is going to defend the big, and more suspect behaviors are beginning to be displayed.
I was going to say that will almost certainly bring in Sadeghi for a great price on a suited connector, but he actually lets it go. Lets these two battle it out.
He would have flopped the best hand with middle pair on this Queen 7-5 board, where as it stands, Ace 8 is in the lead. $8K bet does get called, and Krasilnikova binks a jack on the turn. Was that a check? Looked a bit like one, but not certain if she was just adjusting her hand. Doesn't appear that it registered as such. She may think that she checked. I don't think anyone else does.
I think you're spot on here, Ali. I think it may be asked to clarify now. Guarini. Oh no, he has bet.
Okay. Apparently I'm spot off, as the case were. Pardon me, 32,000. Does get called as another 64 slides into the middle.
It's going to be very hard for Guarini to empty the clip here. 96 into 111.
You surprised at his willingness to barrel again with the ace 8? Arid river card. I certainly didn't anticipate him firing again. Maybe not assigning much Queen X to Nina's range when calling the 3-bet out of the big. Not sure, but in any event, here he is completely adrift with ace high and 111,000 in the middle. And he's going to jam. Nina instantly asks for it to be counted down.
So Guarini obviously reckoning that there are a decent number of weak holdings, so that, you know, Krasilnikova will be in there with some maybe 7-8s, maybe
98?
Queen 10s that she might fold even here. It's very, very aggressive from Guarini, clearing feeling like the gap between her turn calls and river calls is large. Obviously his story gets to stay consistent over all those streets. She flopped virtually nothing, but did turn second pair.
Did she make the call?
Oh,
wow!
Wow!
Good game.
What a boss! What a boss! She made the right decision folding the 4s a moment ago. She made the right decision with second pair there.
Good call.
Wow, what a play from Guarini.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be you who are some of the most talented Russian players in the game today.
Today? That's an interesting
Anybody come to
question.
mind? We've got time to chew on it.
Yeah.
And the internet as well, it bears mentioning.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace queen for Tekin.
He is very short now. 14 big blinds.
Like to see him actually be the opener when choosing to play some of the hands that he has, as opposed to sort of calling and taking very passive lines that, you know, represent very expensive investments relative to his stack depth.
I'll say flicking at the nonchalant call there with all the chips. Oh, an interesting spot for the big blind now.
Yeah, Bravko could have maybe thought about a little mild squeeze, but off of his 117,000, he plunks in the necessary cost of admission and takes the queen 9-4 flop with the field, which yields an open ender for the jack 10. Top pair, top kicker is about all you could ask for here. Best case scenario.
Yeah, he's stacked to pot ratio is much more than 1.5 for him now, so he just has to think about the best way to get the money in. Probably start off with a fairly small bet and then maybe shove the turn if called.
Yeah, showing some aptitude here in terms of sizing and trying to chart a course for a double. Of course, one does not defend the small blind with jack 10 to simply check fold open enders, as we see Asset's call. Sending the ace jack into the muck, and he will hunt a king or an 8. Now, was it perhaps I'm overlooking something? Was it a check raise?
Yeah, I thought it was a check call initially, but it must have been a check raise.
It did look that way to me too, but yes, the check raise draws the all-in from Tekin, so apologies, we stand corrected. The chips have made their way into the middle. 2 pulls at the open ender for the jack 10 so far. Safe for ace queen. And the river. Safe as well, as trips will take it down.
Yeah, it made sense to check raise there because Tekin had so little behind. He was probably going to stick it in on the turn. And then we just put ourselves in a trick.
Snowmen for Sejimesh. Seven to skate. The king 10 suited finds the muck, and well served to do so, as Lavrentinis 23 bigs are looking down at 2 red queens.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of ways he can go with this. He's really just thinking about how do I get the money in. Against an under the gun opener, maybe a small 3-bet. Try and induce the 4-bet shove. It's tricky because anything he does is going to look ridiculously strong. He has gone for the small 3-bet.
You're right, it does look strong regardless of whether or not he jams or makes the small 3-bet. And Sejimesh, very seasoned. That fact not going to be lost on him. The statement is obviously a little more meaningful when it comes outside of the re-entry period.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Nee doesn't appear to be the type of customer who is stepping out of line in this spot.
Okay, he's going to call. He's going to mostly figure he's set mining here, and he's going to feel that he's going to get the rest of the stack if he does hit his set, given how shallow Nee is.
Yeah, the implied odds not quite as handsome as they would be against a player
this is
who was a little bit deeper.
Yeah, this is one board he might get into a little bit more trouble on. This is a very safe board for pocket 8s, and if we put stuff like ace king, ace queen into Nee's range, and we could imagine him firing, I'm not sure the 8s are going to be able to give up here.
How will Nee seek to deploy this remaining 63,000 with 46.5 in the middle? It's going to be at least in 2 parts.
Yeah.
As 13.5 is the sizing. And what a perfect amount with which to target the specific hand that Sejimesh has.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Sejimesh range is are hands like this, and they really can't give up to this size because then they get exploited by ace king, ace queen.
Sejimesh makes the call. And when you find yourself with the 2 8s, which are unimproved on this 4 of diamonds, facing these sorts of sizings, it almost annoys you because you recognize the compulsory nature of having to proceed, but also in context, the increasing unlikelihood that the 8s are good.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're exactly right. It's annoying. There are spots in poker where it's extremely annoying to have a hand that's not quite. That's a little bit too strong to fold.
Yeah.
But you kind of know deep down. It's it's like when you've grudgingly defended your big blind and you flop bottom pair.
Right.
And now you're like, okay, now I'm gonna have to put more chips into the pot, but it still has to be done because, as I said, otherwise we do get exploited by the ace king and the ace queen. Now, he has a couple of choices here. He could even check here and make his hand look like ace king. That's just trying to get to showdown now.
But don't you want to charge an ace that might be in Sejamesh's
Yeah,
range?
the four is problematic now because any ace has picked up a gut shot. Yeah, he has just moved all in, and that does get the quick fold.
But he did pick up the 3-bet and then the follow-through in terms of value out of Sejamesh, who really appears kind of disgusted with.
It's not quite. That's a little bit too strong to fold.
Yeah.
But you kind of know deep down. It's it's like when you've grudgingly defended your big blind and you flop bottom pair.
Right.
And now you're like, okay, now I'm gonna have to put more chips into the pot, but it still has to be done because, as I said, otherwise we do get exploited by the ace king and the ace queen. Now, he has a couple of choices here. He could even check here and make his hand look like ace king. That's just trying to get to showdown now.
But don't you want to charge an ace that might be in Sejamesh's
Yeah,
range?
the four is problematic now because any ace has picked up a gut shot. Yeah, he has just moved all in, and that does get the quick fold.
But he did pick up the 3-bet and then. And back with continuing coverage from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino Resort of the Marriott Western Poker Series. Main event, day 2, 10 levels will be played. 2 remain. Ali Najad and Dara O'Kearney, who is subbed in for David Lappin, who is all done for the evening. And here is our new featured table. Reza Sadat playing under the U.S. flag, 125 big blinds, 1.248 million in chips, almost a quarter of all the chips here at this featured table, Dara. And of course, the presence of that short stack of Italo Modena might very well create some interesting opportunities for that big stack to perform. Fadi Al-Hani, not exactly extra deep either, along with 7th and 6th place stacks. Should be fun to watch, though. Certainly the last couple of hours that David and I were covering, we saw some unorthodox lines, to say the least. We've kind of grown accustomed to expecting the unexpected out of this very diverse field in terms of experience. And it's made for some very interesting viewing, that's for sure. Thanks again to all of you for joining us for this coverage, whatever platform you may be streaming us on. Glad to have you with us. Blinds at 5 and 10,000. Here is Fadi El-Hani, part of the Lebanese delegation, opening just north of a min raise to 21,000. Little extra sprinkle. Poland's Maciej Robert Komorowski laying it down. As El-Hani collects the spoils. Anything interesting during your little break there, Dara? Did you walk the room, get a look at any stacks, get any texts from those who are out in the field?
Yeah, no, I just sent a text to Jack Sinclair to make sure he had only done 8 bullets, not 9. Ran into Jamie Nixon as well. Jamie had got through on his first bullet, just over starting stack, had actually spun it up, but was back down a little bit again. So yeah, a few of my friends were still in as of an hour ago. On this table, I can see Makarowski in. He's certainly spun it up. The session myself and David did, he was the short stack. He was down as low as 60k at a point, and it looks like he has at least 10 times that now.
Fadi Elhani now with 2 8s, choosing to limp, Dara.
This is interesting. Yeah, we saw this in our session, and also the session I did with David. People were limping sometimes, and it did seem to be this class of hand a lot.
He's got no company so far, as it is folded around to Sergei Efimov. Calls from the small blind, and now Modena, with this short-stacked ace-5, is going to stick it out there. And how much more is it? 88,000 more for Elhani to make the call. Asks for a count. Has 333 back. And I don't think he's going to be concerned whatsoever about Efimov's holding, really. So it's just going to be a function of whether or not he wants to commit a quarter of his remaining stack plus to.
Yeah, this is a tricky, confusing spot now, that given that he's limp. If he'd raised, it would be slightly different, but in a sense, his odds are worse because he's only limped, but there is the dead money, almost dead money of Efimov behind, and also his, I think 8s should be far higher up his limping range than his raising range. So if he's going to fold this hand, he's going to be folding close to everything he limps.
What?
Strangely, the 8s end up in the muck, and the king-7 becomes the customer Dara. We certainly wouldn't have scripted it that way.
Absolutely not. No, it's a great result for Modena. He's ahead of the king-7 and comfortably. He would have been drawing to his overcard against the 8s.
Oh, and the 8s would have flopped bottom set. Instead, the king-7 of Efimov is poised to dispatch Italo Modena. Turn card is of no assistance, so it is one of 3 lonely aces that can rescue Modena. Instead, it's the queen of clubs. And we have an early casualty here at the feature, as 154 players remain with 89 paid.
And had he not shoved there, that would have been quite an interesting pot, given that the king-7 flopped top pair and the 8s flopped a set.
And in spite of having as deep a stack as he did, Efimov really didn't need to call the all-in off of sub 800,000. It was still over 10% of his remaining stack in a hand like king-7.
Yeah, he was quite lucky to be in as good shape as he was, and he was still well behind. Could very well have been up against a pair higher than 7 or a better king.
No doubt.
1B.
I think the fold was even more, the fold of the 8s was even stranger though, because essentially he limp folded to a 10 big blind shove.
Yeah, that really struck me as odd, because as mentioned, Efimov's limp from the small didn't rate to be of any concern whatsoever, and obviously there's a wide range of hands that the 8s perform reasonably well against that he could be choosing to call off with. And again, he still had a decent amount of chips back should he have been doubled through. So we see ace jack suited, raising it up to 20K under the gun and picking up a customer in this 10-9 suited,
which is actually
Shakib
3-bet. And the 10-9 suited is actually 3-bet, so this is...
Oh, forgive me, 65,000, yes.
Already an interesting pot.
Zorlu Er. Now faced with a higher ticket price than he was charging to get to this flop.
Ray from Wickler says, great commentary, guys. 2 pros in the box now. Lappin has been sent to bed. Thanks, Ray. Ray's joking, of course. Ray's a good friend of ours. This is a tricky spot. Ace Jack is not a hand you would normally want to call a 3-bet, but the fact you're suited would make the call reasonably standard. But he's let it go.
He sure has, and maybe we're getting a couple of data points here that this table is wound a bit more tight.
Yeah. It's also possible they're thinking already, even though it's 2 hours off, about the end of the day.
Sometimes trying to get to day 3.
Yeah, yeah, that emotional bubble of wanting to bag.
I was on the big blind.
Information for the dealer in the main event. We kindly ask all the players.
We've seen pocket 8s and ace jack suited, both fold pre-flop.
So once again, we kindly ask to the players.
Obviously, we know that Efimov was doing his part to shed any sense that this was a tight table.
Yeah.
With that king 7.
Yeah, he's not. He can play. And the information for the player registered already and wants to play the Mix Max tournament, 10 p.m. We're going to run this tournament in the opposite.
There we are. Blinds posted, and now Alhani
you find out your tournament
kicks this hand off, holding under the gun.
Poker room, you will find all the information to start the Mix Max tournament. If you have already your ticket, is your interest.
And Efimov with 2 blackjacks in the cutoff.
Registration open for the 10 p.m. 1K Mix Max tournament.
Raising it up to 25,000, 2.5x here.
Yeah, again, different size, and maybe this is the I have a hand, and I want to charge people to get there against my hand size.
So that lays it down.
How much? 25?
Now surely 5 deuce offsuit for another blind and a half.
Yeah.
If we recognize the playability of a hand like that, then the ace jack suited would have been making the call. So slight bit of posturing there from.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
There.
Kale Cleaton in the chat. I'm sure you know Kale well. Ali says, loving the stream, my guys. Looking forward to catching up with you when you head back to the States. More TBC poker. I'm just here to see what shirt Dara is wearing when they cut to the desk at the end of the 2 levels. Okay, I'll keep you in suspense.
Is there a small rotation of shirts? Or
there's quite a large rotation of shirts, actually. But different types, let's say. On some trips, they're quite flamboyant, and on other trips, they're more sedate.
You know, believe it or not, before I was coming out here, I did want to do a bit of homework on yourself and Dara. In particular, figure out how I should pack in consideration of what I might have been able to anticipate would be the wardrobe you two brought to the affair. And so I brought some options and was somewhat relieved to find that my inadequately flamboyant kit was not being overshadowed by today's selections.
Yeah.
Though maybe those are just in the chamber ready to be fired.
No, they're not. No. To be fair, the more flamboyant ones are mostly Vegas shirts.
Okay. You can get away with whatever you want out in Vegas.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mihiri with the
pretty
King
loose
8
open.
suited, looking to get away with some liberal.
The fours will probably continue as a call here. If he had any reason to believe that Mihiri was as wide as King 8 suited, then you could certainly consider shoving, given just how much money there's out there. But calling is fine as well. And they all miss, so the fours are actually ahead.
Yeah, despite staring up at 3 over cards. Note the pre-flop raiser in 3rd place against his customers. Heaty's follow-through sizing.
Yeah, he's gone small. Quite like this. The 5 and the 6 shouldn't be interact with too much with either range, so it's really only the jack he has to worry about. And if he gets called, he has lots of cards he can barrel. This is what we call a double backdoor hand. 7 makes him open-ended. A 9 or a 4 would give him a gut shot, and a heart would give him a flush draw.
And as such, the Romanian makes the call. Forgive me, it was Elhani that you were talking about a moment ago, but it is Todorita who is called first, now allowing Elhani to close the action on the strength of what you outlined.
Yeah, he does have backdoors with his 4, and that is one of the backdoor cards, and it's a very safe card. It's not a card. It's a card which interacts with neither range. So if he felt his 4s were good on the flop, they're likely still good, and if he felt he was behind on the flop, he's picked up a gut shot. King 8's going to wave the white flag. That is not one of the cards he can barrel. This is an interesting bet.
How much? 62.
Yeah, sort of unanticipated. It was liberal enough that Todorita, with Elhani left to act behind him, was willing to tear one off.
Yeah.
With the 2 overs, looking maybe for some Broadway potential.
Yeah.
But here, with 2 checks in front of him, maybe also recognizing that the deuce doesn't rate to be of any concern, viewing this passiveness from the pre-flop raiser Imhidi as an opportunity to pounce on the pot. If Elhani had anything to speak of, he would have spoken up on the flop.
Yeah, Elhani's range is somewhat capped. Apart from the fact that he could have 4-3, it's not beyond the bounds possibility, given he was the big blind. But here he almost always has nothing now. He just took a stab on the flop, and then once he checks the turn, he almost has nothing. So Todorita is thinking, I just have to get through Elhani. It's a difficult spot for Elhani too, because he's being asked to put in another 6 big blinds with only 27 behind. And unless he hits his 3 or his 4 on the river, it's unlikely he's going to be comfortable calling another bet.
And that's provided that he were to face another barrel. And look what he's done here.
Yeah.
A set of 4s, but backdoor diamonds and the straight both showing up. And Todorita bets the 140,000. Did he get snap called or jammed on?
I believe he got jammed on. I think I heard all in, and then he just threw his cards forward immediately.
I'll tell you what, it might be splitting hairs here, but for Elhani, the jam is really, it would seem reckless, considering that the only hands that would call his set of 4s are hands that have him beat.
Agreed,
the 7-8, the diamonds, and the 3x combos.
It's a spot where you're almost always good, but like you said, when you get called, you're almost never good.
Yeah, what's the upside, right?
Yeah. More shirt talk, more TBC. What? It's just a Euro shirt. Evening ruined. Does it at least have 5 patches on it? It does not have 5 patches on it. I've gone for the less of the NASCAR driver look this trip.
Ace-king suited now for Komorowski.
He really has chipped up since I left.
Yeah, I wonder who was on the other end of the carnage.
Yeah, yeah. His daughter was in the chat earlier, so she'll be very happy to see that her father has returned with considerable wealth.
Well, I think Dad returned with considerable wealth is only after he's done with his time here at the Western Poker Series and comes home with a satchel.
Yeah.
And we do a count, find out if there's more cash in it than there was when he left for Cyprus. But I understand what you're saying, and it's always nice to know that kinfolk are out there supporting you from afar.
Oh, in fact, she is in the chat. She says she's very happy.
Two tens for Mr. Air. Deciding to flat, and another ace-king suited.
Wow.
Awaits Mr. Mhiri in the big blind. This could get interesting quite quickly.
Could indeed. This is a spot where you could flat, but you could also, it's obviously perfectly legitimate to squeeze here.
And squeeze he does.
Yeah.
3-betting to 115,000.
Yeah, this is a size which the tens now will have to commit to continue.
Well, first and foremost, it is Komorowski's decision as to whether or not he'd like to 4-bet.
Yeah, and any 4-bet pretty much commits him, so. Looks like he might be going with the just call line. Giving this a lot of thought.
Well, he knows he's going to continue. It really is just a function of how he wishes to proceed.
More chips are coming out now.
Yeah. 4-bets to 250,000 in the tens. No, these two mean business.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised the tens folded there. If he saw the 2 hands, he would kick himself because he's in amazing shape against 2 ace kings.
Oh yeah, blocking one another.
Yeah, but it does feel like there could be a bigger pair out there. Now, Mhiri can't really just flat here. It would be almost half of his stack. So the way this would normally go is he shoves and Komorowski calls. He doesn't look happy though. Now he's thinking, why didn't I flat?
You know, so often we look down at these hands and we go, we're blocking aces and kings. Well, there's 4 of them in the deck, and
4 of them in the deck.
It's starting to feel a lot like aces or kings are, are out there, doesn't it?
A very conservative player has opened under the gun, and now he's 4-bet. How much do you like your ace king now?
But for another 135,000, with 115 invested and 559 back, is there a world in which he can just take a flop?
I mean, anything is possible, but it would be so weird because the pot would be 600,000 almost, and he would have a lot less than that behind. But I guess you can just call, and if you flop an ace, a king, or something like 2 overs with a draw, you just go with your hand. but I think the standard play here is just to stick it in.
You can really sympathize with the discomfort that's on display right now for Imhiri.
He's not really hiding it either. It's pretty easy to pick up that he's not happy with this spot. I think he's going to fold. Wow. This is a huge pickup for Komarovsky. If he does.
And a clock's being called for now on the Tunisian. And the trouble here, if he were to elect to call at this point, is that his range is so capped.
Yeah. So capped, and his specific hand is going to miss the flop most of the time as well. He's out of position.
I mean, if I'm Komorowski, there's almost no board in which I wouldn't be willing to barrel away.
Yeah.
After kind of sensing all of this weakness from Imhiri.
And there is what you called earlier a teachable moment here. He should really have thought about this before he squeezed. Whenever you're going to squeeze, you should know whether you're going with the hand facing further action or you're happy to give it up.
Well, he does end up making the call.
And super interesting, they both missed by a mile now.
Yeah, does not end up picking anything up on this flop other than backdoor hearts.
Yeah, he's slightly outflopped his opponent in the sense that he's the only one who can win the hand out right now. But Komorowski with the betting lead, the stronger range, the uncapped range, he can just bet small here. He's actually gone for
qualifies as small.
No, he's gone for a big sizing, yeah.
225,000.
And it feels like Imhiri kicked his troubles down the road here, kicked the can down the road just to see what would happen on the flop. And this is what usually happens. You're going to miss, the other guy's going to bet, and your situation is no clearer than it was pre-flop.
And the trouble is he stuck an extra 135,000 in that can before he kicked it as he folds post-flop.
Yeah. That's a huge pickup for Komorowski there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about the three hands, ace, king, and tens, the tens were in great shape against the two ace kings. One of the ace kings has found a way to win a very big pot there.
Credit, by the way, to Komorowski as well. The pot got more and more awkward the deeper into the tank, and here he went.
Yeah.
And that board texture obviously is the type that we know tempts players to try to represent something, but he did.
Okay, if you show.
Yeah, I love how he played the hand. He played it perfectly.
Yeah.
He played his ace-king aggressively pre-flop, got the tens out of there, put the other ace-king in a tricky spot. And
the check jam would have been awkward for him, though.
Check jam would have been awkward. I think he, again, I hope he had thought about what he was going to do if that happened.
Yeah,
but the jam wouldn't have been for very much. He would have been getting about 3-1. So even if he felt he was behind something like queens, he would have to call off.
Upstairs we go to 25,000 as the ace-8 in the cutoff for Zorlu Er.
$25?
Makes it 25. Komorowski asking for a figure. Maybe content to continue to revel in the spoils from that massive confrontation a pot ago. Let's go with the Jack-5 suited. Defendable sort of hand, I would
Definitely
imagine.
defendable, yeah. It's often a good time to raise somebody's blind after they've scored a big win like that. They're kind of happy. They don't necessarily want to put their chips at risk for a little while they savor their recent gain.
For me, that's like when you bring a particularly lovely plated dish out from the kitchen and set it in front of me, and then I don't want to attack it like a wild animal. I just kind of sit and look at it, and it feels a bit irreverent to carve it up, but it does need to be eaten.
So jacks again. I've seen jacks already a few hands ago. But Ward only has 10 big blinds, so the standard play here is just to move all in.
And is that what he declared? He did indeed.
No. Maybe this. 1 or 2.
Let's see if he can get a customer. And he will not. So he picks up the blinds and antes, which is fine when you only have 10 big blinds.
It buys you quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
To sit back and try to find hands that you can participate in.
Maya.
When you scoop in some blind and ante chips. Look like Sadat sprucing himself up a touch here. It's been quite a long day. One can't blame him for feeling the effects. Especially at these stages of a tournament, Dara, as you well know, having really zeroed in on so much of the nuance of a live poker tournament, you do find some who are kind of fatigued, both physically and then also mentally, from all of the decision making, all of the pressure and the stress, in particular if it's not an arena in which they find themselves all that often.
Yeah, yeah, it's a long day for anyone. 10 hours of play, and the nature of tournaments is the decisions become more high pressure as you go on. So you do get, particularly recreational players, very fatigued towards the end of the day, and that can change the play considerably. So now we have a 4x. So we're seeing everything now.
Alhani taking his turn with an ace-king. Efimov with a pretty queen-10 suited in the big blind.
Yeah, we can't defend this even to the 4x, so he does.
Jack-high paired flop here.
Lots of backdoors for Efimov. He's wrapped around the jack, and he has the backdoor flush draw as well. Alhani with the best hand right now. This is a difficult board to hit, so this is a board where you can just try out a small bet with your entire range. But again, he hasn't really gone small. Doesn't look like he does small.
60 into 95. Big
Yeah.
pot poker.
Big pot poker on
thus far.
Yeah, pretty much only getting called by a jack or a 4.
But it is a concept that you and I, perhaps it was David and I in the previous frame, so it bears letting you kind of weigh in on the discussion. If you aren't particularly comfortable navigating future streets in those sorts of spots, then sizing up in order to provide yourself some more clarity and focus in terms of your opponent's holding isn't something we can necessarily fault one for.
Absolutely not. No, it's very good strategy. There was an entire book written about this maybe 20 years ago called Kill Phil. The Phil being referred to as Helmut. And the whole premise of the book was if a recreational player is playing a more skilled professional player, then they should play tighter and they should move, increase all their sizings.
Obviously, the more decisions that you are forced to make against stronger opposition, the more likely it is that you are going to have a misstep that could prove catastrophic. So, trying to remove opportunities to make mistakes on future streets, not at all ill-advised. You got to play to your strengths.
Yeah, absolutely.
During the last frame, David alluded to a bet that Devilfish Elliott, was among the dearly departed, passed away many, many years ago, was trying to get someone to bet him that he knew someone that was going to be playing in the main event that would run a double marathon in the Vegas heat, that being you.
Yeah. That was correct. Yeah, it was my first summer in Vegas, and Devilfish apparently had been doing all sorts of prop bets with some English businessmen.
He was known for that.
And had been getting the worst of it and was determined to get the better of it. And he heard that I was a top class, at the time, ultra runner. And he asked a mutual friend, Paul Leckie, Northern Irish professional, what kind of stuff I could do. And I was asked if I thought I could run a double marathon in 7 hours in the heat. I had to start at midday and I had to be done by sunset, I think. And I said, yeah, that would be pretty easy. I could probably actually do it in just over 6 hours, so there was quite a lot of leeway there. And given how I looked at the time, I was, early 40s. It didn't exactly look like an elite athlete. It might have been possible to sell it to them. Initially, it was going to go ahead, and I wasn't going to have any action on the bet, but they were going to pay me 10,000 if I pulled it off. Basically, my main event buy-in, just the weirdest satellite ever to the main event.
And the most hazardous to one's health, perhaps.
Yeah, it would have been pretty easy, to be honest, and it wouldn't have been particularly taxing, given I was a 24-hour runner at the time. 7 hours was wouldn't have been much more than a training run, but
115-degree heat potentially.
Yeah, but I did set the Irish record in even worse heat and humidity.
It's never been 115 degrees in Ireland.
No,
ever.
but it was run in Canada during the summer. 90% humidity. It was high 30s, we think in centigrade, so I need to work that out. What would that be? Divide by 9.
Fold. Not good.
Oh, just type it into Google.
Or type it into Google, yeah.
I don't want to take pictures.
It's torture even watching you try to do the math.
Nice. Yeah.
Tara. Perhaps not as tortuous as that run sounds, though.
It would have been 115, yeah. It was 115, 90% humidity when I set the Irish record. I discovered, due to some weird genetic aberration, that I had no problem running in heat, despite the fact, obviously, I was not bred for it. But these things are kind of genetic lotteries anyway. There was another guy on the Irish team who had won the South Pole Marathon, which is obviously running extreme cold. And there was another teammate who had become the first European to win the Himalayan Marathon, which was run at altitude. And again, there are no very big mountains in Ireland, so that was just a complete genetic lottery freak as well. But it was the early days of Google, and I guess they Googled me, so the whole bet fell through. Very sad. I have tried to get other bets on since as well. Remember the famous Brian Rast, LA to Vegas, I think it was?
Bicycling.
Bicycling. I wanted to do that on foot.
Bill Perkins or
yeah,
Bilzerian?
I tried to get a bet on with Perkins, but again, no interest.
Small blind limp here from Sadat, and a finger wag from Zorlu Air with bottom of his range, 10-3 offsuit, just prefers not to take a flop.
Yeah, I quite like this. This is such a bad hand that you can turn it into a bluff, and if you get raised, you're giving away very little there.
Air beginning to give us a glimpse of some of his procedures that aren't quite as straightforward as we might have presumed them to be.
Indeed not, no.
Earlier on.
Nice pick up there.
It really is important, though, isn't it, Dara, to have kind of a balanced approach, not fall into any sort of very predictable, straightforward patterns of play, in particular as the field gets more and more lean and we anticipate the ratio of professional players to recreational players to begin to grow, and we're faced with stiffer competition.
Yeah, the professionals will pick up on any spots where, like in that blind on blind spot, for example, often when a player limps the small blind, it's always a weak hand. They don't do that with their strong hands. They raise all their strong hands, so when they limp, you can attack the limp.
Yeah.
Similarly, often when players raise in the big blind, it's always a strong hand. So in that case, the big blind took advantage of the fact that they both kind of, well, the limper had a capped range, and the correct response in that case is to still go ahead and raise your strong hands, obviously for value, but then to raise junk like 10-3 off as well.
Now Sadat raising from the button, getting a flat from air. So giving us a few different looks.
Yeah.
Is the Turk.
Yeah.
Who's booked an appointment heads up and has been outflopped on the 10-8-6 board by the bottom pair of Sadat, who has it checked over to him. The follow-through figure.
Yeah, although he's missed, he does have prospects on this board. He has backdoor straights, backdoor flush, and his hand will sometimes be the best hand right now as well.
22K bet and called. And the 5 of no assistance to Air, who did tear one off. Now faces second barrel.
Yeah, his hand has shriveled up in value now, but there's only one card to come. He didn't get a card which improved him in any way. So
Credit to Sadat, by the way, who didn't automatically crawl into his shell on the turn by virtue of having been called, in spite of the 2 overcards on the flop.
Yeah, possibly recognized that a lot of, particularly the 10x, would have check raised. And on that board there were a lot of draws available. Hearts, lots of gut shots. Any 9 or 7 was a gut shot.
Anta. No. You put 10.
So a while back we saw him get ace king onto the gun and ace king suited and win a very nice pot. Now he's got his slightly weaker hand, but this is very playable as well.
Ace queen. Makes it 22,000 to go. Todorita with the king queen is dominated, but elects to come along.
Yeah, dominated, and he's quite shallow as well. He has 23 big blinds behind, so if he hits his queen, he could be in trouble.
Folded all the way through to the big blind of Mhidi. Folds as well, so heads up to the flop we go.
There's the king. So he has, king queen has really got very lucky here. Komorowski might throw out one bet here, representing the king. And yeah, that's what he's going to do. Going to see about this board. He should have more strong king X than his opponent.
Unfortunately, of course, we can see that Todorita very fortunate to have hit the king as opposed to the queen, and can be quite comfortable on the king 6-5 board.
Yeah, no reason to raise here. There's nothing particularly to protect against. The only bad card on the turn for him really is an ace.
Arthur and Robert. Arthur and Robert, we have still open for you guys on 25-25 for mark 5 cards only. Arthur and Robert.
Looks like he might have raised. Yeah, he has raised here.
Did think I heard the dealer mention raise. What the sizing is?
40,000. It's a very small
Not
raise as well.
big, yeah.
This is almost a goading raise.
Obviously, Komorowski would very much prefer to be suited in spades or clubs if he were to continue for the extra 23,000 pairless.
Yeah. Like this fold. Even though it's a small size, that's a very good disciplined fold.
As you mentioned, Dara, feels like a goading sizing.
Yeah.
That Todorita came with.
Yeah. Another aspect of that hand is he got phenomenally lucky there. He was dominated pre-flop. He essentially pinged a 3-outer on the flop, and that was the only way he was probably going to win the hand. And he still didn't really get paid. He didn't win a very big pot. So all of that kind of underlines that the flat pre-flop wasn't really a great play.
King Jack now for Todorita. King Queen performed so well. Why not go to work with King Jack, as he does, for 20,000, and now Efimov is going to wake up with a couple of black fives.
So he does call.
Yeah, choosing to flat.
And that's fine. That's not really the kind of hand you want to have in your 3-betting range that early, but it's strong enough to play in position. Komorowski will probably come along as well with the 8-7 suited.
Right sort of kit.
What is the link to what line?
Price is right. And in goes the extra 10K. So we'll have a 3-way pot with 75,000 in the middle. Komorowski with bottom pair. No diamond to speak of. Gut shot draw for Todorita, who is going to go to work.
Yeah, I like this bet. We obviously can't just bet when we only have the ace, and if we are going to balance it with some bluffs, a hand like this, which can improve in a number of ways, but also get better hands to fold, is a good candidate to bluff with. Komorowski now. He has bottom pair. The flop is a little bit too black for his liking. He would like to, at least to have a diamonds, but he can't fold to one small bet, having hit a pair.
So with the departure, your heads up.
Now can Todorita find the second barrel? And he doesn't. It goes check, check.
Note, by the way, that that 5 of diamonds would have provided a set.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. If the flop got checked through, that would have been a more interesting spot. And interesting that Todorita just gives up with his really no showdown, just with king high. So it was a one and done spot for him. He bet the flop and then shut down.
Was it Elhani that had the 5s?
I think so, yeah.
In any case,
yeah.
Water under the bridge. Is Todorita able to take that one down?
Yeah, there's another teachable moment there. It was a very uncomfortable call for Komorowski on the flop, but he had to make it because it was a small bet. And in a spot like that, you are drawing in a number of ways. You can improve on an 8 or a 7 on the turn, obviously, to a very strong hand. But you can also draw to a check or to a check down, which is what happened, and win the pot that way.
Disinterest from Tantillo and Efimov. Sadat gets busy, shooting it up to 32,000 with King 4 offsuit here.
Wow.
Really beginning to activate on the strength of that big stack, but
Yeah.
Elhani in the cutoff with 2 9s, unlikely to be going anywhere.
No. Even King 4 suited would have been a loose open from here. King 4 off is really out there.
Call.
Nines do call. Didn't fancy 3-betting the early position opener.
King Queen suited for Todorita in the big.
He's got
Squeezable?
Yeah, he's 25 big blinds. There's a lot out there. There's 89k. This is a spot where you could just shove, and if it gets through, you add a third to your stack, and if it doesn't get through, you'll often be in reasonably good shape flipping. But he elects to flat, which is fine too. It's the kind of hand which defines itself on the flop. The flop comes ace 7 2, no hearts. We give up almost nothing, check folding.
Well, it's come ace jack 8.
This is a more interesting one, yeah.
Yeah, backdoor hearts on the Broadway draw. Checking it over to the pre-flop raiser, who we'll find out pretty soon here whether or not is interested in following through. And the answer comes swiftly, Dara. A bet of 27,000 into 111. And
Yeah.
now the 9s with a player left to act behind. Far less attractive than they were pre-flop, although note that a 3-bet pre-flop may very well have gotten it through.
Yeah.
Unclear how Todorita would have proceeded. I think it depends on the sizing from Elhani.
Yeah, this is an uncomfortable spot now for Elhani. He's getting a great price because the bet is just under a quarter pot. He has some vague ways to improve. He has some backdoor straight draws, but he's not going to think his hand is very good very often here, looking at the ace on board and also the jack. Yeah, he does let it go. Can't really blame him for that. But the King Queen will hang on. The King Queen has an immediate gut shot, has a backdoor flush draw, and once in a blue moon, and this is one of those occasions, is actually ahead right now.
Yeah, this is one of those occasions. Little does he know it, and one cannot blame him. And the board pairing is really a disastrous development for Todorita, in particular, without a heart on board.
Yeah, that's a turn which gives him absolutely
But
nothing. And
look at this sizing from Sadat. 13,000 into 165? Can that possibly be right?
that is absolutely tiny. Less than 10% to pot. He's actually giving Todorita the odds to draw to a straight, but his straight might not even be good. If he's up against something like ace 8, pocket aces, pocket jacks, he would already be drawing dead.
I mean, it's strangely leveraging the smaller bet to look stronger than perhaps its bigger counterpart.
Yeah.
Given that board and the way the hand played out.
Yeah, he might very well take that line with aces or jacks just to try and squeak a little bit more money into the pot before the river.
25 is not in my hand.
But then good fiat. Good nod.
King 4 making another appearance. I suspect it's going to receive different treatment as we see FMoff folding. Board does the same. Sadat will take this one off.
Yeah. He's up to 1.4 million now, so.
Sure is. Pocket sixes here for Elhani, who has the option to open as he sees fit. And he sees 21,000 as the preferred methodology. Red Jacks awaiting Todorita in the small blind.
Yeah.
Could be looking for some vengeance.
20 big blinds. This should really be going in pre-flop.
And indeed, all of his remaining tokens pushed forward. Ace-6 suited has far less decision making.
How much is it?
To do.
200 total. Something like this.
Pretty unfortunate for
Maybe
Elhani.
156. 256.
Asking for a count.
One more. 26.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot with sixes here. When you factor in all of the non-pair overcard hands, ace king, ace queen, king queen, some suited stuff, you're very close to getting the price with sixes.
You stumbled onto it, but I sort of love ace keen.
Ace keen. Yeah, ace king is a range which is ace queen and ace king.
Yeah. And Elhani folds the 2 6s, so well done there. Given he was crushed. It's always with a bit of reluctance when you know you can see a full 5-card board, and there's a lot of that ace-keen type of range.
Yeah.
That
But
you
then
perform
even
decently against.
Even if you are up against ace king, you are going to have to win a flip. So it's one of those spots where you're hoping it's a flip, and then you're hoping to win the flip. And you can just fold and say goodbye to your 2 big blinds.
Round and round we go here.
Komorowski, openable hand here in the cutoff.
Ace-3 off of that 7-figure stack. 22,000 is shaved off and deposited. Todorita had a moment with the Jack-5 before whispering in its ear it's not going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say he was spending a lot more time pondering the Jack-5 there than most people would.
Well, sometimes looks aren't everything, Dari. You want to get to know someone.
Yeah, see how it feels. Thinking, well, I've been going pretty well recently against this man. I won a nice pot when I called with King Queen, got the King High board.
Yeah, it's after you do spend a little time with the Jack-5 suited, you realize not only is it not pretty, but it also has a bit of a shit personality. See, it's the Jack-10 suited.
Oh yeah,
that's
the beauty.
That's a fun date.
That's the beauty.
Ace-6.
It's okay.
If Ace-3 can do it.
Yeah, he's one seat earlier. This is a more marginal open, but we're not seeing a lot of 3-betting, and in particular, we're not seeing almost any light 3-betting. So you can go ahead and open pretty much any ace in the seat, given those circumstances.
Yeah, kind of a real-time adjustment that you're making. Nine-7 suited on the button for Tantillo, who really seems eager to participate in a pot.
Voter in the chat, my friend Colin says, I guess you can call me Jack-5 suited from here on out. I think you have a wonderful personality, Colin. So we're going to get action here. The king 10 suited is called. He's super shallow. He's got 7 big blinds. He has flopped absolutely nothing.
Well, the 10 of clubs.
10 of clubs
is
yeah.
working. Well, you've got some high standards, Dara. What kind of
I
dates have you been on with whole cards?
High standards. Yeah, I think I'd need the king to be the club to feel good about that. Komorowski probably gets this through with a single bet. I love his sizing here. It's tiny sizing on this board.
No, I want no.
But maybe Ward will decide to go with his hand now that he has flopped the powerhouse 10 high flush draw, as Ali pointed out. Yeah, he's going to continue. He now leaves himself 5.6 big blinds behind.
Every one of those blinds, oh so precious, as the turn is the right color, but the wrong suit. Ace 6, still the best hand.
Yeah, Komorowski does think he has showdown here, and in fact he is ahead right now. And he has a weak draw. Now, no, Ward can't find the bluff.
King high.
And Komorowski will be very happy to see that he won that with ace high. Ward leaked a lot of chips there, just chasing his draw fairly passively. I would have liked to seen him, if he wanted to play it, take the more aggressive line on the flop. Just check raise all in.
Yeah, it would seem that being able to take 2 streets for the rest of his chips would have been the more advisable way to go, but instead he whittles his stack down even further, trying to hit the club right away. 10 of the king, as we know, would have worked as well.
Yeah.
And it would appear we've got some sort of festive occurrence.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody just won the 7 deuce bounty in a cash game.
It did sound like that kind of clap, yeah. Komorowski had another hand that was tempting. Queen 10, I think, definitely an open. Queen 9, he decides not to open.
And well served not to.
Very, very well served. He would have run right into queens.
Finally, find something that he can play. Raises it up. 2.5x.
25. Please tea. Please black tea. Tea, black tea, Turkish tea.
Just gets blinds and antes, and with that the blinds go up, so we're into the last level of today.
A little disappointing not to get some patronage there with the 2 queens, especially given that Tantillo really has been tremendously patient.
Yeah.
And as the dealer push comes in and the blinds do go up to 6 and 12,000, we get a full look at the landscape here, where Jad Ward has just 4 bigs. Really dire straights for him, going to need a spin up. Sadat, the chip leader. Komorowski closing in on him. Bit of a drop off there to Efimov, and then you got that cluster of middling stacks. Main event, day 2, the Merit Western Poker Series continues. Really remarkable amount of support in terms of multinational attendance here. I've alluded to it on many occasions, but other than the World Series of Poker, I just don't know when it is that I see fields this diverse.
How much?
Yeah, I had heard that the fields were very diverse here, but this, most of the tables I've commented on have had 8 or 9 different nationalities. It's truly remarkable.
But the diversity does extend beyond geography, as we've borne witness to. Dara, so many different levels of experience
Yeah.
and aptitude, just a real also diversity of approaches from even within each category of player. The pros are not all playing one straightforward manner. The
Yeah.
amateurs are not all playing in one straightforward manner. And
Yeah.
it's delightful to watch.
Yeah, you won't get widespread agreement even among pros how to play against a field like this that has a lot of weaker, looser players. Some pros will take the approach of you should play a lot of hands and try and exploit your skill edge as often as possible in that way, and others take the approach of no, just play very, very tight and let them come to you, let them make very big mistakes that gift you their entire stack.
Two nines and ace jack squaring off, and this is an interesting one brewing. Queen 10-8. Gut shots for both players. Two-way straight draw, rather, for Komorowski, who has a royal flush draw. Nines for Imhiri. Following through for 18,000. Thinks he's got the club working, along with the gut shot and the pair. But
yeah.
We know that this is truly an astoundingly strong board for this ace-jack of clubs.
Ooh.
The flat from Komorowski, thought he might have binked it on the turn. And when I say it, I mean a royal flush, but instead the Broadway will do as nines wisely slow down.
That's a much better card for him than a club.
Yeah.
Because it makes it difficult to see now that he could have improved to a hand which has nines dead.
$40K, the bet Imhiri is facing. And of course, the gut shot has really just become almost worthless, given that the jack gives any ace-x Broadway.
Yeah, it would be a four-liner, and a particularly ugly four-liner.
Especially in a race pot pre.
Yeah, I don't think he can continue here. Again, Komorowski has sized it very nicely. He's gone on the small size, and it has earned him the call. So again, impressive play from Komorowski. It feels like he knew exactly how much his opponent would call.
Board does pair inconveniently.
Backdoor spades get there as well, but he won't worry too much about that. He does go ahead and fire out a value bet.
Yeah, 50 into 196. And if we didn't like the call on the turn from Imhiri, we would certainly hate one on the river here.
Yeah, beating absolutely nothing. The only thing he's beating are missed clubs that don't have anything else. But it looks like he's counting out chips, so...
Get Red Bull.
Boy, this would be shocking. He only has 311,000.
Do you want Red Bull?
Does make the call.
Yeah.
Free.
Gets the bad news that that Komorowski has one of the very many hands that beat a pair of nines on that board.
Can't be too surprised.
No.
If we're Imhiri that
we're
unable to collect that pot.
I have a sort of a mental visualization trick I sometimes use in those spots where I'm considering making a call, which is I visualize I've made the call,
Red Bull.
and the dealer pushes the chips to me, and instinctively do I feel very surprised or not that surprised. It's kind of a way of trying to communicate with the subconscious just how often you think you're good there. I think he would have been very, very surprised had the chips been pushed to him, and that begs the point that it was a pretty bad call on the river.
I like that. Kind of an interesting litmus test for whether or not the chips are going in good.
Yeah. Dark Angel in the chat says, wonder how many have read your books, Dara. I suspect quite a few have not read any of my books. But I'm constantly surprised. A few people have already stopped me this trip and said they've read the latest one in particular. Jack 9 off under the gun, going into the muck. Looks like we have a query here. I'm not sure what this is about.
25 to go, and Efimov looks down at King Queen.
Yeah, the opener has less than 20 big blinds, so not particularly deep. You can certainly flat King Queen. It's one of those hands that the deeper you are against the opener, the worse a flat it is, but when he has less than 20 big blinds, it's fine.
And that is just about 20 bigs, slightly north for Todorita that he made this open with.
Yeah.
Efimov promptly flopping top 2 here as Air checks the backdoor spades.
Yeah, great flop for the King Queen, but difficult to get paid here. You're blocking 2 of the cards you hope your opponents have.
$22,000 with 200 back. Efimov asking himself, how do I get all of it from Todorita?
Yeah, this is a tiny bit. He's targeting cry calls from pairs like eights. The gut shots that are there, ace 10 and ace jack. And he
slow playing it.
Yeah. 7 doesn't really change anything.
Well, it certainly changes Todorita's feelings about ace-10 high because it comes courtesy of a call from Efimov in position. And now Todorita beginning to realize that perhaps it would be wise to slow down, which will allow Efimov to sort of determine.
He has to put chips in here. There's no point in checking back. You have to try and target either the draws or something like ace queen. But Todorita passes his gut shot. Efimov picks up the pot.
Nice pickup there for the Russian.
Bro.
Thank you so much.
Hey.
Yes.
Saw a lot of line items on the resumes of many of the players that had Hendon Mob resumes that included time spent up in Sochi in Russia. Certainly a prettier part of the country. Does house a considerable amount of poker.
It does, yeah. It's become very much sort of the center of poker in Russia, live poker.
While Sochi might be the center of live poker in Russia, right here in northern Cyprus, we find effectively the new epicenter of poker in Europe. Word is slowly but surely getting out, as evidenced by these ever-increasing field sizes and guarantees, for that matter, at each successive Merit Poker Series. And Zorlu Air has found the moment as he moves all in with 2 kings, and Elhani.
Yeah, he has less than 19 big blinds, so very difficult to construct a non-all-in squeeze size here. So he's just decided to shove, but he could still get action from the ace-queen. It's only 19 big blinds. He could certainly think hands like king-queen, ace-jack, maybe even stuff like queen-jack suited, weaker suited aces. Lots of hands he's in great shape against here. But he does have the other 2 players to worry about as well.
Around 200. Around 200.
It's a difficult spot for him. Yeah, he would have had to commit well over a third of his stack, and he was concerned about the other 2 players. They can absolutely have ace-queen crushed.
Yeah, I think a little bit just legitimate concern about Zorlu Air's holding as well.
Yeah,
from
sure.
the button. Never mind the presence of the other 2 players. This really is a meaningful amount of chips to be putting into the middle.
Okay.
If he gets this through, this will be a huge pickup for him. 86,000 when you only have 310.
What is Sadat thinking about? He has 5 high.
I was about to ask the same question. I mean, maybe he's thinking, well, if he happens to have exactly ace-king, I might have the price, but...
Oh, I thought we were going to rabbit hunt for a second there as we took the
Yeah.
flop cam.
Yeah.
Do you know Ali Yıldız? Ali Yıldız, do you know? Turkish boss. Good hand, very good hand. 2 kings.
He was very honest about his hand there. He said straight out, 2 kings.
Well, returning the favor of having been shown the 5-4 suited, although I'm not sure that was quite as valuable a divulsion. Deep into the day's play we go, Dara. And certainly you and I here in the booth are not the only 2 that are beginning to stretch out and unwind as the day comes to a close here in Cyprus.
Yeah, we have roughly 45 minutes left. This is the time of the night where some of the players might already be starting to mentally bag up.
And that's the moment when many of the pros will kind of sense the opportunity before them, and with the sort of battle-tested stamina, seek to cobble value out of that last 45 minutes. But unfortunately for Sadat, he is now facing yet another all-in from Zorlu Air.
And he
I don't bet anymore.
says, I won't bet anymore. Air picks up another hand he can shove, and Sadat releases that one very quickly, interestingly. The 5-4 suited was worth a tank, but the King-9 suited is a snap fold.
Well, it's the intrusiveness of the King-9 suited, I would imagine, that weighs on him more so than
the
strength of the hand. 5-4, he knows he's unlikely to be in the contested territory. Wish we would have kept that shot. I wanted to know whether or not Air was going to the cheers and then not drink. They call it beer level during the World Series of Poker, the last level of play on the day. Oftentimes the liquor does begin to flow, some beers as well.
3 hands in a row for Ayr. Now he's up to just over 30 big blinds, so he's going to raise this. No need to shove it.
At what point, if any, are these raises going to start to look speedy? A question that might be asked by Imhiri now.
Yeah, Imhiri has 19 big blinds. Not surprising at all. He's just elected to shove this.
And not sure he's going to get an exit out of this. Ace, queen. Tortorita with the 4s. Has made some really sound laydowns, by the way, in the face of these sort of squeeze plays that he's been ensnared in.
Yeah. This is a tricky enough spot for the ace-queen now. There's a couple of factors going on here. The first is that this is almost all of his stack. The second is he has to think, well, they've seen me shove the 2 previous hands, so they might think I'm just opening super wide here. And ace-queen is actually a lot stronger than it would be normally as a result of that. And then it depends on what he thinks of Imhiri. In a vacuum, this would be a call, given the positions. Hijack against button, but if he thinks Imhiri's shoving range is a lot tighter than optimal, then ace-queen does actually shrink in value.
Looking on.
Yeah, ace-queen's pretty strong here because we can imagine a lot of dominated hands taking the shove. King-queen is certainly taking the shove. Ace-jack is almost certainly taking the shove.
I don't care if you call it on. So if you're expecting something, I don't care.
I buy it, Dara, as Imhiri growing a little bit impatient.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, once you fade the snap call, you know that your 6s are never going to be in terrible shape. He's not tanking with a bigger pair than 6s all that often, so you figure you're flipping most of the time.
It did appear that Ayr was maybe looking to get some kind of read on Imhiri as he stared on and kind of shuffled his chips around, moved his stacks.
Yeah, a slightly impatient response from Imhiri. And in my experience, that's generally this type of hand. Not super weak, not super strong. He kind of knows he's flipping if he gets called. If he actually had aces or kings, he probably stays quiet, not to lose his customer. And if he actually has a really weak hand, like ace-5 suited, he probably stays quiet as well. So his willingness to engage here kind of puts him in the middle of his range.
I fold. You win. You open.
He says he folds.
If I fold, you open.
Oh no, he's asking the old "Will you show if I fold?" question.
Open.
Yeah, he said straight away it would have been a flip.
How you are moving your chips is as for time. It means he doesn't have a very good, strong hand.
It's 50.
Yes, I know, but
55, 45.
Good luck, man.
When he went all in, I had ace queen, and I folded.
Okay, we're getting some regret, some post-fold regret now from the previous fold with the ace queen.
Interestingly, at one point, Ayr asked the dealer to back up so that he could get a full view of Imhiri, and I think the rest of the table really kind of took issue at that point with just how much of a meal Zorlu was making of his spot, especially given that he wasn't the man who was all in for his life.
Yeah. Can't really blame him though. It was pretty much right on the line, and came down to his view of the opponent's shoving range. If it was online and he knew absolutely nothing about the opponent and he was just playing by the charts, it was a snap call. But live, often the reshove ranges are a lot tighter.
So he doesn't have a strong hand. Because
Up to
immediately
50-50, but 50-50. 50-50.
You don't have to risk all your chips for.
Well, on the topic of risking
Sixes
all
are
one's
stronger
chips,
than
Totorita is doing exactly that from the small blind. Tantillo appears somewhat interested.
Yeah, Queen Jack suited for what does this work out at?
Offsuit.
Yeah, 15 big blinds. It's pretty
Actually,
close,
he
to be
doesn't have
honest.
Very good hand. Because when he saw you are going to call, he asked for time.
Yeah, Queen Jack offsuit.
That's what I'm saying.
I have
But
no luck.
maybe you call
wait,
and
wait.
you
You're usually going to have 43%. Sometimes you'll be in a flip. Sometimes you'll be up against this type of hand. Very occasionally you'll be dominating something like Queen 10, Jack 10. So it's pretty close, this one.
And
he
the
has
call
called.
has been made. I wasn't certain. I thought I heard it. Look at this board.
Wow.
10-9-5. 2 overs and an open-ender with 2 to come.
It's a proper flip now.
46%, but of course...
Now it's half, almost.
Courtesy of the 6. That goes down to 29. As Totorita is looking to hold with ace-8 high, and he's done it. In case of perhaps too many outs.
Yeah, so many outs there. Even though he missed, his chances actually improved on the flop from pre-flop.
And a very welcome double up inbound. Tantillo being dealt a very healthy blow. Things really have slowed down in contrast to earlier on in the day, and not simply a function of exhaustion or fatigue, but really just the gravity of the moment beginning to set in as we close in on that 89 player pay bubble with 100 some odd players left. Starts to get real.
Does indeed, yeah.
129.
So the bubble is definitely not going today, but we won't be that far from it when we come back tomorrow.
Upstairs, says Mhidi. 25K to go. And will the Tunisian pick up even more chips as he just begins to meek out a loosening of the collar? Tough to keep pace with average chip stack depth when the blinds continue to go up every hour. Do have to constantly outpace the dilution. Now, Dara, do you prefer to express sort of the short stack threshold in terms of strictly big blinds, or as Dan Harrington did once upon a time in terms of M, which is the cost of an orbit,
yeah,
is inclusive of the antes?
Yeah, I'm very much an M man. Now it's kind of become standardized since the arrival of the big blind ante, but pre-big blind ante there was certainly a big difference between, say, the small blind was 10%, or sorry, the ante was 10% of a big blind, or at some levels it might be as high as 16%, and that does change the ranges considerably. I think it's easier for people to sort of think in terms of big blinds, but really it's always risk to reward, so you have to take the ante into account.
And Tantillo looking for some reward off of his 163K. 2 blackjacks.
Very loose open from Komorowski here. He's obviously decided he's with the big stack, he's going to apply the pressure in this final period of play. About 30 minutes left tonight.
Yeah, kind of a palpable gear shift.
Yeah, very palpable.
From him. Gonna get his wrist smacked
Maybe
by
I have to
Tantillo.
call without looking.
Tantillo's down to 27k as well in the big blind. That's crucial to this hand.
Okay.
He's got such a short stack, just over 2 big blinds behind. He's going to take this spot.
Yeah, eager to maybe get a triple up as opposed to just a double.
Yeah. Yeah.
His ward, so the queen 5 suited. He'll take its chances. Fortunate to have an overcard to the pocket pair of Tantillo, but an active side pot.
Can't imagine Komorowski's calling here.
Inactive side pot, I should say, should Komorowski call. There would be no more betting, but I'm with you, Dara. 7-8 offsuit.
I have a monster. I have to call. I have nothing. Man.
Goes into the mug.
Only the queen is good. The queen is good.
He says the queen is good. He's relieved to see that he has the overcard.
The queen is good.
He's actually got 32% here at the end of the day. This is a really
Pretty
good
remarkable,
spot for him.
isn't it?
Yeah. And there's 121 in the pot, so quadruple up here if he can find a queen or a lot of hearts.
He's found neither on the
neither,
ace
yeah.
10-9 board. And
Yeah.
in fact, a queen doesn't allow him to skate free and clear to victory. The 5 is useful, though.
Yep.
It's a couple of outs to the board. And the river is a 9.
It's a bait check.
So another casualty here at the feature table. On the other side of that transaction, a very pleased Tantillo. Wearing that Triton gear. Obviously paid a visit to the gift shop when the tour was here.
Yeah.
In 2022 on a couple of different occasions.
Thanks to everybody who stuck around with us in the chat. Dark Angel says, "Is it safe with everything going off?" Yeah, I have to admit, I wasn't too clear what the situation was in Cyprus before I booked this trip, so I did read up on it. It's actually very, very safe. There's really no fighting going on at all. It's a historical dispute, let's say, but there's no real violence at the moment.
Have you had your eyes closed for this entire broadcast, Dara? There is absolutely fighting going on. Just
at the poker table.
Different weapons.
Yeah.
On this occasion, weapons of choice for Shakib Imhiri, the Tunisian, 2 queens. And for Efimov, on the button with the ace-9 offsuit. He is going to make the call, and an ace of his own in the big blind for Reza Sadat. So 3-way affair, and 2 tens and a deuce leave the queens still ahead.
Yeah, Sadat has reasons to be optimistic here. His 2 will be good unless somebody has a pocket pair or a 10, and he does have the ace of spades as a backup. Here he comes out firing, figuring his hand is nearly always best now, but needs some protection. Efimov. Wow, this is optimistic if he makes this call. Just the ace high, 1 more player to act.
Well, there's no rule against optimism, that's
No.
for sure.
So that won't feel as great about his deuce now. He was definitely calling Imhiri, but now that Efimov has shown interest in the pot.
Yeah, you're right. The dynamic is very different.
Yeah, and he's going to be out of position to both players throughout the hand. So, but I think he will make the more reluctant call, let's say. No, he's found another option. He's gone for the raise.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think both you and I would favor this play far more than we would a flat.
Yeah.
As he really will bring his ace-deuce into focus for an extra 57,000 invested.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the fact that it's multi-way has encouraged him to raise here, figuring that if his hand is best right now, he has to dodge the world. And if his hand isn't best right now, it's better to find out right now.
Kind of astute recognition of the proposition from Sadat, and For Mhidi, these two queens obviously concerned about trip 10s.
Yeah.
But see him counting down his stack.
Yeah, he's relatively shallow. He's only got 22 big blinds behind, so it's kind of one of those, if he has it spots. And the ace-9 now gets out. I think he should have got out earlier, to be honest. But finally gets the message that his ace-9 isn't good.
And for Sadat, he has called the extra 57K.
Now, we have some interesting turn cards. That is kind of one of them, because he picks up the flush draw now, the nut flush draw.
I'll take the over on kind of. Mhidi is spadeless, by the way.
Yeah, Mhidi is spadeless. Won't be liking these spades at all. But he does have queens on a 10 high board. Stack to pot ratio considerably less than 1 now. This might be the moment to just put all the chips in.
One more or last?
If he has a 10, we're going bust anyway. And if he has a single spade, we would very much like him to fold now. But Sadat's bet is so big that even if he shoves, he doesn't really have fold equity against anything other than a complete airball. The shove would only be another 100k, so Sadat would be getting almost 5-1 on the call. Yeah, he doesn't like this. You can see just the general body language. But I think he just has to sit back and realize that he has queens. This is as good as a board as you're going to get for queens without a queen on it.
But the decision here, realistically, is for all of his chips, because he can rest assured more often than not on the end, the price is just going to be too good if the bet were to come in.
Yeah. I mean, even if an ace or a king comes, can he really fold the river getting such an amazing price?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has eventually come to the correct decision. And Sadat doesn't like this now. He obviously knows he's no good. His in some worlds, even his flush draw isn't good here. But he does have the nut flush draw, so...
Yeah, plenty of outs for Sadat as the money gets in. Mhidi taking his chances and relieved to not see a 10 rolled over.
I hope to come.
So we're going to play an over 700k chip pot.
No, I did not flush.
What's happening?
I have not flushed draw.
And on the river.
The post-mortem is going on there, but yeah, I mean, he did come to the decision that he had to make. That his queens were just too strong to fold, even though the board was scary.
A lot of intimidation.
It really is.
If I'm playing another table, it's easier for me.
Kind of a rite of passage to conquer some of the fear that we're left with in specific situations in favor of leaning on what the math dictates and having kind of a command of a lot of the numbers that present themselves with frequency that help inform and guide you at any given table lets you sort of have your eyes a little bit wider open.
Yeah.
And not feel the discomfort of uncertainty, which
Yeah.
really is the bane of any player.
Yeah, yeah. For example, in that spot there, any seasoned online player would know straight away, given the stack to pot ratio, we have to get it in. If he has a 10, it's just a cooler. If he happens to have the spades, it's just a cooler. And even if we call, and that's the case, they won't feel bad afterwards because they'll know that they made the right play. It's the uncertainty which gnaws at you. And exacerbates the sort of discomfort of thinking, well, I actually could be beaten here, and maybe I'm making a mistake if I call.
Race.
Lovely double, as it were, for Mhidi, who goes right back to work with the newly minted stack. Ace-10 suited. The influence. No takers thus far. But the small blind of Reza Sadat wants to get back in there. Maybe there's a pound of flesh on order for Sadat, through whom he doubled. Definitely not the kind of kit that I would have anticipated Sadat to get after this Imhidi Open with, but he does flop himself a gutter on the King High rainbow board texture.
Do you sometimes encounter older school live players who like these kind of really low card wheel draws that don't have an ace in them? You hear a lot of justifications like, well, we're never dominated, our hand's easy to play, and if we make a straight, the opponent will often have an ace and we can get paid off. There's a certain superficial logic there, I guess, but it's not really profitable to play this type of hand from the small blind.
Yeah, over the long run, the numbers don't lie.
No. No, every so often you'll get a really big payoff where you flop a straight and he does have the ace and you win a big pot. And the human brain remembers all those occasions much more than the lots and lots more times when we just miss completely, or we, as happens here, we flop a gut shot and we have to put some more money in, or we flop bottom pair and we lose some money.
So 18K follow through is going to get called by Sadat. Yeah. He's hunting a 4. Instead, it's a 7.
Had a surprising amount of equity there, and that's because his 5 and his 3 were good as well as his 4, but he's not going to feel confident if he just hits his 5 or his 3. Another bet here from him here, he could get the job done now.
Easier said than done, of course, when you're out there on these big stages.
Yeah.
Literally and proverbially.
Yeah, he's probably trying to think what his opponent can have that he can get to fold now to the second barrel. King isn't folding, but a 6 or a deuce could potentially fold. But wow, so that's just quickly reaches for chips here. No consideration, just the quick call.
Another 74,000 into the middle. Imhidi. River's at 10.
Yeah, so that is sitting there now with the second not low, so it wouldn't be a terrible spot to bluff.
A lot of times we'll see players do that at the dead bottom of their range on the river here.
Yeah. If you are going to play 5-3 out of position, you have to be capable of bluffing sometimes. It's not a particularly credible bluff here.
No.
Doesn't really make much sense at all.
On occasion, however, when things don't make sense to us at the table, we err toward the side of caution and end up just stepping away from the pot.
Yeah. Well, David and I did some commentary with James Dempsey, Flushy, in Tallinn at the Patrick Antonius challenge last year. And one of the points Flushy made was this particular line, check call, check high, lead river, is almost never a bluff. But here we see an example that it actually can be a bluff. Here, the fact that he rivered the pair made it much easier to call there. His opponent could conceivably have been betting a worse hand for value.
Somewhat unfortunate, actually, for Sadat, who...
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see whether or not he would be getting called by...
Had it been a 9.
Hitting unimproved, right.
Yeah, if it was a 9. You can see how relieved he is. He's doing that inhalation of breath. He's had some difficult spots last few hands with the queens, with the ace-10. He's made the right decisions, and they have transformed his fortunes late in the night.
Once that we will announce the hands left, we're going to proceed with the chip raise of 1K before the backing out. So once again, we kindly ask all the different chip leaders of the table to start to collect the 1K chips before the backing up leaders in the main event. We're going to proceed with the chip raise 1K.
Tournament staff advising the players that the 1K chips are going to be raced off. Prior to players bagging, we are closing in on the end of today's action and by proxy today's coverage as Todorita Has some decent coverage with ace-jack suited. Although, I suppose I can't really say that until there's a board.
Yeah.
King-queen for Tantillo.
Yeah, so their hands are nicely interlocking here. Tantillo has just over 20 big blinds. This is a spot he can consider the all-in move. All the options are in play here. He can also just call. He goes for the non-all-in 3-bet. This is interesting. I mean, I doubt he's inducing here.
How much?
Tortorella has been on the friskier side in this final level or two, and now Zorlu Air with ace-queen suited.
25.75 big blinds. This is a great spot to just stick it in now. There's so much money out there. 124k. He only has 309k. His hand is actually in good shape against the ranges. Wow, he just lets it go really quickly. Interesting.
Boy, he had both of these hands in trouble.
Yeah. Now, what does the ace-jack suited do?
Well, firstly, he thanks Zorlu Air for having folded.
Yeah. He's found himself in a really amazing spot where he's actually ahead of the hand he's up against, but this is a tricky spot out of position. Again, you can see the discomfort. If he shoves here and gets snapped, he knows he's in trouble. It's a lot of the effective stack to just call. Tantillo only has 175 behind. Yeah, he decides to let it go.
Yeah. It's perhaps a function of just, again, this late stage, that desire to get yourself to day two.
Yeah.
You touched on it time and again. And it seems, honestly, when you hear it, like some sort of self-evident logic. Well, of course. But not until you're out there do you really realize the prevalence of it. And it kind of creeps up on you because
It does, yeah.
You know, it's up to you to be taking note of kind of the increased frequency of deference, folds, laydowns, you know, reduction in 3-bets or inflated pots from these particular players as well.
Yeah, you do see it time and time again in live tournaments because there's a kind of an emotional investment. The longer you spend in a tournament, the longer you spend in a day, the worse it's going to feel if you bust. If you bust last hand of the day, that feels particularly bad because you think, well, I almost made the day. Now, it actually makes no difference because it's not a real bubble. But it's an emotional bubble, as I call it.
Ace-8 up front for Komorowski, declines.
Right.
Going for a non-standard raise here.
Yeah, Zorlu Air really kind of in a hyperbolic manner demonstrating that he recognizes the differences between an open and a 3-bet in front of him when he looks down at ace-queen suited in the small blind versus folds all the way to him on the button with 9-3 of diamonds. Getting after it, Mhidi defending. And neither player makes a pair. Advantage Mhidi with king high.
Yeah, but advantage Air with the stronger range on this board. It's very, very hard for Mhiri to have a strong hand now when he's just flatted pre-flop, and he's going to have to give it up to the bet.
Tidy pickup for the 9-3, courtesy of Air not getting bashful in position on the flop, following through with the course that he had charted.
We're getting close to the point where they will announce a certain number of hands before the bags are brought out.
How many hands?
Suited connector up front, highly speculative and off of a stack of 340. with so many bigger stacks behind you. Closing in on the end of the day. Into the muck it goes. So now, ace, king for Tantillo. Makes it 25 to go.
We're going to play the last 4 hands in the main event. 4 more hands in the main event. Dealers, remind.
Tournament staff advising that we will be playing 4 more hands on the evening. 26K Open is flatted by Sadat. Now Komorowski with
after this hand, yeah.
2 black ducks.
26.
The rate of attrition has been quite high in the tournament in general as we approach the end of the day. We're down to 114 now. So we won't be that far off the bubble when we come back tomorrow.
Queen 10-4. And Tantillo with the gut shot straight draw up against second pair, Dara.
Yeah, so that hits the front there with the worst hand pre-flop. It's a pretty strong hand on this board, just 1 overcard, and if he happens to be up against a worse hand, he does have some prospects with the jack. Tantillo, these Queen 10, Queen Jack boards are interesting when you have Ace King, because you can go 2 ways. You can either take your showdown, or you can play them quite aggressively on the basis that you have 2 overcards in a draw.
Multiple options on the table.
So he goes the aggressive route.
And does not improve on the turn.
May keep firing though, because he is the player still with the stronger range. He has aces and kings in his range, queens and 10s. He did thin the field as well. So when you're up against just 1 more player, if they had both called, it might have been time to raise the white flag, but against 1 player, you can fire again.
Draw heavy texture too, which...
Yeah, in the end he decides not to. And I think Sadat will now bet. And unless he bets really small, that's probably the end of the hand.
Into 158,000.
It is a small bet, yeah.
39,000 out of Sadat. Size-wise, this ace-king really doesn't love to be in a situation where it is being asked to continue, but that obviously Tantillo with the check jam.
That is a great move, yeah. Yeah, his hand wasn't quite strong enough to call. You could see there that even though he was getting 4 to 1, he only had 20% equity, and it would be very difficult to get more money in on the river if he improved out of position. So his hand was just below the calling range, and those are the hands that generally make the best bluffs. His opponent's small size did make it look like he had a pretty weak hand, that he just wanted to buy a check on the river. And picking up on that, he went for the check raise all in and got the snap fold.
Yeah, late stage heroics and not a meal of it made by his opponent.
His opponent knew exactly what he was doing against the check raise all in, which is good to see as well.
Yeah.
The bet was exactly what it looked like. It was a bet designed to either get the fold or get the check on the river. And having received neither of those 2 options, but all you can eat, he knew he was folding instantly.
Ace Jack for Efimov. Open to 27,000. And I confess, Dara, here inside the booth, really running out of gas in the tank. I can only imagine what the players are experiencing here at this feature table during these last 4 hands. But one little misstep, right at the end of the day, and you can find yourself
It can ruin your entire day.
headed for the locker room.
Yeah.
Now ace queen in the small blind for Komorowski.
He's very deep against Efimov. This is a tricky spot. Efimov is raised in early position of 70 big blinds. You can go a couple of ways here. You can try and define your hand right now by 3-betting, intending to give up to further aggression, or you can just call and keep your opponent's range wide and keep in the hands like ace-jack that you're in great shape against.
That's what he has elected to do, as both of those ace Broadway hands come up empty on the 8-high 2-diamond board. Efimov mulling it over with the action check to him. Did bet 20,000.
Tiny bet.
Yeah, certainly not enough to get Zorlu Er off of these 2 6s.
No.
And maybe even not enough with the opportunity to close the action for Komorowski to stay interested. Although the lack of the ace or the queen of diamonds in his hand means that he'll be contending with a 3rd diamond on the board a decent amount of the time if he improves to a pair. So lays it down.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. I think if he had a diamond, he would have continued, but without the diamond, he just let it go. And actually, Air must have raised, I guess.
It certainly looked like a flat. Obviously,
like
in the
flat,
face of a raise, the ace-queen folding becomes
then becomes
something we're far more sympathetic to.
Yeah, and the
so our apologies.
Well. Yeah.
We slept on that one.
That's 3 hands.
That's 3 hands.
It's second.
Two more hands?
Mr. Frankello in the chat says, Air is a beast, proud of the Turkish poker community. Certainly put on a great display here on the feature table.
No doubt.
He's shown great awareness in different spots of the relative value of hands. It's not just a case of he's looking down at anything half decent and getting aggressive with it. As you said, he recognized the difference between ace-queen when you're facing an open and a 3-bet, and then the very next hand is folded around to you 9-3 suited.
What you finished it yesterday? Yesterday, what you finished it? Which position?
Yes.
Yes,
I win.
I was unlucky actually. Ace queen 9. But I don't know. I think he didn't see my big stack, my big chips, because he snapped. It was 560. He snapped one with pocket
Yes.
nine. He did not think even a second.
It's crazy. Wow.
So just a couple of hands now remain here before we draw the curtain on day 2 of this main event. Still a decent bit of runway between now and the money bubble. But after a grueling 10 hours of play, I think the players will be welcoming the opportunity to take a rest.
Yeah.
Unwind a bit, decompress from the rigors of the day, where there was a tremendous amount of attrition in the field. And truly, this has to be the most ace-queens I have ever seen during a stream.
Yeah, ace-queen has been the hand of the day.
It really has been
Seems like every hand somebody's got ace-queen.
The ace-queen machine. Komorowski from the cutoff. Makes it 27 to go.
Tricky spot for Tantilio now with ace-7 suited in the small blind. This is the kind of hand you can definitely flat. He's deep enough, over 30 big blinds. You can also turn it into a light 3-bet, intending to fold to a shove. I think that's the option he's gone for. Yeah, he's 3-bet this to 106. This is a tricky spot for the ace-queen. He has to ask himself if he's willing to commit 30 big blinds with this hand.
Yeah, strangely, Tantillo is able to sort of leverage the lack of depth relative to Komorowski of his stack to great effect.
Yeah, he has exactly the right stack size for this bet.
And by the way, love to see it out of Tantillo. No resignation here in the last two hands of the night.
Yeah.
One could clearly take a more passive approach, but still, to the very end, young man getting after it.
Yeah.
He's not finished. I would believe it's a lot.
Komorowski is giving this a lot of thought. This is genuinely a very difficult spot because against the value portion of the range, your ace-queen really isn't very good. You can certainly stick it all in here, and that will fold out hands like ace-7 suited. You can also call. You are in position. See what your opponent does on the flop.
If you're not playing, you should not use your phone.
So I think he's considering all the options here: shove, call, or fold.
On the normal table, regular table, you can use it, but here,
well, is it not true that the longer that we take in these situations, the less credible some of our decisions will be?
Yeah.
Did he move all in?
I think he has moved all in, and that gets a snap fold. Yeah, I was about to say that's definitely true. Like, it's unlikely that it's aces or kings when he takes that long. But on the other hand, it kind of doesn't matter because
Tantillo knew what he was going to do all along. I think once he put the small 3-bet in there.
Even if he has, even if he's towards the bottom of let's say, if he has his size shove range, a7 is still toast against it. All of the light part of the range is toast, and it's going to have to fold. And similarly, none of the value part of the range is going to fold. So you are certainly giving away information there, but there's not very much that your opponent can do with it. Komorowski back at it now, this time armed with 7s. Todorita with pocket 4s. Now he's down to... Todorita has 26 big blinds. Deep enough to call. If he really thought Komorowski was out of line, he could also just shove. Six is behind in the big blind, so this is going 3 away with 3 middling, mediocre type pairs. So high card board would be interesting here. Komorowski would presumably win in that case. There it is. It's very, very hard for Sadat and Todorita to continue now. Komorowski probably range bets even though his hand hates this flop. But this is a very good board for his range, very bad for his hand. But he's decided to check, see what the others do. They are content to check as well. Yeah, this looks like they might all just... It's all coming together between being the last hand of the night, the 3 overcards to the 3 small pairs. Yeah. To kind of suggest that it might be checked down to showdown, but I speak too soon. I thought the same too, but it does make sense for Komorowski to bet because he didn't really cap his range by checking the